stocks, what I'm getting into, and how you guys can make some profit too. Let's go. Before we start though, shout out my sister for this prayer mat right here. Um, really just fire. Been making my salon here, and been having a good time. Been reading through Quran as well too. I'm going through my second read now. I believe I'm on this page here. Talking about Juma, the Friday Congression. Reading this page here. So finished this much around last year. I try and read around a page every single day, every morning. So before I even do hop on the charts though, I like to wake up, pray to God, of course, work out, and then from there, computer time. Okay, so now though, let's sit down. Let's talk about how to read these stocks and why I'm getting into the stocks I'm getting into, and the whole tech rally. Let's do it. So let's go ahead and let's cover the tech stocks that I'm currently in. Right now, we are in Intel Corp. Got some IONQ, holding some EOS. This is an energy stock. Holding NVTS, it's a semiconductor stock. Just bought a little bit of SoundHound and UiPath as well too, and holding a bunch of Webull shares because Webull is personally my favorite broker. Performance, once again, like I just showed you guys. And let's talk about the actual setups. So starting with Webull, let's go and let's cover here. So looking at Webull, started buying it around like 9.24 was like my most recent buy. So we're really just waiting for price to catch up, really do its thing. So giving Webull some time. This is something I really believe into. Due to the fact that Webull is like the only other broker other than Robinhood, if I'm not mistaken, where you can do debit card deposit. So debit card deposit gives you a significant advantage. It makes it to where people can access their funds a lot quicker, and it makes it to where people can make the exact plays that they need to make at all times. Okay, so Webull, definitely huge giant play, and this is what I look at too. So I like to look at the news. Okay, so news is going to be one thing that you always want to look at. So one thing after I look at the stock, I'm going to go ahead and check the news. And sometimes I buy stocks because of news too. So Webull, just going to be waiting for some positive news. And really with Webull, since we just initial public offering like 2025-ish of this year. Okay, so going to be waiting for price to really do its thing. Okay, stock market, or last year I'll say 2025, it's 2026 now, my bad. But last year, 2025, price decided to burst all the way up. So right now it's currently at its lows after IPO, initial public offering. And right now we do have a bit of order flow coming in as well too. I like to go ahead and look at the order flow as well, just to see what's happening here. Right now we have more outflow than inflow, but analysis right now, we do have a strong buy on this as well too. Financials, this is what really excites me about Webull. Okay, this is going to be one of the most important things to look at whenever you're going to be investing in companies, etc. Okay, make sure that the company is at least having some decent profit and revenue coming in. Okay, whenever your company has some decent revenue and profit coming in, it changes the whole game. Okay, you're going to be able to progress, and the company's actually going to be able to go in an upwards direction because it's actually making some kind of money. Okay, so that's what you want to be doing. So total revenue 55.17, total cost of revenue 79.43, and gross profit 49.25% as of quarter 3, which is going to be the most recent quarter. So one thing I want to look at here too. So look at this quarter 2, total revenue 45% at 131 mil, and then quarter 3 was 156 mil. So as you can see, sales are literally only increasing year after year after year after year. Even year-wise, we could see 2023 we did 389.60 mil. 2024 we did 390.23 mil. Okay, so not only are each quarterly sector getting better each time, and the chart is looking ready for a bell curve, it's having some promising revenue. So Intel, okay, this is going to be one I'm up a lot on right now. I'm going to close that. So Intel right here, okay, I'm going to go ahead and close some Intel at around all-time highs up here. Then I'll go ahead and I'll sell like 90% up here. Okay, as soon as all-time highs gets hit. So one thing about the market, I know that market is always wanting to chase all-time highs. Okay, market is going to always want to get back into all-time highs. So always remember that. That's the whole goal of the stock market. Just like I talk about all the time, these companies run the whole infrastructure of America. Google, Microsoft, Nvidia, these are globally used companies. America has a lot of CEOs that they create. And when we are able to invest in these companies are able to put more income into their business so they could have more factories, and then more employees would also equal more taxes being paid as well too. Okay, so you have to keep that all in mind. So this is going to go ahead and be the Intel trade I'm currently up on right now. I got it at around $35 a share, $33 a share at around this higher low here. So what I went ahead and did is I hopped on my monthly here. I looked from left to right so I could see it open in from the 80s. Price decided to progress, go up, go up, go down, go up, go down. So I saw we were able to get past this strong area of resistance here from 2000, which I really, really like, which I could see we're headed back up to right now. Once we pass this, we should be able to break and head up to the all-time highs at around 62.70 area up here. So I'm looking to go ahead and just catch this for the whole entire ride up. So, right here, catching the rest of this trade up here. Okay, so just the whole remainder from where current price is right here to this resistance up here is literally just profit waiting. Okay. And then you can go ahead and set alerts here too. And that's what I like to do is set alerts. You could do it like unlimited if you want. Okay, and then you could include overnight and extended. Boom. Okay. And then from there, I could save that if I wanted to. Okay, or you can make it once per minute. And then I could save that. Now, when Intel decides to go ahead and hit up here, I'm going to go ahead and get triggered an alert. And all I can do is grind in real life, keep adding shares, keep adding shares, keep adding shares until a price decides to come back to this area up here at this all-time highs up here. Price still has room to progress forward. Within this whole shaded box is whole just profit room waiting to be made. Okay, so that's going to go ahead and be Intel. That's why I got in right here at around this higher lows. As you can see, I bought in after this weekly candle or monthly candle. Price started to come out from down here. Then the US decided to do like the deal, if I'm not mistaken, with the AI chips. So putting news with the chart is really, really important too. Then after that, price decided to burst up, create those mini resistance, come down, make this low, come up, come down again, made a higher low. After I saw this higher low got put in, got on my daily, I saw 2 to 6 green daily candlesticks going in an upwards direction. So I know the support is going to be true. I have the support candle here, and then I have 1, 2, 3 green daily candlesticks after that. That lets me know that buying is definitely for real. So I like to look for 2 to 6 green daily candlesticks after a support wick. And as you can see, buying was confirmed, and we have price just heading straight up back to the original all-time highs of 62.70. So that's why I got into Intel there. Let's talk about IONQ. Currently up on this a little bit. Here, up on my daily. IONQ got in at around $49.13 a share. And looks like we're headed back up to that $84.64 a share at that all-time highs. And that's really just what we want to be waiting for. I saw this low over here. Price came up, came down, made this low right here. Price came up, came down, made this low. And then we have 1, 2 green daily candlesticks. But then after this support, we have 1, 2, 3 green daily candlesticks. Even just 2 green daily candlesticks after the first support wick. I went ahead and bought there, and I could see that price was at a discount and looking to go ahead and just fill in the rest of this area here. Okay, catch the rest of this profit, wait for the money to make itself. Okay, so you want to buy low, sell high. Buy low, sell high. Okay, if you guys are struggling with buying low and selling high, head over to stackmode.net, and I want to show you guys how you can do that. Okay, EOS, energy stock that I bought into. Bought this at around $14.22 a share. Currently up some profit. Let me pull up the monthly for you guys here. Monthly all-time highs IPO'd at 31.95. And then we also have this little area of resistance here at 19.91. So same thing with this here. I'm going to close at the 32 area up here when it's at all-time highs. Go ahead and trim, cycle in the next wave, and continue to just refarm. Okay. So even right here, financials quarters seem to be improving. Okay, so from this quarter here, we did $10 million. Then the next quarter did $15 million. Next quarter did $30 million. I like that a lot. So EOS is making money. IONQ, definitely big quarterly increases here. Went from 7 million to 20 million. Huge jump. Then after that went to 40 million about. Huge jump. Very, very profitable. Intel 2, we're starting to see some tiny increases. 12.67 billion one quarter, 12.86 billion one quarter, and then the really big increase, 2.78% the next quarter. So 13.65 billion. Go. NVTS, still waiting for this. This is going to be an NVIDIA stock here. So this is something that I'm going to be just waiting on here. Revenue has been going down when it comes to NVTS, but I do believe in this. It's a partnership stock, and I think it definitely has some nice room to rally, especially as more news starts coming into play. So this is what the chart looks like here. We blasted an IPO to 22.19, and we just recently came to this resistance at the 17.82. Right after the sell-off, I decided to go ahead and buy this higher low due to the fact that it's just literally some profit just waiting for us. So went ahead and decided to buy that higher low there. After this area of support, we got 1, 2, 3 green daily candlesticks. I like that a lot. I know we're going to go ahead and shoot right back up to that 22.19 area of resistance right here. So I think this is a clean area for me to buy. Close at all-time highs, current all-time highs, and I'll go ahead and cycle. Path, waiting for Path. Path could be a huge stock that people are going to be holding for a minute. Right now, we're going to be headed towards this area right here. This area of resistance at 27.79. So waiting for this to go up here. So with Path on my weekly, I saw we IPO'd all the way up there. Price came down, made this area of support here. Had a lot of buying after that. Multiple green daily candlesticks. Then after that, price came down. Made another higher low. Came down, made another higher low. Okay, so after this higher low was made, lots of buying. And it looks like another recent higher low is just put in here. Let me go to my daily. Okay, so after this support candle, we have 1, 2, 3 green daily candlesticks. It looks like it's searching for a new low, waiting for another push up, and it looks like we're going to be catching Path upwards too, at least to this 27.79. And then, you know, over time, it'll go ahead and continue to trickle and do its thing. So yeah, that's going to go ahead and be the portfolio. Just slam, you know, slamming. This is what I just wanted to cover. Just wanted to show you guys what I'm getting in, how I've been making gains this whole year. This number is very bad, so don't forget that. But yeah, just wanted to show you guys the gains I've been making this year, the progress that's been being made, and just the performance. Check this out right here. You're going to be able to see my performance against the S&P 500. So I'm up 6%. S&P 500 is 1.45%. If we do 6 months or 3 month here, so see P&L here. Yeah, waiting for that to just progress. But this month gonna be absolutely just dominating. Really, really ready to progress. And yeah, just being fully transparent with stats. We're starting this year strong. We're starting this year going forward. Okay. Anything that happened in the past months, past progression, you know, options, been able to make some okay income across multiple different brokers, Robinhood, Webull, and TradeStation. But I think it's time for me to just lock in on shares, really find it in my bread and butter. And I just want to go ahead and teach you guys this as well too. Okay. Love you guys so much. Stay prayed up to God. And head over to stackmode.net for all trading education. Let's do it. Don't ever give up. Keep grinding. And I'll catch you in the next one. Peace. It's currently like 4:30 a.m. in the morning right now. Let me turn on this light here for you guys. What's happening? Up really, really early. Just getting some good early morning work done. I was working on a thumbnail for you guys. I don't know if you guys can see the time, but it should show around like 4. It's kind of got a around 4:30 there. Boom, you guys should see it there. So we're up this morning. Okay, chilling super duper hard, just vibing out, grinding. And I just want to talk to you guys about something. Your flesh and your desires, you got to put that to the side. If you want to tell yourself that you're going to be a successful trader, if you want to tell yourself that you want to protect and provide for your families and put them in a better position than they ever could have ever been in, then it's time to start putting your flesh and your desires to the side. You got to put them to the side. You know, if you want to go to McDonald's and go get that cheeseburger, instead of doing that, you got to start buying groceries. Okay, start buying groceries, saving your money. Every dollar that's not going into the market and that's going somewhere else is money that's not being multiplied. Okay, it's not being multiplied. Tone down how much you're consuming. Tone down buying food every single week. Just get groceries for the month. It's going to be a lot cheaper. Take your time, cook your food, and just do your thing. Okay, so understand that if you want to be profitable in this game, you cannot be feeding your flesh every single day. Let's say if you smoke weed, for example. Why are you buying weed every single day? Why are you buying weed 5 days a week? Spending $30 a day, $30 a day, $30 a day, $30 a day. That's not going to be very effective. And I want you guys to just be saving your money. If you can, just buy everything in bulk. Okay? Buy your food in bulk. Buy your waters in bulk. When you buy in bulk, you don't have to have that impulse and that urge to feed your flesh, because you're going to go get in the car, go drive to McDonald's and go get the meal. And the meal might be bigger than it was last time. And that money adds up, adds up, adds up, time over time, over time, over time, over time. You know, whenever I'm just grinding and when I wake up in the morning, I like to pray and read Quran, of course. And God has a verse talking about spending moderately. So you don't want to be drawn with how much you're spending. Drawn is pretty much just doing too much. You don't want to be drawn with how much you're spending. You want to try and just spend a good amount to pay your bills. And then majority of your income after that should just be invested. Pay your bills, whatever you have after that, invest. Invest, keep it in stack mode, and just save your income. Okay, it's really, really going to go ahead and help. And your perspective will change and your wealth will start growing a lot quicker when you put your flesh to the side. I want you guys to get to where you want to be, because some people think in this game, oh, I want to be a big millionaire trader. I want to be a big successful trader. And all you're looking at, if you're looking at millionaire traders, successful traders, or people who have been making constant profitable income, you're looking at people who are disciplined. You're looking at people who can put their flesh to the side and be like, you know what, I'm not going to impulse trade right now. I'm not going to take this setup because it doesn't match my criteria and what I like to go ahead and take as far as my setup parameters. Okay. So setting your own jurisdiction, setting your own rules and laws on your account is what's going to set you apart from non-profitable traders from profitable traders. Okay. Try and get yourself a trading journal, use Discord, Notion, whatever. Write down step by step by step by step your exact trading plan, criteria, etc. Let's say for stocks too, right? If I'm looking at a stock that I really believe in, I know that I'm going to need to put away majority of my income so I can get more shares, for example. So quick and simple way for me to go ahead and do that. My bad. I got my cats here. They're just causing jamboree and mess. Shout out Christmas. And then we got another one right here. Shout out Sassy. Yeah, both cats right there. They're chilling, vibing out this morning. But whenever you are looking at these stocks, right, or whenever I'm looking up for a stock, I'm aggressively just investing. If it's at a low, I'm taking all the business income, mentorship income, etc., funneling it straight into my play until take profit is hit. I like to invest extremely aggressively. I like to put away most of my money and my income, and that's just something that works for me. I'm not really too much of a big spender. You know, I pretty much have a paid off Mustang. It's nothing crazy. It's like 010. Still looks pretty good and it's loud. I like to drive it. Cool little coupe. Thinking about getting my third crib here too. As you guys know, I lived in Atlanta and then I moved to Las Vegas. So I'm thinking about getting another house as well too. So instead of an apartment, I want to get a house this time, inshallah. So I'm excited to show you guys that as well too. And just a lot of cool stuff that I really just have coming for you guys. So I want to show you guys just a quick little example of me just hopping on a mentorship call with a client. I'm gonna go ahead and just get up. I'm gonna pray, work out, read, and let's go and let's hop on with this client. I love you guys so much. Stay prayed to God. Head over to Stackmode.net for all trading education, and let's jump into it. Boom. So let's head over the next pair here. Okay, so we went ahead and stopped at the double verify holdings. So I'm going to go ahead and do some little AI research here with you just to go ahead and let you know. So we want to go ahead and use whatever's happening within the current world structure. Okay, that's going to go ahead and be our profit points. So for example, the United States dollar right now, as of the time of this recording or whenever I'm teaching this mentorship, is going to be in a time period where the United States dollar isn't worth much. Okay, well, it's still worth a lot, but it's going down year after year after year after year. Houses that were worth 50,000, 10 years ago, are now worth 300,000 today. Okay, so that's a $250,000 gain for people who bought the house. But if you're trying to buy a house within the market, you're pretty much buying at all-time highs for what we know. Okay, so keeping things in a perspective like that is what's going to go ahead and change the game. So using your AI to dominate the market is really going to go ahead and help you. So let's say AI stocks are going to go ahead and be popular. I would go ahead and head over to your AI search tool. You could use ChatGPT, Grok, Gemini, whatever. And then from there, I want you to go ahead and break down to the AI. Get used to talking to the AI really descriptively. People think that AI is just there to do absolutely everything for them. No, you got to talk to it really, really specifically, really, really directly. So for instance, if I know that the United States dollar is having some issues due to inflation, since they keep just clicking the print button, what I'm going to go ahead and do is head over to the AI software. And then from there, I can go ahead and type in top energy stocks and top mining stocks under $30 a share. Give me a list of at least 15 stocks that are increasing in revenue. Okay. Don't give me poor performing stocks. Okay, so this is the difference between other mentorships and this one. I'm always going to keep up with the times. Okay, so if you're having a hard time like Chris, man, I can't keep playing these high market cap stocks. I'm trying to find some stocks at the low and ride it up. I got you. Okay, and I would just want to get you guys equipped with the correct information that you need in order to do your research correctly whenever it needs to be done. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's wait for the list to go ahead and compile here. And while you're doing that, have your trading view open. Be ready to, one, start on your higher time frames. Of course, when we're analyzing everything, we want to go from the weekly time frame to the daily time frame to the 4-hour time frame. Okay, so from the weekly to the daily to the 4-hour, each of them are going to go ahead and be imperative for our success. You want to be playing your higher time frames. Your higher time frames are going to be where your institutions are going to be looking at too, such as your hedge funds or individual people with a large amount of orders or capital. Okay, your higher time frame analysis is going to be absolutely everything. And just living on the 1 minute and scalping, it's not going to turn you into a billionaire or a millionaire. It's about really taking your time, catching the right trades, and positioning yourself. Okay, so waiting for the AI to go ahead and generate here. And as we do that, let's go and let's talk about some things. So the reason why I asked the AI to look for stocks that are increasing in revenue and not to give me poor performing stocks is because if a stock has been out since, let's say, 1980, okay, and it's still not above like $50 a share, a lot of the times that can go ahead and be a problem. Okay, even the S&P 500 and NASDAQ 100, just raw shares, move quicker than that and more consistently than that. So try not to invest into companies that are not making upwards progression. Focus on companies that are bringing value to the world. Any company that's bringing value is going to be a company that's you're going to be wanting to be focused on. Okay, value. Focus on the value of the company. Okay, so value can mean a multitude of things too. So let's say, I believe Serve, for example. Serve is going to be the automatic robot service that I believe picks up people. Okay, let me go and pull up the chart here. So we got Serve Robotics here, blasting in an upwards direction, looking like it wants to head up and fill this gap here, and head up to this all-time highs wick up here. And we have around 10 points left about from where we currently are. So lots of profit potential to be made here, especially now that it's getting found out. People are starting to buy a lot more. And even just checking Serve out here, check out the financials. Okay, so just checking out the raw revenue, just look at 2022. They were only doing 170 or 107,000. In 2023, they were doing 207,000. Checking at 2024, they started doing millions. Okay, million in software, 332,000 in delivery, and 300,000 in branding. And if I go ahead and pull up the statements and the cash flow here, their cash flow seems to be a little bit bonky here. So it means they could be clearing debt, paying stuff off, or just trying to progress. But looking at the balance sheet here and the income statement, the company seems to be projecting in a pretty positive direction. We started strong in the Q1 of 2024, and then Q3 of 2025, we had here for 687,000. So Serve Robotics, once again, it engages in self-driving delivery, and it designs, develops, and operates zero-emission robots that serve in public spaces, starting with food delivery. Okay, so what it does is automatic food delivery service, and you never know if things will be innovated into more of an Uber style where people will get picked up as well too. So putting things perspective with what's happening now is what's going to make you profitable. Okay, hold on. So Grok here, it's taking a 5 minute. So we're gonna go ChatGPT. Cool, ChatGPT is a lot quicker. Let's go ahead and let's check out these lists. So we have GeoPark Ltd. So GPRK, it's a South American E&P energy producer with multi-year revenue growth trends and low valuation. So GPRK. So GPRK here, it looks like it wants to head in an upwards direction. We just recently made this resistance here off the weekly a couple of weeks ago. GPRK. And the thing about this stock, though, it's been around since around the 010s. It's starting to maintain, though. Looks like it wants to maintain this support area right here, which I see is kind of a mirror of this support right here. So it's not just bouncing for no reason. So it wants a support mirror off of this black line right here. So I'm a big fan of that. Okay, big fan of any support mirrors. It's not just bouncing for no reason. So price could want to bounce in upwards direction from here. Profit could potentially be made. GPRK. Let me go ahead and right click it. Let me go through the financials here. So a lot of free float shares, which means that people aren't desperately looking to hold it. Closely held shares is less than the free float shares. Okay, so let me go ahead and go to the revenue here. So from 2018, we're doing around 600 million here. 2024, we're doing around 650, 60 million. So big increase here. 2022, though, we're doing over $1 billion. So I don't know what happened here. A little bit of a fall off. Let me check the statements out. Income statement. Income is looking kind of bonky. I don't know if just because that year was just super duper heavy, but income seems to be on a downtrend. It's starting to pick up the pace. Last quarter, or 2025, June, did 119. And then 2023 quarter, or Q3 in September 2025, did 125 million. So a little increase there, but this stock here, I wonder if it's more event based, but that I'm gonna go ahead and try and skip on. I'm gonna go ahead and check BSM out. Blackstone Minerals, okay, weekly here. So we're at $13 a share. Pretty much at all-time highs on this one. But this one I could definitely see increasing in an upwards direction over the years. Blackstone Minerals, financial. Here, a lot of free float shares, earnings and revenue here. Let me see, revenue. Revenue could be looking better. Let me check out the stats, statements. Cash flow is starting to pick up the pace as of this quarter. Same thing with the income too. It's trying to pick up the pace, but income's kind of all over the place. Think I'm going to go ahead and skip on that one as well too. So be picky with your stocks. You know, there's a lot of options and stuff like that. So you can fully be picky with your stocks. If you notice that, okay, the stock isn't really going to be something that I want to be invested in long term, you just don't need to take that. So take BuyRef, for example. BuyRef, it's going to go ahead and be a Canadian E&P stock with buy ratings and revenue growth. So let's check out BuyRef. Okay, BuyRef could actually be a pretty good buy here. I believe we checked this one out. Financials here. Cool. It's trying to stay within that 100 million range. We had a strong 2023, so it seems we fell off a bit. Revenue had a strong 2022. So a lot of the oil stocks I'm realizing had a strong 2022. So that probably has something to do with COVID and resources, which makes sense. But I think the stock could definitely still be worthwhile though. Definitely wanting to close at least to its all-time highs. Still pretty new as well too. Only been out since like 2011. So at least to this resistance here. Okay. So cool. So amazing. So great session. You did great. Would you be available tomorrow, same time? All right, cool. That's going to be class number 5. We've been just blasting hard, like the constant class every single day. And I'm going to go ahead and get you booked. Send me any questions or homework that you have. And, oh, actually, I do have a class tomorrow at 6 at that time. Would you be able to do 7? Okay, cool. All right, cool. All right, went in and got that booked. Just went in and sent you the updated link. And I'll go ahead and I'll call you tomorrow. All right, thank you. Nice job today. All right, peace. All right. Yo, Intel stock. This stock has been absolutely blasting. And how's my phone going to turn off? This stock has been absolutely blasting and rallying recently. And this is a tech stock. I'm sure you guys know the Intel CPU stocks. And the United States recently did a deal with Intel. And we're going to go ahead and break it down and cover it, have a full presentation for you guys. And I've been making some money on this stock past few weeks. If you guys want to go ahead and make some money with us in the group, head over to Stackmode.net. As you guys can see, P&L just changed. So this isn't an old crusty screenshot. Actually live, I'll show you guys live progression. We are not trading one to just go to Miami, rent Lamborghinis, and go broke. No, trading for real estate, trading for ownership, trading to protect and provide for our families. That's what we're pushing here. This is what we're pushing this income for. Okay. So if you guys want to start making some money, Stackmode.net, book a free call. I got free course on there, free book on there as well. And let's jump into this presentation. No more dillying and dallying. Let's do it. I love you guys. Boom. Yo, let's go and let's talk about Intel. So been making some good money on this past couple of weeks, as I just shown you guys. And I want you guys to be making some profit too. Let's talk about why I'm even investing into this tech stock in the first place and why it's been rallying tons of percentages and why the group has been making tons of money. Let's jump into it. So the United States government, I'm sure you guys know what the United States government is. It's the things that control our laws, infrastructure, and govern our whole society. So the United States government decided to identify Intel as an important AI and tech stock for the future. So the United States government has identified domestic chip production as a matter of national security. And billions of dollars in grants have been granted as well. And Intel is the primary beneficiary of the CHIPS Act. So the United States had a CHIPS Act, which is for our AI and tech chips, since we don't want to rely on other countries for our distribution and our tech innovation. Intel has been a core founding tech powerhouse for the past couple of years, but really now going forward into the new AI wave, Intel has been granted access to more money, innovation, and opportunity since they've been a part of the CHIPS Act, leading to the stock rising in an upwards direction. And Intel was awarded up to $3 billion to produce advanced chips for the United States military. And this is for the military. So the military, they're going to want to go ahead and do some great things. They protect us from any threats and bad things. And may God bless anybody who protects the right way. And it's really, really crazy. It's too critical to fail, in my opinion. And the United States, they really care about their military. And this stock right here is correlating with that. So preventing us from getting bombed randomly and stuff like that from other countries. And yeah, let's go and let's progress forward. So tech innovation. So AI and Foundry. Let's go and let's talk about AI. So if you guys don't know what AI is, it stands for artificial intelligence. Okay. It's pretty much a computer brain powerhouse that does things for you. And Intel isn't just making its own chips anymore, such as like processors that you put inside of desktops. I'm sure you guys have seen like a PC build video and things like that. You know, Intel chips, you might have an Intel CPU inside of your computer or laptop right now. And they're not just making their own chips anymore. It's now becoming a factory for others, okay, via the Foundry model. And let's talk about the AWS partnership. If you don't know what AWS is, AWS stands for Amazon Web Service. And it pretty much controls over like 50% of the sites that you use, believe it or not. And it's really, really big right now. So Amazon Web Service, and Amazon chose Intel to produce custom AI chips using Intel's new 18A process node. And the AI PC revolution. Intel's new Lunar Lake processors are designed specifically for the AI era. So AI, if you guys didn't know, it's really good when it comes to coding, when it comes to image generation. We got many factors that AI is going to be useful for, okay? Coding, image generation, etc. So Lunar Lake processors are designed specifically for that. So we have to keep that in mind as new apps are starting to be developed. We're going to need more powerful computers in order to run these technologies, etc. And Intel is going to be the backbone and the powerhouse in order to front the United States in the first place, okay? And how I executed the trade in the first place, so it really wasn't too difficult. The setup, like while the market panicked over short-term earnings and stuff like that, I just bought the fear and accumulated shares, and I bought some options in the past as well too, but I pretty much just bought at the lows, rode it to the highs. V setup. Okay, we're going to let market create the top left of the market for us, which is going to be known as the resistance. Then market's going to come down, create the bottom, which is going to be known as the support. And then we catch the right side of the V, which is the profit. And then we catch it back up until the initial V at the resistance and close at take profit. Okay. So this is the actual setup here. Let me go ahead and show you guys. So Intel, I decided to enter at this zone here. So where the circle is at this 33 area-ish, I decided to go ahead and enter in. Okay, what I went ahead and noticed was price decided to come down and give me a support mirror at this area here. So price decided to top out at this area up here in 2024, rally all the way down, created this support area down here. And then after that, I saw this giant gap up here. So we had some good earnings, giant gap up. After that, I did some research via Twitter, AI, etc. And if you guys want to learn how to do research on stocks and news, you guys can get the book and the course at stackmode.net/learn. And here I noticed two areas of support being mirrored off of each other. So we got one area of support here. And then we got another area of support here. So I really, really like that. Two areas of support is going to let me know that buying is occurring, especially when I'm on my higher time frames. Okay. So a lot of the times I'm on my weekly and my daily time frame, and then the lowest I go for my extended trading hours is going to go ahead and be my 4-hour. So even up here on my daily, I could see that price wants to come in contact with this area of resistance up here. And I could see price trying to do the same thing up here. Okay, trying to come in contact with the area of resistance, and then price might fall down. okay, just for a little bit. And then on the pullback, I'm probably going to go ahead and add some more. But ultimately, looks like price wants to come up to this all-time highs area up here at this 62.15. So when you're doing everything on your higher time frames, it really helps you see everything in full perspective. And it gives you the full idea of what market really wants to do. Okay, so market will always try and fill in these V setups, V setups, V setups. Okay, you see how right here, market created the top left of the V, came down, created the bottom of the V, and bursted up and filled in to the right side of the V. Okay, and this is just a bigger V in itself. Okay. So all it is just mini V's inside of mini V's. It's extremely, extremely simple. Please don't make trading harder than it ever needs to be. So the legacy and the future vision. So the legacy between 1968 and 2020, founded by Gordon Moore and Robert Noyce, Intel invented the x86 architecture, which is still used to this day, and it really powers the modern world and dominance. So for decades, Intel had the best manufacturing technology on Earth and the moat. They powered nearly every single personal computer and data center server in existence. Intel's been dominating. Most people don't like AMD chips. People see AMD chips and they're, oh, what is that? A lot of people like Intel chips. And the future of it, right? IDM 2.0. So under CEO, Pat Gelsinger, Intel is executing the most ambitious turnaround in tech history. So 5 nodes in 4 years. So a rapid roadmap to regain process leadership by 2025, okay, was put into place. And let's talk about the foundry model, just like we spoke about earlier. They decided to open factories and decided to not only make their own chips, but they decided to manufacture chips for competitors such as NVIDIA. And I'm telling you guys, a lot of the times, any company that has to do with NVIDIA, at least during these times when this video is dropping, is going to be a big factor. Okay, and Apple as well too. We all, for the most part, have an iPhone. Apple's a huge country. And Western reliance. So the United States wants to be its own powerhouse, and it doesn't want to have to run to other countries in order for us to have technological innovations. In the past, we've run to Asia and stuff like that, etc. So we're trying to keep stuff in-house. And Western reliance. So by becoming the only leading edge manufacturer outside of Asia, it's becoming a U.S. primary. Intel is stepping its game up. Just like we know Intel, Google, Microsoft, those are U.S. primaries. Intel is now stepping up to be a U.S. primary for real this time. And the verdict of everything. So the turnaround is going to be real. So with the backing of the U.S. military and partnerships with tech giants like Amazon, Intel is positioning itself as the leader in Western chip manufacturing. So the strategic momentum is flowing into American chips. So if you guys want to make some money in the market, at least in 2026, okay, I would focus on AI, tech stocks, energy stocks, etc. I have a lot of free courses, informations, etc. I have a free course for you guys, free book for you guys, dropping some more information too, dropping a paid book, paid course and stuff like that too, in case you guys need some more advanced game from that. Going to be dropping the neuro trading, going to be dropping the before the hype, which is making sure you're getting into a stock before it's at the highs, and then dropping a Bitcoin book as well too, talking about ownership. So I just want you guys to just be in stack mode, and I just want you guys to be dominating in finance in every way. We're here to make some money in our sleep. Swing trading is going to be everything. We're not here to day trade and stress. Swing trading is everything. Make some money in your sleep. Let's chill on these charts and make some bread. Inshallah, if God wills. Catch you guys in the next one. Head over to Stackmode. It's going to be stackmode.net for all trading education. Peace. Welcome to the complete system. So it's going to be the full roadmap. And the objective of this, I want you guys to be able to build capital and trade for freedom. So we're going to be able to build capital and income generate using various sources. You're going to have content creation online. You're going to have online business models, which we're going to cover, selling softwares, various multiple ways in order to generate income. And then, just like the companies do, I want you guys to trade with that income. Once you put your income that you've been generating to use on the market, you're going to be able to multiply that income significantly and make a whole lot of money if God wills. So let's go and let's jump into the complete system. So I want you guys to trust the greater plan, okay? If you're watching this right now, God put it in you right now, all those business ideas, all that drive you have, all that focus that you have, all those things you've been feeling inside of you for years, feeling like, this isn't right. I want to be doing this, that thing that you really want to be doing, that goal that you want to be obtaining, that place that you want to be. Okay. Wherever you want to be, you have to understand that that's from God. God has a plan for us all. And if you're not feeling the need to pursue your goals, then you need to get right with yourself. Okay. Start praying to God. Start taking yourself more serious. Okay. But if you have that strong urge, that strong burning passion to do something that's positive, that could change the world, that could influence everyone around you, you need to do that. Understand that that drive was placed in you for a reason. It could influence the whole world. I want you guys to think of it like this, for example. Take a house, for example. There's so many different factors of houses, okay? You got the people who do the roofs. You got the people who do the flooring. You got the people who do the windows. Each one of these individuals are passionate, most likely, about what they do, okay? And that's what's super duper cool about what we're learning, okay? I just want you guys to take what's in your mind, take what's in your heart, put it into the world, okay? And I just want to teach you guys how you can take whatever idea you have and transmute it into an actual product, into a software, into something that could help many people across the world, okay? And guard your mind. Don't let anyone shake your certainty. Please stay focused on what you believe in, okay? God put it in you to stay focused on that thing. Go hard at it, okay? But you have to understand that you can't let up. And your mission is way too important to be derailed by the opinions of spectators, okay? Do not devalue your plans. Do not think of yourself different because of what anyone else has to say or because of how other people view you. You get your results, okay? And the only person who can judge you is going to be yourself, okay? And the only thing that could judge you in the entire world is going to be God, okay? So only you can judge yourself. Only you can judge yourself. Remember, if you're in the gym doing jumping jacks, okay, who cares what other people are thinking, okay? But you're the one judging yourself like, oh, what if I look cringe? You're the only human who can judge yourself, okay? And God is not human, and God monitors all of us, okay? Once again, God is not human, and he monitors all of us. And understand that he has placed that plan within you for a reason. You have to go forward with it. You have to trust his timing, okay? You have to get right with your higher purpose. You have to go forward. Put the nonsense to the side. If you're noticing yourself, you're in a lust cycle. If you're falling into certain traps, that's just leading you to a downward spiral, okay? If you're falling to certain addictions, that's not beneficial to your mind, to your health, to your sanity. It's time to cut things off. It's time to do things way different. Those people around you, whether it be friends, relationship-wise, before you guys even start this, you have to be right, okay? If you're going to even think about touching money, you have to be, one, your spirit has to be right, okay? And you have to understand that us as just mere humans, okay? God just made us mere humans. Okay? He's nothing like us. And us as mere humans have to make sure that our sanity comes first, okay? Because believe it or not, even when you touch a certain amount of income, you could still definitely go insane. So your sanity comes from your faith, okay? So trust God no matter what's going wrong. Trust me, there's a reason why people pray to God and why the people who do pray to God are the most successful in the entire world, okay? Take the Middle Eastern billionaires and trillionaires, etc., okay? You got Jews running of the entire Western Hemisphere, etc. Okay, people who pray to God are successful for a reason, because as a human being, we can't go into survival mode. When you trust that there's always a greater plan and you trust your higher being and you trust Allah at all times, the unseen, then it's going to be a lot easier for you to go ahead and progress and go forward. And the heart's idea. So that idea is meant to benefit the world. Okay. Even if it's a clothing brand, okay, that can give someone a whole new confidence to make them want to be alive for another day. It could stop suicide. You never know what your product could do for somebody. You never know how your product can make somebody feel. So it's just about pushing this out. It's just about getting the content out. And whatever's in your brain, you have to put it out into the world. The house you're sitting in right now, somebody thought of it, somebody drew it, okay, and then put it out into the world. And it was placed there for a reason, okay? Because one, we all need to make sure that we have a crib, if God wills, okay? There's been times where I lived in hotels when we came back from Las Vegas when I was younger, stuff like that. Thank God it was still a roof over our head, but not having a home and stuff like that, it can be hard. So may God bless the people who created homes, okay? Because guess what? It just started as an idea. They were just outside, man. It was just forest. It was just trees. They were like, this is crazy. Let's chop down some wood and let's go ahead and let's build a house because this is insane. Let's grab some mud. Let's go and let's make some bricks so that we can reinforce the house in case any windstorms or stuff comes too. Okay. So as humans, we always just innovate. And that's what you have to do in your business too. You have to continuously innovate. Continuously innovate. You have to think different as well too. Constantly thinking different. Okay. And especially as humans, it's important for us to be disciplined and consistent. Make sure what you're consuming is just straight good grind content. Okay, straight stack mode content, even the music you're listening to. I personally listen to like Detroit music, like Baby Smooth, Rio the Young OG, Peasy. Okay, artists like that, Lou Graham. I listen to a lot of artists where they talk about getting money, where they talk about taking care of their family and their loved ones, putting a smile on their mom's face. Okay, what you're listening to and what you're consuming, that vibration matters a lot. It matters a whole bunch. And if you want to have unwavering focus, then you have to make sure that you're consuming positive content, listening to positive things. And the machine, okay, so the build to trade philosophy. So why this approach in the first place? So trading requires capital. Okay, the build to trade philosophy solves under capitalization. Building a business creates a renewable ammo for markets, removing emotional pressure. And the trap, right? Let's say a small account, then you're going to need 100% returns in order for the account to survive. But if you have your business, on the other hand, your business will be paying your bills, and then your trading compounds your wealth. And then you're going to have your ecosystems. Ecosystem A, the builder. So solves problems, okay? Get paid, high effort, of course. We're not here to be lazy, and high control over your business. And then you're going to have your trading environment, which you funnel your income into. So go ahead and build your business infrastructure, whether it be website, coaching, whatever you want to do, content creation, etc. And then from there, put that into your trading environment, and you're going to be managing your risk. Okay, you're capturing value for the money that you already do have, and it's low physical effort, high discipline, and I guess I'll say high mental effort too. But I try and make it as easy as possible for you guys, to be honest. So the stack mode protocol. So optimization execution. So the 5 a.m. advantage. So control your circadian rhythm. The optimization of sleep equals the optimization of performance. So the deep work blocks. So before the world wakes up, try and get up at around 6 a.m. if you can. Okay. Around 6 a.m. to 11 p.m. is honestly a pretty good schedule. It's pretty consistent, and you guys can really keep that up. So I like to do 6 a.m. to 11 p.m. a lot of the times. It's a lot of hours of grind. You get to get your prayers in, work out, take care of yourself, shower, talk to your family, and still get a whole bunch of work done. And then your trading window. Okay, your trading window normally is from 9:30 a.m. or 11 a.m. Okay, the volatility zone. Sometimes I like to enter trades at the end of the day. Like if market didn't start off in a bullish reaction, then I'll go ahead and I'll see what the end of the day looks like. If it's bullish there, then I'll go ahead and potentially put in an order and wait for the next day. Okay. Or wait for however long the contract is going to take me. Patience is also going to be very, very important too. Okay. Focus on patience. And the toolkit. So Rise Science. So track sleep, debt, and energy peaks. And as far as Notion, right? Notion is going to be your life OS. It systemizes a lot of things. You can go ahead and download Notion. There's a lot of templates too. You can download it on your phone, and it really just keeps your stuff organized too. I'm going to be dropping a stack mode organization tool as well too, coming in. But for now, you guys can use Notion. And if you want to stay on Notion too, I'm going to try and drop some templates too, trying to be as flexible as possible for everybody. Just want you guys to be full business mode at all times. So the IPO game, right? Exit liquidity. So public companies don't exist for chart patterns. They exist for liquidity. So why go public in the first place, right? So capital injection. It helps you raise business funds without debt interest. And the founder exit. Early investors need to sell the shares to you. And as far as acquisition currency, buying competitors with stock. Okay, so pretty much the whole reason that businesses put themselves on the stock market in the first place is so that they can go ahead and gain more funding. They go ahead and take that money and turn it into more money via the stock market, one, and more production, whether it be in more warehouses, more people they could hire, more softwares that could be developed, etc. Okay. And your role, okay, you are going to be just the retail participant. So Stackmode traders identify when big money is accumulating versus distributing. Okay, we ride the waves they create. So there's going to be people trading with hundreds of millions of dollars, tons of millions of dollars, and you want to be trading when they're trading. Okay, trading is a little different than business. In business, you want to actually stand out, but in trading, you want to be with the crowd. Okay, wherever the crowd is with trading is where you want to be. But then with business, you want to think of a unique idea. Okay. So the psychology of wealth in general. So why 90% of businesses fail? Okay. Dopamine control at an all-time low, especially when we have things like shorts and stuff like that. That's why I try and come on here and drop education for you guys, because I don't want you guys to be lost within that dopamine trap. And delaying gratification is the predictor of success. Okay. So if you want to predict your success, don't feed your flesh. Okay. That's what I'm going to say. Once again, if you want to predict your success, don't feed your flesh. You can go and eat some food, of course, but if you're having bad thoughts to do things that aren't going to benefit you or your career or yourself or is going to make God unhappy, don't do it. Don't do it. Inshallah, do not do it. Okay, and the trap. So don't try and just seek cheap dopamine. Okay, don't just try and do things the quick way. Don't just try and trade zero DCE because you're trying to make some money today. What you're going to do is swing trade, use your higher time frames, and wait. Don't just try and go sell drugs because you're trying to get money. Build your business step by step so then you have a consistent income stream forever. You have to rewire your brain to love the boredom of execution, putting a plan together and going forward. I put this whole thing together, going forward with it, and executing it feels great. God is good. And the consistency formula. So success, okay, it can be relatively boring, but discipline to me isn't boring. It's really, really fun. If I'm not being disciplined, then I get eaten alive and I feel like my soul is hurting. But that's just me personally. But success, especially trading success, is boring. You're catching the same setups over and over again. And just your only thing that's changing is going to be your income. You can't hustle more though. This is why I push business and trading. Okay, because once you get to a certain level in trading, you don't want to just be sitting down all day in front of a laptop, getting depressed. So I recommend you guys starting your business so you always have something to show up for, something to be there every day for when others quit. Okay, and focus on the process over the outcome. Fixate on the system, not the dollar amount. And feedback loops. Okay, test, fail, adjust, repeat. And as far as creativity principles, so shift from the consumer. So what a consumer is somebody who's always buying, who's always watching, who's always taking in instead of putting out. Okay, so swap from a consumer to the creator. Consumers pay and creators capture. Consumers react, creators anticipate. So trade with a plan, right? That's going to be creation. And don't just react. It's definitely going to be consumption. Okay, reacting just off of your emotions and trading. Be like, oh, I'm just going to close here. Oh, I'm just going to do that. Oh, I'm just going to overtrade. That's overly crashing out. It's not what I want for you guys. I want you guys to get to the next level. And strategic isolation. So cut the noise, build the foundation for yourself, stack up. So give yourself 6 months of focus, plan out. If you want, you can start your balance, see where you're at today, and then see where you're at in 6 months from now, and just keep grinding. And you can't build the extraordinary while entertaining the ordinary. Okay, if you need to, go ahead and go ghost mode. Okay, disappear to work on your craft, come back stronger and better. Okay, and input hygiene too. Curate what enters your mind. No news, no gossip. Try and do no junk food. No McDonald's. Okay. If you can, there's this place called Restaurant Depot. And you need to get groceries too. Okay. That's really, really going to be important. So try not to DoorDash. Try not to be wasting your money on certain things. Okay. Try not to be consuming so much. Okay. DoorDash some groceries. Don't DoorDash the meal every single day. I'm here to be real. This is going to be one of the realest systems of all time. Okay. Don't DoorDash the meal. Please stop doing that. You're spending a $20. That's ads money. That's money that could be going into your options account. That's money that could be going in your shares account. Please rewire your brain. If you need to, go ghost mode, disappear, come back stronger. And the trade-off, right? 6 months of social comfort for a lifetime of financial freedom. Just go hard, lock in, stay focused, and come back stronger. And the reason why 90% of people fail, right? So the 90-90-90 rule. Okay, 90% lose 90% in 90 days. And the root cause is because of emotional insolvency. And the two killers, right? You want the bread today, right? I understand you want the bread today. You can get to it today, but grind first. Get your mind in order. You have to get your mind in order for you to go forward. Okay, and then the panic. Okay, the fear. So don't sell at the bottom. Okay, just forget fear. The only thing you should fear is God. Okay, God is the unseen. Okay, the Lord of all worlds. Only thing you should fear is God. Don't fear nothing on this planet. Don't even fear going broke. Okay, only thing you should fear is God. That's it. And don't be a greedy animal. Even when you start getting in your bag, don't be a greedy animal. Don't start wasting all of your money. Don't start blowing all of your money. You got taxes to pay. You got things to take care of. That's money that could be reinvested back into the business, back into your trading account, so you could hit more trades. Just change your whole mindset. It's time to go hard. It's time to change. And the discipline transfer. So business discipline really equals trading discipline. So as far as your business, don't pivot on one bad day. And same thing with trading. Don't abandon system on one stop loss. Okay, just because you hit stop loss one time doesn't mean that the whole system or the way that you're playing is complete garbage. Okay, how you do anything is going to be how you do everything. Patience, 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 patience. I even got it tattooed on me in Arabic here. Patience. And multiple income models is going to be extremely important. Have a diversified portfolio. Relying on one income stream is literally fragile. God forbid, let you get into one car crash, one car accident, let your car break down or something like that, and you have somewhere to be and you can't pay. It's going to chunk you. It's going to set you back. So this is what I'm telling you guys. Having multiple income models is going to be the way. You want to have multiple income models in order for you to be successful. Okay. So active. Okay. Do a job. Either get 2 jobs. Okay. Do a service. Okay. You could make websites for people. Even if you don't want to go apply for people, that's fine. You could do freelance work for people. You could scale brands. Okay. Website creation. There's so many different avenues. If you don't want to go apply for a normal job, that's fine. But there's so many active things you could do. You could do cold calling. Okay. Just full-time content creation for people. Okay. Clipping or clipping for yourself. Creating presentations, cheap. Just teaching how you can be successful. And just cheating the system. Okay. Cheating the system with your brain. Cheating the system with your knowledge. What do you know? Whatever you know, you need to put that out to the world, whether it be it through a product, a software, or a service. You need to be doing that. Okay. If you ever heard of the term SaaS, that stands for software as a service. Okay. PaaS, product as a service. Okay. And then you're going to have your just traditional different methods too, coaching and stuff like that, etc., which is going to be more of just the service itself. Okay. And then your portfolio, your trading account is going to literally be bursting hard, especially when you're funneling that business income into your trading account. You're buying at the right time, which I'll teach you guys going later on to the course. But once you're buying at the right time, you're going to be really, really happy at your results. God wills, I'm telling you. So the flywheel, the way that it goes, right? Active income first, then portfolio, then passive assets, whether it be real estate or shares. Okay. And what portfolio is, that's going to go ahead and be either some futures, some Forex, or options. Okay. Those are all going to be great tools for income generating your income and building your portfolio, and as well as getting you enough money to buy things such as a passive asset like a duplex, which is going to be a home that could house multiple people that would go ahead and pay you rent. So once you start hitting your big trades, especially on futures, Forex, and options, once you lock in with that, it's pretty easy to go ahead and scale from there and get to the next level. And you build it, they trade it. So as far as the symbiosis, so tickers are going to be the real businesses. So when you trade pieces of companies. And as far as the fundamentals, right? Builders understand value drivers. So growth versus probability, hype versus utility, and the earnings report. Okay, so the growth versus probability, the growth is going to be the number that's going to go ahead and show whether or not the company's estimated numbers were going to go ahead and be met. Okay, and then the actual numbers would be like the profitability. And then, of course, you're going to have the actual earnings report that shows you the projected profit, what it actually did, etc. And then the mirror. Okay, so the company manages cash flow. Okay, and the trader manages risk. And the company innovates for revenue, thinking of new ideas, pushing harder, grinding more. Okay, the trader adapts for an edge, waits for different positions. So while you're adapting for the edge, okay, you could be grinding your business. It's literally what you need to be doing. Don't sit there staring at the charts all day. Don't do that. So the complete wealth cycle. So the closed loop of self-sustaining abundance. So generate. So high income skills create sovereign capital where you can go ahead and keep working on yourself, keep working on your skills, generating income, putting that into the market, and you can get to where you want to be if God wills. And multiply. So trading expands capital rapidly and preserve as well. Okay, hard assets, fortress the wealth. Okay, you can go ahead and throw that into things like crypto, throw that into shares, some decent company. And as far as crypto, I would really just do Bitcoin, to be honest, and some shares. And if you ever wanted to too, you go ahead and funnel that stuff into like options, Forex, futures, and take that business income and multiply it extremely hard from there. Okay, so let's head over to the next point. Let's do it. So I want to talk to you guys about trading with the trend. Understand that trading with the trend is going to be trading with where the money is flowing. You have to trade with where the money is flowing. Think of the market like a river. If you're trading against the current or you're swimming against the current, what's there going to be? Counter resistance. It's going to be hard. So if the market's going in a heavy uptrend, lots of buying is happening. Lots of liquidity, lots of money is flowing into the upwards direction. And you put in a short and you notice market still keeps going in an upwards direction, you're swimming against the current. Stop swimming against the current. If you're doing that right now, stop doing it. If you see market going in an upwards direction, you need to be buying in an upwards direction. If you see market shorting, okay, then you need to trade with the trend and take shorts. Stop trading against the market. Stop trying to see market go in an upwards direction and be like, market's going to short exactly right here. and then try and plant something that's not even going to happen. Next thing you know, buyers are still in place, the breakout happens, and then price continues in upwards direction. Why? Because the trend is so heavy. The buyers have stepped in. If it's an upwards trend on the higher time frame and it's real, it's going to be a heavy trend. Okay. Trading. It's the art of reading human psychology through price. Most traders fail because they look at the reflection and not the source. When price is the only really thing that matters. Where's price going? Is price going up or down? Price can literally only go up or down. Trading is quite simple when you think about it. Okay, everything else is pretty much a derivative. So any type of indicators, things like that, all delayed, not things you need. So let's talk about the cycle of money. So accumulation, right? Professional buying. Accumulation is going to be people loading up on things, people loading up on shares, people loading up on crypto. When people are accumulating large amounts of an asset, such as the government, many governments buying hundreds of millions of dollars worth of Bitcoin, for example. Okay. Accumulation is going to be when an investor or an investing class, such as a government, a hedge fund, and the hedge fund is pretty much just a bunch of people with a lot of money coming together investing, and they buy. Okay. And markup is going to be letting you know that there's a visible trend. Okay. And professional selling as well too. Distribution coming into play. Okay. Is market going in a downtrend? That's all it is distributing going on. Okay. And accumulation is just a bunch of buying, people loading up on shares, cryptocurrency, whatever. Okay. And the markup. So as far as certain things, you can wait for pullbacks, wait for support to confirm, and you could see breakouts, such as breakouts into new all-time highs, to confirm the markup phase. Okay, a lot of the time that's going to be where the easy money lives, and risk is going to be the lowest. Okay, so if market is continuously breaking areas of resistances, okay, you can wait for market to pull back and buy each pullback until market comes back to the area of resistance, and you can continue to hold your contracts for a breakout if possible too, because you have to understand that market, in order to continue in an uptrend, for example, has to break areas of resistances above current price or areas of support above current price. Okay, let's head over to the next slide. So the anatomy of an uptrend. So higher highs plus higher lows equals a trend. So higher highs equals exactly what I talked about on the last slide. Areas of resistances, which is just going to be areas where market decided to sell off at. That's all an area of resistance is. And then you're going to have areas of support, which is going to be areas where market decides to buy at. And that's going to be where buyers are stepping in. Yeah. So sellers resistance, buying at areas of support. And you see higher highs, which means areas of resistances are getting broken into higher areas of resistances. Okay. See these areas of resistances, see how each one of these are higher, and then you're going to have the higher low. So look at this low, this area of support where buyers are stepped in. Then this low, buyers are stepped in. And this low is higher than this low. This low is higher than this low. This low is higher than this low. Okay, so whenever you see higher lows getting put in and higher highs getting put in, then you know price is trending in the upwards direction, inshallah. So certain things matter. Resistances getting broken out into new highs, and higher lows being maintained so price doesn't keep dumping down to the same areas of support over and over again. So it can actually trend in a staircase. So identify the last higher low. Higher lows are going to be good areas to enter, and that's going to be a really good pullback entry. And some people do find success in breakouts as well too. Find your bread and butter, find what you like to play, and play that. And as long as that low holds, then the trend is going to go ahead and be intact. And risk versus reward. So you might see certain things like on the risk reward tool, like 1 to 4, or you might hear terms like 1 to 2. So what this means is, let's say the 1, let's say you're risking $100. So if you're risking $100, then the 4 is going to be a multiple of that. So that means you made $400. So if your risk is $100, you made $400, your overall profit would be $300. Okay. So you always want to try and make double at least whatever you're risking. Okay. So if you're risking $50, try and at least make 100. If you're risking 70, try and make at least 140. Okay. If you're risking 1,000, try and at least make 2,000. And that's going to be a 1 to 2 whenever you're just catching the double multiple like that. And the strategy is only as good as the exit. So remember, as higher lows and higher highs are getting put into place, let's say you are trading in an uptrend. Let's say you caught a higher low entry, such as right here. You want to make sure you're closing at the area of resistance, most of your contracts at least. Okay. And then if you want to play a breakout, let's say you have 3 contracts, then maybe hold 1 contract for a breakout and see if price will continue. Okay. But don't be greedy and take profit. Target the next major horizontal resistance or area of support above current price. And that's going to be a trouble area where a lot of orders are going to be sitting. Okay. People are going to have what's called limit orders and bracket orders, which are automatic orders when price comes in contact with a certain area. Either price is going to sell or buy, because people know price is waiting to react at that certain heavy area. So if market falls down heavily from a certain place, people might have limit orders placed at that area of resistance if they're in buys, so price will automatically close. Or some people, which you, depending on the market, could affect you, could be good and sometimes not. Some people might have sell orders at the area of resistance too, expecting price to fall downwards. Okay. And structural protection. So your stop loss. It's an invalidation point. Okay. And if price hits it, your thesis was wrong. Accept it and move on to the next trade. Don't break your account structure and everything you've been working hard for because you want to have an emotional moment. It's not worth it, I'm telling you. Okay. Stay focused, stay disciplined, and stay prayed up to God, and just keep working on your craft. Don't give up. It's really important to not give up. Okay, let's do it. Indicators. Just trash. Okay. All of them. All of them, in my opinion, are trash. Okay. Everything you need to see is baked into the candlestick chart, which I'm going to cover right after we get over these slides. Okay. But all these RSI, MACD, stochastics, EMAs, barf. Okay. Trash can. And we take the indicators and we put them into the trash can. That's what we do. Okay. We grab the indicators. You get on your trading view. You get on your broker. You click the trash can on them. And you delete them. Everything you need is baked into the chart. Why are you looking at lagging indicators? It's not worth it. They tell you what already happened. Just look at the chart. Look at the chart and look at your higher time frames. Stay prayed up to God and focus on your wisdom. Focus on how you're analyzing the charts. Focus on how you're feeling the charts. Okay. So the lag. Late data is going to kill your edge because you're relying on something that's already in your face. So stop it. A lot of people do that in life. A lot of people look instead of just doing and reacting. And it can cause analysis paralysis. Clutter clouds judgment. Instead of just being confident in the candlestick chart analysis mixed in with the economics with whatever you're playing, you're waiting for an indicator. Stop it. I used to be there. It's not worth it, I'm telling you. So naked charts, okay, just straight up candlestick charts, all you need. Indicators suggest reversal, and price action proves it. Stick to the source data. Stick to the actual candlesticks that are moving in your face, not lines that react off of the candlesticks later. Please don't do that. Don't destroy your account like that. Don't destroy your future's family profit like that. You got this. You're the breadwinner. You can't fail. Okay? And if you do, get up, scrape your knees off, and pray to God and keep winning. Don't let these indicators hold you back. Let's go. Simplicity wins. I'm going to show you guys how to read the chart with just candlesticks. No indicators, no squiggly lines on the candlestick chart. It's not making sense. Turn it off. Turn everything off. Okay, trade price, not the derivative. Follow institutional footprints. You can see it all. A lot of it's going to be baked into the higher time frames. Okay, stick to your weekly, daily, your 4 hour, okay, and lowest maybe your 1 hour. Okay, stick to your higher time frames. It's really going to help you get that good edge and break everything down strategically. Remove the clutter, use your higher time frames, and use horizontal lines. Let's go ahead, continue on to the charts. So we're on the charts with it. Let's go ahead and analyze Bitcoin. So I'm going to show you guys two examples. I'm going to show you guys how to read an uptrend. And then after this, I'm going to show you guys how to read the downtrend. So a lot of the times the United States markets and cryptocurrency are meant to go in upwards directions. So US stock markets are meant to go in upwards directions due to the fact that the more successful that these worldwide companies are, the more taxes they're going to be able to pay to the US government, whether via business taxes or the more employees they're going to be able to hire since their company's on the stock market. And the whole reason companies list themselves on the stock market is so they can generate more income, which causes them to build more buildings, which needs more people to maintain. The more people, which means more taxes can be taken out of their wages, the richer that the US government gets. So it's really imperative that US stocks go up year after year after year, especially the big important ones that help the whole world. And cryptocurrency is meant to go in an upwards direction because the creators of them, especially Bitcoin, is going to be finite, which means that there's a limited amount. Okay, so people are trying to buy it up, and there's a lot of imperative value to owning cryptocurrency and buying and holding. So let's talk about how to read the uptrend. So a lot of the times you want to be starting on your higher time frames first. Make sure you're not trading when price is already at all-time highs, okay? Because then you're just going to go ahead and get pulled back on. It's not worth it. You don't want to get pulled back on. It can really, really just destroy your account buying at all-time highs. Buying after all the hype is done, you want to buy at pullback areas and then catch the sweep upwards, okay, back to the area of resistance above current price. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and show you guys how to analyze the trend. So I'd like to go ahead and zoom all the way from the beginning. I don't like trading trash personally. I like to make sure I'm trading a trending asset, and I like to ask myself, does this asset go up year over year? Okay, if it doesn't go up year over year, I'm not even worried about the uptrend. I'm worried about if I'm trading something decent or not. Okay, Bitcoin, for example, I can see has gone up year after year after year after year after year. Okay, so in my opinion, this is going to be a good asset for me to trade and catch an uptrend on. If it doesn't go up year after year after year, if it's sideways, like if price action was like this, and then this, and then this, and then this, and then price was over here today, it's not something I'll be looking forward to uptrending on personally. Okay, but I could see price starts from here and decides to progress over time, and I like that a lot. Okay, I can see a lot of upwards projection value in this since year after year data is showing me that it likes to uptrend. So I can see price decides to burst up. So we started here from the beginning of time, price came up and it bursted up here. So buying started happening. So when you start seeing price heading up in an upwards direction, multiple green candlesticks, a lot of times is what I like to look for. Multiple green candlesticks on my higher time frames in a row. Okay, it's going to signal a lot of the buying. Okay, a lot of buying happening here. The price decided to top out right here. And then it fell down. Price decided to fall down and create an area of support. So let me go ahead and show you guys here. When price decides to fall down from an area, that's going to be called an area of resistance. And when price decides to bounce upward from an area, that's going to be called an area of support. Okay, resistance is going to be an area where price falls down from. Support is an area where price decides to bounce upward from. Okay. Then we could see this area of support. Price decides to bounce in an upwards direction here. Price decides to bounce up and stop again. So whenever I'm looking at an uptrend, I like to think of price moving in a V. V meaning that the top left of the V is going to signal the resistance. Okay. And the bottom of the V,
power off,
is going to go ahead and signal the area of support. So I'm going to have the left side of the V, which is going to signal area of resistance, and the bottom of the V is going to signal the area of support. Our goal, if we're catching an uptrend, is to catch the right side of the V. So on my higher time frames, I like to wait for price to make an area of support first. And if I get multiple green candlesticks heading in an upwards direction after price has already fell down, because that's going to let me know that sellers are selling. And then if I see price making a bottom and then buyers start buying, that's going to let me know that price is done selling and buyers have stepped in. Okay, price is not going to sell forever. And there's also going to be a lot of laws, especially on the stock market, such as the short sale restriction, which prevents a lot of things from just flash crashing to zero. So you can see here, price decided to create resistance all the way from here. And price decided to fill in and even break the area of resistance right here. Okay. And price decided to make a new high from here. Price decided to come up here and make an area of resistance up here. From there, price decided to make the left side of the V again, come down, bottom out, and make the bottom of the V. Right here. And then we see multiple green candlesticks going up in a row on the higher time frames, and the right side of the V being filled. Okay, we got the left side of the V, bottom, and then our job is to catch the right side of the V. Okay, so the later you enter on the V, let's say you enter like right here where that black line is, the later you enter in the V, the more confirmed. The earlier you enter, the more profit you're going to be able to make, but more of a chance that you could potentially get burned. So it's going to be depending on the certain setups you take. So if you wouldn't enter like right here on the black line, and if you're trying to close at this area of resistance, it's like not a lot of money left. But if you enter like right here, like that would be fine, or even right here, that would be fine too. Try and enter like halfway of the V, and then go ahead and close at the resistance. Yeah. And then you can see price decided to make a low right here. Price decided to come back up to the resistance. Didn't quite break it. It said, nope, gonna go ahead and reject again. We came down. And then we bounced at this low here. So this low is higher than this low. And then this low is higher than this low. Then we can see the V right here being filled in. Again, just like the V here filled in, V here filled in. Okay, and price will continuously do that. And you can also use your daily time frame to go ahead and plot out trades too. So even if I delete something here, and I just see this trend, I have the bottom area of support right here. We got another area of support right here. Then we got another one right here too, see being generated. Price making higher lows. Price is making higher lows. See price uptrending. Yeah, it's going to be a really, really important thing to look at. And you can see these V structures being filled in. So top left of the V, price started here, area of resistance was formed, price came down, bottomed out. Then the right side of the V got formed, resistance area got broke, price came down, did the same thing again. Price bursted up towards this area of resistance here. Came all the way down, made this area of support, and did the same thing once again. Okay, could see price deciding to progress over and over again. Okay, and we're coming down here. Looks like it's trying to hold a new low, and we could potentially see over time if this low will remain higher than this low here. Okay, and if so, that's going to be another verified area of support. I like the multiple green candlesticks here on the daily. On the weekly here, we do have some sideways weekly candlesticks that are green. So we'll see about another week here too. Okay. So higher lows and higher highs are going to be something to look at whenever you're reading your uptrend. Let's over to the downtrend. All right, let's go ahead and talk about analyzing the downtrend. So when you're analyzing a downtrend, you want to be looking for lower lows and lower highs. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's talk about it. So let's say price decided to super top out right here. You know, it had a good run. It's been uptrending for a while, but since then, it's been trying to head down to the graveyard. So let's analyze and break down how you can catch trades when price is heading in a downward cycle. So you can see price here created an ultimate area of resistance. And resistance is just going to be an ultimate area where sellers are coming in. Okay. Sellers are coming in to this area since price is falling down. Then you're going to have price making bottoms. Okay. Once again, that's going to go ahead and be areas of support. Support is going to be an area where buyers are going to be stepping in. Okay, you're going to have support and then you're going to have resistance. They both correlate. And the cool thing about them is resistance sometimes can be broken and turn into support. And a lot of times support can be broken and turn into resistance. Just as resistance can mirror another area of resistance, even if price decided to previously break it. Say, for example, price decided to create an area of resistance here. Price broke it, came down. Price could still come up and short at that resistance again. Same thing with an area of support. Price decided to come up, break below the support. Price could come above the support and pull back at the same support again. Okay, price is very reflective over what happened in the past. Okay. So let's go and let's keep analyzing. So you're going to have the area of resistance where price decides to fall downwards from. And then you're going to have the area of support where price decides to bounce in an upwards direction from. Okay. Both important areas to look at. So resistance, just like I said, can sometimes be broken and turn into support. Support can sometimes be broken and turn into resistance. Okay. Keep all that in mind. And put it all together on the charts. So a lot of times when I'm downtrend shorting, I'm looking for two things. I'm either waiting for an area of resistance. I don't even care if it's in the past. To meet up with an area of resistance and I'm taking it again. Okay. Or I'm going to wait for an area of support to be broken and turn into resistance. Okay. So let's find an example here. So let's say price decided to make this area of support right here. Could see price decided to make this mini bounce after a heavy downtrend from a while. Okay. After that, price decided to hunt back up to this area. So look at this support zone right here. Price decided to bounce up for a little bit here. Okay. To this area of resistance here. Okay. And even this area of resistance right here. All right. Sometimes you'll be able to look to the left and be like, okay, I see why resistance was created here. Okay. So for instance, if I drag it all the way over here, we can look to the left and we could try and piece things together and see, okay, was there any price action that reflected? So I could see this area of resistance here. And if I zoom in close, I could see another area of resistance right here. Okay, so stuff doesn't just happen for no reason. You could see the two areas of resistance. Both cause price to fall downwards for a while. Okay, very, very reactive market. So stuff even from years, months ago, okay, could be reactive. And even right here, price decided to create support. and price broke it and turned it into resistance. Support right here got broken, turned it into resistance, and then price headed in a downtrend. That's going to be one of my favorite ways to downtrend. Is going to be waiting for support to get broken and then waiting for price to run back up to it and turn it into resistance. A lot of the times, if you see that, it's going to be a really, really good short or a good time to short. And even if you see two areas of resistances meeting up with each other, it's going to be a good area to short at as well too a lot of the times. Okay, but be careful with that, especially during uptrends. You don't want to get caught trying to short something that's not meant to be shorted. That's in a clear uptrend because you're just hunting for something. Okay, so that's why I like to wait for support to get broken and turn into resistance cleanly, whether it be it on my daily. A lot of the times I'm gonna wait for it on my daily because that's gonna give me the cleanest structure and what I'm actually looking for, making sure it's confirmed. Because I don't want to be taking any type of nonsense trades. Okay, you don't want to be wasting your funds. You don't want to be wasting your time. You want to try and take the trades you know are going to be making you good money. Okay, and waiting for confirmation is also going to be really, really important too. So just as you're waiting for, let's say, an uptrend, I like to wait for 2 to 6 daily candlesticks going in an upwards direction to the right. If I'm waiting for a downtrend, I'll wait for 2 to 6 red candlesticks going down just to make sure. Okay, I don't buy the first immediate reaction a lot of times because I don't know if it's going to be completely true. So let me go ahead and pull up an example here on natural gas. Okay. So even here on natural gas, we can see price farming this downtrend here extremely, extremely heavily. Okay. And certain trades can be found by just being patient, okay, analyzing the market, and really just taking your time. So even right here, take this area of support. That was very important. I like to look at very important areas of support, especially on my higher time frames. You can see price decided to break below it. We can see a daily wick right here. After that, I got one red candlestick, 2, 3, and then we got price heading in a downwards direction. Okay, from there. Okay, and you could have did take profit at like this support here, or even this support right here. Okay, and caught that good trade down. Could have entered down here, take profit here, and that would give you about a 1 to 2. Yeah. So taking your time with the setups and analyzing everything, it's really going to be important. And when you're downtrending, a lot of the times your take profit is going to be either an area of support above current price or below current price, not above an area of support below current price, or an area of resistance below current price too. Because just like I talked about, resistance can turn into support. So when you're shorting, your take profit can either be resistance or support. Same thing if you're uptrending too. So yeah. So say here, price decided to create a little buy zone right here. Price bounced in the same area 3 different times. Price broke it, and then price hunted all the way up to it, shorted, and then gave us 1 red candlestick. 2, 3, I like that a lot. You could have did take profit at like this support right here. And you could have went ahead and caught your trade. Okay. Boom. They even take profit down here. And then the amount of days this would have took, you can use your ruler tool on trading view. You can start on the resistance, drag it to the support. It took about 90 days, but that would have been a real account flipper. Okay. A lot of the times it's not about getting a trade over and over and over and over again. It's about just taking a couple of good trades. Okay, a month, a week, or even a year sometimes. Even if you did it right here, this resistance to the support took about 14 days. So if you did a smaller take profit, it would take less time. So yeah, so cool. That's gonna go ahead and be that. Stay prayerful to God. Keep grinding. Catch you guys in the next one. And I pray this helped. Head over to stackmode.net for all trading education. Peace.
I realize that most people's frustration literally comes from financial issues, and that's why it's important to master trading and build your business, especially with the way this economy is. At Stackmode.net, you can choose your path to financial freedom. I teach you how to trade and grow your business. And stop paying $5,000 for mentorship. I created the Stackmode Network, where I teach you how to build AI softwares, how to grow your business, and how to take that income and multiply it with trading. Let me go ahead and tell you guys why I started the Stackmode Network in the first place.
Stackmode, yo, I want to talk to you guys about why I started Stackmode in the first place and why I think I'm just way better than these other mentors out here. These other mentors out here, they want you guys day trading. They're giving you guys anxiety-driven strategies, and they're just straight up lying to y'all. They're leasing cars, telling you guys that they bought a $200,000 Porsche. Whole time it's on lease, they paying $5K a month, promoting to y'all, selling y'all lies and dreams, selling y'all scams. And at Stackmode, we don't do that. So I'm going to go ahead and tell you guys the story of why I started Stackmode in the first place. So I was married at the time and was just expecting a family. So I was like, okay, I got to go hard. I got to put in way more work than I'm putting in now. So I worked in the finance industry. I had a finance career for 4 years. I worked on credit card terminals, and I worked with credit card terminals and credit card processing. That's what helped me really get my foot in the door and helped me learn how to book meetings for you guys and stuff like that. I really just learned a lot of skills that are pretty useful. But outside of that, I started Stackmode because of the lies I keep seeing on YouTube. Pretty much just straight up, that's why. The lies that I keep seeing on YouTube, showing you guys anything on the block. A lot of you guys don't even know that the stock market is literally made to go up. There's laws in place such as the short sale restriction law, which prevents you from shorting the stock market. So when I see people trying to trade the stock market like Forex traders trade it, a much more sideways market, I'm like, yeah, these people don't even know what they're doing. They don't know what they're talking about. They don't know what they're teaching. Even when it comes to business, marketing, or ads and stuff like that, stuff is so cryptic and weird. And I just literally want to give you guys the most straight up, real content that I can give you. Because when you're running around trying to bait people, trying to sell people, and grasp people in based off of just an image, not your knowledge, results, or education. That's why at Stackmode.net I have all the reviews there for you guys. You guys can clearly see my clients texting me back and people making money. So it's way different with me because you guys can actually see my actual results from my clients, my personal results, and I try and show you guys my actual numbers in P&L. These other mentors are just showing you guys cars, are just showing you guys cribs. It's not actual knowledge that you can grasp, implement into your own trading skills, implement into your own business, or create your own AI software, just whatever you want to do, right? Don't fall for the vanity traps. And this is why God is really important too. God is unseeable, okay? You cannot see God. God is the unseen, and he's the Lord of all worlds. And the fact that we still worship God without even seeing, because of just the knowledge that he's gifted us, with the earth that he's gifted us, with just everything, all the information and knowledge is why we love God. And information and knowledge is love, because that's forever. You teach a man how to fish, he can feed his entire family and start selling the fishing rod too. Okay? You'll be loved forever. So even if you're trying to start your own network, your own ecosystem, make sure that your main priority is making sure that your clients are getting the most high quality information and education as possible. Okay? Or service or product. Make sure they're just getting high quality services, products, or education from you. Because then from there, you don't have to focus on your image your whole time. You don't have to bait people in or go lease a super expensive car just to get some views. Because that's what a lot of these people are doing. That's what a lot of these mentors are doing. And it's really sad, just trying to loop people in with a vanity trap instead of actually giving them the real knowledge that they need in order to succeed. Another reason why I started Stack Mode too is I don't want you guys sitting around and hoping. Stop sitting around and hoping like, I hope I'm going to pay this bill. I hope I'm going to do this. I hope this is going to get paid. Oh man, this debt is sitting here. Go chase some paper. Like, go get some money, man. Shout out Lou Graham. Lou Graham has one of my favorite rap lyrics. He says, instead of chasing paper, you just sit and hope. Do not just sit and hope. Chase some paper. Wake up, pray to Allah, hit the gym, and go forward on your business. Full-fledged. You don't got no time to be wasting. If you're not happy with your house right now, if you're not happy with your car, if you're not happy with your certain situation, pray to God and put in the work to change it. That's what Stack Mode is all about. I realized that I couldn't sit in my room just making money from the charts, working a normal IT job, making 5-6 figures a year. That just wasn't cutting it for me. You know, I want to give you guys big auditorium speeches, charging you guys up, showing you guys that you can get to this money, especially as life continues to get more expensive year after year after year after year after year. People are struggling. You know, the job market is not as stable as it used to be. Rent is getting significantly higher, and houses cost significantly more than they used to. And guess what doesn't scale with it? Job income. And in order to get more job income, you have to spend money. Pay for certifications, pay for courses, pay for a degree, pay for college, pay for this, and that. Money out, just to get right back on Indeed, apply for the job, wait for the email, all that waiting when you could have been getting money the whole time. It literally doesn't make sense. So it's waking up out of that mental trap. And I just want you guys to be free within this world. And I want you to own your life. I do not want you to be controlled by a man. The only thing that should control you is God. Listen to God. Listen to God's rules. And God says in order for you to have a marriage, especially if you're a man, you got to be protecting, providing food and shelter, and doing what you need to in order to succeed. In order to make sure that you can protect and provide for yourself and for your loved ones. Okay? I'm sitting in the coupe right now. My first car was an Audi A4, 2013. I woke up one day, walked outside, it was parked, chilling, boom, crashed, totaled. And the time before that, I had lost my car keys. So I had to take it to the Audi dealership, get it reprogrammed. Had to tow it like 3 different times. Stress, just for it to be destroyed. And guess what? I smiled at it. I trusted God. I walked back inside. And I ran it up again. And now I'm sitting in the Mustang coupe. And inshallah, when I get to the next level again, when I get to the Porsche, when I get to the Lamb, when I get to the next level, if God wills, through my discipline, consistency, and perseverance, you guys will see that, oh, wow, Chris literally wasn't lying. He was consistent every single day. He was disciplined every single day. Let me follow that pathway, dude. Let me follow that pathway too. I managed to work in a high-level finance position and get a raise and level up with no bachelor's degree. With no degree. Growing up, I failed school a lot. People telling me, oh, you're going to be bagging groceries. I've never worked a job in person ever one time in my entire life. I've lived across the country. My first crib was a high-rise. My first car was a foreign car. This is a coupe. I don't like to do normal basic things because my whole life, especially my childhood, was told that, oh, you're going to do this. You're going to be this. And you know what I said? Y'all aren't God. I don't got to listen to y'all. If you're not God, you do not got to listen to those people. Even if it's your parents, if they're telling you straight up wrong information and the idea that God put it in you is hungry, it's telling you, it's like, yo, you got to do this. You got to do this. You got to do this. But every day you're at work, you're frustrated, you're angry, wasting your time. Take that risk. Sometimes you got to take a risk for your bag to get bigger. Shout out Baby Mel. And that's one of the realest bars ever too. Like sometimes you got to take a risk for your bag to get bigger. Because if you don't take that risk, you're literally going to stay in the same spot year after year after year after year after year. And then if you look back I promise you're going to be upset. You're going to be like, whoa, I should have been grinding the whole time. And you guys will keep getting into the same situation. Let's say if you got evicted from your crib, or let's say if you lost your job. Why are you putting so much dependency? Why are you putting your whole life structure, whether you eat, whether you have a roof over your head, whether you could travel and put some gas in your car, why are you putting all of that in another person's hands? Stop doing that. Stop doing that. You need to trust God. Some of y'all are putting your faith in man more than God, and it's disgusting. And that's where something I realized I didn't want to do at all. Putting my full faith in the Lord, full faith in God, so we can go forward. You should only fear God. When you only fear God, you're not going to be scared about losing your job. You're not going to be scared about going broke. You're not going to be scared about, oh, what if this doesn't work out? What if it does? Stop letting that evil infect your brain. Stop letting those weak people around you subsede your mindset. You know what you need to do to win? You know what you need to do to get to it? So why are you waiting? Don't waste your time. Do not waste your time anymore. We have to change our mental framework completely. Don't go sitting there. How are you going to apply for a job, but you won't go apply for stuff to start your business? I guess you want to go to work forever. And from what I've been seeing from people in real life, some people definitely want to go to work forever. Absolutely. Absolutely. People want to go to work forever. I genuinely do believe that. People say, oh, I want a mansion. I want a Lamborghini. No, you don't, bro. No, you don't. If you knew the amount of work, the grit, the effort, the discipline, the consistency that it took, and you're just a normal worker, you're not ready. You're not ready. But if you're trying to be in stack mode, if you're trying to be a CEO, you can be ready. You can get ready. And this is why you got to beg God for help, for discipline, for strength. I don't even pray for money all the time. Because as long as God gives me discipline, strength, and wisdom, if God wills, I'll put in the work. I'll put in the work. 12-hour days, 16-hour days. I'll put in the work. People don't want it how they think they want it. People want the things, but they don't want the things. You feel me? If you wanted the things, you wouldn't stop. You would be hungry for it. You would be relentless for it. Nothing can slow you down. Nothing can slow you down. Nothing but God. God is the only thing powerful enough to stop you. And that's who you pray to. So you're good. You're good. Get on those ideas today. Stop being scared when you enter that trade. Go code that software even if you've never coded before. Take a risk. Learn. Try something out. Get used to doing stuff. Change your mindset. Get in a different perspective. Level up. Boss up, man. I don't care if you're going through anxiety, depression, a breakup. I literally don't care what you're going through. Use all of that sadness, that energy, that anger, and transmute that into your business. Transmute that into your softwares that you're making. Keep grinding capital so you can put that in your stock account and buy the lows. Let's get to it. I want you guys to be looking good, feeling good. Feeling good. Big on the feeling good. Because people think feeling good comes from things like lust. No. That'll just leave you feeling guilt and shame and sadness. Think it comes from drugs. No. Could potentially leave you dead and lazy. Your love for God is going to determine how successful you'll be. Because if you love God, you'll completely trust him. And if you completely trust God, you will not be held back by that job, by those peers, that relationship you're in, by your parents. How can anything hold you back when your love for God is that strong? And God wants you to win. God loves us for sure. God absolutely loves us. That's why in Quran, he tells us to spend moderately. It's a reason. So we're not out here just wasting money for no reason. Not out here just buying DoorDash instead of buying groceries so you can have more money for ads and then your trading account. Some of you guys are literally just out here living sloppy, living undisciplined, and then you say you want to get to the next level, or you want to hate on a person who's grinding, putting in 12, 16 hours a day. Get out of here, man. Watch out. Watch out. And if you're getting hated on right now by anyone and you're grinding, it's because you're different. Because you walk in that room, your energy is just captivating. You walk in that room with your head held high. I don't care if you're a man or a woman. You walk in that room determined. And people could feel that, man. People could feel that. And don't be scared. Even if you're alone right now, don't be scared. There will be people on your path. Just stay focused. Don't go backwards trying to kick it with people who aren't grinding. Stay focused and go forward on your path. And one thing, too, that I had to learn myself, you can't save everybody at all. Don't think you could save everybody. Stop thinking that. Okay, if you think that, don't think that. Change your mindset, change the way you're thinking. And I want you guys to really get to the next level. And you can learn how to get to the next level at Stackmode.net, where you guys can join the Stackmode Network, where you guys can be successful, and where I can help you guys level up. I love you guys so much. Stay prayed to God. Keep grinding. I'm going to catch y'all on the next one. Peace. I want y'all to stay away from negativity. That is not going to keep your life going forward. It's not going to do anything for you. Negative people around you, negative people not believing in your dreams, people who don't have anything positive to say, people who don't wake up every single day and pour positivity and love and good ideas back out into the universe. That's really just the difference between a negative person and somebody who's really trying to propel society forward. So, watch who you're around. Like, really watch who you're around. You guys can fall into a sense of maybe needing to feel comfortable or being around certain people. You don't need to be around those negative people talking about things you don't believe in, having ideas or different perspectives than you have, right? I'm not saying everyone's going to be just like you, but try and stay around people who have a positive mindset. Try and stay around people who genuinely believe in your goals, and try and stay around people who have things going on for themselves. You know, I'm at the beach right now. I'm chilling out. You know, thank God, alhamdulillah, all credit to God. But not only would I not be here without God, I would not be here without God. Absolutely not. But I would not be here without the positive network that I've had around me, or without the certain people in my lives telling me to keep going, even while other people were hating on me. Even while people who didn't believe in me, who now do believe in me, didn't see the vision. They didn't understand what I was talking about, thinking I was crazy, thinking that they knew what I was going to be. And that's why I just want to tell you guys here personally, don't ever let people tell you what you're going to be. If someone tells you you're going to be X, Y, and Z, and you know in your soul, in your spirit, and in your body, you don't want to be that, or that you're not that negative connotation, or if they told you you're going to be a bum, if they told you aren't going to succeed, if they told you your business is not going to work, if they told you your ideas weren't creative, fresh, or new, and innovative, and world-changing, why are you around them? And you also need to learn to take pieces of that, take the negativity, and just go forward. Okay? Learn to just go forward. So I just want you guys to understand that in order to get to the next level, you have to watch who you're around. Your energy is really, really important. How you perceive the world, how you perceive your reality, it's really, really important. And that's why I say try and stick around positive people only. People who have things going on for themselves. Don't just sit around people talking about negativity, talking about politics, talking about other people all the time. Focus on yourself. Most importantly, focus on God. How's your relationship with God? You know? And what are you guys, this is why I love Rick Ross. Shout out Rick Ross. That's someone I really look up to, and he's an inspiration. And he asked himself, or he posted on his story, what are you trending for? What are you trending for? Are you trending for getting money? Are you trending for being a real human, being a real man, being a real woman? Are you trending for being honest? Are you trending for motivating people and helping get people to their destinations and their landmarks? Are you helping people get to the next level? That's what separates the consumers versus the producers. That's what separates the people on this earth who are just wandering and the people on this earth who have created what we have. The cars that we drive, the tables that we use, the floors that we walk on, the AC that was used, all just an idea at one point in time. Keep that in mind. All just an idea at one point in time. How world changing are your ideas? How hard are you going to change the world? What piece of the world are you trying to change? What piece of the world are you trying to improve? Are you trying to improve or motivate the whole world? A lot of that really depends. And in order to see that success that you want to see, in order to get to this next level, it's important. It's real important that we're focused on God, most importantly, and that we have a positive outlook on life. Sometimes people just have a straight negative mindset. I don't like to hang around negative people. Negative people, I don't hang around. I don't hang around. I'm not gonna lie. I don't hang around no negative people. I don't like controlling people. And if you guys feel like you need to get away from everybody to flourish, do that. Then you need to do that. Don't let these people destroy your reality. Go hard. Okay? Don't let these people make you think that you shouldn't be here shining bright on this earth. Go hard. Don't be in a moment of darkness. Don't be in a moment of desperation or depression, making you have bad thoughts, making you not cherish and value your life. And it's really important that we focus on positivity. I'm not just at this camera spewing you guys nonsense. I want you guys to get to the next level. I want you to be strategic. And I want you to operate your mind. Before you operate your business, before you even operate your body, your physical, you have to make sure that you're operating your mind first. Operating your mind first really separates the weak from the strong. People talk about the leaders of this world, the people who control the world. The people who control the world, and I'm talking about the humans who control the world, the people who run the governments, they have control over their mind, and they have control over their minds so much that they know how to control other people's minds. So it's really important. This also what I spoke about politics, for example. When you're too caught up in other people's lives, what other people are doing, how are you ever going to think about what you're doing? How are you ever going to think about how you're going to improve or get to the next level or what you're going to do? How? And I just want you guys to understand that people just don't progress in this world because they're focused purely on the wrong thing. And I study older people, for example. Older people are just focused on the wrong thing. Especially. Not every older person, but I feel like my generation, we don't really care for things like going to war, going to cause certain stems of violence. We're trying to propel society forward. We're trying to push peace, love, and positivity. And focusing on your unit, focusing on your team. Try and build a team of positive people who do different things, so you all have a network, and y'all could put each other on different game, etc. But having a network is really powerful. Having a network is extremely powerful. Make sure you have a network of people who can help you in different entities. Say you might have an individual who does rental companies on one side here. Then you might have an individual who trades the market, right? Can tell you about certain plays, can tell you about certain companies that are looking to expand, making certain deals, etc. Pay attention to people who are in shape too. You got to have control over your mind in order to be in shape. Keep in mind, you have to have control over your mind, your body, and your spirit at all times. The success that people crave and the success that people talk about and want to get to the next level towards, and the success that people have in their head, the dreams, the aspirations, the car they want to drive, where they want to live, how they want to hit the beach. You have to ask yourself, is your life in tune with that? Is your life in tune with this lifestyle? I want you to close your eyes and envision absolutely everything that you want right now. Close your eyes and feel it. I want you to feel the car that you want to drive. I want you to feel yourself giving your mom $100,000 if that's what you want to do. Your dad, your grandparents. I want you to feel yourself opening the door to the house that you want to live in. And we're going to take a deep breath right now. And I want y'all to really feel that, man. And then open your eyes and look around. And if your reality is not what it currently wants to be, I need you to pray on it. I need you to ask God to give you all the strength, all the discipline, all the wisdom that you can ask for. And I need you to go hard and go ballistic every single day. I don't care if you're doing nails. I don't care if you're doing tattoos. I don't care if you code websites or make apps for people. I don't care if you are just a social media content creator. I don't care if you do graphic design. I don't care if you play tennis. You gotta go hard. Where's your discipline at? How hungry are you? How motivated are you every single day? We gotta get motivated. We don't have time to focus on negativity or focus on negative people. We gotta get motivated. We gotta be happy. We gotta go hard. We gotta be inspired. And this isn't gonna happen when we're letting ourselves down. This isn't gonna happen, most importantly, when we're letting God down. So stay away from the negativity, man. And woman. Stay away from the sadness. Stay away from the people hating on you. Stay away from the people who aren't living the way that you want to live, trying to tell you something. Because I'm telling you that they're not in the position that you want to be in for a reason, but they're trying to tell you something. Don't listen to these people, man. Get away from them if you can. They're parasites. It's parasites out here, man. It's absolute parasites out here. So all the haters, people who don't believe in your dreams, thank them. Tell them thank you. Because I need you to take all of that negative energy and transmute that. Go forward. Envision yourself at the beach. Envision yourself chilling out. Envision yourself getting to the next level. That's what I want for you. That's how much I care about y'all. That's how much I really love y'all, man. I'm not out here trying to just sell some course. I'm trying to sell love. So I put so much time into my websites, put so much time into the prompt shop, put so much time into the business, put so much time into getting to the next level. And don't let no one try and break you down. Don't let no one try and tell you that they know more than you, when you know you. And I'm not saying be ignorant or don't listen to nobody, but don't let nobody tell you about yourself. Now, if it's a negative thing that you're doing, if it's a negative thing or that you're moving, hear it. If it's something that you truly do need to change it. Go forward, because that's love. But people around here are moving around with too much ego, too much pride. And they don't know how to put that to the side. You got to put your ego and you got to put your pride to the next level. To the side to get to the next level. You got to put your ego and pride to the side to get to the next level. Your mind and how you interpret everything is what's going to calculate your success. You are not going to be successful if you have a negative mindset. Take this beach, for example, right? All behind me, you have stuff like that. We have monuments. We added chairs and stuff like that. Now we even have boats and stuff out inside of the beach to keep people safe. Like, hey, don't go this too far out. This is the red zone right here. Okay, we got stuff to keep people safe. This stuff wasn't here when we first checked this all out. Someone decided to literally tackle the ocean head first, put on all the gear, and they tackled the ocean and said, you know what, I'm gonna conquer this, and created a boat so people can literally travel across the world. It's wild. People were able to take stuff like glass, for example, and make sand into glass. They made sand turn into glass. I learned that through Minecraft. Shout out Minecraft. But the fact that sand is even somewhat in the process of glass, it's wild. It's absolutely crazy what we have on this earth, man. God's earth. And that's why I'm so motivated and so hungry and so passionate about making sure you guys are just happy here on this earth. I don't want y'all sad. I don't want y'all depressed. I don't want y'all angry. I don't want you going through it. That's why I'm on here telling you, if you're around any negative people who aren't trying to push you forward, you should only be around people who are trying to get you right with God. People aren't trying, if they're not trying to get you right with God, what are they on? What are they on? If they're not trying to get you right with God, what are they on? If they're not trying to put some money in your pocket, what are they on? If they're not trying to protect you, what are they on? You gotta ask yourself this in every single scenario. What are they on? What are they on? Those people who are around you, do they really love you for you? Do they really hold you down? Do they really want to see you win? Because if so, help them. Help them, man. That means they're meant to be on your team. Take care of your team. If they really love you for real, if they're really in your corner, if they're really there for you, take care of your team. Hold your people down. Hold your team down. But your team will have to sacrifice for you. If you notice your team member doing you wrong, poisoning the team, it's time to let the team member go. It's time to let the team member go. Because they're weighing down the team. We really trying to build the team here. We're really trying to go hard. And we can't go hard when your brain is diluted by stupidity. Because you're so angry hanging around the wrong crowd. You should have free mental real estate. Your mind should be clear. Your mind should be absolutely clear. Okay? Clear. It should be clear. I need you to focus, man. Focus. 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 Get to the next level and focus. Live out your life and live out your dreams. It's imperative, man. It's imperative that we just don't give up. And it's imperative that you go hard. All right? Don't give up either. Times may get difficult. There might be times where you're not feeling encouraged. There might be times where you're not feeling motivated. But honestly, truthfully, those are the times to go the hardest. To be completely honest and sincere. Those are the times where you should be the hungriest. Those are the times where you need to want it the most. It's the times where you're just not feeling it. Go hard. Whenever you're not feeling it, that just means double down and go 50 times harder. Go 50 times harder. Because I need y'all to win. I need y'all to win. I need y'all to win. I love you so much. Stay prayerful to God. Keep grinding. I'm going to catch y'all on the next one, man. Peace.
So if you don't know, what controls the price of your rent, your groceries, the gas prices, as well as the crypto and stock market is going to be something called the Consumer Price Index, also known as the CPI. CPI is basically a giant shopping list that the government tracks every single month. They track food, housing, transportation, medical care, all the essentials. And when the total price of that basket goes up, inflation goes up. When it goes down, then inflation eases. And it sounds simple, but here's the catch. Even a small change can shift interest rates dramatically, which can impact your investments and even move the entire economy. Let's go and let's jump into what CPI is and how we can understand what the report is. Inshallah. So let's understand the Consumer Price Index, also known as the CPI. It's going to be extremely simple, and I want to break it down. I want you guys to understand. Let's go. So what is the CPI in the first place? So the CPI, think of it as a basket of goods. So imagine a giant shopping cart that represents what the average American buys. This is going to go ahead and represent gas prices, groceries prices, food prices, the price of the current rent, housing, etc. Okay, all of this is going to be compiled into a big list, and the government tracks everything. And depending on how much this stuff costs, is going to give us a certain result based on the CPI report. So the Bureau of Labor Statistics, also known as the BLS, tracks the price of this specific basket every single month to measure inflation. Okay, so they measure housing, food and beverages, car prices, okay, and things related to cars as well too. Cars themselves, gas prices, and even ticket prices for planes and stuff, etc. Okay, and as well as the medical care prices, prices of certain pills, prices of certain procedures, etc. All of that gets tracked by the Bureau of Labor Statistics and gets put into a big report, and that lets us know how well the economy is doing. Okay, so let's continue on, and breaking it down and understanding this is really going to help us know, okay, is the market in a desperate period right now? Are people saving right now? Are people selling their houses right now? Okay, and you really got to ask yourself a couple of questions and put things into perspective. Okay, so let's continue on and let's understand what the CPI is. So let's talk about measuring the inflation. Okay, measuring inflation. So the year over year review, YOY. Okay, when you hear inflation is 5%, it means that the basket of goods cost 5% more today than it did 12 months ago. So that means that the price of a hot dog, let's say in 2015, let's say the price of a hot dog was $2. If in 2025, the price of the hot dog is now $6, okay, inflation occurred. The price went up. The price of the hot dog got more expensive year after year after year. So within a 10-year span, hot dogs went from $2 to $6. So that means that it got $4 more expensive just because time occurred. So that's what inflation is, when stuff is getting more expensive over time. And the reason why that's occurring is because more dollars are getting printed. The more dollars that get printed, then the more prices have to equate for that. Prices are going to equate with how many dollars are available. If there's a lot more dollars getting printed year after year after year after year, then logically things have to result and coincide with that and get more expensive. So why investors even care in the first place? So if inflation is 5% and your portfolio grew 4%, then you actually lost purchasing power. Okay. And the core versus the headline. So stripping the noise. So there's going to be two main types of CPI numbers that are going to go ahead and be released. So there's going to be the headline CPI. The headline CPI is everything in the basket. Once again, we're calculating the food, rent, gas prices, okay, price of certain waters, whether that be for water in our houses, for shower, toilets, etc., or the price of bottled water, okay, price of ice cream. All of that is going to be calculated inside of the basket. And the actual raw number is going to let us know how much Americans are spending on consumerism. That's why it's called the CPI. consumer price index, letting us know how much the economy has consumed. And the core CPI, okay, it removes the food and energy prices from the equation. So the core CPI removes food and energy prices because food and gas prices are going to be volatile. They change every single week, okay? And they change a lot quicker than other things as well too. Okay, food can be thrown on sale one day. A box of macaroni could be $5. Okay, you come back to the store next week, it's back again at $15. Same thing with gas. You could go to one gas station, they might be charging you $3 a gallon for some 87, and then at another gas station for some 87, it might cost you $2.79. Okay, so it's really going to go ahead and differentiate, and food and energy are going to be a lot more volatile than other things related into the basket. So the Fed prefers just the core CPI, and the core CPI is the number calculated in the basket of the stuff that Americans are consuming, okay? And other countries have CPI too, but in this case, we'll just talk about US, but it takes the amount of resources that a country is consuming, and the core CPI report is just going to go ahead and remove food and gas prices since they're volatile and could hedge the numbers and make them spike up higher than they maybe should be. So the federal connection. So we'll talk about the policy tool. The Federal Reserve has a mandate to keep inflation at around 2%. 2% is going to be a pretty stable rate, and that's letting us know that the economy is not going in haywire. So a high CPI, the Fed will raise interest rates to cool the economy down, which is going to be really bad for stocks and bonds. If people are paying more money in percentage yields on interest, then that's going to go ahead and leave them less money to invest. Or what people would go ahead and do is take out their investments in order to make up for certain interest rates getting more expensive, etc. And we'll talk about a low CPI rate. So when the economy is in a good position, it's very stable, and it's in a cool position, the Fed may lower the interest rates to stimulate the growth because people are going to be paying back less in loans, paying back less in debt, etc., leaving a lot more supplemental income to invest into stocks. So when the CPI report is low, a lot of the times you start seeing market burst up in an upwards direction because it's letting us know that everyone else has money, and the stock market and crypto market, we move as whales and sheeps. Everyone has to be doing the same thing in order for the market to move. Everyone has to be buying at once in order for it to go up, and everyone has to be selling in order for it to go down. So that's why it's really imperative to make sure you're trading with the trend. If you're not trading with the trend, you're just going to be losing money for no reason. And that's why Wall Street really holds its breath on CPI release date. It's really a big report that predicts what the Fed will do next, and a big predictor on how the market will move. A lot of times right after the CPI report drops, especially if you're a futures or Forex trader, you can get on your 1 minute and you could see the actual candle of CPI. So seeing that and watching those month after month after month of CPIs really taught me and let me know how the market decides to trend after CPI report hits the market. And market volatility, so the tantrum that it throws. So algorithms read the CPI report in milliseconds, and the market reaction can be extremely violent. In a second, CPI could make the market zip down or burst in an upwards direction. And once again, if you're on your futures 1 minute, you can see it and see the news directly. And CPI coming in hot is going to mean that stocks have a higher chance to drop in a downwards direction due to the fact that interest rates are going to be higher. So interest is going to be bad. There's a reason why God talks about it in a negative manner. Interest does not benefit anything. Interest only hurts. It hurts the people, hurts the stock market, and it just leaves us less money in order for actually building our actual assets, whether be it for real estate, building your stock portfolio, etc. And if the CPI report comes in cool and lower, a lot of the time stock has a good chance to rally in an upwards direction. Same thing with the indexes known as the NQ, which is going to represent for the NASDAQ 100. You're going to have the ES, which is going to represent the S&P 500. You're going to have the Dow Jones, which is going to represent the YM, also known as US 30. Okay, so each one of these things are going to be affected by the CPI. So CPI is an extremely, extremely, extremely important report. And what you might see actually a lot of the times is price action slowing down, getting a little choppy, getting a little slow before the CPI report comes out, because people are holding their tongues, they're freezing their wallet. They're like, hold on, before I deploy this bread, let me make sure market's doing what it actually needs to be doing. And then boom, they're going to go ahead and put that money down. So watch the trend. One bad month is not a crisis, but a trend is. Watch how the trend shifts after CPI. Does market want to head in an upwards direction? Does market want to go in a negative direction? Okay, and for how long? Make sure you're trading with the trend. Trading with the trend is going to be the separation tool between being profitable and unprofitable. Okay, you have to make the decision that the market is making. Otherwise, you will lose money. If market's going in an upwards direction, that is the direction that you should be playing in. And it's not at all-time highs, then that's how you should be playing. Okay. If you're on a Forex trade for something like that, for example, and the CPI report comes out and a currency pair starts going downwards, okay, then that's going to go ahead and let you know the trend. I don't care if you're on stocks, Forex, futures, wherever. Be wary of the CPI report, especially before you put in the trade. Okay. Keeping an eye on news. And a lot of the times you'll notice too, news is going to be baked into the price action too. So try not to fight the Fed. If CPI is high and rates stay high, try to adjust your portfolio. Okay. Stay prayed up to God. Keep grinding. If you want to learn more about investing, head over to stackmode.net. I'm here for you guys for any type of situation, whether you guys are struggling with unprofitability, whether you're profitable right now, but you just want to be a little more consistent. You want to see how you can funnel more of your income. Just come book a free call. I'm here for you guys. I'm going to catch you guys in the next one. Peace. Let's go ahead and talk about crypto wallets. So I want to go ahead and break down the difference between hot wallets and cold wallets, as well as keeping your crypto secure by making sure you guys lock down your seed phrase. So let's jump into exactly how we can secure our cryptocurrency. Inshallah, if God wills. Boom. Let's talk about how to secure your crypto like a pro. So if it's not your keys, it's not going to be your coins. I want you guys to understand the difference between ownership and just keeping your keys on a broker that if they get shut down or something like that, you won't have access to your crypto, or they could even limit how much crypto you could send, withdraw, deposit, etc. And that's not what you want. The whole reason we're trading crypto in the first place is so we can have some freedom over our money, inshallah. So let's talk about it. So hot versus cold wallets. So the vital distinction, understanding where your private keys live is going to be step one. Understanding where your private keys live is going to be step number one. So the hot wallet is going to be online. Apps on your phone or your computer, for example, Coinbase or MetaMask, keys are on a device connected to the internet. Convenient, but can be hackable. If people guess your Google or hack into your 2FA or multi-factor authentication, etc., then they're going to be able to have access to your crypto. Not what you want, because then they're going to have access to your money. So let's talk about what a cold wallet is. So a cold wallet could be like a USB drive, a little block device, etc. And it's going to be a physical device, and it's a hardware wallet that stores keys offline. And it never touches the internet, and it only signs transactions. So what you can do is buy your crypto on a hot wallet and then transfer it to a offline cold wallet. So it's kind of going to be like cash, but cryptocurrency. So you guys are going to be able to transfer it to hot wallets and transfer it to your bank if you ever need to, etc. So a cold wallet is pretty much going to be like cash, but for crypto. And a hot wallet is going to be like the online live store where you can purchase and store cryptocurrency as well too, but it comes with limitations. Let's continue on. So the seed phrase, also known as the recovery phrase, make sure you guys keep this safe. I don't care if you guys put it inside of a notebook, if you guys write down the keys on a piece of paper. A lot of the times it's going to be a 12 to 24 key word phrase. Okay. And it's going to be random words like this. So for instance, like which, collapse, practice, feed, etc. And then 24, some brokers only do 12. Okay. So when you create a wallet, you get 12 or 24 random words. And this is going to be the key to your vault pretty much. If you lose the words, okay, then you cannot get access to your vault. Once again, if you lose the words, you're not going to be able to gain access to your vault. So never type it in on a computer unless it's somewhere where you feel it's secure and safe. Try not to take
photos of it because people can hack into your iCloud. I'm not too sure about Google. I haven't had a Samsung phone in a few years, but I'm sure there's going to be ways that people could access your photos too. And try to write it down on like a piece of paper, multiple piece of paper if you can. Store it somewhere, you know, in case paper gets burned, lost, wet, etc. And try and just store it, password protect it. If you do store it online, there's going to be ways to password protect your documents. You guys can put it inside of a WinRAR file. WinRAR is going to look like the stack of books. It's going to be an icon. And you should be able to put a .text file, .txt. And you could put it inside the WinRAR and then password protect it. And then you could upload it somewhere, wherever you want, because only you know the password at the end of the day. So keep these words secure and safe. Please, for the love of God, do not lose these words. And there's going to be a lot of phishing scams and stuff like that too. You're going to see online like, hey, I lost my account. And it's going to be a bunch of random words like this. They want you to log in, buy crypto, and they're going to try and take your money. So never try and take people's money. Never log into somebody else's wallet. Okay, be righteous, be focused on God, and be focused on your bag. Stay in your bag. Don't try and scam. Don't try and do little weird stuff trying to get some money real quick. Stop it. Okay, be genuine, work hard, and most importantly, pray every day. So keep these words secure. And you guys can also keep these words for your kids, your family down the line, etc. Just as long as you keep it secure. Stuff happens in life though. Once again, papers could get wet, fires, etc. A lot of stuff goes down. But if you write it down like some metal, keep it with you, and upload it to multiple sources with a password protected form, then you could have your money secure in a nice way. Let's continue on. So hardware wallets, okay, the standard. Boom. Physical security. To be a pro, you must move significant funds off exchanges such as Coinbase, okay? And how it works. The device generates keys internally, and the keys never leave the chip at all. And you must physically press buttons on the device to approve any outgoing money. So hackers cannot press the buttons remotely. You got to have the actual cold device in front of you. Now, you can't be running your mouth telling everyone on the block like, yo, I got 10,000, I got $1 million on my crypto wallet right now. You know what I'm saying? That's not playing a good game. Still, you got to be secure, just like if you have cash. You know, you got to worry about little security things. And for verification, you must physically press buttons on the device to approve anything. Okay, so unless somebody actually has it or rob you, God forbid, okay, keep it safe, keep it locked away, keep it inside of a safe, even if you got to, and just keep it secure. And some popular brands are going to go ahead and be Trezor, there's Ledger, Cold Card, and Bitbox. There's going to be some other ones as well too, and they pretty much just look like little USB devices. Now, let me go ahead and tell you guys about something. May God bless his soul. There is a guy who lost his hardware wallet, and he had a bunch of cryptocurrency on it. And he spent millions of dollars clearing a trash excavation site trying to look for it because he accidentally threw it away. So it just like cash, you got to take care of it. There's been times where I've had cash inside of my coat pocket, and I accidentally put it inside of the washing machine. And thank God you could wash cash, so it was okay. But like little things like that, like you got to just be on top of it if you're going to have a cold wallet. So if you're lazy, if you're not consistent with your things, you know what I'm saying, things like that might got to change. Pray on it, get better, improve, and just understand that the hardware wallet and cold wallets, you got to take care of them. It's going to be secure, but you got to keep it secure yourself in real life. All right. And the passphrase, the 25th word, the hidden wallet. Advanced security feature supported by most hardware wallets. So the seed phrase plus the passphrase equals a totally new wallet. So if someone finds your 24 words, God forbid, they see wallet A, okay, and it's going to be more of a decoy, okay, a dummy, a fake, but your real money is going to be in your wallet B, which requires the extra word that you memorize. So if you forget the passphrase, then the funds are going to be lost forever. No recovery, there's no support you can go run to like, hey, I lost my money. Like, no, you want to play cryptocurrency, you want to invest in a cryptocurrency, you got to have the responsibility of pretty much being your own bank. Okay, you control when you send your transactions, you control how you store your transactions, and be on top of your stuff. Okay, just like if you're your own bank, you could choose between cash, digital currency, etc., whatever you want. Okay. Same thing with cryptocurrency. You can go hot wallets, cold wallets, find your sauce, do your thing, and do what feels right for you. Okay. If it feels right in your stomach, then that's just what it needs to be. Okay. So fire and flood protection. So paper burns. Psh. Writing your seed phrase on paper is going to be risky. Houses burn down, pipes burst, stuff could get wet. So you could use things like steel plates. Use a center punch, if you guys have ever seen that, kind of like the things that look like Braille. So you could use a center punch, or you could use tiles to record your seed words on a stainless steel or titanium surface. This way that if anything happens, such as a disaster, God forbid, as long as you don't lose it, it's going to go ahead and be indestructible for the most part. It can survive house fires up to 2,500 degrees Fahrenheit and corrosion, and as well as any water and things like that. And it's just a one-time cost, kind of like a safe if you wanted to keep your cash, jewelry, etc. safe. So it's a small price to pay to secure your life savings absolutely forever. So keep that in mind. There's going to be multiple things you could do, multiple ways you guys are going to be able to keep your money secure and safe. But keep your money to yourself. Okay, evil eye is going to be a very real thing in the world, sadly. So don't be running around telling everyone on the block where you have your cold wallet, where you have your phrase, etc. Okay, keep it just between you and your family, inshallah. So as far as the security checklist, right, let's ask ourselves, do we buy a hardware wallet? Okay, because if not, you could go ahead and invest into a Treasure, Ledger. There's going to be multiple ones you could check out. Hop on Amazon, eBay, the internet. There's going to be some hardware wallets you could check out. Okay, God wills. And write the seed phrase on steel. Try not to do it digitally just in case you ever get hacked, God forbid. And never type the seed phrase into a computer or a browser unless it's password protected. If it's password protected, okay. And try to use the extra passphrase for extreme large amounts in case somebody ever gets your 24 words. And always do a small test transaction first. Okay, you want to do a small test transaction first. So that's going to go ahead and be it. I love you guys so much. Stay prayed up to God. Keep grinding. Don't ever give up, even when things get hard. Pray to God every single day. Try to work out if you guys are feeling any type of anxiety or anything like that about your money. Keep it secure and don't be overly boastful. Okay, spend moderately, and catch you guys in the next one. Read Quran and listen to God. It's the easiest way to be successful. Catch you guys in the next one. Peace.
If you're using Linktree, Jotform, Typeform, or you're just tired of your website not making sales, I'm going to give you guys the full guide on how to actually start making some conversions. Just listen closely, pay attention, and let's solve your problems if God wills. Let's go. All right, so let's go and let's talk about some website psychology here. So you guys need to understand that your site has to be interactive. It has to be emotionally intertwined with your user. What value is your user getting when they come on your site? Ask yourself that question, okay? What value is your user getting when they come onto your site? Some of you guys are trying to get into the user's wallet way too fast. You need to be getting into their heart. You need to be understanding that your site can't just be a bunch of text slop, okay? Or just a bunch of animated 3D slop as well too. Some of you guys are focusing way too much on looks instead of actual compatibility. You have to think about people on lower end spec computers, people who don't have great Wi-Fi, and especially if you're running a service in an instance to where people are trying to learn how to make more money, you want to be coming into a place to where your site can be loading quickly, okay? So if you want your site to load fast, you can't over animate your site. What you can do to still make your site extremely engaging is a format that you can get in the brand boost, where you can book at stackmode.net, but taking kind of the quiz format, you know, building that into your site. So let's go and let's check this out here. So the first thing I asked the user here is, how do you want to build wealth and scale your income? Okay, that's what my services are, helping you make more money, whether it be through business or on the charts. That's just what I do. So you can learn multiple high income digital skills, building a powerful brand and automated business, or mastering the financial markets and algorithms. Okay, be able to choose what you want. So if you want to master the markets, cool, we'll go here.
What would elevate your trading to the institutional level? Okay. Psychology. What is your primary goal as a trader for the next 6 months? I want to achieve consistent daily profitability. How do you prefer to reach peak performance? Let's say I'm a self-paced kind of person. Then the academy is going to be for you. Okay, let's go ahead and go through it again. So mastering the financial markets. Let's say I want a proven strategy. I want to automate my entire analysis workflow. Okay, and I want some direct one-on-one mentorship. And instead, it's going to take you to the one-on-one trading mentorship. Okay, so each question is going to bring you to a different section. Okay, it's going to be completely optimized for users. Okay, it's going to be completely optimized for you. Okay, so checking out here, we have the prompt engine, the prompt prompt here, giving straight value. Okay, giving straight value. You're going to be able to check out some certain prompts here and copy and paste them and use them to build whatever you need to do. Here's an example of just a clean section of reviews too. People should be able to see what type of results your site gives or what type of value you provide. Clean, simple, pretty much kindergarten level site. Okay, it's going to be the highest converting. Do not over explain on your sites. Okay, do not get into a place where you start over explaining everything for no reason. Don't do that. Okay, don't do that. So here, once again, results section. Okay, you want to have real proof as well too of people actually succeeding of your service or product. Now this is really going to depend too. If you're more of a personal brand, reviews are really going to help you in your portfolio and stuff like that. But if you're not a personal brand, then you still want to have a clean understanding of what the user is going to get. So, and this should be explained and given to them very, very easily and quickly. Okay. So here we'll go over the prompt shop. So even if I wanted to view this prompt here, copy this prompt, you could use this. Okay, you could use this prompt too. Feel free to use and get any prompt that you want. Okay, once again, just giving straight value. Straight value. So I'm logged in here if I'm not mistaken. So if I go to the brand boost here, clear value as soon as the text comes up. You don't even have to make this animated if you don't want. Simple sites are really the highest converting sites. But once again, what's really going to separate these sites from other sites are going to be your questions. Okay, focus on your questions. The questionnaire system, and if you guys want a site built with the questionnaire system, head over to stackmode.net. I'll get you right. Okay, but the questionnaire system makes it very engaging. So it's holding back your income. So let's say people are struggling with visibility and people want to make an extra $50K per month. And people might be concerned that they can't afford it. Okay, they want to stop chasing clients. So let's say they have a few questions. Then boom, then they'll come with me on the brand boost. Okay, so it really, really depends on what they depend. And the start over button, they might want to run it back and change a couple of things. So have different sections. Once again, your portfolio on the site too. Show them what you've done. Show them the progression that you've made. Show them certain things and certain value that you just give in all aspects, So here, once again, we'll go over the pricing page too. Very, very clean. It's a very, very clean pricing page. Very, very simple value that we just give here. So we have $1,000 mentorship, $50 a month group people pay for, and then the $4 a month for the architect role. So your pricing page, make it very, very structured. Understand that your pricing page has to be in a format to where you just need to have clear value. Okay, clear value on your site. So once again, for the brand boost custom, simple check marks here, simple check marks here, simple check marks here, simple check marks here. Really, really grabbing their attention and letting them know that they're going to be gaining success if they select any of the options.
So really, really a lot of psychology in every little icon, and you have to think of it like that. So the question format, once again, it's very, very strong, very powerful. And you guys can head over to Stackmode.net if you want a site built with the question format. And the reason why you want your site built with the question format built inside of the site, actually, instead of using external links, is because when you start using external links, you're running into load time issues. Once again, you have to think about people in other countries. You have to think about people who don't have good Wi-Fi or who don't have good computers. People are going to click off of your site or not going to be able to participate in whatever good service you actually do have because your site isn't going to be loading fast. So you have to think about everybody. Okay, think about all types of users, and your site doesn't have to be over animated. Do not over animate your site. Okay, I'm going to say it once again. Yes, we do have very powerful tools. We have Claude Code, Opus, Cursor, VS Code, just manual CSS coding as well too. A lot of cool stuff you can do. Okay, but the furthest I would go is like 2D animations using CSS. Just copies and paste this. Okay, but over animating your site is gonna be thumbs down. Okay, it's gonna be completely thumbs down. So understand that you do not want people to click away from your site. As soon as they land, give them value, give them something to do. Okay, give them an activity, give them a login, either that or directly give them the buttons. Or what was really popular for a lot of people was the VSL. That stands for video sales letter. A lot of people like to put the video at the very top, but a lot of people get tired of that. So I feel like the question format is going to be the next strongest format for the websites. So instead of the VSL, this format here, very, very strong. Gonna try this out for a couple of years. Honestly, gonna gain some data on this, see how this does compared to traditional button websites. And we're gonna go ahead and see how certain things can progress, especially as we just continue to keep building. So just because AI is out, don't over animate your site. Have a pretty static site. And if you look up some of the most profitable companies, you'll actually notice their site is quite static. They might have examples, but for the most part, their examples are in a framework where you're still going to be able to see what type of value you get, but it's not going to be destroying your RAM usage. For example, if you have Chrome and you only have like 4 gigabytes of RAM on the laptop, you know what I'm saying? You want to think about those users. So it's really, really important. Don't destroy your sales because you want to over animate your site. 2D is cool. Once again, I'm going to say it one more time. 2D is cool. Okay? So check out Stackmode.net if you guys want a site built just like this. Stay prayed to God. Keep grinding. Catch you guys in the next one. Peace. Yes, sir. Boom. Profit. All credit to God. So, one, very, very happy that I exited the corporate field. Business has been going well. Just been working on my SaaS. And I just want to let you guys know I wouldn't have any of the success without God. I'm on my 3rd read of Quran. And this book has really helped me push through a lot of depression. It's put a lot of things into perspective for me that's been going on within my life. It teaches you a lot about relationships, family, how people maneuver in this world. And it's just a lot of just general psychology in there. So yeah, about to go ahead and get started on the day. About to go ahead and push forward and keep grinding. So today I need to finish the client's site, get him shipped up and stuff like that. Just took a shower, so excuse the water coming down on my face. But yeah, what I need to go ahead and do is I need to get into the groove. So I just put on some drip for the day, you know, some good professional drip. About to go start my stream up and stuff like that and start working on the client site. So when you're making money online, you can't think of yesterday as, oh my gosh, that was the best day in the entire world. No, don't do that. Okay, don't do that. Don't over glorify your profits. Like, don't over glorify the fact that you made $1,000 2 weeks ago and keep thinking about that. No, think about how you can just make more money next time. You know what I'm saying? How you can make more money next time in a better way. I'm finna
roll up a little bit of Wawa. That was it. Got some loose leaves here. So yeah, well, roll up while I talk to y'all. But yeah, man. Just another thing too, for any of you guys who do smoke the herbs out there, understand that you're the only thing that can slow you down. You know what I'm saying? If you're generally an already like inconsistent or lazy person, right? Smoking is gonna like slow you down even more. That's just gonna be straight up the honest truth. So if you're already a lazy person, someone who's not consistent, someone who doesn't know how to scale or build or be disciplined regardless of like outside factors, regardless of if you're feeling tired or and stuff like that, then I'm really telling you guys, like this right here, even though it's getting more legal everywhere, right? This right here, it can slow you down. And I'm just gonna like keep it completely transparent and honest with you guys, because you know we're here, we're real humans, you know. And that's why I did challenge myself to read Quran too, just because, you know, I don't drink alcohol, but God did create all the herbs. So I'm really, really big on the herbs. I also take ashwagandha, a lot of ginkgo biloba as well too. Here's the chill pill. You guys can get this on Amazon. And some cordyceps and reishi mushrooms and stuff like that too. So yeah, I just want to be fully transparent with you guys, man, on like what I do, how I like actually live, and yeah, the things I like actually have going on. So mushrooms are really, really, really good too. There's a lot of different types of mushrooms other than the psychedelic ones, of course, but there's a lot of ones you guys can get on Amazon, and like the mental benefits is, it's nice. It's really, really nice, especially when you're off Rodila Rosa. It's like a natural antidepressant. If you guys struggle with anxiety or fear, or if you guys have any like just feelings of the fact that you won't make it, that you won't succeed, you know, a lot of the herbs and stuff like that can really help you out. I've been taking them for a few years, especially like ashwagandha and stuff like that really helps balance out like cortisol and stuff like that. So I just want to come on here and just be real with y'all, man. You know, I just want to come on here and be fully transparent and just be open. You know, there's no more hiding myself. Tomorrow's not promised. So I've realized that the more transparent I be with you guys, that the more real you'll be able to actually feel me. You know, I'm just a real person trying to grind. You know, yes, I have acquired a little bit of success and a little bit of things, right? Asset wise, all credit to God. But I would not have these things without God. And there's also times where I'm extremely flawed too, you know? So just want to always be transparent with y'all. And just keep it real. You know what I'm saying? Don't let people dictate your life. You know what I'm saying? Don't let these humans dictate like what you enjoy. That's going to be a big piece of advice that I have to give you, especially if you're going to go into business. Do not let humans dictate like what you think success is. You know what I'm saying? If you think success is doing X, Y, and Z, right, and someone doesn't agree, then that's fine, right? But if that person continues to be around and they don't agree with what you think success is, then that could frustrate you. It really could frustrate you. See me rolling up, we good. Rolling up big John here. But yeah, that really could frustrate you. And I don't want you to be into the framework of where you are frustrated for literally no reason. Because people just around you don't see your vision, aren't believing in you. And that can be really, really frustrating, man. I'm telling you, it can be really, really frustrating. Growing up, was told that I just had to go to school. And especially after moving to Vegas on my own, it made me realize like, okay, like you can do what you want to do on this earth. And as long as you take care of yourself and you pay your bills, you're good. So just do what makes you happy. You know what I'm saying? Now, if wickedness makes you happy, you got to rechange that mindset. But if what makes you happy isn't harming anyone on this earth, you're not harming yourself. You're not spreading negativity. You know what I'm saying? That's you. Do that. You know what I'm saying? Because I just want you guys to just be happy on this earth, man. Like, tomorrow is not even promised. So just being transparent. And, like, I'm not going to be on here playing perfect either. Like, y'all might see me in the suit and the nice clothes and stuff like that. But I'm just a real human, man. I just wake up, I pray to God, and I just try and get to some cheese. Like, that's all I do every single day. I'm not in the business of hurting nobody. I'm not in the business of sliming nobody. I'm not in the business of, like, breaking promises or robbing people. You know what I'm saying? That's why I'm really adamant on my clients' success. I'm big on making sure that they can win. I'm big on making sure that they can get to the next level. I'm big on making sure that we're going to be able to succeed. You know what I'm saying? But how are we going to succeed if our mental and our mindset is not ready for the success? So we have to train our mindset. Okay, it's really important that you're consistent. The more consistent you are, the more your mindset is just built up. You know, the more consistent you are, the more your mindset is built up. So focus on consistency. Cut this off. Focus on your consistency and just watch how things translate in your life. That's really why I love praying 5 times a day. Islam really saved my life. Alhamdulillah, all credit to God. And I know what you guys might say, oh, but you smoking weed right now. Woo. In my opinion, and just like Quran says, God gave us all the herbs. This isn't an intoxicant to me. When it comes to getting drunk, that makes people do weird stuff. Makes people crash their cars, hurt people, do weird immoral stuff. This right here has you chilling. Do not compare this to alcohol. Do not compare this to alcohol. Not the same thing at all. So I'm just, you know what I'm saying? Got to stand on business with that for sure. For sure. So let me finish up this. Wow. You feel me? Let me finish this up right here. But yeah, man. Just success. I really don't want to write 2 papers. I really just want to do one. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of unraveling here. I'm going to get it, though. But making money in a day, too. Like, you can make like a band a day. You can quit your job. And it might not be immediately, but as long as you have good sales skills, like, you can make a band a day for sure. Absolutely. Just depending on what you do. I don't care if it's car sales, even some HVAC guys, you know what I'm saying? No matter what you do, just like scale it up. You know what I'm saying? Scale it up. When you scale, things get a lot easier to come into perspective. You know what I'm saying? So scale your business. If your business right now, if you feel like you have a great product or you're building a great useful software or a great app, what you need to do is you need to focus more on your marketing. You know what I'm saying? Why is this product or service relatable to people in the real life? So when we start having that mental framework and model and perspective, things change. So think about food, for example, right? We literally need that. So food is a really, really good business to start. It's just about making your food the best. You know what I'm saying? That's why this is a good business too. People kind of need this, especially after long work hours, feeling stressed out, feeling drained. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of factors on why people indulge in this right here. So pinpoint your business to exactly what people need. Once you're able to cross the bridge between someone's need and your product, like if your product becomes the need, then that's how you win. That's genuinely how you win. That's for sure how you win. So you have to make sure that your product becomes a need. Okay, it has to become a need. No ifs, ands, or buts. So I'm about to go hop on the laptop right now. I want to show you guys a little bit of some segments from the claw we went over yesterday as well too. And got some juice ready. Go ahead and get on the laptop. So first thing I do after I pray, workout, and shower and stuff like that too, I'm gonna go ahead and mark it. So I like to get these little excerpts done as well too. Sometimes I'll journal as well too in my journal, but for the most part, I'm gonna go ahead and just get on the laptop and start the workday. And I'm gonna go ahead and catch you guys there. Blam. Yeah, it's different without registered agent. You can do your. You can always change it. Your store location should be fine.
Now is a good time to be in this for domain.
All right, bet. All right, you bought it?
Yeah.
All right. That's it. You're good. Okay. All right, I'm gonna push the site, and then when the site is ready, I'm gonna give you a call back, and then it'll be really, really simple. You just change two settings, and then your site will be live. Cool. Now we have Jared.
All right, but do you need access to the information I just put in there or not?
I was gonna just have yeah. If you wouldn't mind, you could always change the password too. Yeah, because they make it really easy now. Before I would have to say definitely yeah, but they changed the setting to where you only have to click 2 buttons now to make it work now. So it's good. But yeah, I got you though. Bet that.
Is that all the information you need?
Yeah, bet that. I'm about to get straight to work. And then were you able to check out the list? Let's go and we can scan through the list real quick. It's fire. Yeah. And it tracks too. Like it's coded to the network, so it tracks everything that you do. It's not just like a list, it's real interactive, so it's cool. And I know how to make mobile lists, so that was cool. And then you don't even have to do them one by one. You can just scroll through and then click check, and then whichever one you click on, it'll save. Even if you refresh the page or close it and come back later, it'll always save for you. And then really just breaking down what you do, like how you just didn't let that guy go, or how you get them the keys in their hands quickly. Like just little psychology tips like that will pop. Like you'll blow up fast, real fast.
I like that. 90 training weapons.
Yeah.
So that would be like the course.
You could call it whatever you want. You could call it the deal maker school.
No, I'm just saying the full collection would be the 90 training weapons.
Yeah.
30 minutes, and then you break it down: mindset, tactics, system. Okay.
Yeah. It's real cool. My bad, it took me a couple tries. I wanted to make it special. I said, my bad, it took me a couple tries. I wanted to make it special for real. Yeah, make sure it's P.
No, I mean, that makes it extremely easy to break down, though.
Yeah.
Then I can do.
And the psychology videos will be big, bro. Why customers ghost and how to fix it, and you fix it by.
Is this right here my website, or this is a link?
Oh no! This isn't your website. This is it's a custom coded guide for you that's tracked, and you can use this for your video list. Yeah, your website.
I thought this is showing me how I low key am gonna want to set up my school.
Okay, bet. And I like this template too. Just feed me ideas like that. Anything you want, I got you. Bet. Because I like this.
So the school could be kind of set into different subsections.
Yeah.
Kind of how it is right here. You got mindset, tactical, and system.
Mm-hmm.
So mindset's good, tactics is good, process definitely needs to be its own subset column.
Right.
Process needs to be by itself because that's very important in the sales industry. Systems, that's going to be more I would say systems is more like how you set your day up, how to move throughout your day,
okay,
how to have a set schedule, the biggest reason people fail in car sales, and a lot of people don't know this, is a lack of systems. There's so much freedom in car sales. It's very easy to get distracted, or there's just a lot of freedom. Your own individual business, you just work for a business. So it's kind of like if you're somebody who would fail realistically being a business owner, you'll fail trying to be in sales. Okay.
Right.
So it's having a set pair of systems overall for just little shit you have to do daily is extremely important.
Right.
to keep you on track.
Right.
So I
Like,
thought that would be good. It's a cool little and then of course I do a deeper dive into each one of those subsections. Did you need any help? Terry? He is he was out here a second, but he can phone. You doing all right today? I am. How are you? You got your hair done. What's going on? She's in the new X3 doing. Fucking problem. Can you help us back here? She's outside. Back to it like I never left.
all right, bet that. So I got you. Don't even worry about making the WAP. I'll make it for you. I'll make all the sections for you, and then I'm gonna just give you the login.
Say no more.
So I got you. Yeah.
So is WAP like school? Or
Yeah,
like, what's the correlation there?
yeah. It's better than school. I mean, you could go school. I just hate school because everyone uses school. Like, WAP was school before school. But I mean, you could go school, honestly. If you want to go school, we could go school. So actually, the problem with school, I think you got to pay for school.
I'm telling you, ladies just came in doing X3. Well, hello, everyone.
Wait, school free?
I swear niggas be going through shit, bro. Like, this nigga looks so depressed.
Yeah, I'm gonna go. That's great.
I'm gonna pray for my brother, man.
No,
Wow.
I'm bro. I think the problem with school, I think school, you gotta pay for school. That's
so
what.
you would wait until the community got bigger and then move over.
Well, I mean, WAP is bigger than school.
Oh, really?
Yeah, WAP is huge. You make enough sales on WAP, they'll like fly you out and like here's the WAP YouTube channel here. They're huge. This is also why like you can get an opportunity for this. School is created by Alex Hermosi and he just like exited it. But WAP actually has like a home team that like really cares. So you'll get a chance to get a video on these, and this is a lot of exposure. So this is why I say go with WAP. Yeah, WAP is just School. Alex Hermosi just like hired some coders to make school. Like as you see, like school doesn't even have its own YouTube page. Alex Hermosi just literally made school real quick, promoted it, and exited it. But WAP, like they really care. They have a real team, family behind it. They'll fly you out and they do cool stuff with you.
Okay.
So yeah. School is just a money grab for him. Yeah. But yeah. Cool. So bet that, man. We got the domain. I'm gonna go ahead and keep getting to work. I need to finish this stuff ASAP and get everything launched, get the WAP created, and yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and work on some animations and stuff like that too. And then yeah, let's get this stuff done, man. So guys, I wanted to talk about something too while I'm just working and blasting. So like as I'm using Stitch and AI and stuff like that, right? I
want to study more of the actual psychology of the sites. You know what I'm saying? So I want to get down more psychology of this. I want to actually get down like retention, and I want to get down. Yeah. Okay. Okay. All right. Let me think a little differently here. Certain things like animation cursors or like eyes or like maybe like a wheel, like things need to be specified for the site. I need to be going harder than that. It can't just be boring landing pages. You know what I'm saying? Let's increase conversions as much as possible by making sure we have animated sections. And you see a lot of people going super duper hard with these 3D animated sections, right? But then check out something like Supabase, for example. You head over to like a Supabase, very clean SaaS layout. You know what I'm saying? Even just the Google interface we use, very clean on Supabase. You have nothing but just clean examples here. Very simple CSS. And I'm telling you guys, the sites that overcompensate with 3D animations, you're actually going to get less conversions. It's not going to be as safe because I'm telling you, when you're on slower Wi-Fi, and for example, when I was in Vegas, for example, I was on T-Mobile for like a week or something like that. And I noticed that my site literally wasn't loading quickly. And that was bothering me. That was ruining conversions. And as soon as I changed it back, started getting bookings again. Okay. So your site can't be over animated. Try and stick to SVGs too. SVGs over emojis are going to be really strong. But watch, as you see people get into these hyper animated sites, they're actually going to be losing conversions. I want to optimize my site the most for conversions while having interactive elements, while keeping a nice 2D CSS based system, because it's going to be able to load quickly on, like, if someone's in like a different country, right, and you're trying to sell an education system or something to help them make some more income, right, you want to make it to where the site can load quickly for them. Okay, you don't want the sites to be loading slow. That's a really important thing that people don't talk about. And yeah, I really just wanted to go ahead and break that down and talk about that psychology, or even check out like GitHub. You know what I'm saying? Look at these most popular sites. GitHub is still 2D. You know, even though they have Copilot, you notice that the whole layout of it hasn't changed one bit. You know what I'm saying? So I'm starting to realize that these over animated sites are going to be getting less conversions. They're going to be ruining your conversions. And I'm actually really excited to talk about why 2D CSS is a lot better than 3D CSS. You could incorporate some low resource elements, but I'm telling you, high resource elements, I've experienced firsthand. When you guys are going through that long waiting time, people are going to think your site literally doesn't work, and you're going to be missing out on a lot of conversions for no reason at all. It's going to be really frustrating. It's going to make you angry, and that's not what I want you guys to like run into. So when you're making your site, I need you to think about that. Okay, look at these popular sites that people use. Supabase. What else do people use? You know, Vercel. You know, don't think that these people obviously don't have access to the same projects that me and you do. Of course, they have access to all of these giant 3D animators, but how quickly your site loads is important. Let me see if that even loaded like quickly. You know what I'm saying? Okay. So that's that. Just like fresh. How quickly does it load? I feel like, yeah, my site is clean. I feel like some things could maybe potentially slow it down, but the amount of money you can make with just a simple 2D site, I'm telling you, it's really what you want. I'm telling you. And these people who are going super duper hard trying to make these large scale animated sites, they're not going to make any conversions, or they're not going to make nearly as many conversions as people who stick to the basics. If you do go animations, you know, you go simple animations, right? Nothing catastrophic, nothing crazy. Even Vercel, I don't even know if Vercel has animations on the site itself. I see the navigation bar. Yeah, the navigation bar clearly has a hover. Some buttons have hover, underlines, really just hover, underlines, white borders. Very, very simple. So stick to the simple stuff. Study CSS so you guys can know how to quickly come into the files and edit what you want. I recommend using commands on your VS Code, right? Like if you want to look for something specifically. Like if you want to look for something specifically, I recommend you do Command Shift H, and then from there you're gonna have a search function here. Okay, then from the search function, you can actually look for what you want, and then you could continuously, you know, go from there. So if you wanted to look for something on your site that was specific, or you wanted to change all types of border buttons or styles, just get really, really good. So AI, I'm not saying throw it out the window completely, right? Don't throw AI out the window completely. Mix it up. Mix it up with things. You know, you can throw in a Google Stitch idea, right? You can have a Stitch idea. Take your Stitch idea, right? So from here, Figma, boom, boom, boom. So here, Project Beef, .zip. See if I download the zip here. I like raw files, honestly. Raw files is really, really strong. Yeah, okay. So Stitch. Now I'm going to throw this in my website section here. Take the Stitch, throw it in my client's website here. Now we do have the Stitch. I'm going to throw the Stitch in my source. Okay, so I'm going to throw it in the source. Then from there, I'm going to go back to my VS Code. So I'm not throwing AI completely out the window, but what I'm doing is I'm using AI, incorporating that with my coding knowledge at the same time. So the fact that I know how to edit certain text, if I don't want this to say Jarrett the Deal Maker, you shouldn't have to ask AI to change a piece of text for you. You know what I'm saying? You should know how to get on the page, get to where you need to be, and make the change that you need to. You shouldn't have to ask AI to make a very simple change on something. You know what I'm saying? Just try things out. See what you like, and just make sure that the site functions how you would want the site to function. You know what I'm saying? So test it out. You guys can use it for prototypes and stuff like that too. You know, see how stuff works. I think it's really cool when you're adding just simple, look at that. You know what I'm saying? Just simple elements like that. Just attractive. Honestly, I'm throwing like you could still use stuff like 21st.dev, right? 21st.dev is cool. I like it a lot. 21st.dev, shout out them. But I'm telling you, man, these over 3D compartmentalized sections, some of them can be just poo-poo down the drain, bro. Poo-poo down the drain. Sections like this is doing a little too much. That's kind of doing a lot. This is doing a lot. This is doing way too much. This is doing too much. This is like never loading on no one's site. Conversions. This is cool. I think that's cool. And then of course you can take these and like make them your own and stuff like that. So this site, it's called 21st.dev. So you guys can get little inspirational pieces from the site here. But stay away from 3D. Okay, I would stick to 2D and stick to 2D stuff. 2D stuff is really, really fire. Simple components that work, load fast, and just work well. Okay. So we got newest, popular. Don't just like steal designs too. Try not to do that. Make it your own. If you want to have a menu button, you can do things like that too. Here, or check marks and stuff like that. Very cool. Just some cool stuff that you may need for your site that people have made and coded. So you can come on and just edit these things, fix them how you want. Stuff like this is kind of cool. But just that's a little too much. You want to make sure that the components can load. Conversions. I'm gonna say it one more time. Literally conversions. So, yeah, have you guys ever heard of conversions? So I'm gonna say it one more time. So, your conversions are gonna come from if people can even access the thing in the first place. Okay. This, you see that's lagging, like that's doing bad. Some stuff on 21st.dev can be hot garbage. Try and do not ruin your site with 21st.dev stuff. Okay. Stick to like Animista. You know what I'm saying? We got Animista. Animista is very clean, very 2D. It's not going to be destroying your site. You have a lot of available stuff on Animista too. You guys can also do some tech stuff too on Animista. So this is why I like Animista. Keep your site loading quickly. I'm saying, could do some blur stuff if you want. Could do stuff like that. I think this is really cool. Shadow pop. I think this is cool. Flicker. I think this is cool. I like this a lot, actually. So now what I'm going to go ahead and do, after I've seen what I actually like this a lot. I really like this. I think this is really clean. So now, first thing I'm going to actually go ahead and do, now that I went ahead and added it to my source folder, I'm going to go back to my source folder here. Okay. Stripe, super base. 2020, yeah, API version. Super base. So these two here, I'm gonna go ahead and fix these errors. I'm gonna go ahead and change this to 2026 here. So let's go ahead and change this to 2026. And then we're going to go ahead and do 03. And then we're going to do 25. Not assignable. Okay, we're going to fix this here. Go to the server, TS. Property get does not exist. Okay. .dahlia. Okay, so I was missing the .dahlia here. And then app info NAS name SaaS app versions 1. Okay. So we're gonna keep this here. That should fix that. So now the config file is good. A lot of the times you can just right click into your error, click on fix straight up, and that helps too. So we're gonna go ahead and check out server.ts here. So let's check out this error. So I like to just read the errors instead of just making sure, like, ask AI, just fix this, just do this. You know, actually like have some kind of introspective of like what's going on your project. So then if something does break in the future, you're gonna be able to go back and understand like, okay, this is what broke my site. Let me go ahead and fix X, Y, and Z. You know what I'm saying? So in here, Oops, did not want to add that B. I meant to add the dot Dahlia back. Whoopsies. Okay. All right, dot Dahlia. Okay, we're good. See, and then once you fix it once with AI, like, study the error. Study what the AI fixed. I'm not gonna lie, that's probably gonna be one of the most efficient ways to learn how to code is see what the AI does, like if you're running into an error, and then after that, you're gonna be able to take that in your own conclusion and then fix any errors going forward. Okay. So here, property get right here. So this property right here has an error. Does not exist on type randomly request cookies. Property set does not exist. Property set does not exist. Okay. So now I'm gonna go ahead and right click this. After I highlight it first, I'm gonna click on fix. So what it's gonna do is gonna squash the errors. Okay, and then I'm gonna look at what it did. So the red is gonna be the old values. When it does yellow, that's gonna be the new values as well too. So I'm gonna be dropping extensions and stuff like that all together, but just because AI is out, that doesn't mean that coding is obsolete at all. Do not think that. It's actually the time to be the best developer that you could be, and you can actually create really, really powerful components quickly. So it's really about now who has the best ideas, who's thinking the deepest, who's thinking the hardest. Because now we have things like Stitch that can get the CSS or the looks out the way. And after you're done focusing on the looks, you can actually focus more on the idea. How does everything sync together? How does it all link together? And that's the more engineering part, more of the development part. So AI is only really taking care of the development part, but you still have to be an excellent engineer, know how business works, know how all of this stuff comes together in the first place, and then you're going to be able to dominate in some kind of way. But until then, it can be a little difficult. Okay. So boom, let's go ahead and let's keep studying these errors here. So import create client server type cookie options. So it should have been from Supabase / SSR. So it should have been / from Supabase / SSR. Okay. Get unzipped. Okay. So it's going to go ahead and install that from the node modules main index instead of from the cookie options. Okay, so it's going to actually grab the Supabase from the node package modules that I actually installed on my raw computer, right? And as we can see, that's going to be located inside of node modules. Okay, so I can go from node modules, and then from here inside of node modules, I'm going to have a Supabase section. Okay, and then we're going to see Supabase, and then we can go SSR. And then after SSR, we're going to go ahead and look for distribution, also known as dist. Then main. And then we're going to look for index. Okay. Index. So all the index folders here. Boom. This one, this one, this one. These are going to be the resources and the actual node package where stuff is actually baked and installed on my computer, so it can create the server client from the resources that are actually baked inside of the file. So knowing how things actually work and being able to break down things step by step like that, it really, really does help a lot. So check this out here too, right? So we have a red arrow on here, right? So we have a get name string, return cookie store, get name value, set name string, value string, options cookie options, try cookie store dot set, catch error, remove, etc. Okay, get all, any, return cookie store dot get all. Property get all does not exist on type read-only request cookies. Okay, so get all. Okay, now get all doesn't exist. Okay. So what if I fix the fix, right? Okay, so we're gonna have to fix the fix, right? Set get all. Okay. Now we're running into a new issue here. Okay. Now we have property get all does not exist on type. Okay. So set doesn't work, get all doesn't work. Okay. Create. Super base SSR. Yeah, we're gonna keep this up here too. Make sure this works. And from there, we change those into this. Okay, but get all doesn't exist on type. Read-only request cookies. Control Shift Ace. Read-only request cookies. Read-only no login. I did kind of want to use Geist. I'm not gonna lie. I want to read in the. Okay, so what I'm gonna do. Okay, so if an error is really something that you feel like you can't fix, I like to use the CLI too. I don't really like to use the right side chat anymore. So I'll open a new CLI, right? Command line interface. Okay, I'm gonna open a brand new one. From here, I can go to model if I want to. You can type tab/model, and then in the CLI, you're gonna be able to change. So I'll go to like do 4.1 here. Okay. If you wanted to do 4.1, you could also change like how long you want it for thinking as well too. It's gonna be up to you. So boom, fix this error. Do what you need. Don't break any other files. Okay. So I'm gonna go ahead and put that error inside of here. I'm gonna go ahead and fix that error. Okay, so I want to make sure that everything's done, and also too, inside of the prompt shop, I'm gonna go ahead and add this too. I have a lot to do inside of the prompt shop. Not a lot of work to do for you guys, but this right here, this start project prompt is gonna be really powerful here. Okay, you know, I'm gonna cut it off from here, but this start project prompt, really crazy. It's gonna make sure that you guys have all of the most important startup kits that you need for your site. So you'll be able to go to Stackmode.net to get access to this as well too. Okay, so you can put this on any new VS Code project, any new website, any new application that you're trying to do, and then you can go ahead and copy this entire thing here, and it'll go ahead and install the necessary skills that you need, as well as install the best stuff that you need for your tech stack and your project to run. So yeah, you're gonna get off Stitch pretty quickly. Look at that. I just think that's very cool. Stuff like that, you know, if we're gonna add some cards to at least make it look clean. I kind of like this too. It's constantly flipping. Little interactive elements like that. Let's sell them with just 2D animations. Let's turn up the landing page. You know what I'm saying? Make the simple landing page retention. Make it hold value. That's really what's gonna just separate you from the average developer, is knowing how to keep retention on a site. Even this up here, I do want to change. I think if we add something cool here, this could go ahead and increase conversions. So yeah, I do want to change this section up here and just make this a lot cooler. Okay. And I'm really happy I got this MacBook too, man. I'm just able to just record, cool out with you guys, and just do what I need to do, man. It's a blessing. This video is going to be long. I'm excited to drop this one. It's going to be kind of like, not all over the place, but yeah, just giving you guys a real raw introspective, like what I do. Okay, after this, I'm going to go ahead and study these changes, Okay, I'm not just gonna approve. So what did it do? Set cookie store. So it did promise. Okay. So set cookie store. It did promise. Right? Promise equals cookies. It left the return create server client alone. Okay, for the process.env next supabase.url. Okay, so it left that alone for the supabase. Cookies get all. Okay, so we cookies. We have a open bracket. And then we did async. Okay, so we did async get all. These open. Then const cookie store equals await equals cookie store promise return equals cookie store. Okay, and then we did an async again. Yeah, very, very nice. Nice fix. Okay, so I'm gonna do yes and approve. And now the error is gone. Okay, so that's where AI is really, really useful at. When you're running into pesky areas, when you could be building or innovating, it can quickly resolve things. But understand where the errors are come from and then learn too. So now if I ever run into that error, I have to make sure that things are asynced. I have to make sure that things have a const in front of it. And I have to make sure that things are organized. Okay. So take what the AI did, learn from it, and then be able to apply that later on. That's what's going to be able to set you apart from good engineers from just really bad engineers. Okay. So from here, I'm going to wait for this to finish here. Completely. I'm going to close it though. And then from there, I'm going to open my source folder. I'm going to open my stitch. Okay. And then I'm going to open a brand new chat. So you want to open a new chat too because of the context window. If you guys don't know what that is, pretty much if you have too many AI chats in one, it can get buggy, stop listening. So just try and do things with a new chat, right? So I'm going to actually do this one in a plan mode. So I'm going to say, take the files from this stitch and optimize the page. Okay. So what I'm going to go ahead and do, make sure it works on mobile and desktop. Optimize all views. I'm curious. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and just plan that with just that. We'll do just a simple vague plan. So because we're planning first, I'm not gonna go reprompt that. That right there, like a vague sentence like that, never send a vague sentence like that to your agent line. You know what I'm saying? A lot of the times, especially if you're on something like Cursor or something like that, you might just end up wasting credits for literally no reason. And that's gonna really make you mad and piss you off. Okay. So I'm gonna go ahead and wait for this here. Okay. Should the optimized implementations remain a... Okay. So now, what I'm gonna go ahead and actually do, stitch folder contains... Let me open this. Next.js component. Okay. So this right here, this is going to be like the aftermath. So this is going to be prompt 1. So we should do the post stitch prompt. So I'm going to create that now. Right. So I'm going to make a post stitch prompt now. That's actually what I'm going to go ahead and do. So I'm going to take this simple line here. The more specific you talk to the AI, the better it is, and it'll organize it so well. And shout out people. So here's another thing too. When people back in the day, like when the internet like first came out, right? When people were just purely HTML coding, right? We'll just take this for example. When people were just purely HTML coding, okay, here's an I'll go ahead and get a playground going. Okay. So here, boom, just in a playground. Doc type HTML. Okay. HTML is the doc type. Run. Okay. HTML body. You can go paragraph. Okay. 2. Going hard at all times. And then I'm gonna close this. It's so bad without tab, but it's fine. So going hard at all times. HTML playground. Changing this and editing the text. Getting comfortable editing text. Don't just make AI make your brain go slow. Okay? Don't just make AI make your brain go slow. Boom, going hard at all times. Now, if I wanted to add a body, B1. Yo. Stack mode. Okay. All education for trading. Now I'm gonna go close this. Okay, so actually this should be touching. Now I'm gonna close it. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. Yep. Let me see. This should work. B2, close. There we go. Run. Stackmode Network for all aid trading. B1. Okay. We didn't have to close that. It's fine. B2. Yo. And then we'll hit him with header again. I'm gonna make this header 3. And we're gonna change this. Okay. Boom. Stackmode.net is the best website in the world. Okay. Know how to actually edit your files, bro. Okay? It's really, really important. Know how to actually know what you're doing. Okay? Know what you're doing. Then from there, it's going to be a lot easier to just succeed and win. Okay? So just know what you're doing. Know what you're doing. And even when they made CSS, right? Even when they made CSS, I'm sure they were like, bro, what? Like, why would they make this? Right, it's a whole nother level. Now we got CSS. Okay, it's a language inside of a language. Now it's getting deeper. All right, once again, I'm sure when they made this, they were like, why would we do this? So even if we wanted to go from here, right, blank, okay, doc type HTML, body, background color, okay. So here, background color is black, H1 color white. We'll move this text to the left here in the top here, and then after that, what I'm gonna go ahead, that was crazy. What I'm gonna go ahead and actually do is I want to go ahead and do this. Okay, I'm gonna do a H2. I'm gonna do one more. I'm gonna do H2 space open. Okay, open, and then I'm gonna do indent color cyan. Now we're gonna do red. Okay, semicolon. Then again, text, align. Okay, colon, center, font family. We're gonna do Arial, and we're gonna change this to 50 px. Then we're gonna change this to Stackmode.net is the best site in the entire world. And we're gonna make 2 headers here. So now I'm gonna go header 2. So H2. Okay. Going super duper hard. So as we can see, we have the headers and the text separated completely. If I made a header 3, right? If I made a header 3, this is the best site ever. Okay, right? Header 3, I'm gonna close that. I'm gonna come back up here. Okay, I need to close this as well. So after you guys are done with your code, you need to make sure that it's closed. Okay, then run. So as you can see, Stackmode.net is the best site in the world, going super duper hard. Now we have, this is a paragraph. Okay, so now what I need to do is I need to add a color here. So now I need to go ahead and add a, so we got the font family, but I need to come up and indent, add the color, come over here, change the color to white with one of these. And from there, I'm gonna be able to see the paragraph here. So now we have one more error here. This is the best site ever. So now we have header number 3. I noticed that there's no header number 3 on the code over here. So what I would need to go ahead and do is I need to come over here, okay? And then from there, I'm gonna go ahead and indent. I'm gonna do header number 3. I'm gonna do an open bracket. Okay, you always wanna do an open bracket. Then from there, I'm gonna indent. I'm gonna start off with the color. I'm gonna do white, then I'm gonna do colon, okay, with the, or semicolon. And then from there, right underneath that, I'm gonna do text, align, okay, and we're gonna do center. Okay, then we do normal colon, center, and then font size 40 px semicolon. Okay, and then I need to close this up. So I noticed that the font size right now isn't working, and that's because I'm actually missing a colon. So if you don't see the thing that you need to red, if you don't see the variable that you need in order to change certain things that's in red, then you're not going to be able to understand. So then from there, I'm going to colon, okay, text white line center. Let's see, so we're going to go ahead and do font size, okay, and then I'm going to run. So I'm going to see if the font size is working. 20px. Okay, so font size here. For header number 3, this is the best site ever. Okay, I'm gonna change this to P. So this is actually gonna be best site ever is actually gonna be P2. So header 3, I'm gonna change that to P2, and then we're actually gonna we're gonna make this here. I'm gonna make P2 actually to the right. Okay. Can I do bottom right? Okay, we'll do left. Okay, so we got going super duper hard. I got you. Okay, I need to change this to P2. Okay, then from there I'm gonna run it. All right, we got, this is the paragraph here. Going super duper hard. This is the best site ever. Stackmode Network is the best site in the entire world. Okay. Now from there, H1, H2, color red, text align center, color white, Arial. So this right here, Arial. Okay, so we got the Arial font here. Background color, so we can make this white if you wanted, but I'm gonna keep this black. We could do brown. So brown actually is loaded kind of like a red. Gray. But we'll keep it black for now. Okay. So yeah, even just, knowing how to use your CSS is going to be really, really important too. Knowing how to change certain things, putting yourself through just making certain things. Got to this to be right. Alright, header 2. No, this needs to be header 3. Header 3. Keep grinding. Okay. Header 3. Color. White. Colon or semicolon. Header 3. Header 3. There we go. All right. And it's like when you just get the errors down, it's satisfying. It's fun. It's really, really, it's probably the funnest thing I've ever done. This is more fun than trading to me. Just because you can infinitely create, and the market only exist because of people who created SaaSes in the first place. So knowing how everything works has just been really, really cool. But yeah, so back to the site. So practice. Don't let AI make your brain mush. Know how stuff actually works. Okay. So what I'm gonna go ahead and do is I need to prompt the prompt. That's what I need to do. So I need to prompt the prompt. So I have this here. Okay. I throw it into my Gemini. Right here. Boom. Then I'm gonna do after my. Okay. We'll do after my. We'll hide this here. After my stitch is in my VS Code, we need a prompt to transfer it into a working site with the above parameters. Okay. So we're gonna go ahead and Next.js. Modern design. Nice. Okay. Okay. It don't listen, guys. Oh, it's on fast. That's why, bro. All right, we gotta run it back. Make sure you guys aren't on fast. So now I'm gonna go new CLI. I'm gonna grab the stitch. I'm gonna take the whole thing from stitch, right? I'm gonna take the whole stitch. I'm gonna bring it over. Actually, I'm gonna do it again. I'm gonna paste the prompt first. Actually, no, I'm not. I'm gonna take the stitch. Take the whole stitch. Then take the design MD. Then I'm gonna copy and paste the prompt. Follow the prompt I added and approve the files needed for this to work as a real working website. Okay? So really just powerful prompts, guys. This is why I made the prompt shop. When we have prompts, things are done a lot easier. Things are done quicker. So what is it doing? Core system design, source components, design system, color palette, typography. So it's going in source, components. Okay, it's still generating. Components, type, JS. Okay. Just gonna go ahead and install these here. Yes, indeed. So I'm gonna actually edit the I'm gonna delete that. Okay. So now let's go ahead and let's head back to SVG Artista. What's that? Oregon? They'll never redo their site, by the way. It's very good that they don't. Wow. Lamb. Peace.
Been using AI for the past couple of months, and I just want to let you know that AI will not automatically make you rich. Okay? It would definitely not automatically make you rich. You still have to be consistent, disciplined, and know how to grasp humans to A, buy your product, book your service, buy a piece of art or something from you, whatever you do. If you sell music, if you sell art pieces, if you sell gym memberships, no matter what you do, understand that it's still gonna have to come from a place of genuineness. Because genuineness will always win over what's perceived as the most organized or structured way possible. Genuineness, whatever touches in here, the human's heart, is your business, is your service, is your product touching the human's heart. You have to touch their heart and their brains before you just touch their wallets. All AI is trying to do is touch the humans' wallets. Okay, it's going to give you the best perspective on how to touch the humans' wallets. But we have to think of a raw perspective. Psychology can only come from what's happening around us. Psychology is just the study of the human anatomy, okay? The human brain. So we have to understand that in order to get the real psychology and the most updated psychology, because also humans evolve, just as diseases do, just as animals do. Humans evolve, business evolves, technology evolves, everything evolves. So in order to get the rawest perspective of psychology, you have to be actively A, doing, and B, talk to people, ask people questions, get people's perspectives, see how people perceive modern changes before you just completely implement and go forward with certain things. Because you might run into an issue down the line to where your business doesn't have a raw value, or your business is just thrown into a pool of other businesses that everyone else is doing too. Why do you think certain food stores and restaurants succeed so often? This is due to the fact that people's birthdays are held at those restaurants. If someone was having a sad day, I know for me, for example, one of my favorite restaurants, El Ranchero, for example, okay? One of my favorite restaurants, I would always pull up there and get me something to eat if I was feeling sad. Now I pull up on halal restaurants. Okay, I only eat halal meat now. Okay, I evolved. I progressed. My mindset changed. If you guys don't know what halal meat is, it's meat that's only prayed over. Okay, making sure that the animals are taken care of, prayed over before that they're killed, and making sure that they're respected. Okay, I evolved. So business will always evolve. Human perspective will always evolve. How can you still have your business, your service, your teachings in a perspective that's in place with the modern day society? And AI will never be, because AI doesn't know that a lot of people are already tired of it. AI doesn't know that it gets flagged when it comes to certain posts. I believe YouTube just wiped a bunch of channels that are purely AI off of as well too. Run off of purely AI, voice, images, text, everything. Okay. So you have to understand. You have to get into the perspective. And of course, AI will be used for things like movies and stuff like that. But a lot of the times too, those are real voice actors behind it. Okay. So I just want you guys to get into the real perspective. You know, I used AI for a couple of months. Used it to drop some products, some certain things. But after using it, I realized that it's strong at certain things like organization, but it's never going to have that raw human feel, connection, or emotion. Okay? And that is what's going to separate between someone just seeing your post or someone just seeing your product and scrolling past it or walking past it if it's in stores and actually buying that product. Okay? Actually investing in that product or service. Actually listening to your mentorship and trusting you as their teacher. Trusting you to do their hair if you're a hair lady or a hair guy. Trusting you to do their nails. Trusting you to get their hair cut. Okay? Trusting you to wear their brand because your brand represents high quality luxury. Giving them a good feeling when they put on your clothes or brand. Understand that business is purely psychology and we have to get into the hearts. We have to get into the hearts of the people. Okay? Get into the hearts of the people first before you try and jump into their wallets. Even when you guys are sending emails, for example, SMS text messages, understand that we have to be sending them organically. Once again, I used AI for a couple of months. Use it to drop some products. Use it to help me out with some organization. But now I'm evolving into the next stage of business. I gained all the psychology that I just used from using AI, and now I'm getting into a perspective where I'm turning back away from it. Okay. I realized I dabbled into it, didn't want to be quote unquote left behind like a lot of people might think. Okay. And instead of just running away from it, I decided to take my time to learn it, jump into it. I understand its strong suits, its advantages, and I understand its disadvantages. So now I have a modern day advantage over the modern day business scalers, for example, since I jumped into actually coding on VS Studio Code using Copilot and putting everything together with the terminal and shipping to Vercel and Netlify and making sure that the code errors are fixed and making sure that the right files are organized in the right place, etc. So I have a real perspective over using AI. I have a lot of videos using presentations where I used AI to organize them as well too, and just put some of the topics behind them that I wanted to teach about. Okay, and then was able to give my own perspective as well too. Figured out certain things, how you could drop HTML coding presentations as well too. So understand that everyone has the same access to the same resources at the moment, but how are you going to tap into the people's hearts? Whoever can tap into the people's hearts, that is going to be the winner. That is going to be who succeeds. That is going to be who gets to the next level. And if you want to get to the next level, I should see you at stackmode.net. For example, we got this digital business card here. Okay. Can't rip, cannot break, cannot be destroyed easily. Okay. Digital business card. You can get it at stackmode.net. We got a whole shop. You can go up to somebody's phone, tap it. They got all your social media links, your website right there. And you're going to be able to get some psychology baked in from there. So understand that technology is not bad. Artificial intelligence has also been around for a very, very long time. It's just the way that things are marketed nowadays. Understand that a lot of this stuff is old. Streaming has been around for a long time. Technology has been just advancing in different ways. I'm sure when the car first dropped, people were still on the horse carriage. You know what I'm saying? And now people value horse carriage rides as a valuable experience. So you see how things change? So understand that when you go backwards and we do things genuinely, that's going to give the raw perspective. Now, if you use AI, don't go back and just delete a whole bunch of stuff. You don't have time for that. Go forward, come with a brand new perspective. You tried something. If you notice that the results didn't work, come different. That's going to be business. That's going to be music. Don't go emo mode and deleting everything. You don't have time for that. You have to go forward, come different with a new perspective, leave all those posts up. If you have AI posts or AI generated content, AI products, leave all of it up. Okay, leave all of it up. You put the prompt engineering behind it. It didn't just automatically make it for you. So leave all that stuff up. But if you notice that it's not bringing you sales, if you notice that it's not making you happy, if you notice that your engagement is not as genuine as it should be, then you need to go ahead and go back to raw cold emails, raw cold leads, raw cold texting and messaging, and understand that you need to get to the next perspective and understand that people don't really like AI. People don't really like AI stuff. They don't really trust AI stuff, and they want a genuine community. Genuineness is going to be at all-time highs, especially as AI tries to innovate. Okay. So I just want you guys to win. I want you to be successful. I don't want you to fail. Stay prayed up to God. Keep grinding. I'll catch you in the next one. Peace. Guys, what's up? God is good. It's a beautiful day. We in the coop, hanging out. Alhamdulillah. So, I want to tell you guys, it's a little deeper than just trading, okay? You can't just trade and just live off of your trading income alone. It's not good. It's not healthy. It's not healthy for, one, your mental health. It's not healthy for your pockets, too. A lot of people might ask me, Chris, why don't you just survive off your trading profits? One, I would probably go mentally insane. I wouldn't go insane, but what would I do all day if I couldn't coach? If I didn't do the thing or teach the thing that I'm just so passionate about, that I love, that pulled me out of depression, that pulled me out of a hard time? I'm not just gonna let that go because I'm just making good income and I can provide for myself and my family, thank God. You know, I want to do more. My soul wants to do more. As I mature, I'm 22 now. As I mature, I realize it's a lot more things to life than just money, of course. And I feel like I've always known that, of course, God, family, but I'm realizing that my soul and what I want to do to help the world is what really matters. So I want to tell you guys that if you have a business idea, if you have anything that you're passionate about, if you have anything that you feel like you're really good at, teach somebody it. Or help somebody by developing a product. Or coach somebody. Do something so we can just all be better on this earth. You know, it's not just about money, competition, and you know, I'm an extremely competitive guy. It's just something God put in me. But still, I'm starting to realize that the world is about, one, worshiping God, and two, it's about helping one another. Of course, you're going to make some money through the process, inshallah, if God wills, but it's deeper than that. Yes, you got paid to coach somebody, but now that person has a lifelong skill. Now they can put food in the refrigerator for their family because of what they learned. You know what I'm saying? So it's deeper than just money and competition. So I'm just going to be going 100% on Stackmode. You know, I want more books out for you guys, more audio books, and I'm going to just branch everything together. You know, everything is a big oak tree. So trading, you know, I like it to be my base, but then you're going to have the branches. I have business, other things I talk about. Fitness is involved with it. I want to write a book and tell you guys about the herbs that I use every single day, water that I drink, how I work out Monday through Friday as consistently as I can. You know, the clothes, how taking care of yourself and following God's rules, most importantly. It's the most important thing. You follow God's rules, you'll live a really good life. Inshallah, you'll live a really good life if you follow God's rules. I truly do believe, and your soul will be filled. Try hard to get married. You know, I'm married. And if you guys can just find somebody you can worship God with, settle down, get yourself a house, and really build a life with, it matures you. It teaches you a lot. And I want you guys to grow your business, because you can't have your family's hunger, right? Your family's mental health, whether you're thinking about a roof over their head and stuff like that, in a job's paycheck cycle, right? Forever. You can. Now, if you have a job right now, run up that money, do your thing. But if you have a real talent and you're passionate about it, you have to get it out there so you could help the next generation, a wave of people. I'm going to die. Okay, I'm very aware of that. So this is why I try and produce the content I can. Yes, and thank God, God is so amazing that I can make money during the process of this, but I can help other people too, so that when I die, people are still going to be able to feed their families, inshallah, off of this content that I produced here. So we have to put a lot of things in a perspective, and we have to ask ourselves, like, what's holding ourselves back? Is it the people around you? If you're in college or something like that right now, I'm not saying drop out. If that's what you really want to do, then do it. But are you in college because you were influenced by your parents, grandparents, something like that? Maybe you didn't want to disappoint somebody. But you have to ask yourself, ask your soul, are you disappointing yourself by doing these things? Okay, you don't want to be disappointing yourself. You got to start putting more focus on your mental health and what makes you happy as a person and a human being. Okay, we're here once on this earth. Why are we putting so much faith and trust in the system instead of God? Don't do that. Don't do that. You want that stable paycheck. You think it's stable. Whole time, boom, as you can see with the government shutdown, they clip, fire. People just lose their jobs. Okay? I've worked with people where people just got let go of their jobs. People got bills to pay. People got debt. All kinds of stuff like that. So if you love your family, get out there and really put your passion out there in the world. We are here one time on this earth. We can't be sitting around wasting time when we don't even know if we're going to wake up tomorrow. It's a blessing that we woke up today. If you're playing video games, hop off of that. The game is here. The game is here. You're your character. Level this up. Level this up. I'm talking to myself as I talk to you guys too. Level this up. Level up your character. Hop off the game. Start creating. We got to start helping each other. People want to complain about the world. Oh, the world is X, Y, and Z, but we're not out here helping each other. And I don't want to be a part of that cycle anymore. So I'm done suppressing myself. I try and go as hard as possible for you guys, but I feel like I can go harder. And my soul has been disappointed recently because I feel like I haven't been giving you guys as much fruit as I can. I don't want to hold in the business stuff that I know. Making the website. Making 4 to 5 figures during business or just online in a short period of time. I want to help you guys get paid off of YouTube so you guys can spend time with your wife, spend time with your husband, spend time with your kids, your mom, your grandma, cousins, your family, your close friends, whoever. I want you guys to have that time. And it's really important that I teach you guys the ways and the things that work for me so we can get this money. You might even be able to do things better than I can. You might be really good at making seasonings. You might be really good at playing tennis. You can be one of the best tennis coaches right now. Teaching plenty of kids. Making the next superstar. You never know. And then you're going to be sitting down like, yeah. Like, I made that guy. Like, not you made him, but like, you helped him get there. You taught him the sauce in the game. And even though you're not the one playing, your soul will have that satisfaction. You'll be happy that you have participation in greatness. So forget the money and understand that you have to participate in greatness. Don't just rely on your trading income. Go harder than that. We got people out here that are depressed, sad. Sadly, suicide rates going up. May God grant them ease. Okay? Me personally, and may God bless their hearts, I've had friends who I've sat down and ate food with who are no longer here on this earth. Okay? Due to mental health issues, jump into things like substances and stuff like that. Okay, there's things that I've struggled with. And this is why God has really saved my life. There's things that I've struggled with. Okay? Off camera. I'm not here to show you guys glitz and glamour and cars and trading and this and this. Life is not about that. I want to be a real person and show you guys the real things about life. There's times I go through depression, anxiety. Okay? There's times I feel fearful of things. Even though my income is straight, there'll be things outside of trading, outside of money that are stressing me out. Okay. So ask yourself, are you happy? Is your soul happy? And I'm telling you guys right now, the money will not make you as happy as you think. I'm telling you. If you think that the money will make you super duper happy, you're wrong. Okay, you're wrong. Yes, your problems will be relieved for the most part financially. You're not going to stress about that, and that's a beautiful blessing, alhamdulillah. And you can take care of the ones around you, and you can have fun. So it's super duper beautiful. I'm not saying it's not beautiful. I'm not about to lie to you guys. It's definitely beautiful having money. It's way better to have money than to not. But all your real life problems, let's say if you struggle with things like lust, okay, you're just going to go ahead and use that money and indulge more into your lust. If you struggle with substances, then you're going to use that money and get more substances. If you struggle with materialism, you're going to get more money and buy more stuff that's not asset related. Okay? So we have to ask ourselves, are we doing this for God? Or are you doing this to please people in the world who don't really care about you for the most part? So stay prayed up to God. Keep grinding. I'm going to catch you guys in the next one. I got some work to do. I love you guys so much. Head over to stackmode.net. Just wanted to give you guys a raw talk. I don't really care about numbers or anything. I'm just going to upload as much as I want. pump as much content as out there as I can. I don't care who sees it. I don't care who doesn't. I just love you guys so much. And this makes my soul happy. Talking about life, talking about the charts, talking about income, getting this income. I love it. And I want to help you guys too. Stay prayed up to God. Keep grinding. Get out the darkness. Jump into the light. Put the past behind you. And go forward, man. Or woman. Catch you guys in the next one.
Imagine waking up and realizing the Federal Reserve just moved this single number, and suddenly Bitcoin, Ethereum, your entire portfolio either pumps like crazy or falls off a cliff quickly. Sounds dramatic, right? But that's exactly how strong interest rates are. And today, I'm breaking down how the Fed quietly controls the entire crypto market. So here's the truth. When interest rates go up, money gets expensive. Investors pull cash out of risky assets, and crypto is usually first on the chopping block. But when rates start to drop, liquidity floods back in. Risk appetite returns, and when crypto wakes up fast, then the whole economy is ready to pump the market back up. Let's go on and jump into the reasons why interest rates are so important for the crypto market. Fed rates, they're extremely important. Let's go and let's understand the macro forces and how central bank decisions move the digital asset market. So the engine, the Federal Reserve policy. The U.S. Federal Reserve, which is the Fed, it operates with a dual mandate, maximizing employment and maintaining price stability, which helps manage inflation. Their decisions ripple across all global financial markets, and the primary tool is used using the funds rates. This is the target rate for commercial banks lending reserves to each other overnight. By raising or lowering this rate, the Fed influences the entire economy's borrowing cost from mortgage rates to business loans. Let's talk about a rate hike, right? Tightening. It makes borrowing more expensive, and it slows down the economy and cools inflations, and this generally hurts risk assets. And rate cuts, it makes borrowing cheap, stimulates spending and investment, and this generally favors risk assets. And the secondary tool involved into it, quantitative easing and tightening. These involve open market operations where the Fed buys or sells government bonds to expand or contract its balance sheet. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and keep understanding certain implementations and why Fed cuts are going to be important. And to understand that importance, let's talk about the DXY. The US dollar index, also known as the DXY, measures the value of the US dollar against a basket of 6 major world currencies: the euro, the yen, pound, etc. And because the USD is the world's primary reserve currency, its strength dictates global capital flows. And the inverse correlation mechanism, Bitcoin, BTC, and the DXY often exhibit a strong negative correlation. When the US dollar strengthens, DXY rises, and risk assets like crypto and sometimes stocks tend to fall, and vice versa. And why does the inverse move occur in the first place? A stronger dollar often results from higher US interest rates, and higher rates make safe haven assets like US Treasury bonds, for example, much more attractive, leading investors to sell off riskier non-yielding assets such as Bitcoin or other cryptocurrencies to move capital into dollar-denominated stability. This is known as a risk-off move, so people can plant their money in a less volatile environment. And USD and global liquidity. Since much of the world's trade, debt, and finance is denominated in US dollars, a strong dollar effectively tightens global financial conditions, reducing the total amount of available capital for speculative investments globally. So, how well the US dollar is doing and how high inflation is really going to correlate to everything, such as crypto. And taking a look at the DXY is going to be a nice way to navigate and understand where the economy is at as far as the US dollar. And with all this, it can have a significant impact on crypto. As a high growth, non-yielding, and historically volatile asset class, crypto is highly sensitive to the cost of money and general market risk appetite. And rising rates, right, during the tightening cycle. Higher interest rates hurt crypto in several ways. A higher discount rate is going to be one of them. Future cash flows for growth stocks and projects are valued less in the present. And a yield competitor. Safer assets like bonds start offering attractive yields, pulling capital away from speculative assets so people can have more of that definitive, stable income. And credit contraction. Borrowing costs for institutions and exchanges increase, discouraging leverage trading. So people are not going to be able to make money as rapidly, but they're going to have their money implanted more of like a seed within a stable position. So not looking to quickly leverage trade based off a high and a low or a short and long scenario, but it's more of a scenario of okay, I'm going to be making this investment with the idea of holding this for decades and years and years and years. And falling rates, this helps ease the cycle. Lower rates are typically a tailwind for crypto, and it increases liquidity. It includes cheaper borrowing, and it injects capital into the financial system, with some flowing into risk asset. It also involves lower opportunity costs. Bond yields become less attractive, which force investors to seek higher returns in growth sectors. And a weakened dollar happens when rates fall. And it often accompanies rate cuts, making Bitcoin, which is a digital gold, which people like to call it, relatively more attractive as a hedge. In the balance sheet, understanding this is going to be extremely important, and quantitative tightening is a policy that's frequently deployed alongside rate hikes. It directly reduces liquidity by shrinking the central bank's balance sheet, creating a powerful headwind for risk assets. And how quantitative tightening works in the first place. The Fed first reduces its holding of treasury bonds and mortgage-backed securities by allowing them to mature without reinvesting the proceeds. And this effectively removes cash from the banking system, which achieves several outcomes. One, reduces the money supply. It directly pulls liquidity out of the broader financial ecosystem, and it increases the bond supply, which floods the market with more bonds, which requires higher yields to attract buyers, driven up long-term interest rates. And quantitative tightening's direct impact on cryptocurrency. Since cryptocurrency thrives on liquidity and risk appetite, quantitative tightening is a major negative factor. And historically, periods of aggressive QT have coincided with significant drawdowns in the Bitcoin and altcoin markets. Less money circulating means less capital available to flow into speculative digital assets. And the word speculative, it's pretty much meaning where you're trying to make money based off directional bias. If you think something's going to go in an upwards direction or in a downwards direction. And crypto's evolving macro relationship. So while Bitcoin was once seen as totally uncorrelated, its relationship with macro forces has evolved due to the increased institutionalization. So the institutional factor, right, with major hedge funds, asset managers, and spot ETFs holding Bitcoin, institutional investors, and now even the US government, for example, treat it similar to high beta tech stocks. When they face the risk-off macro environment, they sell both their tech stocks and their crypto holdings, increasing the short-term correlation and holding cash. And partial hedge thesis, right? Despite the short-term volatility, some analysts suggest that over a longer time horizon, maybe over a course of 180 days, Bitcoin's correlation with the DXY often vanishes, indicating that it can still act as a partial hedge against dollar market-driven fluctuations. Okay, so while the US dollar is weak in certain scenarios, there's a strong chance where Bitcoin can remain strong due to the fact that it's a decentralized currency and takes itself out of the whole fiat currency pool. And some key macros to watch, right? Take a look at CPI. You guys can go to forexfactory.com or any other news website to see some news. Take a look at the CPI, right? CPI and the PCE are going to be really important inflation data numbers to pay attention to. It signals the Fed's next move, and typically after CPI and PPI happens, the market makes a drastic move a lot of the time since people are going to know how to move. So if rates get cut in certain ways, people are going to know how to invest, and then you might see market get extremely bullish after CPI. So if you're going to make a super big investment, whether it be in a cryptocurrency, stock, whatever, wait for CPI to happen, wait for certain earnings to happen, and then see how the market reacts, and then you can make your decision a lot more logically based off of that. So DXY is also going to be a great macro to check out too. It's an indicator of the dollar strength in capital global flows. And check out the Fed balance sheet. It tracks the velocity of quantitative tightening and QE. So everything together is really going to help you put together a good thesis and know when is a good time to buy. And as of recently, we've been trading in a much more mature market when it comes to the cryptocurrency space. The cryptocurrency market is no longer isolated. It's intrinsically linked to the global economy. If you check out SPX or the S&P 500 and you pull up the Bitcoin chart, you'll see certain correlations, which is definitely going to let us know that it's classified as a high value asset. So it's intrinsically linked to the global economy, making the Federal Reserve policy the single most powerful external driver of market direction, especially as governments get more control over it and things like that. And understanding the Fed's tools, the rates, quantitative tightening, QE, it's all essential for interpreting market shifts and when market is going to be bullish, which is when market's going in upwards direction, or bearish, which is when you think market's going to go in a downwards direction. and particularly the inverse relationship between the strength of the US dollar, the DXY, and the appetite for high risk, high reward digital assets can have some things you can look at to let you know when it is ready to buy on either sides. So stay prayed up to God, keep grinding. Head over to Stackmode.net if you want to learn how to trade cryptocurrency. I'll catch you guys in the next one. Let me know what you thought in the comments below.
Organic content will always be better than AI content in literally every single way possible. If you want to succeed in business, you have to know how to get into your clients' and viewers' hearts before you just jump into their wallet. Let me show you guys the exact guide how. Let's do it. Yo, so I just want you guys to know that organic content will always outperform AI content. Once again, organic content will always outperform AI generated content. So understand that there's a couple of reasons why for this. Okay. One, especially when it comes to social media and things like that, you have to know how to get into the users' hearts. Okay. Whoever's watching your videos, make sure that you're getting into their hearts before you just try and get into their wallet. Okay. It's very, very important that we pay attention to that. If you're able to get into a user's hearts, right, they're going to come back to your business, come back to your service. Let's say you do hair, for example. Okay. If you're able to give them a good quality hair service or plumbing service, HVAC service, trading mentorship service, whatever you do, and they're able to leave feeling joyful, or they're able to scroll on your post and feel joy, feel happiness, that is going to stick in their heads, and most importantly, stick inside of their hearts. Okay. You want to get into their hearts before you just try and get into their wallet. So that's why it's really, really important to understand that organic content will always get into the user's hearts quicker than AI content can. Okay. So we have to always keep that in mind. So look, take person A, for example. Okay. My amazing drawing here. Okay. Picasso. So person A. Person A is scrolling on their phone. Let's say person A is looking to get into trading. Okay. Person A wants to learn how to trade. Okay. There's going to be two types of reels they're going to be able to see. Okay. You're going to have reel number one. Okay. Reel number one is going to be a testimony. Okay. So they saw a whole life change, or someone 360 their whole life because they were able to make it from trading. Or let's say they see post number two. Okay. They're just going to go ahead and see a Gemini image ad. Okay. The life testimony really showing people how you were able to change your life, right? Real pictures, real results, real situations of you not being as successful as you wanted to be. Okay. Those types of videos will always outperform the best Gemini image ad that you could find. Okay. Because you were able to capture the user's emotions. So capture the user's emotions. That's going to be extremely, extremely important. So we're going to start it off with this. So how do we capture the readers or watchers? Okay, if it's a post, then it's going to be the readers. So the watchers, or let's say the viewers. So how do we capture the viewers' attention? Okay, there's going to be a couple of things that we can do. Okay, one, be genuine. Okay, talk about real situations that have occurred in your life. Okay, talk about real situations. If you're a plumber, for example, maybe trying to start some plumbing mentorship, or maybe just trying to teach people more about plumbing, okay, etc. So just understand that whatever you do teach, just be genuine. Okay, be genuine. Have real funny perspectives, real life perspectives that people can actually feel. And then it's going to be a lot easier to get into the framework of success, because people are going to be able to feel you. And once again, once you're genuine, you're going to be able to have trust
and get into their hearts. Okay, they're going to trust you. Okay, 2, another way to capture viewers' attention: results. Results. Show some work you've done. Show some results. Show some clients that you've helped. Show yourself doing live actual examples. Because once people start seeing results, okay, once people see results, then people start to build trust. Okay, results equals trust and retention. So when they're seeing results from your service, from your education, and they're seeing other people get results as well, that's going to be a good way to incline trust and retention. Okay, so trust is going to be really, really important because, 1, you want people to whip out the card and buy your service in the first place, or feel confident enough to get in a position to even want your service. Okay, and then we're going to have retention. Okay, retention is going to be extremely, extremely important. You want retention. Okay, you want customers to be retained to your service. You want them to be coming back over and over and over and over and over again. Okay, take Tupperware, for example. A company, Tupperware, went out of business due to the fact that their product wasn't retention based. Okay, it was a product that people bought once and then they never needed it again. Okay, retention. Focus on your retention, and retention is going to bring you your monthly income. Okay, retention is going to bring you your monthly income. So you need your customers to stay retained, you need your customers to stay engaged, and you need your customers to stay paying every single month. Okay, so that way you're going to have an easy time when it comes to paying your bills. So how do I get more followers? Okay, so how do I grow on social media? Okay, a big question a lot of people have. One, for example, on Instagram Reels, one of the videos that I posted that blew up firstly was just a video of me talking about God and just talking about real stuff and how you shouldn't give up on trading in the backyard. Okay, so number 1, understand that genuine, relatable content is the number 1 way to blow up content wise. So understand that genuine, relatable content is the number 1 way to blow up content wise. Okay, this is because it's going to be something that everyone's going to be able to have a laugh at, everyone's going to be able to feel, everyone's going to be able to understand, and that directly correlates right into the user's heart. We want to get into their heart. Get into their heart. So when you're dropping relatable content, even if it's something that somebody hasn't done yet, post stuff that people want to do. If you know people want to learn how to trade, then you need to be dropping videos of you teaching people how to trade and showing your results of you actually getting in actual setups, etc. Okay, so it's going to be really, really important. Understand that genuine, relatable content is the number 1 way to blow up content wise. I want you to win and be successful. Okay, but we can't do this without getting into the client's heart. I cannot emphasize that enough. AI content, okay, AI does not know how to get into the user's hearts or the viewer's hearts. Okay, so being an empath in business really, really helps too. Okay, make your post emotional. Okay, if you were having a hard time trading and then boom, you hit a massive breakthrough, that's gonna build a lot of trust. Okay, people are gonna be like, whoa, I was struggling just like that guy and he was able to climb over the hump and become profitable too. It's going to build a lot of trust in your community. People are going to know you, especially when you're a mentor. People have to know you. It's really, really important for people to know you. So that's why you're going to, guys are going to start seeing more of my life story and stuff come out as well too. So understand that AI, once again, does not know how to get into the viewers' hearts. You must make your post emotional. You have to. Absolutely. No ifs, ands, or buts. Okay. Too many people make social media too hard. And too many people just don't trust themselves. Okay, you have to trust yourself in the first place. So, how do we capture viewers' attention? We're going to be genuine. Genuineness equals trust. Results as well too, when you're posting that, equals trust and retention. When you're posting your results, then they're going to want to get results just like you, keeping them shopping for your client, getting your mentorship service, etc., so you can progress along, or they can progress along with you. Okay. Number one way growing social media is you need to drop genuine, relatable content. Genuine, relatable content is the number one way to blow up content-wise. I'm telling you guys, okay? I'm telling you. So, AI does not know how to get into the viewers' hearts. Make your post emotional, okay? Make your post emotional. That's how you're going to separate yourselves from other content creators as well, too. What type of emotions can you engage from your user whenever they're watching you, okay? Stay prayed up to God. Keep grinding. I should catch you guys at Stackmode. .net. Okay, I should genuinely catch you there. If I don't see you at Stackmode.net, you're gonna confuse me. Okay, you're gonna confuse me, and you're gonna make me think that you don't want it. You don't want money for real, and you don't want to improve your life. Let's grow your business, and let's take that business profit, and let's go ahead and let's translate that into more money with trading. Okay, trading, business, and trading. That is what we teach here. Okay, and we funnel these into each other to build a giant income loop. Okay. Love you guys so much. I'll see you there. Peace.
Bitcoin mining is the network's backbone, and it's not just about earning crypto, it's how Bitcoin's created in the first place. Miners use powerful computers to solve the puzzles. They secure the blockchain with an immutable new block each time. And this process is the global security system that prevents double spending and fraud. And it verifies all transactions across thousands of independent computers, replacing a central authority. Without miners, Bitcoin wouldn't exist, and it would collapse. But with them, it's become one of the most secure financial systems on Earth, powering the trust and transparency of decentralized money. Let's go and let's talk about how Bitcoins are created and why the government owns it. Inshallah, if God wills. Let's go. So, class, welcome. Let's go and let's talk about how Bitcoin is created in the first place. So Bitcoin is generated by mining it. Okay, Bitcoins don't just spawn out of thin air. And as you know, Bitcoin is also a limited cryptocurrency. So other cryptocurrencies for the most part are going to be infinite, but Bitcoin is actually going to have a limited amount of currency. Okay, there's only 21 million Bitcoins that exist. Okay, and each one of them is created by getting mined. So what happens is a computer, okay, and the computer is obviously powered by resources. Okay, so certain countries take more power than others to create certain Bitcoins. Okay, so if you're in a country that charges a lot for power, then you'd be paying more on your electricity bill in order to mine the cryptocurrency. Okay, and what you would need is a super powerful computer with a graphics card that can handle the Bitcoin mining. Okay, so what a graphics card is, it's a piece of the computer that's external. Not all computers have external graphics cards. Some have inbuilt graphics cards, which is why they're slower than others. But what you need is a really powerful computer. And then from there, you'll be able to load up the Bitcoin mining software and it can go ahead and get created. We're going to talk into the technicals, exactly how everything works. Bitcoin mining is super duper cool. You might even want to do it and see if this is a good way that you guys might want to generate some income, depending on what country you're in as well too. You'll be able to save a lot of money on power, and you could potentially mine yourself or create yourself a Bitcoin for way less than buying it. So let's jump into it, class. So what is mining even in the first place? Mining is not digging dirt. Bitcoin miners aren't digging into the ground with actual pickaxes. digging into the dirt looking for resources. No. Okay, so what it is computers mining Bitcoin via a software. Okay, and the job is to secure the network and process transactions. Okay, so it secures the network by making everything decentralized. So in a traditional bank system, let's say you wanted to send a wire transfer, for example, right? The bank would be able to decide whether yes or no if the transaction wanted to go ahead and get approved or declined. Within a decentralized network, such as sending Bitcoin, things like that don't occur. Since everything is done by smart contracts, okay, everything is autonomous and automatic, done by computers, okay? And that's what Bitcoin mining comes into place too. Even creating Bitcoin, instead of just clicking print on the dollar like they do with fiat currency, Bitcoin actually has to go through a whole process in order for a Satoshi to be created in the first place. Okay. So Bitcoin mining helps keep Bitcoin decentralized. The reason why the US dollar fails is because they just go up to the printer and click print. Okay. There's no real strategical process that goes from start to finish for the most part that keeps its base value cooked in. Yes, you can just print more dollars, but that would inflate the other ones. Since there's a finite amount of cryptocurrency, there has to be a secure process in place in order for it to be created, for it to be fair for everybody. And mining is the way it's done. Let's keep going. So think of the blockchain network as a public notebook. So you might have heard of what the blockchain network is. So the blockchain network is pretty much a public copy of everything that's been done. Every transaction that's been created, every Bitcoin that's been mined, and every transaction that's happened. Okay. So the blockchain is pretty much going to be a verifiable place to where you can see if your transactions were even completed as well. Okay. So within the blockchain, you'll be able to put in your, let's say, address. Let's say you did a transaction. You could copy that transaction address, put it onto the blockchain or some type of blockchain checker, and you could see if there were any confirmations. Okay. Confirmations are pretty much going to go ahead and let you know when your transaction is ready to be completed. Okay. Either the money has been sent over and it's about to hit somebody's wallet. Okay. Or it's on the way to hit your wallet. Okay. Depending on the situation. So the blockchain is a public notebook that everyone has a copy of. And mining is the process of adding a new page, okay, which is a new block to this notebook. So page 1, right? Let's say Alice sent some money to Bob. Okay, let's say they sent 5 Bitcoin. You're going to be able to see that. Okay, you'll be able to see the Bitcoin addresses, etc. And you'll be able to see when the transaction was sent, how much Bitcoin or how much cryptocurrency was sent. And you'll be able to see the miners working on certain things as well too. Okay, you'll be able to see when Bitcoin transactions have been implemented and grounded into the blockchain. Whether a big whale is buying or selling, the blockchain shows us everything. Okay, keeping cryptocurrency really, really safe. So proof of work. So once again, Bitcoin, it's not created like the dollar. You don't just go up to the printer and click on print over and over and over again. It's created by POWs, also known as proof of work. So to add a page to the notebook, computers must solve a super hard math puzzle that requires a pretty powerful computer as well too. So make sure you guys have a good graphics card inside of your computer before you think of doing anything like that. Okay. So to add a page to the notebook, you got to have a super powerful computer, and then the computer has to do calculations and try to guess the number. Okay. So imagine guessing a number between 1 and 1 trillion. Okay. You have to guess randomly. So computers then make trillions of guesses per second to find the random number, okay, which is going to be the hash, okay? So that's how the proof of work works. And that's pretty much all the work that the computer is doing. The computer is constantly running calculations, trying to find and guess the correct numbers in order to generate a Bitcoin, okay? And that takes a lot of power, a lot of resources. So make sure you guys are watching your energy bill before you think about getting into this. So this is exactly what I mean. You need a powerful computer, okay? Your computer has to be good. It can't be a weak computer, okay? So understand that you cannot mine Bitcoin from your laptop, okay? You cannot mine Bitcoin on a laptop anymore, okay? So these with, with the screen, a little keyboard, not cutting it if you want to mine Bitcoin, okay? Get yourself a real strong desktop with a real graphics card before mining Bitcoin even crosses into your brain. Okay, so you need specialized machines called ASICs. An ASIC stands for an application specific integrated circuit, and they do one thing: guess numbers for Bitcoin. Okay, they're loud, hot, and they use a lot of electricity. Okay, so before you guys think about just putting it into your room, keep all of this into play. Okay, keep all of this into play. Same for Airbnb owners as well too. If you guys have Airbnbs, what people are doing is signing up for Airbnbs and mining Bitcoin at Airbnbs in order to save money on power bills and stuff like that. Or people are also even moving to other countries in order to save on power bills too, so they can mine Bitcoin for a lot cheaper. So keep all of these things into play and understand that the future is really changing a lot. People are starting to get a lot more equipped and doing a lot more strategical moves to mine all the Bitcoin as possible before it goes away. So what's the point of this? Like, why do it in the first place? So the reward, right? The winner who solves the puzzle first gets paid in brand new Bitcoin. Okay, a brand new Bitcoin. So Bitcoin is created by whoever has the best computer, right, and is solving the most problems. Okay, the more computers you have solving more problems, okay, the more Bitcoin that you're going to accumulate in the first place. Okay, so it's going to be either one computer or a whole room full of computers. Okay, and what they're doing is they're doing math. Okay, 2 + 2 equals, okay, and then whichever one of the computers can find the hidden number, okay, goes ahead and generates the Bitcoin. Okay, after you find the random number, or one of the computers generates it and finds the right calculations, then a hash is going to go ahead and get created. Okay, then from there, you're going to go ahead and get paid within your Bitcoin. And you keep doing that, keep doing that. Now, the computers do have a high chance, once again, to consume a lot of power, which means that the resources inside of the computer, processor, graphics card, RAM, etc., have a high chance to go out and combust. So before you think about doing this, make sure you guys have some money to the side to pay your bills, maintain everything. So I don't want you guys going broke to do this. But this is how Bitcoin is created by computers, solving complex math, looking for a specific number. And once again, the more you have, the more Bitcoin you'll be able to generate. Since the more computers you have, inshallah, if God wills, the quicker you'll be able to look for hash codes, and the quicker those computers will be able to solve different types of calculations. So what's the point of this? Why is it essential for security in the first place? So it's costly to cheat, right? So to fake a transaction, you need more computer power than all other miners combined, making it pretty much obsolete, not even worth it, and not even, once again, not even worth the while. So immutable. So once a block is buried under other blocks, it's mathematically impossible to change it, because the way that Bitcoin works is that the computer is hunting for hidden numbers. Okay, it's hunting for random numbers and it's trying to guess the correct numbers. So the chances of it being faked or created within a false context would pretty much be almost impossible. Okay, since there's so many numbers and it's looking to guess the correct one, and it's decentralized. So no single boss controls the ledger. So no people can just be like, you know what, we're going to decline this transaction. We're going to approve this transaction. Oh, you want to send $10,000 to somebody in another country? You know what? We're going to go ahead and decline this and shut down your bank. Okay, that's happened to people. Okay, and that's not fair. It's not fair. There might be money you might need to send to somebody in another country to help send your family some money, to help pay your employees or whatever. Cryptocurrency is such a beautiful blessing on this earth. God is the greatest. You know, it's being able to send $1 million to somebody the next day. Boom, just like that, snap of a finger, and nothing is even remotely concerning. Okay, it's beautiful. We want to be focusing on buying as much cryptocurrency as possible, guys. Focus on it. Okay, focus on it. So no single boss controls the ledger, guys. It's decentralized. We're all in this together as a family, and thousands of miners protect it together. Okay, the cryptocurrency community, it's really a family. They just want people to send money and collect their money freely, without any restraints, without any cringe blockages or anything like that, without any 3 a.m. shutdowns. They just want people to send their money borderless all around the world and spend their money all around the world. God is the greatest. You know, to be able to live in this type of time period where we can have this type of decentralization, it's really a blessing. Okay, take advantage of this time period, guys, and let's keep learning about cryptocurrency. So let's talk about the wall of energy. What is this? Okay, so it's a feature, not a bug. So people complain about energy use, but that energy is a wall protecting the money. So you have to understand that the printers, okay, if they just keep printing the dollars, inflation is going to continue to increase. Okay, which is why the US government, for example, is running to cryptocurrency to kind of save its tail. So energy equals real world cost. Okay, you can't really fake that. When that mean power bill gets sent over to you, you got to pay that. It just is what it is. Okay, it's kind of hard to dodge that. because it costs real actual money, electricity to mine, and you need an actual account too. You can't just be like a fake person. You got to actually go sign up for the power account, put your card on there, etc. So because it costs real money, electricity to mine, you're incentivized to play by the rules, keeping it safe and free though for everybody. Okay, free for everybody to jump in, I'll say. Okay, because some things are going to be gate kept through certain other things, but as far as just the freedom to start, anybody can start. Okay, you might just need the ASICs computer, pay for the energy, but as far as just the freedom to start, anybody can start. So if you cheat, you waste electricity and you lose money. Okay, so it's pretty much not going to be worth it at all, because the point of this is to gain some Bitcoin. So inshallah, you can maybe see some profit. So keep everything stable and keep everything well-rounded. Make sure you have everything planned before you just start trying to do anything. Okay, so let's talk about the life cycle, right? So a broadcast. So if you send one Bitcoin to a friend, the network is going to hear it. Okay, the blockchain is going to see it. You could see if the transactions were completed via what's called confirmations. Okay, so compete. Miners then race to solve the math puzzle, the hash, to box up transactions. Okay, and then verify. The winner shows their proof and everyone checks it instantly. And this keeps it secure. Okay, this page is glued to the notebook forever, also called the blockchain, and then the miner decides to go ahead and get paid. So that is the full 1, 2, 3, 4 cycle of how Bitcoin mining actually occurs. Okay, so the computers are looking to solve the hash puzzle. Okay, after the computer solves the hash puzzle, then the miner will go ahead and get paid in Bitcoin, inshallah, if God wills. So keep it simple. All right, y'all. Happy Bitcoin mining. I pray you guys do well. If you want to go set up a rig or set up your own basement, do it. Okay, be ready to pay that electricity bill, but I believe in you guys. If you're interested in Bitcoin mining, head over to stackmode.net for all trading education, and I'll teach you guys and we can talk about absolutely whatever. Stay prayed up to God, keep grinding, and I'll catch you in the next one. Peace.
You might think that inflation is a normal part of life, but the reality is that your purchasing power is silently being stolen from you every single day by the very institutions claiming to protect it. Central banks have the power to print infinite amounts of currency at the push of a button, which dilutes your savings and forces you to work harder just to stay in the same place. They control the supply, so they control the value, and Bitcoin completely flips this power dynamic on its head. It's the only asset in human history with strictly finite supply that cannot be altered by any government or chairman. There is no backdoor and there is no print button because the code is absolute. And while fiat currency relies on trust in politicians, Bitcoin relies on mathematical verification, and it's created by actual power and resources. This is not just about digital currency or making a quick trade. This is about the separation of money and state and ownership. In this video, I'm going to show you exactly how Bitcoin renders the central banking model obsolete and why it's the ultimate hedge against the system designed to devalue your life's work. Let's dive into it. Let's go and let's jump into how central banks hold a monopoly on the money supply. So as you know, things have to be systematically processed when it comes to central banks' systematic formations, such as wire transfers or direct deposit, for instance. Certain things have to hit on certain days and certain time frames due to the fact that approvals have to be made by the centralized banks. Now, when we're trading cryptocurrency, you're working in the decentralized world. Everything is way different. Okay, everything is based off the peer-to-peer transaction system. Everything works off of smart, autonomous contracts. So whenever transactions are sent over, pretty much computers do all the processing. When you send a wire transfer over to somebody or even to yourself to another bank, the bank has the ability to approve or decline that. Cryptocurrency puts the freedom back in the people's hands. And let's go and let's jump into how all this works and why central banks really don't like this. Let's talk about the loss of monopoly. So central banks manage the economy by printing money, which is quantitative easing or pretty much restricting it. And Bitcoin supply is fixed at 21 million. So it having that fixed statistic baked into it, one, not only makes it more scarce, but it's going to have a more baseline stability cooked into it, and inflation is going to be a lot more manageable. When it comes to fiat currency, you can pretty much print infinite dollars nonstop. That's you might see things from 10 years ago might cost completely differently from today, since more money has been printed over the years have gone over. Okay, and the competitor. So for the first time, citizens now have a viable opt-out option. So if a central bank debases its currency due to inflation, people can flee to things like Bitcoin, and this forces central banks to be more disciplined, limiting their power. So you might have seen things recently, as of 2025 when this video is coming out. Banks are now starting to incorporate certain things like Ethereum, XRP, and Bitcoin systems within their system, since they know that people are now looking towards cryptocurrency to manage their money or even hold their savings. So instead of getting 2% or 3% APY stands for annual percentage yield, people rather go put their money into a cryptocurrency and let their money grow faster at a rapid rate. And not only that, it's going to be a lot more manageable too. If you go to the bank, if you have 10 bands, you go pull up on the bank, a lot of the times you're not going to be able to pull that out right away. You might have to come back tomorrow, the next day, because the bank has your money pretty much invested. Okay, so if our money's parked in the bank, it's going to be their money too. It's being used. That's why certain things like Zelle have withdrawn deposit amounts, because they don't want people just pretty much managing their currency how they want. Cryptocurrency takes that all the way. If you want to send $1 million today and tomorrow, you can do that. With the normal traditional central bank based off of fiat currency, they're not going to let you do that, since that puts too much freedom in people's hands, and a lot of business moves can be made a lot quicker. So instead of the banks having the power, now people have the ability to build certain things like banks, their own hedge fund systems, and their own funds, etc. So now people have the ability to have some more individualization for their family even as well too, versus having to run to the banks every single time. So back in the day, people would have to keep all their cash in the banks for the most part. Okay, things aren't like that today. Now you have the ability to even keep your cryptocurrency on something small like a USB drive. Okay, so keeping it extremely decentralized, and the IRS can't get to your USB drive unless they raid your house and find it or things like that. Okay, so no more having random money put out of your account, or even if you get sued, for example, they can go into your bank accounts and clear you out. If you have your money parked in cryptocurrency, that's money that they can't touch, and it's pretty much digital cash that nobody really knows that exists. So let's talk about the threat of censorship resistance. The modern banking system is used as a tool for geopolitical control and surveillance. Big on surveillance. They want to see every dollar that's coming in and out. A lot of things have been changing recently too, since 2020 plus. As far as cash, for example, you can't really use cash to get certain things. Like a lot of realtors and realtor companies won't accept cash for certain down payments, since you can't really prove that you're a real legitimate person and where that money's actually coming from. Okay, so central banks want to make sure everything is controlled, and pretty much don't want you to have freedom for certain ways that benefit them every single time. Certain ways it does protect society, but for the most part, things aren't always fair and realistic, because it is the world. So if somebody's working hard at their lawn mowing business and they've been stacking up cash, okay, their money shouldn't be obsolete. So now you have things like cryptocurrency where you're going to be able to send that over to your bank account, and then you could file your taxes and do things a little bit more legitimately there, versus just having random cash come out of thin air and then you deposit it and they're like, well, where's this coming from? Okay, so your cryptocurrency can be baked in and a little more hidden, and it'll help you out in a lot of ways too. And Bitcoin is really a neutral, permissionless network, and it helps you bypass sanctions. Systems like SWIFT allow the US to cut off nations or individuals from global finance. And Bitcoin operates on the peer-to-peer network, just like we talked about in the previous slide. Meaning if you want to send $1,000 to somebody in Africa, you can instantly do that within the next couple of minutes if you wanted to. Okay, if you want to do that via PayPal or the traditional bank system, it's going to be a lot more difficult. They're going to put some type of hold on it, have to verify your transaction, and it's going to be just a lot more difficult overall, making financial blockages significantly harder to enforce. And financial privacy is going to be a big factor as well too. So Bitcoin is going to be pseudo-anonymous. Central banks and governments prefer total visibility due to the fact that KYC laws are in place, know your customer, and AML, to track taxation for the most part. So pretty much just the government wants their piece of the pie when it comes to any type of currency. So a decentralized ledger obscures the identity layer that they rely on. So certain things like the SEC were fighting with Bitcoin legislators, etc., and that led to certain dips. But now the US government and other governments have started holding the currency themselves, and certain laws have been getting passed. So central banks are trying to gain control, but for the most part, Bitcoin at the core forefront of it is still peer-to-peer and a currency based off of freedom. So we'll jump into the neutralization of interest rates. Interest rates are going to be the steering wheel of the economy. And Bitcoin creates a parallel system that doesn't respond to that steering wheel. And the liquidity trap. When the Fed lowers the rates to stimulate the economy, they want people to spend pretty much. So if people instead borrow cheap fiat to buy Bitcoin, which is a store of value, since especially it has a limited cap, giving it scarcity, which is immediately going to give it value, the stimulus leaks out of the real economy and into crypto assets because people are starting to wake up as well. And broken transition mechanisms are going to come into place. If a significant portion of the economy uses Bitcoin for settlement, central bank decisions, which involves raising or lowering rates, affect fewer people, rendering the central bank increasingly irrelevant. So it's like trying to slow down a car by pressing the brakes, but the car has decoupled from the wheels. Okay. So Bitcoin's coming in to solve a lot of problems, especially now since people are starting to be more open to international travel too, and living in certain other countries, especially US citizens. And you're gonna, instead of have to go through certain transfers for your US currency, you can easily just keep everything in cryptocurrency and spend that all over the world simply, instead of having to go through that headache of a transfer system. And let's talk about CBDCs, the counter move, and what are they doing about it? So they're copying tech, but keeping the control, and enter the central bank digital currencies, and it's programmable money. So unlike Bitcoin, CBDCs are centralized, and governments could theoretically program money to expire, which forces spending, and restrict what you can buy with carbon limits or freeze accounts instantly. And definitely total surveillance is going to come into place too. So a CBDC ledger would give the state a real-time view of every single transaction in the economy, eliminating the concept of cash-like privacy entirely. And they market CBDCs as safe, convenient Bitcoin, but the reality is that it's the exact opposite of Bitcoin ethos of decentralization. So keeping the freedom in the people's hands is really the main point of crypto. Yes, there's money involved, but honestly, you can make way better profit doing other things, such as like trading futures, for example. Even if you trade crypto futures, that's gonna be way more profitable than holding and keeping spot. But as far as you holding your Bitcoin, your cryptocurrency, you're really doing it for your ownership and your assets. Okay, having ownership, especially in something that helps the future, is what's going to help you prepare your forward and keep your money in that constant cycle. So instead of you being on the hamster wheel, put your money on the hamster wheel. Have everything flow. Okay, so after you get that big bag from futures, let's say for example, you know to go ahead and throw it into Bitcoin, which consistently makes profit year after year after year after year. So instead of you having to hustle and bustle forever, you could maybe sit down and chill because you have enough money from hustling and bustling stacked in your investments, and then your wheel will be spinning forever. Okay, so if you decide to use your fiat currency and throw it into something that's going to help your money flow into the hamster wheel, inshallah, you'll have a lot easier time. So they try and stop everything, just like they try and stop certain herbs as well too. They can't stop the Bitcoin network itself since it's distributed globally, and they target the entry and exit points and targeting on ramps. So regulators pressure banks to not do business with crypto exchanges, even though they're starting to do it anyways, because they know people have to sign up for their banks, otherwise they're going to crumble. So if you can't transfer fiat to an exchange, it becomes very difficult to buy Bitcoin. And let's talk about some regulation by enforcement. So instead of creating clear laws, agencies like the SEC sue crypto projects to drain their resources and create uncertainty, driving innovation offshore. But thank God, it's been a lot of righteousness going on. Certain people have been getting freed from jail, such as like the Binance creator and Bybit and stuff like that has been starting to get back on the United States soil. So a couple of years ago, around 2022, 2021, they started locking people up for enforcing certain cryptos or creating certain crypto brokers such as Binance and stuff like that. Thank God certain people have been freed, and just really things have been changing, and the crypto future is starting to look bright, especially since the US government now owns hundreds of millions of dollars worth it. That's really, really a solid and good factor, letting us know that, okay, the US doesn't want to fall behind since other countries also own hundreds of millions of dollars worth it too. Okay, so instead of being stubborn, the US is now actually turning on their brain, and that's leading crypto to future all-time highs, since the US dollar is the global currency of the world. But we never know, within a couple of decades, could be Bitcoin. So a lot of things are changing, exciting time in the world, and central banks are pretty much in a game theory bind. They can't end Bitcoin. The network is way too resilient and distributed, so they're pretty much trying to conform because they know people are starting to wake up. The righteousness is starting to oversee the darkness in the world for sure. People are starting to care about their health, want freedom for their money, and
people might have family in other countries too, and you can easily help out your family in other countries with cryptocurrency. Once again, not as easy to do that if you're sending straight fiat in any country you're in. And they can't ignore it. Okay, it's sucking liquidity out of the fiat system. People are no longer keeping their money stacked inside of savings accounts, getting that 2%, 3% APY that most banks take advantage of in order to make profit. People are now just taking that money and putting it right into cryptocurrency. Even the same thing with credit too. A lot of people are starting to wake up when it comes to credit. Instead of balling out, just buying things, people are now taking that, either they're investing in all of it into some kind of business and buying cryptocurrency, buying any type of shares that they can too with the cash that you can extract from the credit card if you can't extract the whole thing. So the likely outcome of everything, integration, and that's been slowly happening. A lot of banks are starting to finally realize, and as we start seeing more younger people get into CEO level positions, I can see things change as well too, inshallah, especially as Trump come into office. The crypto support has definitely been in significant rise. So banks will eventually have to custody Bitcoin and treat it as a reserve asset, just like gold, because they know people aren't going to be going for anything else. Okay, people are now more open to leaving the US more than ever. So now the US is very desperate to make the right decisions to keep people here and keep America going forward. So this fundamentally changes how the global monetary system operates in the long run. And a really small percentage of the world only owns Bitcoin. So don't think that you're too late. You're really, really early, and there's a limited amount. Okay, you don't want Bitcoin to be mined up and be like, oh man, I wish I bought Bitcoin in 2025. You don't want to be doing that. Okay, I don't care if you got $5 in your account right now. You don't need to be buying nothing. Go buy some Bitcoin. Okay, live off the credit card, spend all your cash on assets, and watch how your life change. Wake up, pray to God, take care of your family, stay down, and get in stack mode. Let me catch y'all on the next one.
Boys, what's going on? Business and pick it up. I'm getting a website made right now. Me and my business partner. Shout out to Chris, man. This motherfucker is on it. This motherfucker know what he's doing from A to Z. I'm telling you, if you need a website built, tap in with Chris right now. This motherfucker is legit.
Yo, what's going on, guys? It's Stackmode Chris, and I made a website for 2 social media influencers you might have seen while you're scrolling. So you can get your website made by me at stackmode.net, and you could personalize it and we can make any changes, but I'll give you a template right off the bat. So I'll make sure that your website is optimized to make the most money and make the most conversions possible. Here we have the tabs at the top. I can create you a custom logo if you don't already have one, and make sure that your links that already go to your products, shops, books, whatever, is being directed when I make the animated buttons to make sure that your site is engaging, keeping the traffic on your site, and bringing trust to your site so people click and purchase or book calls if that's what you're looking to do. So here, I decided to organize the site in a way where the trust is being put in your face. Okay. Examples: when you have video sales letters, or when you have reviews at the top, when you have proof results, as soon as people get on the website, your website is a lot more direct to the user. The user needs to know that they're going to be getting what they're paying for. If you're selling a product on your site, if you're having someone sign up for your mentorship, for example, tell them why they need to sign up for their mentorship. Let them know who you are. So organizing your site within a way that people trust you and conversions can flow in is an extremely, extremely important part of generating income. I'll be able to add your story for your about page. We can get descriptive as well too. You can add any pictures that you'd want to the site. You just have to send them to me and I'll go ahead and I'll optimize that for you. And I'll make sure that your results are on there as well too. And I can also set up a PDF, or if you want to put a paid book system on your site as well too, however you want to do it, I'm able to set that up for you. And all of your current links, once again, will be directed with the custom buttons that I make for you that will have animations keeping the user engaged so you can make the most income and conversions possible, as well as FAQs and a privacy policy, as well as a terms and conditions page. I'm going to go ahead and show you guys the other website I made for JD's partner, Zalphazeek. Let's jump into it. Here we have Zalphazeek's website, and I went ahead and created this within the same infrastructure that I just explained for JD's website. So we have trust at the top. if you have a nice vehicle, if you have results, if you have things that will engage the user to sign up for your mentorship, to join your group, to buy your product, to sign up for your software. Okay, show them what they're going to be getting. Give them a free trial or give them a free visual view of what they're going to be getting. Boom, you could see, okay, successful guy, in shape, car, boom, that's what you want. Okay, if you have a software, give them an example of what they're going to be getting for the software. Okay, show them what you're doing, show them what you're about. Don't be scared to promote your results, push your results, and make your website the most engaging as possible. I don't know if you guys can see within the background, but within the background of the site, there's going to be like a very transparent picture, okay, of him. I can also direct your YouTube video straight to the site as well too for the most trust. Okay, when we write the site copy rel, then we're going to be able to engage the user in. We're going to be able to build trust on our website. Okay, any pictures you'd like me to add as well, once again, same PDF system. Okay, whether you wanted to do a paid PDF or free PDF system in order for a lead engagement system, anything that you'd like me to add, I can do that for you. Okay, if you're a CEO, if you're someone trying to scale your team, I'm here for you. Doesn't matter. Okay, let's go ahead and let's jump into their Instagrams, and I'm going to show you exactly the things I changed there and how you should organize your social medias for the most conversions. Let's go. So here we have Swole JD's Instagram, and let me show you the changes that we did. So when people click on your Instagram, you want people to know exactly what you're about, or if you're running a product page, what your product is about, or if you're running a software company, what your software is about. Okay, so boom, if you're a fitness coach, let them know. Okay, ex-teacher to fitness coach. So in JD's case, he was an ex-firefighter. So ex-firefighter to fitness coach. Okay, and then if you have a free engaging lead system, you need to make sure that it's all being directed, all the traffic, everything you're about, whether you have your coaching link, you have your product link, or if you have your software link, and then you have your job link in order for people to be hired to code software for you. Make sure it's all being directed on one website. So we added the emojis here, added the lines in between, and just made his profile a lot more engaging. Okay, and just made sure that we added the most hook engaging profile pictures. Here we have him with Rick Ross. Here we have him with Brandon Carter. Okay, next to some Rolls Royces. Let him know that he's around big plays. Okay, so when you come on JD's program, if God wills, you'll be making some big plays too. Okay, let's head over to Za's page. So here we got Za Physique's page. So here we updated his profile picture. So he has this car. I told him to put the car as the profile picture to get more trust. If you have something that you work hard for, whether it be results, something that you own, make sure that it's known. Make sure your page is engaging, and make sure, especially if you're selling mentorship or coaching, let people know the results you're going to get. For example, here, if he's selling fitness coaching, here we have the pinned picture here, results for the transformation that he did. Okay, let people know that your results even work for yourself. When they see you doing it, it's a lot more trust. People go off of actions more than words, okay, especially younger people. So here we updated his bio in a similar fashion. So when people click on his page, boom, they let him know, okay, he's a hightail sales expert. You can get the healing water for peak performance. You can grab the free water guide here. And then you have the custom pictures on your Instagram as well too. Make sure your pages are like your market. Think of your Instagram page, your TikTok page like a store. We need to update it, okay? Make sure that it's structured. Make sure that it's organized. Okay, let's go and let's jump into their YouTubes and their TikToks, and then I'll show you guys the process of me doing everything step by step. All right, so here we have Swole JD's TikTok here, and we went ahead and updated his bio to the same way. So when you click on his TikTok, it's engaging. You know exactly who he is. And when you have views on your videos, you want to make sure your viewers are engaged. You want to make sure that they have something to gain from your views. Don't just post and get views. That's why having a website is really, really important. Channel those views, funnel those views. Don't just get the money from the content monetization. That's good money too, but funnel that into a system, a product, coaching, do something. Funnel those views into a system, and I teach you how to do that at Stackmode.net in the academy. All right. So let's head over to Za Physique's. Okay. So Za Physique's TikTok here. We went ahead and updated the same thing. Made sure that it was organized, and he went ahead and submitted his TikTok link. So if you don't have a link on your TikTok right now, go on your TikTok, click on your edit profile and ask for a link. You might have to put in your social or your EIN number if you're trying to do it through your business or LLC. And if you need help with doing that, book a one-on-one call and I'll show you how. So let's head over to our YouTubes and I'm gonna show you what I optimized there. All right, so here we have JD's YouTube. So we went ahead and updated his links here. So when people click on your YouTube, you want people to be directed once again to some traffic. So your main website is gonna be something, and then you could also have your secondary links on YouTube, but really kind of only for YouTube is really where this works, and Facebook as well too, as of now. So having your website here as well in the description just lets people know, and it keeps it in people's head. Like, okay, if you have lamp.com, or if you sell lamps and it's like, okay, lamp.com, lamp.com, lamp.com. That's just how people's brains works and the psychology behind it. I really jump into it, and I'm excited to drop a lot more content for you guys to break it down, really, of content marketing and funneling your views into getting money. Okay, so let me go ahead and show you Zaw Physiques. So pull up his YouTube here. So we went ahead and changed his banner here, went ahead and made him this custom banner, improved it. And then from there, same thing, went ahead and updated all of his links. So you know exactly where to be directed to. If you like his content, then you can go ahead and get more, and you could be ready to learn more from him from the coaching, make passive income in his group, for example, or just do what you want. Okay. So whatever you want me to direct your site towards, I don't care if you make tables. Okay. I could try and get you table.com. We'll make you a whole table website and we'll get your marketing up to par. Okay. Head over to stackmode.net and let's head over to the guide. Okay. I'm going to show you guys just step by step how I did it, just some live commentary, and let's do it. You guys have been viral for so long, and that's why I just need to make sure your website descriptions, everything is monetized. So I'm really happy to make the websites for you guys, and I see you guys are just so much up and running. So you got a booking appointment already with the new site? Yeah, dude, I'm telling you, site is slamming, bro. So really glad to create both of these sites here. Nice. Yeah, absolutely. So nice. And yeah, so Zaw, just like I was telling JD, JD just got a booking already, like with the new site. So you're going to be getting bookings out the ass really soon. So that's why for you guys' virtual program, do you guys have a lot of content for that? Like, you guys just know how to virtual coach? Okay, nice. Okay, that's real. SwoleJD.com, nice. Okay, zawphysique.com. Zaw, never mind, take your time. There we go, nice. For peak performance, learn more about the healing water, good shit. Yeah. So Zaw, let's go ahead and let's right after the coaching, let's put a space after the water droplet, and then before the anti-aging water, you could put get the. Yes. Okay, so right after coaching, right? Let's put a space so the water droplet doesn't connect with the G. And then before anti, you could do get the anti-aging water. Get the. Yep. And the same thing with UJD on yours. After the get, put the. Yep. So then they can know that, you know, fitness coaching, get the water, boom, SwoleJD.com. Ooh, water, boom, zawphysique.com. Get the. Yep, there we go. Let's fucking go, man. I take a sip. Good shit. That's what we like to see, man. That's what we like to see. Yeah, bro. No, I feel you. Let's organize. You guys are the fucking ghosts, man. All right, cool. So what we're gonna go ahead and do next, let's go ahead and get all of our social medias, the rest of them, organized. So let's start one by one. Let's go to your TikToks and let's go one by one. I'm with you guys. This is what people don't see, man. Setting up the accounts and shit. Let's go, man. And that's what I was just telling JD too, Zaw. JD already has like 100K views on YouTube already. So it's like, Zaw, when you drop one science video, bro, with your physique, people are listening. Don't post just yet. Because you guys have so many viral videos, but your viral videos have to be, they're not everywhere. So that's why I want y'all to wait, because right now y'all are grinding hard. Right now y'all are grinding so hard that like sometimes we can be grinding so hard that like we don't think, we don't have time to think, you know? So that's why I wanted to come in and step in. That's why I had to leave my old tech position. It was getting too many calls for this and then trying to do work for them. So it's like I don't want you guys to be in that position. So JD, TikTok, please get this updated. Okay. It needs to be, yeah, and Zaw, you too. I'm about to pull up yours to the right so you guys are side by side. And then, do you already have a TikTok account, Zaw? Please tell me you do. Okay, all right, let's go. Cause Zaw, you should, bro, with your physique, bro, like there's no one with a better physique than you. That's what I'm saying, bro. And you're fucking lean right now, bro. Like you grind, and that shit needs to be put out there. That y'all are fucking hustling. Yeah. No, I feel you. I feel you, man. I feel you. No, I feel you, man. Yeah, and that's really what it is, man. That's what it is for sure. So I'm checking you guys out now. I'm gonna make you okay, yeah. So yeah, because you're gonna be able to just copy the same one. But no, it should be like Instagram. It should be like Instagram. So that's why I'm trying to just optimize it though, to make sure. On you guys' Instagram too. Let's do get the. And then JD for that water droplet too. Let's put a space after the water droplet. And then hold on, let me get you one real quick. And then I'll check your Instagram DMs. Yeah, I'm about to revise it for you. Yeah, I got you. Hold on, check your DMs. When I give you this final one, I'm optimizing it best I can. Yeah, you're gonna copy and paste it. The one I'm sending you now. All right, there we go. All right, let's. High ticket sales, get there. Okay, so I need your Okay. The link. Do you have you applied for your TikTok business? Yeah. Okay. All right. On your TikTok, okay, we need to get your link. You're gonna have to just put in your social and stuff like that. Okay. Do you have your TikTok open right now? Okay. On your TikTok, you're gonna go ahead and click on your edit profile. Just click on the description again. Okay. And then you're gonna see a little button that says links. Okay. Do you happen to see links? Let me go ahead and check. Yeah. Should let you add your website. Yeah, and then can you add your website? Yeah, URL. Yeah. And then from there, you could just put in your social and stuff. And then it should approve you in like a day. Yeah, man. Yeah, take your time. Yep, zalphysique.com. Fitness or education? Nah. Yeah. No restriction. It might ask you for bank statement. Something like that. Yeah. They don't. It's annoying with that. You can try. Yeah. Cause I just tried to put my EIN. Yeah. So it's gonna be 6 images of it's like bank statements. It should ask you. So it's either bank statements, annual amendment registrations for your LLC, bless you, and yeah, either annual amendment, the registration, like when you signed up with the state, your EIN form. That should be in your email too. And you should be able to use either one of those. But if they decline you and it's getting you mad, then you can just do the social. Yeah. So that'll be your EIN. So you can either do your EIN or you could do your social. Because yeah, you could either do your EIN or your social. Up to you. Because TikTok, you really just need your link, honestly. Like, once you have your link, you're good. Okay. And then JD, let's go and let's get that TikTok updated. So it's good. You can literally just copy and paste your Instagram. Yeah. We're gonna do it step by step. We're gonna stay right here until you guys are done. Take your time. Take your time, Za. We're getting this done, man. Because you see how frustrating it is. Is that your EIN document? That should be good enough. Yeah. That should be good enough. If they decline you, then just do your social. All right, bet. Oh, it's still updating on my end. There we go. Expire bar finish coach. That's what we like to fucking see. Clean. Clean. Zal, I want to redo your Instagram bio too, because I want you to have the arrow down. Okay. Zal, I'm gonna send you a optimized bio. Just because I want you to have the arrow too. All right, there we go. All right, Zal. What I just sent you, that's your new bio. Because the arrow helps a lot. Okay. Yeah. So I just DM'd it to you because the emojis won't copy and paste on Discord. Yep. So you can keep yours either the healing or you could do anti-aging. Either one. But the more terms we have for it, healing water, anti-aging, the more terms you guys push out there, the better. Yeah. Yeah, and then the arrow helps a lot too. And then when you're done, you can update your TikTok to have the new one. Nice. It should be in the DMs, the one I sent you in your Instagram DM. Do you see the arrow? The down arrow? Because the down arrow will be right by the link. And it looks nice. Bet that. Y'all feel free. Nah. And I know what you want, just because it's gonna do this. Yeah, it's too much. Yeah. That's why I put the and high ticket sales after the fitness coaching. Yeah. I know what you want though, as far as like, but it's hard for you to do that right now just because like with your physique, they're coming to you for that. Just straight up. When people see that, they're not thinking about business off the rip. They're like, how can I get in shape? Yeah, you could put like a Jack profile picture. Yeah. We could do, instead of learn more about the healing water, you could do join my team. Yeah, join my team. Okay. We could do the. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, we'll redo that. Free healing water. Free healing water. Okay. I see. So yeah, let's change the copywriting. The learn about healing water, we could do something for free. Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna make a free PDF. Yeah, I know, man. That's why I don't even look at that shit. Yeah, so got the free water guide here. Okay. Got the free water guide. Okay. All right. Okay. Instead of cause the free. Okay, I understand, Zah. So you want to just get off the. I see. Okay. All right. So JD, change yours. Okay. Instead of learn about the healing water. Okay. Let's do this. I just put in the chat. Let's do grab the free water guide. Okay. And then Zah, you want it to be for. Do you have like a free business PDF for them? Cause what can we? Cause the free water PDF is on there right now. Okay, but like it's just right here, right? Because like the free water guide, right? It's very, very difficult to buy the water right now, straight up. The links are really, really ghetto. It's all over the place. So when people see for the water guide, I already have that up. But like, yeah, but I know you want to transition away from that to your group. But for just straight income though, right now, it would really be smart to do the grab the free water guide. To just push the water, scale the water up to 6 figures a month. Yeah. Okay, okay, all right, bet. Okay, so you do the same thing then when you can. Let's do grab the free water guide inside of your, so instead of learn about the healing water, you could do get your free water guide. Yeah. So yeah, get your free water guide. I'm gonna DM it to you. So that's the only one you have to change. All right, bet. Yeah, so keep high ticket sales first. All right, yeah, I got you. So we do want to keep the arrow there. I got you though. I got you. We're gonna make high ticket sales first. Yeah. And then JD, for the word free, please put that in all caps. Definitely the water guide. For sure. And then from there, they're gonna want to be like you. They're gonna want to be high thumos, and then they'll join the circle. It's easier from there. All right, yeah, I got you. I'm about to DM it to you. All right, how about this? All right, I got you. Check your DMs. Yeah, and then let's do the actually hold on one moment. Instead of the weightlifting emoji, we're gonna stick to the water emoji. I mean, they see you, but if you do want to stray away from that, I understand. Yeah. But I do understand you want more of a leveraged team, and don't be scared to take that transition. You know, I dropped getting hundreds of thousands of YouTube views to get hundreds of views just so I could speak to people like y'all. So it's like, don't be scared to do the transition. Sometimes you gotta take a risk for your bag to get bigger. Nice. Let me know once it's updated. There we go. So we like to see. Good shit, man. And boom, you see how it's all just one thing? No more. Boom, clean. So we like to see. Oh shit, let me get the water guide right now, man. Let me go down. Let me learn, bro. Oh wow, it's anti-aging. Oh shit, it's alkaline. Oh man, I'm putting my email today, man. Right now, man. Today. Oh shit. Oh, it instantly downloads. Whoa. Oh whoa. All right, how do I get this in my house today, bro? I'm glad I just went to fucking Swole JD and Zofphysique.com. Yeah, man. Like that's what we like to see, man. Boom. Water. Make sure the PDF link. I have them. I'm a create a system, but I'm gonna make sure that both the download. Boom. JD.com. Thanks for telling me about the water, JD. Let me go ahead and read through this guide. Cool. All right, so we're all good. Thanks for downloading. All right, now next, let's optimize the TikTok. You could change your ZA to the new one. Yeah. And then until the link comes, you can just no, ZA Physique is fire. The algorithm knows you. Yeah. Oh, I see. I think that's fire. Yeah, that's fire. That's fire. Because it's what you are. Yeah, that's fire. Very, very simple. It's fire. When you can, let's update the TikTok, and then we're gonna head over to the next section. Take your time, guys. Good shit, guys. That's what we like to see, man. Great work today. You guys are the man. For real, I'm here for y'all. Yeah. So they're gonna take a day or two to approve you, but for now you can just leave it like that. Yeah. And then once it's done, you're gonna get approved. That's the thing about all this stuff too. Like some stuff might take approval days, but just like yeah. Yeah. Let's do like a comp picture, either like this one, like your TikTok, or you could do yeah, it does. It either needs to be your physique or like this or something, bro. But bro, no. And you know what I'm crazy, bro? My mom just had to literally tweak on me for this, bro. Because bro, how are we gonna do social media? And we're scared to flex. You know what I'm saying? Bro, my mom had to literally crash out on me for this, bro. I'm telling you, I hid myself for years. No. You have to show it. You have, and don't feel bad, bro. You fucking come from another country. JD, you come, I watch your story too, bro. You come from Arkansas, right? Mississippi, bro. That's even worse, bro. Like you come from like, bro, y'all come from zero. Exactly. I'm telling you, bro, we not gonna get nowhere being spooked and scared. I'm telling you, we gotta take the risk, bro. Take the risk. Flex. Flex is what you grind and get up in the morning for. It's what you pray for. Show people how they can get that shit too. Trust me, I be feeling the same way, bro. I be feeling the same way sometimes, but I realize I'm like, we can't get anywhere being scared. People, yeah, bro. Yeah, post that shit, man. Exactly, bro. Exactly. Nah, man, that's what I'm saying. That's popping it, bro. And it's not out here. It's not like you're out here making it your life. That's not even you, Zah. That's not even you. Like, that's just part of something that comes with when you join the leverage circle. For real, bro. Be like, oh, when you're in the leverage circle, you're gonna be fucking jacked and drive a Corvette. It's basic shit. Like, for real. That's what they need to know, bro. That's what they're getting in the leverage circle, bro. They're gonna fucking get shredded and they're gonna get a Corvette, bro. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, bro. Yeah, Corvette picture everywhere. Fuck that. Fuck that. Fuck that. Fuck that. Yeah, Corvette picture everywhere. What the fuck did you buy that shit for, bro? We're gonna die on this earth one day. People need to see that shit. Fuck it, bro. Corvette picture everywhere. All social medias. All social medias. Bro, as soon as I showed my mom the website, guess what made her say damn? The Corvette picture. So I'm telling you, bro. Corvette picture everywhere. Same thing with you, JD. Guess what made my mom say damn? When she saw you with Rick Ross. So that's what I'm saying, bro. Y'all gotta get... If you didn't post that, and I had to get yelled at yesterday, too. My mom is really one of the best... Like, she's a good manager, for real. But it's deeper than just posting content, you know? We're building real-life emotions. Yeah, man. No, put that... Pin that shit. Yeah, pin that video of you with Rick Ross, man. Pin that. Yeah, bro, you have a video with Tom Brady. Y'all are about to get me mad, man. I'm crashing out. Yeah, bro. Right. Especially, bro, yeah, bro, with Tom Brady, like, yeah, bro. Come on. Is that Rick Ross short everywhere, JD? All right. Like, did you post it? Yeah, like, did you post it on every platform? Bro, guys, we're locking in. We're locking in. The next call, I'm going to have so much shit prepared for y'all. We have like 20 minutes left or 10 minutes left today. Exactly. And I'm telling you as a consumer, as someone who watches both of y'all, okay? Not as your agent right now. As a customer, as a watcher, as a viewer. That stuff builds trust. Bro, that's fire, bro. Looking to the side is fire. Yeah, on some chill shit. Yeah, man. On some super chill shit. Be like, yeah, cooling on your vet. Yeah, man. I need that PFP on all platforms. I can't speak until this is done. Until this Instagram, TikTok, YouTube is changed. Yeah. And then when you're done, Zah, we're going to fix the links up a little bit. I'm going to put a space after the anti-aging for the water. But you're good. Take your time. Take your time. You guys are fucking dominating this shit, man. That's what we like to see. Rick Ross lives like an hour away from me, man. His house is one of the biggest in Georgia. Like, he's not afraid to pop it. You know what he did? Monetized his stuff. Now he runs one of the biggest car shows here. He's not just flexing for no reason. He's getting paid off of that. Y'all are getting paid off of this stuff. Bruh, the more y'all can get, like, man, like, if you can get, like, Rick Ross to drink the water, just like you have Tom Brady drinking the water. Yeah, real. And then, like, I saw you had a picture with Brandon Carter. JD, that picture with Brandon Carter, we need that out there. That needs to be pinned, bro. This stuff sticks in my head. I've been watching y'all for a long time now. There's a reason why I know how to optimize y'all. I've been studying y'all because I wanted y'all to target, and I wanted the water for myself, and I was mad that it was hard to buy it. Oh, I see what you mean. Don't overthink it. That picture's fine. Just this, you're already like in the sun. Just this. This of you just sitting down. Just the raw picture of this, no text. Just the raw picture of this sitting down on your vet. That's it. Don't overthink it. Just please. Yeah, no, for real, man. I be having to tell myself. Like, Allah, please grant me ease, grant me discipline and strength so I can just be focused. Yeah, bro. JD, don't get me mad, bro. These should have been up. Come on. Like, what the fuck? What are guys? You guys are goated, bro. This is what we should have been seeing, man. Guys. 6 figures, 7 figures a month on the way. Like, what? Like, bro, if I see you, like, JD, bro. JD, look at how far y'all have come. Zaw, you come from another country, Zaw. You coming from down there, bonky talk, racist Mississippi, gang. And now y'all are driving foreign whips. Show people how they can do it too, man. That pushes people. That motivates them. Nice stuff, guys. Nah, for real, man. That's what we like to see, man. Yeah, for real. And that's really a lot too, man. Finding out Zaw's a Muslim brother too, I swear. Well, man, alhamdulillah. Real. JD, that just helped your credibility so fucking. You see how you just got a booking instantly? Because you have a fucking website and now, dude, and now you have so much credit. Yeah, bro. JD. Yeah. JD, we're gonna need you to create like meal plans and content. Like your virtual side needs to be top tier. Okay, because Zaw's been doing this for 10 years. But your coaching side, people, that's gonna be a big income stream for you. So you need to structure your plan. You need to know how to use AI, and we're gonna keep going through and doing this shit. Okay? Yeah, it is. Yeah. Also, that's another thing too. After these 10 or these 6 classes, we'll talk about trading stuff too, JD. But JD, don't trade prop firm. Prop firm is a business, and they only make money when you're losing money. Okay, but like take a broker like Cash App, right? Cash App makes money whether or not we use it or not. As long as we transfer some money, they make money. They're not preying on people's downfall like a prop firm is. So I would just keep all of your money, keep it in-house. And then when it's time to trade, we'll get into that. For now, what you can do, if you want to invest though, just buy Bitcoin. Buy Bitcoin and scale your business right now. I mean, that's exactly why you buy it. You buy low, you sell high. People are just, yeah. Don't social media trade. Yeah, anytime you start seeing people panic, that's the time to buy. I'm telling you. I'm telling you, bro. Once I start seeing certain people tweet, I'm like, oh yeah, let me check TradingView. Let me see if the lows are put in. Let me see if buyers are in, and I go load up. Like yesterday, I just loaded up on stocks because I could see market found the low yesterday for the most part. I'm gonna teach you how to get rich, man, for real. I got you guys. Yeah. Gotcha. Okay, cool. So that's gonna go ahead and be that. All right. Now, just to finish off the day, yeah. So just to finish off the day, just to, well, of course, there'll always be stuff to do, but just to get off the first video, you guys can go through the list. Okay. It's not, don't feel controlled. Okay. Just choose a video that you want for the day, whatever's feeling your vibe for the day. Okay. You don't have to do it one by one. I don't care if you scroll down, but just try and get the Kangen water videos and the science videos out first to just get you on the algorithm. Then from there, after you're done, just delete the title after you've dropped it. Just delete it, and then you could just click file and then save, and then you could just come back to it, and then until the video list is all done. I got you. Yeah. Let's change the link. So on the links, you could either put a backspace so either this connects. So yeah, you could just fix that. Yeah, I got you for sure, JD. Yeah, so in the links, fix the space if you can with the little bracket, and then that'll be it. Nice job. You see how in-person connects? You can make anti-agent connect with the line too. Yeah, take your time. Nice job. Yeah, JD, let me get this email to you. Zaw, I should have emailed you the email list already. But yeah, but JD, please don't buy any more challenges. Yeah. I mean, kind of. I mean, I'll run through this real quick. All right. So, all right. This is how stocks work, right? All right. We just hit fucking take profit. All right. This is how stocks work, right? This is how I teach my students. So, I think I'm probably like the best in the world at this shit. I'm not gonna lie. All right. I mean, Bitcoin's crypto too, but it's just stocks. There's a reason why the billionaires trade stocks. Stocks generate income faster. Bitcoin is freedom money. So this is how I do it, right? So this is like we just hit take profit on this. So I tell my students, I'm like, yeah, we're about to get in on whoop-de-whoop, right? So this is how the setup looked before, right? And then you see how there's like a gap of space. Okay, so this is how it looked before. You can see it here too. Okay, so I know how to exactly predict the market. This is before. Okay, you see this area right here. Yeah, exactly. And then guess where we're at today, JD? Exactly. So it's like, yeah, I'm probably the best in the world at this. I'm not gonna lie. That's why I realized I had to start doing social media. But you sell when the market comes in contact with areas of resistances. Okay, because remember, especially on futures, when you're trading futures, what you're trading is the S&P 500. You're trading the NASDAQ. It's a bunch of stocks compiled. One thing that people don't know too is that Bitcoin moves the exact same as the stock market. Okay, so let me go to an April low that was really, really popular last year. Okay, so this April low, market dipped down in the same exact place here. If I pull up the S&P 500, market dipped down in the same exact place. Okay, so people don't know that. There's a reason why the government's been buying hundreds of millions of dollars worth of Bitcoin. But after we get rich with the business shit, you know, we'll jump into this. So yeah. All right. So cool. So when do you guys have time for the next call? We could do tomorrow at 8. Okay, yeah. Anytime. I'm flexible. I'm with you guys. Okay, let me see. Okay. Yeah, so the call, I gave you guys an hour 30 for this today, just for the bonus, but the calls after this will be an hour. Yeah. Tomorrow we still have to finish the social media pages. We gotta yeah, a bit more work to do for sure. I got you guys already streamlined. Like the class is already set up in my head before you pay. So you guys are good. Yeah, you don't even have to worry. I don't even want you guys to think. I just want you to do, you know? But the problem with it is doing without the thinking first can mess people up. So that's why I'm here to think for y'all. Okay, so cool. Car number 2. I'd be available. Do you guys have time? All right, let's grind early morning, bro. 7:30 to 8:30. I'm down for that. Yeah, 7:30 to 8:30. Okay, the 11th. Let me go ahead and get you guys booked. Cool. Let me go ahead and save this and send. All right, guys. It's gonna be class number 2 out of 6. We have like 8 more social media accounts to set up. Let's do it. Let's get this money. All right. Also, people are gonna start booking on you guys' site, right? So you guys have a site now. So expect a lot more traffic, bookings, and expect a lot more work to do. Okay? So whenever you're making meal plans, virtual guides, please use AI. Please. Okay? You guys are gonna start getting traffic now. You guys have millions of views, but now you have a website. So people are gonna start interacting, buying the water, booking calls. You're gonna be Yeah. Yeah. So you could put on your story, but make sure that no, just send them to zofphysique.com. Send them to zofphysique.com. Zofphysique.com is the main thing. There's a reason why JD just got a booking instantly, because now it's a main page. But like before, if you were to go to his, it was the Discord link and then the Instagram. It can't be ghetto links. Website, and then they'll find their way. They're already interested in you. Okay? So website, and then they'll find their way. Oh, I want to be like Zaw too. Let me go ahead and start getting some money with him. Those are the only clients you want. You don't want randoms who aren't really trying to hustle for real. You want people who want to get in shape and want to drive a Corvette. Those are the guys you want joining the leverage circle. You don't want bullshit on your team. Okay. So cool. All right, guys. I'll talk to you guys tomorrow. You guys are the best. Text me any questions. All right. Peace. So as far as your Facebook page, so you should be able to go to the top right, wherever your profile picture should be. And then you should be able to click on your profile picture, click on Swole JD. Okay.
And then from there, click on use page. Okay. Yeah, edit. And then fix the links. But what you can do first is in the top right, you're going to see add cover photo. Please click on add cover photo. And then inside of the Discord, you guys' thumbnails that I made for you are going to be there. Okay. Let me go ahead and check your page though. Okay. Did you change your banner? Okay, nice. There we go. Cool. Okay. It's opposite.com. Okay. We like to see. Would you be able to, let me see. Does it let you zoom it in anymore? Or no? It's fine. No. Okay. Gotcha. Yep, and then you can click it, JD. Yeah, let's left click it. You can left click it. Let's left click it. Left click it. Like open it, make it big. And then right click it. And then save. Or add images to photos, either one. Up to you. And then nice, yours looks really good, updated. Just people need to just see this offphysique.com. Yeah, see if it lets you zoom it in. It should let you. Yeah, try and drag it up just so it's like more centered, just so this all physique is centered. Yeah, there we go, JD. Nice, amazing, just like that. And then click save changes. And then when people are on their phone, it's gonna look good. So like, don't even worry about the extra space because most people are gonna be on their phone watching y'all sit. So it's gonna look just perfectly fine on the phone. Okay. Nice. There we go, huh? Looking clean. And then JD, you can finish, you can update your profile picture if you want to your logo in the Discord too. You can add that to photos. And then let's go ahead and let's get your banner changed as well too, JD, and let's update your profile description.
That's going to be it, guys. And that's stackmode.net. If you want your logo built by me, or if you want to learn how to do it yourself, you can head over to stackmode.net. Stay productive to God. Keep grinding. I'm going to catch you guys in the next one. Peace. So a single rate hike doesn't just cool the economy. It changes the math for every crypto asset in your portfolio. And here's the reality. When borrowing money gets expensive, the big whales pull out of risk and run to safety, leaving retail investors holding the bag. And we're talking about a liquidity drain that can wipe out months of gains in minutes. If you want to survive the next FOMC meeting without ever getting wrecked, you need to understand exactly how this mechanism works right now. Let's go and let's talk about rate hikes. Inshallah. So let's understand when the Federal Reserve moves, global markets shake. And we have to understand the mechanisms of how traditional monetary policy dictates the fate of digital assets. And in this case, we're going to be talking about crypto. Let's continue on. So what is a rate hike in the first place? So it's the Fed's primary tool to fight inflation. Okay. And it's pretty much a tightening. And it's when they raise the federal funds rate, which is the baseline interest rate for the economy. And borrowing costs end up rising due to this fact. It becomes more expensive for banks, businesses, and consumers to borrow money. So it's going to be more expensive in order to get loans, certain private equity, and just borrow money in general. And spending slows. Higher loan costs mean fewer mortgages, fewer car loans, and less business investments, which means the economy would slow down. It's less people being able to get large sums of money. Okay, it's not a lot of people rocking around with over 5-6 figures. So less loans logically would mean less cars being bought, less mortgages equals less houses being bought, which would then cause the people who own the houses to lower the cost of the houses to try to get rid of it and make some profit. So whenever rate hikes come into place, it really just throws off the whole balance. And the goal of the rate hike is to reduce demand to lower inflation prices. But once again, this often causes pain in asset markets because since people have less money, less free cash, people are going to then have less money to flow into assets. So imagine if the economy is a speeding car, okay? Imagine that as inflation. And a rate hike is going to be the Fed slamming on the brakes. And the goal is to slow down without crashing the car, which causes a recession. Now, there is going to be repercussions for this, upsides and downsides. So keeping everything in mind is going to be extremely, extremely important. But when a rate hike comes into place, it means that banks, businesses, and consumers are going to have a harder time
borrowing money. And the seesaw, so the dollar index, the DXY, you might have heard of it. So there's a strong inverse relationship between the strength of the US dollar and the price of Bitcoin. This is also because Bitcoin is used as an inflationary hedge, since the US dollar is going to be a infinite currency. Okay, it can continuously just be printed, and owned by everybody. Bitcoin is going to be a finite currency. Okay, so only a certain amount of people will be able to own Bitcoin. Once it's gone, then it's going to be completely gone. So rates up equals the DXY would be up, which is letting us know that this is strong US dollar and that the economy is trying to progress. And crypto down, okay, would be in relative relation to this, okay, equaling weak asset prices. So when the Fed rates hike, global investors buy dollars to access those higher yields. And a stronger dollar makes it more expensive to then buy certain Bitcoin assets, other cryptocurrency assets, and stocks, which suppresses the price. Okay, so while crypto is going down, though, gives you a really, really good opportunity in order to save your cash and buy assets at a low. Okay, try and capitalize and always buy assets at a low. If you analyze that the setup or whatever you're looking at is meant to go up year after year after year after year after year after year, if it's hitting a low point, invest at the low points. Stop buying at all-time highs. Okay, and don't just look at when something is going down as a negative thing. Price has to pull back in order to go up. So if price pulls back, see that as an opportunity. Ask yourself, is that going to be a good buy? And if you're struggling to identify a setup, head over to Stackmode.net or just watch my videos. Okay. Take advantage of the economy. Okay. When economy or when assets are down, take advantage of that. I don't care if it's real estate, Bitcoin, stocks, whatever. When assets are down, you have to take advantage of that low, because just like everything else, price, inshallah, will sweep back up. And you don't want to be in a position to where like, oh man, I wish I invested at X, Y, and Z time when you could have. So take your action, do what you need to do, and make your decisions today. Okay. Catch your assets when assets are at a low. When the economy is in shambles and everyone's panicking, that's the time you need to be buying. It's really important to try and have some cash on hand. This way you're going to be able to make some good decisions and invest into these investments when you need. So while rate hikes hurt crypto in the short term, the reason for the hikes might fuel the long-term bull case. Okay, and the long-term counter narrative. If inflation wins, then the Fed raises rates, but inflation could still stay in a high stagflation point, and fiat currency loses purchasing power rapidly. And the hard money hedge, and that's why a lot of people look to and run towards Bitcoin, for example. Okay, Bitcoin, yes, is good for profit, but you can make a lot of money quicker playing options or futures, for example. But just the fact that Bitcoin has a fixed supply, it gives you a sense of asset superiority. So once it's gone and somebody has it, all right, and if you weren't to have it, then they would have an advantage. Okay, so Bitcoin's fixed supply, it's 21 million, and it's designed as an escape valve from failing fiat monetary policy, since we know that over time, the US dollar is meant to cost, or it's meant to give us less and less and less purchasing power year after year after year after year, since more dollars will just be printed. And the pivot hope. So the market's always trying to predict when the Fed will stop hiking and start cutting. And that's going to be the pivot. So the moment they pivot, crypto usually rallies super duper hard, because once they start pivoting, people are going to be like, all right, you know what, economy's safe. And then people are going to go ahead and start taking advantage of the buys. So mix in the economy news with the charts, and you guys are going to be able to make some really, really great decisions and some great choices. Use your higher time frames as well too. So you can check out the FOMC meetings on forexfactory.com, and the days the Fed announces rate decisions are historically the most volatile days of the year for crypto. So FOMC a lot of times is when they release a bunch of really important rate decisions and reports. And cash, understand that cash is going to be a position. You don't always got to be in a setup all the time. Cash is a position. So in a high rate environment, holding stable coins, right, the earning yield is often better than forcing bad trades in a bear market. You just don't need to do that. Don't do that actually. Okay, don't force trades in a bear market. Just wait for price to pull back, wait for buyers to step in, and then go ahead and catch the low. catch the low. Once again, if you're struggling with finding the right setup, head over to stackmode.net and look for decoupling. It's the ultimate bullish signal, and it'll let us know when it's time to buy. So when tech stocks drop on Fed news, but Bitcoin holds steady or rises, a lot of things are going to let us know when it's time to buy. Okay, so if you see tech stocks dropping really, really hard, and then the Fed announces some certain news, you start seeing rallying, put that together with your higher time frame analysis and put it together with the charts, and you can start seeing like, okay, price is ready to buy. Or after big events like CPI and stuff like that, etc. A lot of people hold their cash until these big news events come out, and then you'll start seeing market make its move that it needs to be making. And sometimes you'll even see market, let's say for example, trending in a downwards direction weeks or days before this news event comes out. Then when the news event comes out, price will go ahead and blast in an upwards direction. Okay, so make your decisions patient ones. Okay, make sure they're extremely patient decisions, because the more patient you are, the better setups that you plan, the more money you're going to be able to make, inshallah. All right, I'm going to catch you guys in the next one. Stay prayed to God. Keep grinding. Head over to stackmode.net for all trading education. Peace.
2026. Let's get real with ourselves, guys. We got to understand that if we want to progress, if you want to do real estate, if you want to own your own business, if you want to just be a profitable trader, being hungry in our mindset is going to differentiate the wolves and the sheep. If you're not hungry for it, how are we going to reach our goals? You say you want to invest in certain things, right? Let's say stock, for example. Let's say a stock that you believe in. Serve, they've been trying to replace DoorDash and certain stocks as well too, with these AI robots and stuff, etc. And there's a lot of new opportunity around. Tons. So one thing that we're going to need this year, cash. Your income flow is going to be extremely important and imperative to your success. Your income flow. You need to be flowing your income within proper directions, okay? Make sure that when you get to a certain level, you tell yourself, I'm going to have my money consistently flowing. Because I'm telling you, once you start getting cash and start hitting your trades, you can easily go take that money, go blow it and lose it all. But you could end back up flat. Ending up flat is the last thing that I ever want for you guys. Last year, I moved to Vegas. Year before that, moved to Atlanta. And now I'm chilling right here, spending some time with my mom. And about to buy another house. Inshallah, if God wills. And just going on this journey and maturing has just made me realize that we want to preserve, okay? So before you invest, stop thinking money, oh, income. Yes, money. Yes, income. Yes, preservation. But we also do have to understand that we're doing this for ownership. My wife said something that was really smart, and it's on Earth. We're looking for dominion on Earth. We want dominion over the animals, Oh. Yeah, we want dominion over the animals. Shout out Sassy. That's the cat's name. Dominion over ourselves and some freedom. I worked in the corporate IT world for a long time. I did tech support. I programmed credit card terminals. I worked with Salesforce, Power BI. I worked with multiple softwares, doing IT work for about 4 years since I was 18. I'm 22 now. And I've really been doing computer network stuff my whole life, even on old YouTube channels and stuff. I got videos of me showing people how to make Minecraft servers on Hamachi and stuff like that. Even if you've seen my old privated videos, I used to have videos with like hundreds of thousands of views, showing people how to configure Windows and stuff like that. So if you're an OG Stackmode member and you've seen my first videos, then yeah, they're privated now though, because don't even want people to remember or think about that, because we don't play the game anymore. Why play video games when the game is in real life?
also too. But investing is about preservation. You know, even a job, for example, a job isn't preservation. A job can literally drop you at any time. They can, as soon as they get tired of you, they can be like, all right, you're done. They don't care if you have bills. They don't care if you have to eat. They don't care about nothing. They care about the company's success, not your success. They care about the company's success, not your success. Okay? So you have to prioritize your success. You have to prioritize your ownership. Ownership in this world is what differentiates the slaves, the sheeps, from the wolves and the owners. And it starts with mindset too. The ownership mindset and the stack mode mindset is really something that I think people are just born with and blessed with at this point. And alhamdulillah, thank God, if you're watching this, you definitely have a hustler's mindset because you're watching self-improvement right now. But if you don't have a hustler's mindset or spirit, you can develop one. I used to be like 300 pounds and you can develop one. I always wanted money though. And I always had like goals and dreams, but I realized that my whole life I'm supposed to be doing YouTube. I'm supposed to be teaching. I'm supposed to be spreading content. And working that IT job was really holding me back for a long time. And I'm excited to just jump in and go fully just forward with you guys. And just, I'm ready to dominate in this space. Teach you guys a lot of new stuff. I just dropped a new book, working on a new course combo, and dropping neuro trading, why we're buying Bitcoin, understanding what Bitcoin really is. Bitcoin is a lot deeper than it might seem. People think like, oh, Bitcoin is just going up to make money. No, this is a fight against inflation. This is a fight against the fact that the United States has been printing trillions of dollars for years, and that taxpayers have been getting robbed for years, and that we don't even know where the money is even gone to when it comes to the United States. It's probably in just some greedy people's hands and stuff like that. So investing this year, have an ownership, boss, CEO, stack mode mindset. Have a CEO mindset. That's what I want you guys to come into 2026 thinking. Have a CEO mindset, okay? I don't want you guys falling off, okay? Or having to shake back. You know, having to shake back after you fall off and stuff like that, it sucks. We won't have to shake back if we're just staying at the top, if we're just staying afloat. So all this asking people questions like, oh, should I do this? Should I do this? Let's ball. Okay, let's ball. We got to go hard. We got stuff to do. You want to get in these trades, stack some cash, and get in your setups at the lows. Buy low, sell high. But understand that you're not trading to put yourself on the income hamster wheel. You are not working your job to put yourself on the income hamster wheel. This is why I push investing so much, because God forbid, if you come to a point in time where you leave your job or they fire you or you lose your job, right? Whatever. Or the company shuts down. Are you going to not be able to pay your bills because you want to rely on that every 2 week check? Are you going to put your life and your family's jeopardy in another person's hands? That's not it. That's not P. And I can't push that here at Stack Mode. Even if you are working a job, you need to be investing. You need to be doing some type of higher time frame swing trading so your money is making you money in your sleep. If you're not making money in your sleep, I literally don't know what you're doing. If you're not making money in your sleep, if you're not making money pretty much 24/7 by some passive income that became passive due to activeness, then I don't know what you're doing. You have to keep hustling, whether it be real estate. You got tenants paying you every single month because you hustled enough cash to get the house in the first place. Whether it be your stock portfolio, you're able to catch the trades and grow your futures account, options account, Forex account, stocks, shares account, whatever. You're able to grow your account due to the fact that you grinded the cash. You took your time. You weren't playing games. So another thing too, if you want to be a boss and CEO in 2026, hop off the game. Get off the P5, get off the Xbox, stop hopping on Steam, Stop opening COD and playing battle.net. If you want to be a CEO and a boss, we're going hard this year. We're not playing games. We're not playing games because life is so much deeper than income. A lot of people think, money is the end all be all. Once I get this certain amount of money, I'm going to be happy. And I know it literally sounds so cliche, but you will not be happy even when you just touch a certain amount of money. Okay? If you have $1 million and you're still in an apartment, for example, you're not going to be happy from a lot of the times. You're not going to be happy. You're going to want your backyard to go out to. You're going to want to see the sun, see your grass, see your flowers, have a driveway. Okay? If you have $1 million and you're driving a Toyota that's breaking down every single day, it's not about having the nicest car. It's that you have enough money to get a car where you can sit in it, sit in luxury and leisure, not having anxiety of it breaking down and stuff like that, etc. That's ownership over your life. Okay? Ownership over your life. It's not just income. So don't just get this money just to spend it or just to not spend it too. A lot of people are still renting homes, right? Monopoly. We need to think about Monopoly. Monopoly. The winner of the game is the person who owns the most assets. Who owns the most? Who has the most dominion? Okay, and whoever has the most dominion wins the game. So understand that this income is not just to ball. Your income can be relative in so many spectrums. Your income can fluctuate in so many different ways. And lifestyle inflation is also going to be another big factor that I do want to speak about. Inflating your life too fast can literally set back months, weeks, years worth of progress for no reason. Do not inflate your lifestyle immediately. I need you to be patient. I need you to grind, and I need you to stay down. Okay? Stay down. Invest. Own. Go buy a house. Before we start thinking Lamborghinis and whoop-de-whoop, a lot of these kids are running around Urus with no house. So it's like we can't be trying to get the Lamborghini before the house. And in stack mode, we push ownership. I never want you guys to feel like you're in a situation of no one can take care of you, feeling like you're in a situation of needing help. Okay? I want you guys to feel like bosses and CEOs. And in order to do that, we have to develop and change our mindset in every single way possible. Getting to the next level, getting to where you want to be is going to take maximum determination, maximum effort, and it's going to require a completely different mindset change. You have to 360 your life. Complete 360. Okay? Let's complete 360 your life. Turn it all around. The people who are around you, are they supporting you? Are they also investing? Because I'm telling you, whoever's around you is going to affect your mindset and your journey. If you're hungry for it, if you're an investor, if you're someone who likes to make money, and you understand that money is a tool, not a resource that we just need to just splurge. And when we understand that it's also a tool, the people who understand that money is a tool cannot be around people who don't understand that money is a tool. You will be frustrated. You'll be disappointed, and you'll be just in a state of survivor's remorse too. Let's say you do become a millionaire, right? Which inshallah, of God wills, you will. Especially through Stackmode.net teaching. We're balling. I'm going to show you guys this from zero. Because I know I'm definitely confident in myself. So I've been showing you guys just some crazy, nasty results, and I'm ready to run this bag up. Confident in myself. I'm confident in what God put in me. And confident to continue to pray and keep grinding. But understand that in order for us to progress, we have to win. You see this? Okay. We got things to take care of. You got people who love you, right? If not, you love yourself? If you love yourself, then let's get up. Let's do it. And going forward in 2026, the stack mode mindset is geared towards ownership in every single way. That's also why I've been playing shares a lot too. I don't care if you guys make good money trading options, futures, or Forex. All those are income generators. Those are just income generators. That's all it is. Options, an income generator, leveraged asset. Futures, a leverage asset, income generator. And Forex. Most people don't trade Forex in the United States because they don't let you trade leverage Forex, so people just trade futures. So in even Forex, leveraged asset. Okay. Options, futures, and Forex are your income generators. Then, I like to personally take like 50% of my trades from whatever I hit from those. I take that money, I put it into shares, and I keep growing my income like that. I keep growing my income, and I continue to focus on ownership. I don't win a good options trade and then go ball out. I used to do that when I was young. And shout out my boy Devin. He did that too. Buying coops, buying this, going to Atlanta, eating steak every day, buying clothes every day. I used to just be an idiot. I'm glad I did it. I was young, got to pop it a little bit. My first car was an Audi, you know. But when I matured, I was like, you know what? Let me go ahead and stay down. Let me get the Mustang coupe instead. Let me pay a little bit less on insurance so I can invest more. You know, I started getting smarter. God put me through a lot of trials and tribulations young, especially financially, in order to mature me. Because that's why I can come on here and tell you guys like, yo, you do not want to be doing X, Y, and Z. Let's go ahead and let's change our whole mental framework so you guys do not struggle the same ways that I did. Because struggling sucks. It's literally pointless. It's stupid. And it's not pointless because you do learn. But if you don't get out the struggle, you don't learn. Okay? You're just going to be feeling bad. You're going to be feeling peon mode the whole time. And you're going to be feeling very confused and upset. Okay? And that's why I want to push ownership so bad to you guys. Because when you start making 5, 6, 7 figures a month, right? Even 4, right? 4, 5, 6, 7 figures a month. You do not want to be checking in 5 years later and being like, I just made all of this. Where's my money? You do not want to do that. I'm telling you, it's a lot of older people in that scenario right now, still living paycheck to paycheck, still struggling, still not being able to have dominion and leverage over their lives. Why? Because they're not prioritizing ownership. Ownership. Your income matters, but your income does not matter as ownership does. Once again, if you're making 4, 5, 6, 7 figures a year, if you're not funneling that into assets, if you have a hard time, say you lose your money on the market, you lose your money via business, etc., lawsuit, whatever, you do not want to come into a place in a mental state of where you've made tons of income and you have almost nothing to show for it. Funnel your money into assets. You're working hard now so you can chill later. Love yourself and treat your future self right. You're preparing for your future later, not now. Once again, even if you hit a nasty options trade for 4 figures, 5 figures, don't take that money and go to Chrome Hearts. Don't take that money and go pull up on the dealership immediately. Take that money, go get a house, use that house money to live off of forever, keep your options income, and then you could ball later. Okay? Because that money can come extremely quick. But I'm telling you, if you ever come into a season of where you lose it, you do not want to be disappointed, frustrated at yourself due to the fact that you didn't invest and you have nothing to show for it. We're not putting in this hard work to go backwards. We're putting in hard work daily, vigorously, in order to make sure that we're going forward. I don't want you guys to have to shake back. We're done shaking back. 2026, we're staying on top. Stay on top of your health, on top of your finances, on top of your mindset if you see yourself going into a dark space, okay? We're not shaking back this year. We're going forward. We're going up. If you just blew up your account, if you got to start the account from $100, run it up from that $100. There's times where I had to run it up from that $100 back to bands. So if you hit zero, if you go flat, you can run it up again, but your mindset is what's going to differentiate the sheeps and the wolves. If you're weak, you will eat yourself. You will truly eat yourself. Even when income is coming in and your brain changes, especially when you haven't handled certain things, but once you start passing that 5 figures a month threshold, it's more important then. The richer you get, the more disciplined you have to be. Extremely. The more income you start making, the more disciplined you have to be. And it's crazy. A lot of people think that they have the mindset that when they get rich, they're going to chill, they're going to do X, Y, and Z. And it really requires more mental energy the further you go up. Every level is going to only require more mental energy, which is why there's only such a small percentage of people having dominion on this earth. A lot of people aren't ready to go through that daily excursion to make sure that their resources are being stable. But if you're watching this right now, you're a ball player, and that's what you want for you and your family. So you can do it. But it's going to be days where it's going to be frustrating. It's going to be days where you might lose a trade, see your account in the red, and feel like you can't recover from that, but you can. You can. And you have to. Failure isn't a choice. It's either we succeed, we die, or we die trying to succeed. Failure is absolutely not an option under any circumstance. And getting in that stack mode ownership mindset, once again, your life is going to change in a lot of ways. You're going to question every decision you're doing. If you're pulling up on McDonald's right now, you're going to ask yourself, hold on, I'm spending $8 every single day. If I do this 5 days in a row, I just spent the 40 ball. And then I'm doing it next week. That's an 80 ball. Why are you spending an 80 ball at McDonald's with nothing invested? And I had to check myself. Times I was buying X, Y, and Z, buying steaks, buying this and that with my options profit. Instead of me taking my options profit that I was making thousands a day, instead of me taking that profit and funneling it, spent it on leisure, spent it on pleasing my flesh. And that led me to not getting to where I wanted to be as quick as I wanted. A lot of people get comfortable too. A lot of people think like 4 figures a month is strong, even 5 figures a month. But if you want to be legendary in this world, if you want to push to heights that no one around you has ever gotten to, you have to be comfortable with being in the trenches. You have to be comfortable with feeling alone too. I'm not going to lie. There's going to be times where you might feel alone. You might be frustrated. You might be like, why is everyone not trying to get to some money? Okay. And that's how you know you're a CEO. You're a CEO. Every CEO has felt like that. If you've been frustrated, people around you are on the same mindset as you, aren't funneling their income into asset pathways as you want to,
Don't let it frustrate you. There's people out there who grind like you, who hustle like you. You're watching this for a reason. So don't lose faith and do not lose hope and do not give up. Failure is not an option. Failure under any circumstance is not an option. Why did you open these charts? You open these charts because you love yourself. You want to be in a better position. Anybody who's ever opened these charts loves themselves. Anybody who's ever opened these charts doesn't want to be in the same position. So don't let yourself be stagnant. Even when failure, temporary failure arises, especially in the beginning too. This is why I push mentorship. This is why I give you guys that first call for free, to just frame your mind before you even come onto these charts. And that's something that I wish I had, a mentor. Right. Instead, I just threw myself into the fire, got burned, came out, and I can just teach you guys how to not get burned. But there wasn't a lot of mentors when I started trading. You know, I started in 2022. There wasn't a lot of people out here with information telling you guys the right things, and just through experience, trial and error, I've just been able to cultivate success for myself and my students and teach you guys like what not to do. So just take advantage of the fact that I give mentorship, because like once I'm gone, I'm gone. So really take advantage of that. Like do what you can, learn what you can, so you don't lose money making mistakes when you could just be getting money pretty much the whole time. Obviously, I didn't know what I know now, but if I knew what I do now, like you'd never lose. So if you go to mentorship and you have cash, you could pretty much never lose trades. Absolutely not. A lot of people like to promote low win rate. I think a lot of traders are really horrible. I think a lot of these guys are playing leveraged, playing with a gambling mindset. I don't want to show you guys inconsistent P&L. You know, your P&L shouldn't be making 5,000 one day, and then the next day you're losing 7,000, and then the next day you're making 3,000. Your P&L should not be seesawing and inconsistent like that. You should be making money as you sleep, making money as you focus on your work, on your business. When you're spending time with your family, your income should always be generating 24/7 if you're buying low and selling high. And that's another thing too. It's crazy how mindset is everything in this game. You know, you're not trading for money. Like you're trading for ownership. Like you want ownership over your life. That's what you want money for. Before you even decide that you want money, you got to ask what you want money for in the first place. You got to decide. And everyone lives different. You know, if you want to go to Jewelry Unlimited and bust down your teeth and go get a penthouse in Miami and rent a lamb, if that's you, then do that. But if you want to go buy houses, if you want to start Section 8, if you want to start real estate, if you want to make sure you're good forever, then do that. Okay? I'm not here to judge. But just understand that what path that you choose, what kind of lifestyle that you choose, is going to determine how much your soul can handle and really how much your pockets can handle. Because let's say you do choose the penthouse life. How are you going to focus? And this is the thing too that a lot of traders are promoting. A lot of traders are promoting get a big bag and go live a sinful lifestyle. And I'm telling you, you guys are going to go broke. You're going to go to the club, meet someone you probably shouldn't meet, and something can happen to you. You're going to go rent a Lamborghini and pick up some people who are impressed by just the car and don't care about you, and something will happen to you. Okay? So you got to ask yourself, are you trading because you love yourself, or are you trading to pop it? A lot of these young guys I see are on here to trade it to pop it. And they're on here lying to you guys too. A lot of people are posting, you know what I'm saying? I want to show you guys the real.
I'd rather show you guys a older paid off coupe rather than coming on here capping that I just bought the $300,000 Porsche GTR 3. Whole time it's on lease. Or even take a concierge, for example. A lot of guys will not be truthful and be like, yeah, I put the down payment down and I got it on lease. It's not even finance, it's a lease, which means they got to give it back. But what the marketing strategy is they lease the car with the down payment for a couple of years. Then they post it on YouTube to make you guys think that they're having way more income than they are. This is why I show you guys actual numbers. I'm not here to play little games. I can show you guys my car, I don't really care. I show you guys real numbers. A lot of these guys are showing you guys cars and you still haven't seen an actual broker statement. I show you guys thousands of dollars in real profit from not only myself, my students. So shout out Neo Young too. It's a really good family, man. He's a Forex trader, 6-figure trades, right? You don't see this guy posting his lamb and stuff like that. He's posting his family. So just, you can tell what kind of trader somebody is too by what they're posting. If they're posting more their whip than numbers, you already know. You already know. What that type of trader is they're praying that they can just hit a big win. Then they take that big win, go do lifestyle things with it. Then they build a little community off of people who don't have any actual information. Like if you just see someone in a Porsche, you're not going to be thinking, oh, they probably put a $5,000 down payment on that and then leased it. You're going to be thinking that they're rich. That's the first thing you're going to immediately think, that they're rich. This is why certain things that can't be faked really let you know somebody's wealth, like real estate. If somebody has real estate, they're wealthy. They're wealthy. Not only intellectually wealthy, but most likely financially. Okay? You can't fake a house. How are you going to fake a house? You cannot. There's certain things in the world you can't fake. You know, cannot fake certain things. You can't fake actual screenshot numbers. You know, even with my Webull portfolio, you guys can see the Stackmode.Chris at the bottom. And I'm not on here playing with you guys. I'm showing you the real, you know, because I'm actually performing on these markets. I'm actually performing on the charts. I don't have to post my car every day to make sales or get clients. You guys just listen to my information, because not only am I getting results, my students get results too. Okay. So be careful what you're looking at on social media too. Social media is a lot of retardation on there, and that's really why I started too. My plan was really just to get rich off the charts. I never was gonna hop on here and teach y'all for real. I didn't really care for that. But a lot of the goofiness and a lot of the people on here just capping y'all, it got me upset. So that's why I decided to just come on here and do my thing too. And yeah, trading is not to buy cars and go to Miami. Like they trying to make traders like rappers. Like we not trading to live a rapper lifestyle. Because I'm telling you, this is the game of focus. Rappers get paid to be lit. They get paid to show that kind of lifestyle on camera. So when you're bored in your house, you see that on YouTube and you're like, damn, their turn. They literally get paid to do that. Like there's a reason why rappers buy chains and stuff. A lot of people think it's stupid. It's not stupid. They buy chains because it's marketing for them. Okay. But if you're any dude on the block and you just trade the market, like you don't have to get 5 Maybachs and a chain and an SRT and stuff like that. Like you can take your route. Okay. Because especially in the trading community, especially by the older folks, the Wall Street professionals, the billionaires, that's not respected. That's not respected. They don't care about a leased car. They want to see your real estate portfolio. They want to see your percentage gains on the year. They want to see your actual statistics and your stats. They're not impressed by little things like a vehicle. So if you want to call yourself a big dog, you got to level up, man. Let's check out some World Cup stats. Are we out competing the S&P 500? As you guys can see, I posted a screenshot. We're up 10%, 11%. S&P 500 is only like 1.6. So statistics and numbers. Like nobody cares about Warren Buffett's car. They care about his statistics and his numbers and his trading skills and his investment research. Your skills will mean more than every item you ever acquire in this world. Your skills mean more than everything. Because you can go flat. You can go dead zero. You could lose it all. But if you got your skills, you can run it up back again. So a skillful human
is a valuable human. Work on your skill. Work on your mindset. And in this year, 2026, we're trading for ownership. Do not trade for vanity. You are trading for ownership. Do not trade to go pay $5,000 a month in the Miami high rise. And then when the lease ends, you have no crib. Please buy a house. I'm literally begging you. Please buy a house. Please. I am on hands and knees right now. Please do not splurge your money on retardation. Even if it might seem fun, later down the line, you're going to think you're retarded and you're going to be upset at yourself. So make the right decisions. Do not think that the high rise car lifestyle is what you're trading for. Be a real person, take care of your family, clear your debt, clear your bills, and have some ownership and dominion in your life. All right. I love you guys so much. Head over to Stackmode.net for all trading education. I'm going to catch you in the next one. Let's do this. Peace. I worked in finance for 4 years, from 18 to 22 years old, and it wasn't a complete waste of time, but I wish I would have just focused on, well, I was trading the whole time, but I wish I would have just focused on building my business as well. Before doing Stack Mode, I ran a faceless section of the channel. I privated all the videos now, but the videos have hundreds of thousands plus views. I used to do Fortnite settings videos, and I would just post content online just to get money. I wasn't worried about building a business. I wasn't worried about building a brand. I was just focused on the company, putting my heart and soul into the company for absolutely no reason. And here's why it was for no reason. I'm actually going to say this. Due to the fact that if you put your heart and soul into the company, you have to understand that the company is still going to do what it wants to do. If they decide to fire you, they're going to fire you. If they decide to change your pay, they're going to change your pay. If they want to change your hours, they're going to do that. The company is going to do what's in best interest of the company. I try not to run my companies like this, but a lot of these companies that just hire the day-to-day people think of employees as pawns. They don't think, oh, these are families or these are people who are working to provide for multiple people. They don't care. That's why they'll drop you as soon as numbers get low. They'll drop you as soon as the company starts struggling. Because you have to understand, just like trading, when you win, somebody's losing. And when you're losing, somebody's winning. It's the same kind of thing in life. So you want to make sure that you put yourself at a status to where you're not losing. Don't let anyone take away your status or your ability to go forward. Don't let anyone take away your ability or your mindset. Thinking that, oh, I need this job. Oh, I need this check to hit. And if you do right now, that's fine. Take that check and invest. Build a skill. Learn something. Gain some experience. Try something out. Go for your dreams. I've seen a lot of adults give their whole life to work. Never achieve any type of financial freedom. Never make money automatically. They're always the one making money. This should be on automation. And at Stackmode.net, that's what I try and teach you guys. So your money is always making you money, if God wills. And so your business is always making you money. I literally do not want you guys to struggle anymore for no reason. It's way too many things going on in this world. You got relationship issues. During the time of this video, I'm going through a breakup. Divorce, actually. Okay? But am I going to sit around and be sad and mope? Absolutely not. If you're going through emotional issues, you're struggling with depression, you're struggling with things like your skin, fix those things, okay? But one thing that you are in full control of is your finances. You cannot change how you were born. You cannot change if a person wants to do something to you. But you can fully change if you're undisciplined. If your income is not where you want it to be, it's because you're being undisciplined. It's time for us to get to the next level. It's time for us to go harder than ever. We don't have any more time to waste. You have to understand that all of these mind frames and thinkings that you've been raised upon don't really apply to modern day society. As far as just work the 9 to 5, buy your house, you're going to be able to get the house on the lowest percentage loan, be paying the maximum interest, and be stuck pretty much in a pool of debt forever. Never actually owning the home until you have subsequent income. A job is not going to get you subsequent income. Stop trying to rely on that job like it's reliable. If your bills rely on that check coming in, you can't do that. Put yourself in position to go harder. So regardless of what anyone has to do, or what anyone has to, whether they have to fire you, whether they have to tell you something, whether they have to change your pay, regardless of what anyone has to do to you, you're still going to be okay. You're still going to be able to thrive. You're still going to be able to eat. You're still going to be able to drive what you want, to go where you want, and get to where you want. And guess what? There's going to be people who won't listen to you too. There's going to be people who won't listen to you. You can yell at people all you want, but if people aren't understanding your program, you have to get away from them and start just hanging out with people on your program. Life is a lot more beautiful when we just hang out with people on our program. Do not try and force yourself to hang out with people who are not on your program. It's not going to work out. It will not be subsequent. And I want you guys to go forward. I want you guys to succeed. But how is this going to happen if we're not growing? How is this going to happen if we're not grinding? You have to understand that certain things come into play. Your mindset is everything. This car that I'm sitting in, it was just an idea. And that person decided to cultivate a whole entire infrastructure that I'm sitting in right now based off of an idea. And their mindset helped them channel that idea into reality. Whatever's in your mind, you can put it to reality. We're sitting inside of innovations and ideas. But all of these innovations and ideas that we live upon, whether it be cars, houses, stairs, rugs, these people did not give up. They had the idea in their head and they're thriving and taking care of many other people due to the fact that they did not let their idea in their head go to waste. Your idea in your head is extremely subsequent. It's important to channel the good ideas in your head into reality. You never know who you could help. You could have the best piece of content. You could have the best business. You could put down the best trade. If you invest in a certain stock, you could be helping a company that's helping save kids' lives from some kind of disease. Do not waste any more time. Wasting time is not stack mode. Hanging out with people who are not on your program is not stack mode. Lying to yourself so you can have the comfort of others around you who don't have the same goals, visions, dreams, and aspirations as you is not stack mode. Things got to change. I'm telling you, things have to change. And I want you guys to boss up. I want you guys to be CEOs. But this isn't going to happen if we're giving up. This isn't going to happen if we're falling short. We need to be charging each other up and going hard every single day. Investing as much as we can. Invest every dollar. Believe in yourself. I don't keep any money in my checking account because there's no reason. Every dollar's invested into what I believe in. And I believe in God. And God is the one who put these ideas in me. So I'm going to respect that. I'm not going to run away from what God put in my brain. It's not for no reason. So I'm going to stick to that and I'm going to go forward. I know what's right and I know what's wrong, and you do too. Don't do the wrong things anymore. It's going to feel wrong. Go forward. Okay? Go forward. Have some mercy on yourself too. Try and forgive yourself for certain things. For certain people you let yourself be around. Some situations though, some things might just happen. But don't let that throw you off. I quit the job because they weren't on my vision. They're not where I'm trying to go. You can't keep me in the same, yes, I did scale through the company, but you can't keep me in the same position locked to that income. For what? For what? Don't let anyone lock you down and make you feel like you're a rat. Oh, you can only make this. This is what I'm going to pay you. Bro, if you don't go hustle and get to it, man, like, get out of here, bro. If you don't hustle and get to it, if you don't go get that house you want, if you don't go get that car you want, because you don't got time to waste waiting on that check. Even if you think it's a good check, are you a slave? Go hustle. Go get to it. Instead of me taking calls for them, I could be hustling, dropping content, and taking calls for Stack Mode. And that's what I had to realize. Once Stack Mode started getting too big, once I started getting too many appointments, too many calls, and it's a blessing. Alhamdulillah, this is what I prayed for. All credit to God. But I'm at the point now where I feel like my community is something I have to focus on. I don't want to fail you guys. I don't want to give you guys lackluster content. I want to show you guys results. We're up crazy right now. Thank God. This was a great month on the stock market. Intel's been paying crazy. So many other plays at the lows. Let's get to this bread. We don't have time to wait. You don't have time for darkness, all the sadness, all the people not listening. Just listen to what God has to tell you. If God is putting in your soul that job is not for you, why are you there? You could have one of the best creations in the entire world needed out here, man. Some kids can need your product. Some seniors can need your product. Could put a smile on somebody's face because of the content you're dropping. Don't stop. And don't give up. Be genuine. Getting a call right now. But be genuine. And don't be afraid to tell people, yo, I'm grinding right now. Okay? If you got people in your life, they should understand, yo, I'm grinding right now. I can't talk. Yo, I'm grinding right now. I'm trying to get to where I want to be right now. I can't be on that. You have to hustle. Stop letting that job make you comfy. Hang out with people you shouldn't be hanging out with. Doing things you shouldn't be doing because you think that you know that 2 weeks check is coming. Until there's a day where that company gets tired of it. Until there's a day where there's a company who cannot pay you out anymore. They're like, we're not making enough profit. Drop them all. As you guys can see with the government shutdown, they're dropping people for no reason who've been working 30 plus years. Dropped. You cannot rely on your career. I'm telling you, you will literally live a life of misery and starve. Houses are getting so expensive. Stuff is getting way more expensive than it used to be. And guess what's not changing very much? The job hourly pay rate. And even if so, it's just enough to pay rent, pay your mortgage, your insurances, get some groceries, and that's it. Where's the room for you to invest? Where's the room for you to grow? Where's the room for you to break out of that? You have to be a CEO. You have to invest your money. You have to live smart. Especially with these certain events. Think of how much it costs to fix your car when things go wrong. They start throwing thousands of dollars at you for the bill. Your job check could be slashed. It's like if you spend your whole life waiting for your job check, you're going to be frustrated. I don't want you guys to be drug addicts or alcoholics or frustrated with the people around you or your family because your finances and your mindset is messed up. Break free. Break free. Any poor mindsets or negativity around you, cut it off. You gotta let it go. You gotta cut it off. You're about to quit your job, you're about to go CEO mode. Don't think it's about to be comfy and chill. No, you gotta hustle and grind. And the thing about it though, you're gonna love it because you're going hard for you. You're going hard for you. You might even gotta get used to it at first. Go hard for you. Don't give up. Put in 4 years for a company, man. And they would leave me on red. My manager. I work for a credit card processor. And the one that I use for my business is Stripe. Stripe is awesome. It's really, really fast, really, really efficient, great layout, not horrible fees, automatic taxes. And I would see Stripe's innovations and try to bring it to I'm not going to say R because I don't work there no more. I got to disattach myself. But I tried to bring Stripe's innovations that I saw were working way better than what they were doing. Not wanting to listen. Strategy meetings, still doing old strategies, not growing. And what did they keep doing? I had a team member that was just fired for no reason. Okay? And they fired a whole slew of hardworking people since the company wasn't making good profit. How are you going to make good profit in your company if you're not innovating? And it's like, they don't listen. They're going to probably not go as far as they want to go. May God bless them. I pray that they do. But the company is not moving as quick as I want to move in stack mode. I'm trying to turn y'all up. I'm trying to get to it. And I want you guys to be in a whole different lane. Okay? I love you guys so much. Stay prayed up to God. Head over to stackmode.net. Get your free course, free ebook, catch my trades with me, and book a free trading and mentorship call. Peace.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Hakesfield Cinema Studio. This video is going to be sponsored by Hakesfield, and the link in the description is going to be below if you want to learn how to use this tool. This tool is absolutely crazy. It's a crazy cinema studio. And I'm going to teach you guys how you can generate images that look crazy like this, that literally lets you turn images into videos. It's wild. You can use this to create business ideas, create videos that you can post on YouTube, TikTok, different social medias, so you can get monetized and start making some money. Okay. There's so much opportunity around, and Higgsfield AI really gives you the whole world in your hands. Let's go ahead and let's jump into it. So we'll go ahead and we'll start off with the explore section up here in the top left, just so we can go ahead and check it out. So you guys will be able to create images, create videos, has some motion control options, and you'll be able to edit images, as well as gain access to certain things such as Nano Banana. It's going to have Soul ID, have lip sync features, and upscale features as well too, in order to make your images look better. It's also going to have really dynamic things and add-on tools like Angles V2. So if you're dropping an extremely high quality animated movie using AI, then you're going to be able to get those nice camera angle shots to make it look realistic and extremely presentable. So to start off here, we're going to go ahead and just create an image. So for the top left here, I'm going to go ahead and click on image, and you'll be able to see a list of the features. So here we'll have create image, cinema studio language. You can create a storyboard. We got relight, image upscale, draw to edit. You got insta dump, to where you can turn a selfie into a full content library. This is literally one of the greatest tools on the internet right now. And this is really just crazy. It's crazy how fast AI is progressing. So we'll go ahead and we'll create an image. Okay. These are some images I went ahead and created earlier, but in order to show you guys, this is how we do it. So first thing that you're going to have to do, come down here, and once you click on create an image, I want you to select your model. The model that you select is going to determine the quality of the image. Okay. So for this, we are going to have Higgsfield Soul available, which I'm going to use for this video. Higgsfield Soul is going to be one of the highest quality models out there available, and it's only available on Higgsfield, of course. So I'm going to use the Higgsfield Soul. Okay. And I'm going to go ahead and generate an image. Generate an image that is cinematic for a movie. Use a character that is brown skin, has brown eyes, and is inside of a hut. Make it detailed. Make it a good looking picture. Okay. So then from there, after I type in my prompt, I want to make sure that my resolutions are selected properly. So if I'm on 9:16, then it's going to go and give me a mobile size video. So if you're trying to make videos for mobile content, then do 9:16. Okay, if you're trying to make videos for desktop size content, such as computers, then you would do 16.9, for example. So if I'm going to create a desktop picture, okay, let's say I'm creating a desktop movie, let me go ahead and do that. I'm also going to have the quality here too. We'll have the 2K and 1.5K, and it'll determine the quality will determine how long it'll take to generate and how many credits it'll use as well too. And then we have prompt enhance. I'm going to go ahead and keep this on too, and enhance is going to go ahead and just enhance the image in any way that I need it to. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and keep unlimited relax off as well too for faster priority results. And then from there, let me go ahead and just click on generate. I'm just going to go ahead and generate the picture here, and we're going to go ahead and wait. It's going to go ahead and throw it inside of the queue within the top left, and I'm going to go ahead and just give the chart and give everything some time in order for it to generate. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and be right back. We'll come back when the image is done. Boom, and it generated a crazy image for us here. So I'm going to go ahead and click on it here, and in the top right, it gave us a nice prompt. So it tells us that warm late afternoon. It's going to go ahead and give us good sunlight filters, giving us good camera angles as well too, and just making sure that the image looks realistic in general. And the really cool thing about this is you can actually animate these pictures too. So you can click on animate here, and then you can click on start frame, and then if you wanted to, you can go ahead and animate, which I'm going to go ahead and show you guys the video section next. So you can go ahead and click on create video, and then when you're in the create video section, you're going to be able to grab whatever you want and generate a video. So for my start frame, right? So start frame, let's say if I did want to use a certain picture, okay? Let's say I wanted to create a picture for really whatever. Let's say I wanted to use a stack mode video. Okay, so if I wanted to make a stack mode video, let me grab 2 stack mode pictures here. Okay, I'm gonna grab this picture here, and I'm gonna grab this picture here. And then from there, I'm gonna say, combine these 2 pictures and make me a great ad to promote trading and business. Make it cinematic and engaging. Use dynamic colors and lighting and angles. Okay. And then from there, I'll do that on the Higgsfield Turbo if I want to. Okay. Or I can keep it on the Clean 2.5. Actually, I'll keep it there. And then if I want to make it 10 seconds, I can do that. We'll keep it at 5 seconds, 1080p. And I'm going to go ahead and just generate an ad here. So let's go ahead and let's do it. So after I click generate, it's going to go ahead and throw itself into the queue. We're going to go ahead and wait, give itself some time. And then hopefully, if God wills, we're going to be just trying to get an ad. Okay, we're going to be just trying to get an ad from this. And I just want to show you guys how you can pump creatives using Higgsfield AI. It's such an extremely powerful tool. And with all this AI infrastructure out there, there's really no excuse. I'm just going to be completely honest. There's absolutely no excuse why your business isn't up and running off the ground. If you want to learn how to use this, you guys can go to the Higgsfield link in the description, and you guys can also learn at Stackmode.net, where I'll teach you how to use it as well too. This program, it's crazy. It's broken. It's overpowered. It's way more intuitive as well too than any other AI program that I've seen, especially the video editor sides. Other video editors aren't having things like click to add, having lip sync studio, having WAN 2.6, which we're going to jump into. Okay. Higgsfield AI is really, 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 really the best. And I'm not just saying this. So we're going to go ahead and come back once this video is done. Boom. And we got the ad here. So as we can go ahead and see, let me go ahead and play this. And it just turned those 2 images into a great ad that I can use forever for the rest of my life. Okay. And it's that simple. And I just showed you guys how I used it with images that I would actually use it for. Okay. It's a great, great tool. So we have introducing here WAN 2.5 AI video with audio. Forget the static clips. You can create dynamic HD videos with synchronized voice, audio, and real camera movements in seconds. Okay. It's really, really simple. And you guys can just click on generate unlimited here in order to see what you need to see. So I'll go ahead and I'll click on generate unlimited here. And it's going to go ahead and just give me options all over the place. Okay, so if I wanted to, I could click on either upload image or generate. Could keep it on this, just keep it all simple. And I could just say general. Okay, we can use this. If I want to use this, I can use this. Okay, so we have the MP4 here. I like that a lot. This is going to be the start frame and the end frame. We're going to upload the image here. So these are some past images that I went ahead and uploaded. You guys can use any of these that you would want to use too. So let's say if I did want to animate this picture that I did make earlier too, then it could do the same thing. And it's going to go ahead and link it with things. And it's going to be extremely, extremely effective. Here's the other ones that I did make in the past. And a prompt that could be required. Make the boy start talking and make the lips move properly. Make sure audio is on, and then I can go ahead and generate here. Okay, it's going to go ahead and throw it inside of the queue. And then once this is done, I'm going to go ahead and come back and show you guys this again. And check it out. This is what the power of Higgsfield AI is. Boom. The boy literally started talking. We just turned the image into an entire cinematic video. Go drop a movie. Okay. There's so much to be done. So much stuff you guys can do with this tool, man. Same thing with the image generation stuff too. Nano Banana, different prompts you guys can use as well too. And you could just generate any image that you want in the world. You can also just give it a random prompt too, and it'll generate the image for you. Okay, it'll give you random prompts if you guys can't think of anything. can also go to AI sites, tell it to give you a prompt, and then you can go ahead and use that as well too. And then we have the Clean 2.6, right? The motion control and the native audio and video generation. Let's go and let's try out the native audio here. Okay. So for here, we went ahead and we have this here as well too. We are back inside of this, and let's go ahead and change this here. So you guys have different options here too that we can go ahead and use. Once again, you have all of the Kling sections, all of the Google sections, the Sora sections, and then the audio is just really, really fantastic. So what you can do if you wanted to is you can edit your video. Okay? You can edit your video and you could decide what edits that you would want in there. You could say change the sound, do what you need, and it'll go ahead and change that. So I'm personally really, really happy with this though. I think the ad and stuff like that all looks great. I think everything's looking fantastic. And so it's really going to be one of the greatest tools in the entire world. Whatever you guys need, whether it be at the cinema studio, whatever, click what you need at the top. If you want to do a face swap for your characters, okay, if you want to change this character's face, then you can do things like that as well too. This tool is crazy. Hakesfield, shout out you guys. Link in description below if you guys want to learn how to make content on this, and you guys can get access with the links. I'm gonna catch you guys in the next one. Peace. Most people wake up and immediately grab their phone, start checking their notifications, and start wasting time. And you wonder why you feel like your day is controlling you. In this video, I'm going to show you the exact guide and daily protocol that I use in order to build businesses, scale my clients, trade the markets, and operate at my highest level every single day. Let's get into it. All right, so we're going to go ahead and jump straight into the CEO protocol. And here's how we'll architect the 7-figure day. Let's go. So the 5 a.m. advantage, getting up early, okay? Try and meet the sun, okay? Try and be up before the sun. And when you hijack your human biology to go back to more of a primitive state, you guys are going to notice that you're going to experience a lot less anxiety, a lot less fear, a lot less worry when it comes to, oh, is my business going to be successful? Is this product going to work out? Is this going to work out, etc. Okay, you can't think about that. Just completely rewire your mindset and think about hunters back in the day. Okay, they would have to get up before the sun got up. Okay, probably got out the cave, probably got some water, and then whenever it got bright or light outside, then they could start hunting animals, because then they could actually see what they needed to see in order to eat. So understand that you want to get up before the sun comes up so your body can be prepared before it's time to actually hunt, because by the time the sun is up, your brain needs to be in hunter mode. And understand that waking up at 5 a.m., it's not a motivational cliche. Okay, it's rooted in profound human biology. When you align your wake time with your natural cortisol awakening response, also known as the CAR, you secure an unfair biological advantage. Now let's talk about the dopamine advantage. At 5 a.m., your brain is in a high theta, low alpha wave state. And this is the optimal window for subconscious problem solving and uninhibited creativity. Okay? And the zero distraction zone. Between 5 a.m. and 7 a.m., the world is pretty much silent. It's one of my favorite times personally. Get to wake up, pray to God, work out, have some water, send some emails out for you guys, and that's how I start the day every single day. So I try and wake up around 6 a.m. From there, I pray. Okay? I pray to God, get the day started, get my soul right, get my spirit right, repent for any sins I mistakenly made, and from there, I like to go ahead and work out. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and work out. I like to personally hit the weighted jump ropes. The weighted jump rope, instead of lifting weights and then doing cardio, I like to do the weighted jump rope, because then at the same time, I'm able to get my strength training in and my cardio in at the same exact time. So I like to work out right after I pray. Then from there, I like to make sure that I do read as well too. You guys can read whatever you'd like to read. I like to read Quran. Every single day, I'll read a page of Quran, and then I'll also say all my prayers and my du'as as well too. And that just helps me get the day started. By around 7 a.m., from there, I'm pretty much done with my prayer and workout routine. I'll say really 8 a.m. to make it 100% guaranteed, because I got to shower and stuff like that too. Around 8 a.m., by the time that hits, I like to have my email sent. Sometimes I might have a client as well early in the morning too, but if not, then I'm going to go ahead and send my emails. And then from there, I'm going to go ahead and start promotion. I like to go ahead and get my videos out, get my videos dropped out, and it's really like to structure and streamline my day in a successful period so I can be successful and I can be consistent, okay? So I can keep pumping out content and getting you guys consistent work done for yourselves. So let's talk about the 2-hour head start metric. So if you wake up at 5 a.m. or even 6 a.m., while competitors wake up at 7 a.m. or 8 a.m., you gain 14 hours of uninterrupted execution time weekly on them. That's an entire extra business day of pure execution every single week just because you started earlier. So I'm telling you, it really does make the world of difference. And I want you to be able to be successful and to win and have the advantage based off of fighting your flesh. Okay, fight your flesh. Don't be comfortable. Okay, you got to get used to being uncomfortable. Once you get used to being uncomfortable, and once that uncomfortable state becomes the comfortable state, that's when everything will change. It's time to go hard. I don't care what's going on in your life right now. I don't care if it's the worst event that just happened. I don't care if you're depressed. I don't care what you're going through. I don't care if you think you're broke. You got to just get in your bag. You got to get in your consistent routine, and you got to lock in. And that's the only way things are going to change. You wake up, you pray, you have a consistent routine, and you put in some action so you could do something about it. Let's change the way we're thinking. All right, let's go to the next slide here. So the 4 morning non-negotiables. So a CEO does not negotiate with their feelings. Before 8 a.m., these 4 pillars must be executed flawlessly to set the psychological foundation for the rest of the day. And that's really what you're doing. Okay, it's not just about getting the advantage over the other person. What you're doing is you're setting the psychological foundation and you're setting the baseline down for the rest of the day and for the rest of your life. When you know yourself as a CEO, when you know yourself as someone who works hard, who doesn't negotiate with their feelings and works hard regardless of whatever's happening in the world, then that's going to be who you're known off of. And when you're not working hard, you're going to be feeling bad. When you're not disciplined, you're going to be feeling bad. And that's the point you want your body and your brain to be at. So when you're not winning, you're not working hard, you're not hungry for it, you're feeling bad. You need to be going harder than ever. Okay, I'm telling you. So your spiritual anchor. So ground the prefrontal cortex every single day by waking up praying to God. Okay, it reduces the amygdala activation, and you must center your spirit before you touch money to prevent emotional reactivity when markets open. Okay, you can't close a deal or hop on the charts and enter in a trade and you didn't even pray yet. That's all messed up. You're thinking way too much about money, and that's going to lead you in a situation to where if something goes wrong negatively, when it comes to the money outcome, it could affect you and it could hurt you. And I don't want you guys to be in that situation. I want you guys to be going hard. You got to wake up every single day and go hard. And let's talk about some physiological triggers. Okay, intense exercise releases brain-derived neurotrophic factors. Okay, literally growing new neural pathways in your brain. It forces blood flow to the brain, overriding morning lethargy. So when you guys are working out, and try and schedule yourself too. Okay, I like to personally work out Monday through Friday. Try and work out 5 days a week. Give yourself 2 rest days. But Monday through Friday are the days I personally like to work out. I like to give myself rest days on the weekend, and then I'm back to it. Back going hard. And creative output. Your highest creative energy is going to be in the morning. Film your scripts. You have to record your content, post your content before 11 a.m. Your content should be posted before 11 a.m. At least try and do a promotional run, some videos, post on all platforms, etc. Posted before 11 a.m. Okay, this is going to be before the other people start getting on their phones, start scrolling, and you guys are going to have high energy. You guys are going to have fresh ideas, and record your voiceovers, write your hooks before the cognitive fatigue sets in, and then make sure you do what you need to do. Because at night, I'm telling you, it's going to be a lot harder to record when you're drained after taking care of your clients all day, doing what you've been doing, and then at nighttime hits, you're not going to have the energy that you need to in order to promote and pump. Okay, and let's talk about a market scam. So review major news events. Check overnight price action and mark key liquidity zones and analytically. Scan the markets, okay? Scan the market. Do your market analyzations at night, okay? Also do it in the morning too. See what market's looking like, okay? When you scan it at night, you're going to have the idea of like, okay, if market's bearish at night, but then it's bullish in the morning, okay? But then you can see like, okay, market could be wanting to reverse right here, okay? But then you could see market bearish the day before and then bearish again. You're like, okay, market's still dumping. Okay, so make sure you guys are scanning the market before you go to bed and before market opens. Okay, you need to scan and keep up with the market every single day. It's a story mode. Okay, it's a story mode. You have to put yourself in the story. Put yourself in the story. You got to crank the difficulty up to max difficulty. Crank it up to ultra, and you got to start going hard. You got to jump straight into it, and you can't be scared. I'm telling you. So deep work blocks versus the trading hours, right? So eliminating context switching. So some of you guys, right, Some of you guys are sitting there looking at the charts all day long. You're watching each candlestick move for no reason. And what you should be doing is setting your alerts on your chart. That way, when it's time for take profit to actually be hit, you're not going to be stressing. You're like, oh, in the middle of work or something like that, you just close your trade, making money while you're making money. You need to constantly have yourself on a loop to where your assets and where you're in stack mode at all time. Your assets need to be stacking on top of each other at all times. But understand that the human brain cannot multitask. It performs rapid context switching, which burns massive amounts of glucose and leaves attention residue. And mixing trading with content creation will destroy the quality of both. This is why after you're in your trade, you need to leave it at that. Okay? Enter your trade and leave it at that. And architect your schedule. Have a content block between 6:30 a.m. and 8:30 a.m., even before 11. Okay, remember we have before 11 to post. Put your phone on airplane mode. Okay, open loops closed. Make sure you pray, work out, put on some clothes, get fly, feel good, and have 100% focus on your content creation, on promotion. Before 11 a.m. is straight promotion time. You need to be sending your emails, you need to be posting your videos, and you need to be responding to anything that you need to respond to. Okay? You could wait for 11 a.m. afterward to respond to anything I need to respond to, because before 11 a.m., you have to post your videos, you have to send your emails, you have to send your SMS notifications. That's going to be your promotion time. Then after 11 a.m., you can grind, okay? And then from 9 a.m. to 11:30 a.m., make sure you're scanning the markets too if you're trying to enter a trade, okay? New York session, check it. Check your analytics, check your fundamentals. Use tools like I created, like the Stack Finder software, for example, that shows you guys like how the market is doing in certain factors, okay, in certain ways. You need to just make it simple for yourselves, okay? I didn't put in effort creating a tool like this for no reason, so check it out. So here we have the Stack Finder tool. So I like to open the Stack Finder here. I can see, okay, market has greed in it. Cool. These are going to be the things I'm currently holding. And then from here, I like to just go ahead and be like, okay, did I make some business income the previous day? If so, let me go ahead and check out how the market is looking. And then from there, I can go ahead and put some money into the market after I check out the chart. Okay. But none of this is going to happen, guys. None of this success is going to come through if we're not planning. Okay. If you just made $5,000 from a client, you need to be thinking, okay, what state is the market in? Is this a good time for me to invest this money right now? Do not just keep that money stagnant in your bank account, because money every single day is worth less and less and less and less. And I don't want you guys to be in a sad, stuck position, especially in the future. This is why I push things like teaching you, like putting your money in Bitcoin, etc., and stuff like that. Okay. So 11 a.m. publishing rule. So algorithmic synchronization. So why 11 a.m., Chris? So you must understand the mechanics of the social media algorithms. TikTok, Instagram Reels, YouTube Shorts. Platforms require an indexing period. Let's talk about the indexing window. It takes the algorithm 2 to 4 hours to properly index your audio, text, and visual data to find the right initial test audience. And catching the wave. By publishing at 11 a.m., your content finishes indexing just at the massive 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. consumer dopamine dip occurs. And this is when millions leave work and mindlessly open their phones and start scrolling. So take advantage of that time and have some daily accountability. Go hard. Drop multiple times a day if you feel like you need to. Okay. You could drop at 11 a.m. and then from there, once you're done with clients, you could drop at like 9 a.m. and get off of bed by 11 a.m. Okay. Go hard. Have a hard deadline of 11 a.m. Forces you to complete your morning protocol. It's a non-negotiable metric for success. And I want you guys to win and get to the next level. But how is it going to happen when we're holding ourselves back? How is it going to happen when we're not focusing the way we need to be focusing? Okay, let's push it to the limits. Let's go harder than ever. And phone alerts, over screen watching. Do not sit there looking at your trade move candlestick by candlestick once again. You are wasting your time. You're giving yourself anxiety, and you could be getting money. So escape the gambler's fallacy. Stop gambling. It's the reason why God says don't do that. So staring at a 1 minute chart as it ticks up and down does not make the price go in your direction. It only depletes your psychological capital and induces emotional anxiety. This is the hallmark of an amateur. Let's talk about the set and forget psychology. Once you execute a trade based on your morning market scan, you set your stop loss, if you have one, set your take profit, Set your alerts on your phone. Make sure you have your trading view. Make sure you have whatever broker you have installed. Set your alerts, okay? And instead of watching the screen, wait for your alerts to go off, whether it be your stop loss or your take profit. Who cares? Once you're entered, it's either stop loss or take profit. Who cares? Okay? You are not in control of what direction the price wants to go in. Walk away. Let the technology do its thing. Let your analysis do its thing. Let your fundamentals do its thing. Trust the process. And trust me, a lot of the times, you will hit take profit, especially if you're trading things like futures, the stock market, stuff that's meant to go in an upwards direction, and you're in an upwards-based play. Not saying just sit there and hold forever, but a lot of the times, if you have enough time, you will eventually win. And tool integration, right? The rise science. So quantifying your biology. So you cannot manage what you do not measure. A high-performance CEO tracks business metrics. They also track biological metrics to eliminate guesswork from the energy levels. Waking up feeling like, why am I so sluggish today? Why am I so depressed? Why am I so this today? Okay. Manage your sleep debt. If your sleep debt exceeds 8 hours, your decision-making degrades to the level of someone who is legally intoxicated. You have to be sleeping. You have to be getting rest. You have to be on a consistent routine so you guys are understanding how hard you need to be going. And map your energy peaks. The app predicts your biological peaks and dips, and align your deep work blocks with your peaks and your admin/rest tasks with your dips. Now let's talk about recovery scoring. So never take maximum risk in the market on a day where your neurological recovery is below 50%. Because I don't want you guys to be losing money on a day where you're already frustrated, you're already feeling groggy, because that's going to just put you back mentally. Okay. And the architecture of success. So the protocol is not a suggestion. It's the operating system for operating and scaling to a 7-figure plus reality. Okay. So you got to dominate 5 a.m., execute the non-negotiables, compartmentalize the deep work, publish your videos by 11 a.m., and have alerts over emotions. Okay. And that's going to be the end of module 1.2. Love you guys so much. I'm going to catch you in the next one. Links in the description below. Head over to CEO Turbo, Stackmode.net, or keep watching the videos to just learn. And I'll catch you guys inside in my academy, or I'll catch you at ceoturbo.com. Peace. Stay prayed to God. Keep grinding.
Yo, we in Miami with it. I'm just letting you guys know, when you grind, when you pray to God, this is where you get to be. But you can't get here if you quit. You can't get here when you let times of frustration or stagnation or confusion take over the entirety of everything you've been working towards and grinding towards. How are you going to get to the next level if you let yourself get stopped? It's really important that we keep our head on straight. It's really important that we keep going forward. And it's really important that we level up and get to the next level. But we're not going to do that with the same habits. We have to break certain old habits and incorporate new habits. Habits of discipline, habits of faith, getting close to God. I wouldn't have this without God. I wouldn't be here without God. Okay? So just even having a platform to speak to y'all on is a blessing. And that's because I pray for the opportunity and the work every single day. Okay? So it's really important to stay focused on your vision too. I was told in school I was gonna be bagging groceries because I would be failing all my classes, getting kicked out of school, fighting all the time. God, please forgive me, and just doing anything. And now making websites for companies, teaching you guys trading, motivating the youth, motivating people older than me. One of the youngest people to work in a company that I was at previously, and going against all the odds of anything anyone told me I was going to be, and really going hard. I had a real lion spirit put inside of me, ready to just hunt every opportunity that's positive for me, and I'm still like that to this day. That's why I have the tiger tattoo. I don't know if you guys have seen this, but yeah, I don't know if you can see it in the light, but it's a tiger. I'm ready to hunt every opportunity. I'm ready to get on that. You got to be the same way if you want to level up. Okay? Kick it. Take yourself out to eat, get some food. Please live life. I've been grinding the past 3 months, just coding the website, trying to build this ultimate SaaS for you guys. But
I really just needed this trip to make me realize, like, wait, life is really, really beautiful. It's not just about coding on the computer and using Claude and Cursor and making videos and money. Life is a lot more than that. Spend some time with your family. Spend some time with your loved ones. Have a laugh. Eat some good food. You know what I'm saying? Put on some clothes. You know what I'm saying? You'll see what I got going on right now. You know what I'm saying? Put on some clothes. Get to it. Do what you need to do, but don't lose yourself to depression, sadness, any of that. It's not worth it. Just stay prayed up to God and just keep grinding. I promise you, through the entirety of when things aren't going your way, if you keep praying to God, if you keep having that disciplined spirit, if you keep pushing through, keep thinking of smarter ways to improve and get better every single day, you'll get to the next level. You'll be sitting down in leisure like, whoa, why was I even tripping? Why did I even give up? Just keep going, man. Life is so beautiful. I'm telling you, life is so beautiful. But life is really mindset based too. It's crazy. You won't get to where you want to be without the proper mindset. And I know it's so cliche to say, but say my car, for example, you could either rent out your car or complain that you hate your car. You know, do one or two things and then just let it sit there. So do one of two things. Your mindset really matters on this earth. Someone could be in a room full of pizza, and then someone could not eat the pizza and eat the salad. Mindset, choices, and discipline is the free will that God has granted us. And mastering that free will and following God's laws is really how you master this world. It's really how you master the world. So get to a higher level of consciousness and discipline and living a life of leisure. The income that you want to achieve, doing what you want to do, it will be possible if God wills. But the times when it does get hard, you cannot quit, you cannot give up, and you have to stay really, really focused. Even when life is destroying you, when you guys are getting destroyed by debt, lawsuits, etc., stay focused. I don't care if you're going through breakups. I don't care if you're going through injuries of whatever, God forbid, family loss. Stay focused. Stay prayed up to God. Just know it's all willed. It was all wrote. It was meant to happen. But go forward. Don't let your emotions make you shambles and freeze and pause yourself and wait for months of doing nothing because you don't want to shower, you don't want to get up, you don't want to work because you're sad. We don't have time for that. Okay, tomorrow isn't promised, so please do not waste your human opportunity. I love you guys so much. Let's code. Yo, this water is making me think right now about something that's really important in life, right? That I think sometimes we can all forget about. And that thing is called flow. Flow is extremely, extremely important. So I need you guys to catch the flow of life. Catch the flow in your business. Catch the flow in an endeavor to where you're ready to succeed under any circumstance. How you flow, your routine, your mindset, who you're around, and as far as like what you do every single day, that really dictates how successful you're going to be. How you flow every single day in your life. How your mindset flows, how your ideas flow. How you strategically think about certain things in life, that all matters. That's all a part of your flow as far as what time you work out normally, how many meals you normally eat a day, what your diet normally kind of consists like, right? All of those things are all relative into your flow and into the cycle. So in order to get the flow down packed, right, I'm going to give you guys some sauce here. One, your prayer is really, really important. So the reason why prayer is so important is because it's something that you do every single day. So this is why praying 5 times a day really, really helps me. You know, helps me stay disciplined, and that's something that I have to keep my mind reserved for in certain time spaces in order for me to be like, okay, I need to reserve this time period for this, etc. Okay? So you have to understand that in order to prepare, in order to get to the next level, in order to maintain success as well as get to the next level of success, right? Whether it be in a scenario of, okay, I want to be successful in this endeavor, or ask yourself, okay, I'm going to be successful in this endeavor, okay? So it's really important that you organize. You know, here I have 2 phones. So I keep one phone for social media, and then I'm gonna have another phone for really you guys, for clients, etc. So it's really, really important that you keep both and everything streamlined and organized. And being organized really, really helps. Okay, so I have a social media flow, for example. So I'm gonna wake up, post my videos majority of the time, respond to clients, check my emails, do what I need to do, and then from there I'm gonna be ready to conquer business. I'm going to be ready to cold message, pump some content out, do what I need to do, and just focus on my entire ecosystem. But the problem that a lot of people run into is that they can't be consistent. I notice sometimes people have great ideas, they have great inventions, they might have a great product, but they do not know how to be consistent. They do not know how to, once again, be consistent. You have to be consistent year after year after year after year, month after month after month after month, day after day after day after day. As soon as your consistency slows down, you're going to get into the mindset in the framework to where you might feel stagnation. And stagnation comes from not being consistent every single day. So it's really important that you're relentless towards your goals. It's really important that you're innovating new ideas for your business constantly, seeing how you can expand, seeing how you can get to the next level, seeing how you can change certain things within your business and think, okay, let me do this way and maybe I'm going to get a better result this time. If you're not happy with your current revenue margins at the moment, then maybe you need to change your entire infrastructure and try things a different way. If something's not working out the same way that you're doing it, don't do the same thing again. Okay, it's really, really important to change your mindset. It's really, really important to get control over your mind, your spirit, and your soul, because I do not want you to be to the point to where you can't get to the next level because of how you're thinking, where you can't get to the next level because your consistency is off. Once again, some of you might be extremely talented, and some of you who also aren't extremely talented are able to gain success because your consistency is it's off the charts. Your discipline is off the charts. Your uncontinuous strategic placements in order to place yourself in a better position, right? And you continuously do that year after year after year after year, month after month after month after month, success is almost inevitable. Mixed in prayer included that, so at that point, success is pretty much inevitable, okay? So when you're at the beach that you're thinking, when you're at your condo and your villa, understand that you got that because you were being productive. Understand that you got to the next level from not letting yourself slow down. I don't care if you're going through depression, a family member died, you're going through health issues right now, a breakup, whatever human endeavors that we go through in our day-to-day that tries to stop us or slow us down. It's really important that you don't let that stop you or slow you down. It's really important that you continue to go forward regardless of the situation or the scenario, okay? Because if you don't go forward, if you let things that's on the phone, for example, try and slow you down, if you let things that don't have anything to do with real life get into your way, if you let your certain emotions control your entire and jurisdict your entire life, how do you plan on getting to the next level? How do you plan on ascending in an upwards direction? It's going to be extremely difficult, okay? So it's really important that if we want to progress, no, it's okay. We got some dogs here, man. We got some dogs here. Yeah, it's good. Okay. We got a dog here, man. So we got some dogs coming through, man. I had some dogs coming through, and it's trim. All right, so they're coming through. Had to play with the dogs, but understand that, you see, even though the dogs just came and jumped in my lap, I understood that they were just some friendly dogs. Okay, I'm not gonna let that stop my video. I'm not gonna let that stop my flow and my focus because I'm just on the beach chilling. You know what I'm saying? So it's really important to have that structured mindset and take a break from this, guys. Okay, put this down. Okay, it's really important to take a social media break, take a mental health break, get into the mindset and get into the mental framework of, okay, I'm going to enjoy my real lifetime. Especially if you're a content creator, try and get some content where you can. You know, try and get some content when you're out, try and get some footage wherever you can. But then from there, you know, put the phone down. Live in real life, spend some time in real life, enjoy the sun, enjoy the nature, enjoy the clarity
of the world, okay? And really get a breath of fresh air, because I'm telling you, once you guys start getting in that mental perspective, once you guys start changing your mental framework and you start seeing life within a lot more positive light, it's almost impossible to be depressed. Like, it's almost impossible to be sad. And I swear, this device right here, right, this device right here is literally the ending of a majority of relationships. It's the reason why people don't succeed within the world, and it's really the reason why people are now more consumers than producers. Once again, take the ocean behind me, right? Take the ocean that's behind me. People decided to literally create an entire boat to tackle the ocean. Someone looked at the vast entire ocean and said that we're going to conquer that. We're going to get to the next level. We're going to get to the next island, okay? And how did they do that? They looked around. They saw some trees. They went ahead and chopped down wood. And then from there, they were able to craft the boat and get to the next level. But when you guys are living your whole life inside of this device right here, living your whole life inside of this device right here, instead of just using this to feed yourself, how can you progress? How can you get to the next level when you're letting your phone, when you're letting social media, or you're letting TV consume you? Now, it's really important for your flow that you don't have as many distractions around you. Now, you're not going to be able to minimize absolutely every single distraction. Now, if you need to have every single minimized distraction around you to work, then that means you're probably not that strong. So there's going to be distractions around you sometimes. It just is what it is. But when you run into an area, or you run into an instance to where you are being distracted, to where you think you are being stagnated, to where you can't think freely or as freely as you would like, right? It's really important to clear your mind. It's really important to try to, one, ignore it. Ignore any negativity that's around you. It might not be possible sometimes. Sometimes it's just super duper hard, especially when it comes to physical disturbances, like people knocking on your door, people coming inside of physical altercations, people coming inside of your abode, etc. But if it's an instance to where it's maybe a negative friend who doesn't believe in your business, who doesn't believe in what you do, who doesn't believe in the mental framework or have the same mental framework that you have, it can be very, very difficult in order to keep that friend around, especially as you start elevating in certain areas. So as you start elevating in certain areas, as your mindset starts changing, as the way that you interpret life starts changing, it becomes really, really difficult to hang around the same people. I'm going to be honest. I'm going to keep it completely honest. As you start going up, as you start ascending, as your mindset starts changing, it's not going to be simple to hang around the same people. So you have to understand, and you have to also be completely comfortable with the fact that you might have to build a completely new network of people. You might have to talk to people who are on the same path as you, who are business-minded, focusing on property, on building a life for themselves, on getting to the next level. We have to understand this, guys, okay? So I don't want you to fail, okay? I do not want you to fail. But I also don't want you to let discouragement stop you. Some people too, I notice, might have a really, really good flow, a really, really great flow, a fantastic flow, very, very consistent, very disciplined, very rigorous on their schedule. And say they might have a season, maybe a day, or maybe even just an event of losses. And when those losses come into play, it's really, really important that we, as human beings, we don't let what people say on here dictate our whole reality. We don't let what the humans on this earth say dictate our reality. What we're going to do is we're going to continue, and we're going to go forward. So it's really important that we go forward. You have to go forward no matter what happens. No matter what happens, you have to go forward. It's extremely important to be going forward, because if you don't have the mindset or the mental strength in order to go forward after a hard time, or after a scenario of things not going your way, it's going to be really, really hard in order to stay focused and go forward and stay focused on your goals. But it's really important to stay focused. Plan your day out. A, B, C, D, E. Have structures, have different blocks, and maintain different block schedules for your schedule. Now, when we're getting to the next level, we have to make sure that our flow is on point, okay? Because too many people as well, too, let me talk about the downside.
So you're not only going to run into scenarios to where you're going to run into seasons of downturns, you're going to run into seasons of uptrends, consistent uptrends. And if you're in a season of a consistent uptrend, it's important to go harder and stay focused more than ever. Because if you're letting things like your phone distract you, for example, you have to make sure that you put a limit on this. There's a reason why I have 2 phones, for example. Okay, so you should have one phone for your clients, your work, your business, etc. And then on top of that, you're gonna have your other phone for your social media, where you post on, where you do your business, where you handle your clients, etc. Now, whenever your flow is happening, right? Whenever your flow is flowing, whenever you have revenue coming in, whenever you're getting to the next level, signing new clients, signing new deals, it's really important to stay focused and let that push you forward. Okay, you have to push forward. It's very, very important. Okay, and the reason why it is so important to push forward through anything is because depression is real. Sadness is absolutely real. And you come into places and you come into a mindset to where you may think that you can't do it, but you absolutely can. You absolutely can. And if you get into the mindset of, oh, this isn't for me, oh, this is gonna hold me back, or if you start listening to people on social media, for example, stop listening to people on social media. There's literally no reason to be listening to people on social media who don't know what they're talking about. Okay, too many people are listening to people who don't have their own business, who don't have their own source of revenue coming in, who don't have their own creative or intuitive ideas in their head that lets them progress and get to the next level. Okay, so understand that it's really, really important in society to progress. Okay, and you're not going to be able to progress whenever you're stagnating. Okay, so don't stagnate. There's literally no reason. Okay, once again, don't let this stop you. If you let your phone stop you, if you let what people say on social media stop you, if you let the negativity get to you, how are you going to progress? How are you going to absolutely progress? And it's really, really important. Okay, having that strategic block. And I see a lot of you guys, whenever you guys come to me for mentorship as well too, some of you guys will have great flow, discipline, and ideas once again, but your strategic and consistent planning is not in order. And that's why you're not getting the profit margins or getting the views that you might not want to be getting as far as content wise, or just getting to where you want to be. Okay, it's gonna be hard to get to where you want to be when you're just straight up not consistent. You could have one of the greatest ideas. Let me get this sand off my legs. You can have one of the greatest ideas in the whole world, but if you're not disciplined and you're not consistent, it literally doesn't matter. I'm gonna just tell you straight up right now. If you're not disciplined and consistent, you could have the greatest idea in the whole world. It means nothing. It would mean nothing. So, even if you're not talented, if you go harder than everyone else, the chances and the odds of you getting to where you want to be is high. It's very high. Extremely high. Okay. And it can't be that way if your flow is off. Okay. Once again, that's why I say it's important to have a correct flow. Okay. That's why it's important to stay focused on the mission. Okay. Stay hungry. Stay hungry. Once again, stay hungry. Okay. Stay hungry. Y'all are the best, man. Y'all are the best. And I just appreciate y'all. You know, I just want to help y'all get to the next level. I want to help you reach the profit margins that you want to reach and scale your business. And not only scale your business, but just live your dreams, you know. Scaling your business can be something. It can be quite a journey. It can be quite a process when you're scaling your business. But I just want to let you guys know, like, don't give up. Okay. It's really important to not give up.
Extremely important to not give up. Extremely. All right. Love you guys so much. Stay prayed to God. Keep grinding. Peace.
If you're not familiar with cryptocurrency or how it works, let's fix that right now, because today you're getting the ultimate beginner-friendly guide to cryptocurrency that actually makes sense. No hype, no jargon, and just straight clarity. Crypto isn't just internet money. It's a digital system that lets you send, store, and grow value without needing a bank. And the best part, you don't need to be a tech genius to start. You just need the right roadmap, and I got you. Step 1, I'm going to teach you guys how to understand Bitcoin. It's the foundation. Think of it like a digital gold, and know the difference between coins and tokens. Coins run their own blockchains, and tokens live on blockchains. I want you guys to understand risk management, because new investors lose money because they skip this. Never invest based on hype. Always focus on projects with real utility and making sure that it's putting a smile on people's faces in the future. Let's go on, let's jump in, and let's understand what cryptocurrency is, inshallah. So let's go and let's do a deep dive onto crypto, and let's understand it, inshallah, if God wills. So why does crypto matter in the first place? It solves the trust problem. So traditional money relies on banks, okay? So the money sits inside the centralized bank system, okay? And within that system, people can only make certain decisions with their money. If you have 100,000 parked in the bank, you can't go to the bank and pull all of it out immediately. Same thing with certain apps like Cash App, Zelle, etc. There's going to be withdrawal limits, and there's going to be deposit limits as well too, okay? Due to the fact that the bank has to centralize and control everything, so that on their end, they have to have enough money to distribute to everybody, okay? Because the bank is using our money. So understand that if the bank freezes your account as well, then your money is going to be gone. Crypto solves all of this. It's censorship resistant. No government can stop a Bitcoin transaction, not a single one. You could be in any country in the world, and it makes it permissionless. That's the main reason why people fight so hard for cryptocurrency. It's because it's righteous. You know, everything doesn't need to be rat race and controlled. Especially with other things being as controlled as they are. You know, you have to go pass emissions for your car before you can drive it and do certain things already. So the fact that we can't spend our money or withdraw our money how we want is a problem. It's a problem for me and a problem for many other people. And thank God we have the resolution for this. Cryptocurrency has come into play to solve this. Also, it becomes an inflation hedge too. So central banks continue to just keep on clicking print, okay? They print money constantly, over and over and over and over again. Keep on clicking the print button, okay? Making it worth less. And Bitcoin has a fixed supply, which makes it scarce, okay? And that scarcity has a lot of value built into it, just like gold, diamonds, etc. Anything that has less or has a strict supply, okay, is automatically going to go ahead and be valuable, okay? Anything that has less supply than something else will be more valuable a lot of the times. And cryptocurrency is giving you true ownership on your currency, okay? You could be in any country in the entire world, as long as the country has a bank account system that lets you withdraw from certain brokers, okay, such as Coinbase, etc. You can take that money from your cryptocurrency, spend that anywhere in the world. You don't even have to transfer it to fiat currency if you don't want to. You could easily just get your cryptocurrency, spend it on the Coinbase card, and you can easily just spend your cryptocurrency straight up without having to transfer it to a centralized bank. So you can be completely your own bank. You have total control and total responsibility for your money too. So there's also going to be a couple things that come into play with this. So say things like fraud. If you make a transaction on mistake, okay, for a bank, you could call them up and be like, hey, I did this on accident. Could this be reversed? And a lot of the time, since it is a controlled system and it is technically kind of their money also, so they have the ability to, you know, pause things, freeze things, and make certain transactions not go through in case ever needed. And that could be in a good thing or a bad way too. Because say for instance, you're trying to send some money to a family member in another country. They could also decline that wire transfer if they wanted to. Cryptocurrency, nobody can decline your transactions, okay? Nobody, okay? You are going to be your own bank, and everything works on autonomous smart contracts. So on a normal bank, if you wanted to send $10,000 to somebody, once again, the bank has the ability to say yes or say no, okay? It's going to be completely up to them. But if you send it via cryptocurrency, instantly it'll go ahead and get sent over, okay? But that's also putting more responsibility in your hands too. So because of that, you have to be making sure that you're sending your cryptocurrency to the right addresses, and you have to making sure you're sending the right type of cryptocurrency and sending it via the right type of networks, okay? So because you're your own bank, you have total control, okay? But that also means a lot more responsibility. So before you send certain cryptocurrencies and stuff like that, etc., make sure you confirm every single address that you're looking at. This way, you'll be able to ensure secure transactions and making sure that you're getting your money and making sure that your transactions are hitting the way that they're supposed to. Inshallah. So under the hood of everything, right? Let's go and let's talk about the blockchain. So miners and nodes. The blockchain is not magic. It's a global network of computers. Okay. So nodes, let's talk about them. Nodes are computers that keep a copy of the ledger. Okay. They verify that you actually have the money that you're trying to spend in the first place. Okay. And let's talk about POW. POW is going to go ahead and stand for proof of work. And it's how Bitcoin is created. Okay. So specialized computers that secure the network using energies, and they compete to solve math puzzles and problems to add the next block. Okay. So what's happening is these computers are constantly running problems through it, okay, trying to figure out what is going to be the next block that needs to be added, okay, into the hash, etc. Okay. And these computers take up a lot of power. Okay. So consensus of it. 51% of the network must agree on the truth. Okay, hacking it requires impossible amounts of energy that just doesn't exist, because it would have to go ahead and determine and calculate so many different type of numbers and transactions in order to see what next block would even have to be added into the equation. Okay. So mining is how Bitcoin is generated, okay, and not by pickaxe mining, okay? So check it out. Just like we know diamonds and gold, you need like an actual pickaxe or a drill, etc. Okay, and then people go out there, find it in the caves. Bitcoin works a little different. Okay, the computers have very powerful graphics cards and intensive hardware inside of them. Okay, and what they're doing is that they're solving problems constantly. Okay, so it's answering like 2 + 2 and trying to find the equal sign. Okay, testing out every math puzzle. Okay, trying to find the next block. Okay. And when you do that, okay, you get rewarded with Bitcoin. So that's how Bitcoin is created. People have powerful computers that take up a bunch of energy, okay, which is why it can be expensive to mine Bitcoin as well too. And then those computers are trying to solve complex problems. Once those problems are solved, then the miner is then paid in Bitcoin. And that's just how it works, and that's how Bitcoin is created. So let's go over the big three, right? The big three. So the big three are going to be Bitcoin, okay? You're going to have your Ethereum and Solana, and then you're gonna have your stable coin. So let's jump into each one of these and break it down. So you're gonna have your Bitcoin. Okay, Bitcoin is going to be the most valuable cryptocurrency as of today's date, due to the fact that it's not infinite. Okay, there is a limited amount of Bitcoin. There's going to be 21 million Bitcoins available. It is not an infinite cryptocurrency such as Ethereum, Solana, etc. Okay, so that's why Bitcoin right now is the most valuable cryptocurrency. Okay, it's slow, secure, and most importantly, scarce, giving it baked value already. And it's not for buying coffee, okay, but you can if you want, but it's for preserving wealth over decades. Okay, so think of it as digital gold. So understand that Bitcoin is here to fight against inflation, because if these dollars keep going up, say 10 years ago, right? Say rent was $700 at one place. Okay, and in today's day and age, say the rent is $1,400. Okay, that means that the rent doubled. Okay, but did people's income double? Okay, that might not always be the case. So when you park your money into an asset, something like cryptocurrency, okay, year after year after year, your money's going to grow just as inflation decides to grow too. So it's going to give you a hedge against inflation and being able to protect yourself from the economy going in a downwards direction, inshallah. So let's talk about the smart contracts. So just like we talked about, Bitcoin was created by computers that use power, okay, POW, proof of work. Okay, Ethereum was created based off of staking, okay, POS, okay, which is going to be a lot less economy taxing system in order to create cryptocurrency. So pretty much Ethereum came out to prepare for when Bitcoin does go away. Okay, so the computer, okay, it's programmable money, and apps like DeFi and NFTs are built on top of these. Okay, think iOS or Android. And for Solana, the reason why Solana is going to be really important too is because it's going to be used in order to trade meme coins. Okay, I'm sure you guys have heard of that. And meme coins can't be traded until you have Solana first. And then you're going to have utility and stable coins. Okay, so this is kind of going to be like the fiat currency version of cryptocurrency. So instead of parking your money into a token or coin or something like that, expecting some profit returns, okay, stable coins such as USDC stay at $1, giving you a safe place in order to park your money in the cryptocurrency world without it fluctuating up and down all the time. So utility tokens like Link provide data feeds, and meme coins like Doge are communities built on certain factors. Okay, so figure out what you want to invest in, figure out what works for you, and let's go and let's keep going. So whenever you start trading cryptocurrency and you generate a wallet on whatever broker you choose, okay, you're going to get a 12 to 24 word phrase, and this can be used to log into your account. So if you don't want to sign in with a usual email and password because you know those can get hacked, etc., okay, you can use a seed phrase. Okay, it's going to give you 12 to 24 random words, and you can keep these words safe in order to get back into your account. So with cash, say the problem with that, you know, if you have a bunch of cash stashed in your house, it can get moldy, you can get robbed, the house can catch on fire, etc. A lot of things could happen to cash. Okay, but with your cryptocurrency, it's like keeping your cash but digital. Okay, and it's not behind a email and password, it's going to be behind your seed phrase. Okay, so you can write your seed phrase down. Okay, it's going to be 12 to 24 random words. Make sure you write them all in a row. Okay, they're going to be listed like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to 12 to 24, etc. Okay, so make sure you have the order correct, because that definitely does matter. Okay, try and write your seed phrase on a piece of paper, a notebook you have, whatever. Okay, and never screenshot it. Okay, never screenshot it. Okay, Apple, people can get into your iCloud, and then people can get access to all of your funds. Okay, try not to type it onto a online computer software, like no Google Docs or anything like that. If you do, try to just keep it on a flash drive. You can do like a notepad .txt file, something like that, and you can password protect it with 7-zip, WinRAR, anything like that too, if you want it as well. Just try to keep it as secure as possible. So if you lose this, your money is going to be gone forever. Okay, no support desk can help you. Okay, it's just going to be gone, out of existence. Okay, and it cannot be recovered. So make sure you guys are keeping your seed phrase secure. Keep it safe, because this is going to be your longevity. This is going to be your money, and this is what's going to take care of you. Okay, you guys don't want to be losing this. Okay, inshallah. So let's talk about the trade-off of everything. Okay, let's talk about CEX versus DEX. Okay, so CEX is going to be centralized. Okay, so whenever you're thinking CEX, think of the normal traditional bank system. Okay, so pros, right? You got some easy customer support. It's pretty easy to get your money back whenever things happen, but there's also going to be things that come into play. Okay, sometimes you might have random 3 a.m. maintenance. There's been times where my crypto had to come clutch because my centralized bank is doing maintenance. Okay, but my cryptocurrency was available, thank God. Okay, there's also been times where your funds can be frozen. Okay, and there's also going to be that Monday through Friday window in order to get paid. Okay, so times correlate versus when you get paid. On the decentralized network where cryptocurrency is traded, doesn't matter. Everything is based on the peer-to-peer transaction system. Okay, if I send 10K to somebody, it'll most likely be in their account within a couple, or their crypto wallet within a couple of minutes or hours. Okay, if I send someone 10K via wire transfer, okay, it would have to be via Monday through Friday, okay, and it would have to hit at like 6 a.m. or like 9 a.m. or something, some time like that. And keep in mind, the centralized bank, if they wanted to, could completely decline the transaction. Okay, decentralized, everything is peer-to-peer. No one can decline anything, but no one can also recover your mistakes if you make any. So it's decentralized, okay, giving you total privacy. You keep custody, and instant swaps are going to be available. But understand that there's no customer support. Okay, if someone says, yo, send me 10K Bitcoin, and you send them Solana, that's it, man. Okay, you have to understand that that's it. So there's an extreme responsibility. So make sure you guys are staying humble. Make sure you guys are staying focused. Make sure you guys are waking up and praying to God, most importantly, and keeping your head on straight. Okay, you don't want to be having a moment of franticness or having bad mental health and making an accidental decision where you just lose all your cryptocurrency. Okay, please don't do that. And let's talk about what gas fees are. Okay, and I'm not talking about gas that you put in your whip. Gas fees are going to be every transaction that has a tiny fee attached to it. Okay, that's going to be a gas fee. Okay, any crypto transaction that has a fee attached to it is a gas fee. So on Ethereum, this can be like $5 to $50. On Solana, it could be like 0.0001. Okay, so your gas fees will go ahead and fluctuate depending on what asset you're buying and purchasing. So let's talk about the dangers of everything, okay? We want to make sure we're being as safe as possible. So the fat finger error, this has happened to so many people, okay? If you send Bitcoin, okay, but then they're asking for Ethereum, it's deleted forever, or some random person is going to go ahead and get the money. Okay, crypto transactions are completely irreversible. Always send a small test amount, especially if you're sending big amounts. Okay, if you're about to send 10K, see if $5 goes through first. Okay, if they get that, then go ahead and send it again. Okay, take your time. Do not make fast, overzealous decisions, because you can very quickly destroy and lose all your crypto value on accident too, is really the crazy thing. Okay, so if you want to trade cryptocurrency, you say you're ready to be your own boss, be ready to stand on business, CEO. Okay, you got it. I believe in you guys. Manage your currency well. And social engineering. So hackers won't break the blockchain. Okay, what they'll try to do is trick you. Okay, they pose as support agents or send fake website links. Okay, or what they'll try and do is be like, oh, here's a 12 to 24 seed phrase, word seed phrase, and you can come in and try to log in and you'll get all this money. What they want you to do is deposit into that account. They have access to it, and then they go ahead and clear the account. Okay, do not log into anybody else's crypto wallet. It's not worth it. Stay logged in on your wallet. Stay focused on your bag. Don't try to rob nobody. Don't try to get no money from nobody else. Stay focused on you and yours and what God has planned for you. And bear markets. So crypto sometimes has winter cycles, just like the stock market, where prices can drop 80% for certain cryptocurrencies, especially if they're not valuable, and stay down for years. So only invest money that you can afford to lock away for plenty of years. Okay, you should be on the brink of almost death before you pull out your money from your cryptocurrency wallet. Okay, try not to pull out your crypto wallet. Try to live off your credit card. Okay, and invest all your cash into assets if possible, inshallah. So the psychology behind everything. Okay, so time in the market, okay, is going to be a lot better than timing the market. Okay, so too many people are trying to time the market for exactly what it is every single time. But understand that sometimes you just got to be in the trade for some time. Some of you guys are closing your trades way too early and wondering why you're not profitable at the end of the year. Okay, you need to have your life together outside of the markets so you can actually sit on your plays for some years and build some actual capital. So don't buy at the top. We're going to go ahead and go over some chart work too at the end of the presentation, just so I can go and let you guys know some quick sauce. So try not to buy at the top of all-time highs. Okay, wait for market to dip down. Okay, and then catch the sweep back up. Okay, but do not buy at all-time highs, because a lot of the times you're just going to go ahead and eat a pullback straight down. So the DCA strategy, DCA stands for dollar cost average. Okay, so you can go ahead and set up an auto buy. You can set up a certain amount of money per week too, if you wanted to. And even if you did buy all-time highs, because your cryptocurrency is really going to be more like savings more than income. Yes, you're still going to be making great income after the years do pass, inshallah, but for the most part, it's really going to be more of your savings. So even if you did buy all-time highs, you can have that consistent amount that you're constantly investing in. Okay, I don't care if you do $50 a week, $20 a week, $500 a week. Just choose whatever's comfortable with you for your income level. Okay, and come back in 5 years. Okay, and I'm telling you, most long-term investors who don't even look at the charts outperform 99% of day traders. Okay, and that's a very true statistic. And you guys are going to be able to touch millions, okay, if God wills, without stressing yourself out, by just making the right play, by just watering your seeds today. Okay, so start growing your account, be patient, and keep going. So here's some golden rules for cryptocurrency. If it's not your keys, it's not your coins. Okay, if you have your cryptocurrency parked into a broker, that's email password and doesn't have any recovery keys or secret keys, it's not really your cryptocurrency coins. If the broker shuts down, then boom, it's not really your true crypto in your hands. So I recommend like Phantom Wallet or anything like that, where you guys can digitally store your crypto very safe. You can also store them on a hardware physical device as well too, where it be the USB drive or whatever. And the golden rules of everything, right? Never share your seed phrase. Okay, your seed phrase is going to be that 12 to 24 word phrase. Okay, that's going to go ahead and keep your account locked. Okay, you do not want to be giving out your seed phrase. Okay, you lose your seed phrase, things can get difficult. Okay, no customer support you can call to just get your money back. So ignore direct messages. Don't log in with any 12 to 24 word seed phrase thinking that you're going to get money. Stop. Okay, purge any type of mindset where you're thinking about stealing or getting quick, easy money. Purge that. Okay, invest only what you can lose. Make sure you guys are paying your bills first. Don't think you're about to invest in a cryptocurrency and you can ignore all your bills because you're about to hit the best play ever. That's not how a real investor would play. Okay, structure your life, get it together, and then come onto the market. Okay, and do your own research. Okay, don't just get in because your friend said, yo, this is gonna be the best coin ever. Don't do that. Okay, because then you're not gonna have enough conviction and confidence to hold through volatility. Okay, if this is the play you've been researching for weeks, month after month after month, if price dips, you're gonna have so much conviction and you might even re-add. Okay, so it's gonna be a lot of things when it comes to buying cryptocurrency. So let's go in how to read the chart. So reading the chart is going to be quite simple. What we're going to do is focus on our higher time frames. Okay, so what I'd like to go ahead and do is go for my monthly time frame. Okay, then from there, I'm gonna go to my weekly time frame, daily, and then 4 hour. Okay, so we're gonna go from the monthly to the weekly to the daily to the 4 hour. Okay, and when we do this top-down analysis, we're gonna be able to get the full bird's eye view of absolutely everything, just so we can see the full perspective of the market. So always start off on your highest time frame first, then scale down. Okay, and the smallest time frame I'm going to go to look at the cryptocurrency chart is going to be the 4 hour chart. Okay, because cryptocurrency you want to be holding for weeks, months, and years. So focus on your higher time frames. There's no reason why you should be caught up on the 5 minute, 1 minute, 15 minute trying to trade cryptocurrency. It's not the wave. You need to have the full higher time frame picture so you know how many years, months, weeks to hold for, etc. Also, before we get into the chart, understand that cryptocurrency always wants to go in an upwards direction. Okay, most people can only buy, and this is the same thing for stocks too. Most people can only buy. Okay, most brokers don't let people short cryptocurrency, etc., unless they're trading crypto futures. So the fact that most people can only buy means that it's meant to go up year after year after year after year after year. Okay, so we do not want to be buying at all-time highs if possible. Okay, so what you want to do is wait for what's called a pullback. So pretty much buying anywhere other than all-time highs. So all-time highs is going to be up here at this current level of 126,000 right now at the time of this recording. I'm on my monthly time frame. I can see on the monthly time frame this chart goes up year after year after year after year after year. This is a bullish asset. So I'm going to go ahead and go to my weekly time frame. Okay, and I understand something about the market. I know market always wants to go in an upwards direction if the asset is going to be valuable. Okay, which means people are always going to be looking for an opportunity to buy. Okay, because they expect for it to go up year after year after year after year. So with that logic, I know that price always wants to go and head to break previous all-time highs. Okay, that way it can continue to keep going. Okay, you can see all price does is break all-time highs. Okay, and then it'll go ahead and fall below it. Okay, and then make some new all-time highs. Okay, we'll fall from there, and then one day, inshallah, we'll try and get above this all-time highs too. Okay, and then we continue to go in an upwards direction. But within the chart, we have to understand that price has to go up in order to go down, and price has to go down in order to come up. Okay, so price will always hunt an area of resistance above current price, or it's going to go ahead and hunt an area of support above current price. Okay, so always know that. Okay, your price will always hit an area of resistance above current price or an area of support above current price. So the strongest area of resistance on every chart is going to be all-time highs. Okay, so you want to also be focusing on things that trend too. So if I'm looking at Bitcoin here, okay, I can see Bitcoin goes up year after year after year after year after year. If it's not trending up year after year after year after year after year, it's a lot of the times it's going to be a lot more straining to make some profit within the decade's time span. Okay, so next thing you want to be looking for is the V structure. Okay, so all your setups should look like a V. So here's what I mean by this. So the reason why I say the V is because market will always make the left side of the V for you. Okay, the left side of the V is going to go ahead and be what's called resistance. Okay, so whenever you see market falling within a downwards direction, that's going to be called resistance. Okay, so market will always make the left side of the V. Okay, it'll always make the left side of the V, and it'll also make the bottom of the V. So many people try to predict where market wants to bottom out at, and here's how you know if the true area of support is real. Okay, make sure you're on your weekly or your daily time frame. Okay, and then from there, once you see market deciding to curl in an upwards direction after falling heavily, okay, how you confirm to see if the V is real. So here we have the left side of the V. Okay, we got market trying to make a bottom of the V here. Okay, but we want to see if the right side of the V is real. Okay, so the whole right side of the V, all this whole gap up here to the previous area of resistance is going to be money that we're just waiting to collect. Okay, all of this is just going to go ahead and be money. So all your setup should look like a V. Okay, try to buy when market is curling in a upwards V direction. Okay, all your setup should look like you catching the right side of the V. Okay, so that's how you know when it's time to buy. Try to buy at certain lows. Okay, let market make the left side of the V, and let market make the bottom of the V. Okay, let market make the left side of the V, and then let market make the bottom of the V. After you're on the daily, you start seeing like 2 to 5 candlesticks going in upwards direction. Okay, that's how you know the support is true. Okay, you don't want to just see one little wick, okay, and see it going up and be like, oh my gosh, it's going up from there. But if you see multiple days in a row, okay, price hitting an upwards direction, the chances of this support holding is going to be really, really high. Okay, especially after it dumped down for many, many, many days. Okay, so cool. So that's going to be the full guide on how to trade cryptocurrency. If you guys want some more one-on-one mentorship, head over to Stackmode.net. Come on and book a free call. Or you can check out my free course and ebook. Stay prayed up to God. Keep grinding. I'm going to catch you guys in the next one. Let me know what you think in the comments below. Peace.
Investing, trading, all of it is forever, guys. So I want you guys to think about plants for an example. What do plants need? Water, sun, good soil, consistency, 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 and you'll get the plant that you want. Whether it be a beautiful rose bush, a giant oak tree, a blueberry bush, whatever you want. It comes through consistency. Investing is forever. It's forever. Don't think you're going to hop in this game, run up a couple of bands, and then hop out. That's for the quitters. Investing is forever. When you guys hop into this journey, when you guys start hopping on these charts have been around since before I've been alive. I'm 22 years old right now. And before I've been alive, people were trading Forex. People were trading certain stocks, etc. And I assume, inshallah, if God wills, that after I'm gone, people will probably still be trading the markets if the world is still going and flowing. So investing is forever. Don't think so quick, so instantaneously, so fast. When I was a day trader, I got consistent. It took me some time, lots of failure in the beginning. And that's why I thank God I'm able to come on here and coach. I'm so passionate about it. And I'm thankful I get to make some money in the process. Of course, I'm here to be fully transparent. Yes, I make money in the process coaching. Yes, I make money selling my trades. But I'm also really, really humble to the fact that I get to help another person learn a skill so they can feed their families. so they can help somebody, so they can pay their bills on time. So yes, I get to thank God, all due to God. Without God, I'm nothing personally. So thank God. Thanks to doing this, I get to coach you guys, make some money in the process. But I also want you guys to avoid a lot of hardship that I've gone through. And one of my students on a call that I was just on the other day, actually really told me that. Well, he was like, he laughed. He was like, I'm thankful you went through it. And I'm like, I'm thankful too. Like, for real. Like, it sucked going through it at the time. But now being able to tell you guys certain things like, hey, you might not want to get in at all-time highs right now because you're probably going to get dumped down on. So being able to tell you guys little tidbits and stuff like that, or, hey, market's dumping right now. You might not want to be in along. Let's wait till buyers step in. Being able to analyze certain emotional factors based off of anxiety, rushing. And I understand why people want to get in and rush trades. You're trying to touch some money on. You're trying to touch some money on. I'm trying to touch some money on. We're all trying to touch some money on. Okay? You're not alone. You are not alone. I promise you, you are not alone. You're trying to touch some money on. I understand. But in order to touch some money on, one, we got to pray to God so we can be healthy, okay, mentally and physically, so we can even think, so we can get some money on. So be humble to God. Really, really, really important factor. No matter how much money you start touching, stay humble to God. Don't change your ways. Don't change your ways as a person. Don't start treating people badly. Don't start disrespecting people. Even if they hurt your feelings, break your heart, whatever. There's no need to disrespect people. You know, I'm not perfect. There's times I've definitely made mistakes, but don't let the money change you, even when you do start touching that big bag, because it is easy to start thinking, well, you know, whoop-de-whoop, or I'm better than people, or why aren't people doing X, Y, and Z? And everyone's going to live their own life, but if you want your network to be full of grinders, full of investors, full of people who care about taking care of their families, stay around that. Don't try and change your whole life, start investing, and think you can hang around the same people. Because I'm telling you, it's going to be frustrating. Okay, and when you start changing and leveling up mentally, you don't want to be disconnected while you're there presently trying to enjoy yourself, but you're not going to be on the same mental space. Instead of you guys going to McDonald's, you're going to think, well, I got food at home. Why not just buy some Bitcoin or some shares? Why not buy this options play? Why not load up a futures account? You know what I'm saying? Your mindset changes when you start investing. So the people around you, if they're not on the same wavelength and journey, it will and it can frustrate you. But don't let it get to the point where you just start disrespecting people. But yeah, don't, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes people are broken spirited. Like, if people are broke, they're broke spirited. Like, for real. That's really what I think. Because it's not even about money. It's just, you're waking up every day. And I think it's just abusing the body that God has gifted us with. Because how are you not waking up every day and grinding? How are you not putting some money away for your family so they can eat? So how are you not trying to get a bigger home for your family and a safer home for your family so they can live in a better environment? You know what I'm saying? So I do understand the frustrations, but if you're an investor, if you're a hustler, you're a grinder, and you're ready to change your whole life around, your whole life is going to change. You're going to be a really consistent person, okay, inshallah, especially when you start praying every day. Working out Monday through Friday, 5 days a week is a really, really good way to build consistency, let off a lot of stress, and really just stay mentally focused. And investing constantly. As soon as you get some money, buy some shares. As soon as you get some money, buy some crypto. As soon as you get some money, buy an options play or whatever that you planned out. Boot up your account. Okay? Do what you need to do. Try not to waste your money on prop firm, because ownership is really the main priority. You can sell your shares whenever and put it right back in your bank account. Prop firm, they have little parameters that are set up for you to fail, because prop firms only make money when you buy a challenge. So, of course, they're going to make things very difficult and hard for you so you fail. On the other hand, we're going to go ahead and have your actual live account. You can pull out your money whenever, whether it be your crypto, shares, futures, whatever. You could just pull out your money. Okay? You can pull out your money whenever. So think about it. Ownership. Ownership is the reason why you want to trade. Okay, you don't want to just have money to have money. You want to throw your money into the asset river so you can have ownership, so you can have more houses, so you can own more percentage of a company or an ETF, so you can get paid more dividends maybe one day. Okay, you want to have more ownership of more Bitcoin. So when Bitcoin goes extinct, Bitcoin is not infinite, if you didn't know that. And when Bitcoin goes away, you're going to have Bitcoin. Ownership is what we're investing and trading for. Okay, ownership. Think about it, guys. Okay, you have money just chilling in your savings account. Why? What is that doing for you? Ask yourself, if you have money sitting in the savings account right now, what is that doing for you? Or your checking account. Why is it there? Because once I turned on my brain, I personally try and just live off of the credit card. Okay? All money goes into assets. And then take the money out, pay off the credit card with the assets or income that's flowing in, pay off the credit card. And when tax time comes, take money out the assets, pay your taxes. Why is money sitting in your checking account when houses get more expensive year after year after year after year? When food costs more year after year after year after year after year? There's no more dollar menu at like McDonald's and stuff. Okay? Not everywhere. Prices fluctuate per city. Because of why? Inflation. So why is your money just sitting around? People like to complain. Stuff is just getting more expensive every year. Do something about it. See, and that's broke to me. It's not even about money. It's just don't hang around complainers. Investing is forever. So you're the one who's going to do something about it. Inshallah, you're the one who's going to take care of your family. If you're watching this right now, you're the one. Okay? And you can't fail. Inshallah, you got to keep going until you die. Don't stop. Don't let any relationships affect your mental. Don't let any people around you affect your mental. Don't let any loss of any funds affect your mental. Okay? Stay focused on God and stay strong. Because this journey is going to be a long one. You're setting up right now to be the provider, whether it be for yourself or your family or your loved ones. If you're investing, you're probably doing it to give your family or yourself a better life. So be ready to be a provider. There's going to be days where it's going to be frustrating. It's going to be days where you're going to check your P&L. It's going to be red. It's going to be days where you're not going to be making some money. And that's okay, because it's forever. It's about staying consistent. It's about staying resilient. It's about coming back every single day and not giving up, no matter what. Because I'm telling you, whoever doesn't give up wins. The people who stop, the people who quit, the people who think it's a scam, the people who don't have self-control, who don't pray to God, okay, all going to be failures. All going to be failures. Because until I started praying to God, that's when I started winning. As soon as I started praying to God, I started winning. Okay? Until I started praying to God, like, I just wasn't winning. Okay? But then as soon as I started praying, started winning, started getting healthy, was able to lose 100 pounds in 8 months. I just privated the short just because it had some explicit pictures. I don't think it's very, halal content. But yeah, I'll stuck for Allah. I don't want to be showing myself like that on the internet. Also, watch how you guys present yourself too. When you guys start running up money, because whoever's watching this right now, I know you guys will go far, inshallah. So if you're watching this right now, watch how you present yourself too. Watch how you present yourself on the internet. Don't just be out here balling and flexing on everybody. Motivate. Okay, because we're all on this earth for a reason. So whatever keeps you going on this earth, do that. And try and inspire the next person so we can all just be happy on this planet. All right, because that's really what it's about. Yes, we're here to get some money, but I'm telling you, investing is forever. The big plays will come as long as you stay consistent, you stay focused, you keep taking the same type of setups, you keep putting the same money away. I don't care if you have $1 million in shares, $1 million in Bitcoin. As soon as you get $20, if you put $15 into it, that mindset is the reason why you got to that $1 million. Keep stacking it up. Don't get that big ticket and then blow it and then go back to zero. Don't do that. That's something I had to learn from. Okay? Run it up. Stay consistent. Stay prayed up. Keep your mental straight. and keep what you got. Don't lose what you got, whether it be relationships, whether it be your money, whether it be your plays. Don't lose what you got. Don't lose what you got. Okay? I love you guys so much. Head over to Stackmode.net for all trading education. Stay prayed up to God. Keep grinding. Free ebook and course there too, if you guys want to check that out for free. You guys can book a call with me for the first time for free. Let's break down whatever you're going through. Let's break down an investment plan for you. I want to get you guys focused. I want to get you guys set up with a full financial parameter and a full financial system so you could be successful in this world. Inshallah. The stuff is only getting more expensive and they don't want you to suffer. Love you guys. For real. Peace.
Yo, Stackmode Chris here. AI engineers, coders, web developers, traders, we spend a lot of time at the computer, a lot of time at the PC. Just because you're spending a lot of time at the PC doesn't mean you got to be fat, lazy, and disgusting. Take care of yourself. God put us here on earth for a reason, so let's cherish the bodies that God has blessed us with. Let's take care of ourselves. Let's be healthy. Let's understand that without health, how are we even going to succeed in the first place? How are you going to think of the next big SaaS or the next big product or the next big idea when you're worrying about high blood pressure or cholesterol or you're sick in a hospital bed, God forbid? Goofy stuff. Goofy stuff. So make sure we're working out, man. I just hit the workout hard. I want to show you guys some combos real quick. You know what I'm saying? It's the physique right now. I'm trying to get back in shape. This is a 5. Shout out my mom. She got this for me a couple Christmases ago. I think it's like a 5, 10-pound weighted vest. I don't know how many pounds it is. I'm not even gonna lie. I don't know. I'm gonna find it though. But yeah, the weighted vest. I don't really like to lift weights anymore. I used to lift weights to like build my muscular physique and get it going forward. But as far as weights, like I really quit weights. I just do straight calisthenics. I do pull-ups, push-ups, chin-ups. I like to punch this thing here. I'll show you guys some combos. So I'll go 1, 2, 3, and I'll show you how I do it really fast. So I'll go once again, right hand first, and then I'm gonna go left. So I'm gonna go right, heavy right, heavy right. If I hit someone with this, it's over. So I'm gonna go heavy right, then I'm gonna go left, and then I'm gonna go quick underhook. Okay, so the jab, this is really distraction jab. Okay, I'm going heavy on my right. Okay, 1, and I'm going quick left jab. After I go quick left jab, afterward, I'm gonna go ahead, I'm gonna go underhook. I'm gonna go underhook. Okay, so here's the combo quick. So I'm gonna go. Okay, and then I'm gonna swap it up. I'm gonna go left, left, heavy jab. I'm gonna go right, mop jab, and then I'm gonna go left underhook. Okay, so I'm gonna go. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, get everything intact. So, yeah, that's the combo I like to do. And then from there, I like to hit clap push-ups and stuff. I don't know if y'all do those or not, but clap push-ups are fire. You just like get down on the ground. You feel me? So yeah, do those. And then I'm gonna go weighted jump rope too. I go weighted jump rope, this right here. Oh yeah. You trying to get in shape and you're trying to get muscular. If you're trying to like get lean and get muscular at the same time, weighted jump rope. Y'all get into this. This right here, man. Oh yeah. This that thing right here. Oh yeah. All right. The workout was crazy. I won't lie. I hit it hard today. I'm trying to go shower, put on some drip. So let me take this off for y'all. So we're gonna go upstairs. I'm gonna show y'all some little fit. Some little fit. Shout out RYP. But jeez, we're mogging shit.
Rah, 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 rah. That's how you should feel after the gym. You should feel like a monster. You should feel proud of the fact that God even created us, that God even created you. Be proud of yourself, man. Man, I'm finna go get some drip on and stuff. I do need to hit the store though. I'm not gonna lie. So I'm gonna open up to y'all about something, man. I'm done being fake on here. I'm just about to show y'all everything. I'm about to just show y'all me. I got nothing to restrict no more. I'm about to show y'all my lifestyle, how I be living. That wasn't correct English. That was Atlanta. Excuse me. How I live. I'm about to go. Well, I started the day off. Y'all know how I start the day off. I wake up, pray to God. We just hit the workout, John. Now, I need some Swiss Reliefs or some backwoods. Because it's time to smoke. I'm not gonna lie. It's time to smoke. I smoke, guys. I smoke. Cat's out the bag. All right, no point to cap to y'all. No point to lie. Okay. So when you're hitting your workout hard, afterward, like the amount of mental peace you'll be feeling afterward is really crazy. It's crazy. Like cortisol, literally 0. Yeah, cortisol, literally 0. So let me go up here. Show y'all what drip I got going on for the day. So now, like, say if you're running into like a syntax error, especially after your workout, you're not going to be upset because your cortisol is lowered. So yeah. So let's see what drip we got on for the day. We got to clean this room. I can't even show y'all this. But I might go blouse. I got this little blouse here. You'll see me wear this a couple times. I'm gonna probably go blouse today. Blouse, and then we got some dress pants. 2 blouse, dress pants. Let me get myself some socks real quick. And then we gonna do some of this. That was good. Okay, so let me go ahead and get myself some socks real quick. Okay. Okay. Socks. We got these boots here too. These boots are fire. Thrifted these. I could go boots today, but I could go boots today. I'm kind of feeling like red bottoms, aren't I? I might bust these out. And then yeah, and shout out my mom for finding these too. I'm about to bust these out today. You see, my mom Dukes really take care of me. Yeah. I can see that. Yeah, you'll see that. Ain't no fake stuff going on in here. They're a little dirty, but I'm trying to like, see, I don't think we rocking fake clothes over here. See that? Yeah, really. If you know, you know. You see that? Look at the indent. There we go. Oh, you see that? If you know, you know. If you know, you know. You know, you know. So yeah, real indent. That's how we coming, man. Real red bottoms. So yeah, God is good. All credit to God. I wouldn't have nothing without this. Right here, it's the most important thing in my room. There's a book right here. There's a book right here, and this rug right here. Without those two right there, I wouldn't have no red bottoms. I wouldn't have no weed. I wouldn't have nothing. Nothing. No. And we don't say the word weed. We say gumbo. So on the channel, we call it gumbo. Gumbo. So yeah, let me get on this drip. And then we're going to pop out to the store. I think I went live with this site yesterday. I finished a client stuff. I was really happy to finish their project. So let me go ahead and show y'all this real quick. Oh, I was playing around too. Just playing around with some manual HTML code too. But let me go ahead and show you guys the company website. So it's the company website here. Crazy. Went ahead and just redid the whole thing. It's actually wild. It's pretty wild. Yeah, we got a whole interactive map here, whole new element, testimonial section. And yeah, I think I went pretty hard on this one. I'm not gonna lie. I think I went pretty hard on this one. Yeah, y'all just see this, man. A lot of interactive buttons. We got talk to distributor buttons, different sections as well too. Own training section. We got an events section. And yeah, really just crazy page. So just raw, real, transparent videos. It's really what I'm trying to base my channel off of, especially with AI. I just want to show you guys like what a day-to-day AI engineer, web developer, and investor slash trader looks like. Hi, I'm Stackmode Chris, and this is the raw reality of everything. So yeah, I'm gonna go get this drip on. I'm gonna get back to you guys as soon as I finish, and then yeah, we're gonna. So yeah, we prayed, we worked out, said all of our dua. Now let's go cool down. Oh, we gotta go to the store first. I can't even smoke yet. All right, I gotta go to the store first. All right, I'm gonna catch you on 1 second.
So imagine waking up in an economy where money can appear out of thin air, or one where every coin is locked behind an unbreakable vault. And that's the clash we're diving into today. Let's talk about quantitative easing versus Bitcoin's fixed supply. And it's a true economic showdown to be talked about. So in one corner, you've got quantitative easing. It's the central bank's money creation lever. And when the economy slows, they print even more, inject more, push more, and it can rescue markets. But it can also quietly stretch your dollars thinner over time. And in the other corner to fight against it, you have Bitcoin. It's a digital asset that refuses to bend, and only 21 million will ever exist. No printing press, no emergency button, just a predictable, halving-driven drip of new supply that's immune to human panic. So let's go and let's jump into it, class. Inshallah, if God wills. All right, so let's go and let's talk about the economic showdown. So, Bitcoin has scarcity involved within it. There's a limited amount of Bitcoin available. 21 million Bitcoin exist. But versus fiat currency, the traditional fiat currency, such as the US dollar, there's an unlimited supply, okay? But with that unlimited supply, things catch up over time. So let's go and let's talk about exactly what I mean. So mechanism, quantitative easing, right? So the term QE, let's talk about it. So QE stands for quantitative, Q stands for quantitative, okay? And E stands for easing. Okay, and here's how it actually works. So it's not just printing cash, okay? It's an asset swap. So step number 1, the central bank creates digital reserve, okay, out of nothing. And they use these reserves to buy treasuries and mortgage-backed securities from commercial banks, okay? And now banks now have the cash reserves and are incentivized to lend it out to companies and people. And in result of all of this, the central bank balance sheet then explodes, okay? And the Fed's balance sheet grew from 4 trillion, okay, to 9 trillion during 2020 through 2022, okay? So let's go and let's break down the further logic of what this all means, because there's definitely going to be consequences for everything that we just spoke about. And let's talk about it. The Cantillon effect. So who gets the money first? So new money doesn't reach everyone at the same time. It flows just like a river does, okay? And one, the insiders, okay, banks, okay, / government, they get the money first at near zero interest, okay? And they buy assets for cheap, okay? They buy it for a low price, okay? God says no interest anyway, so they finesse the whole system. So the asset owners, right? Let's talk about the rich people. So stock and house prices rise due to the influx of cheap capital, okay? And let's talk about the wage earner, okay? By the time money reaches you, prices for food, okay, just a basic item, let's say like a piece of chicken, for example, okay,
or macaroni. Okay, 1 year you might be paying $5, okay, for a chicken sandwich. Next year you might be paying 7, okay. 5 years down the line, you might be paying $13, okay. You went from paying $5 a chicken sandwich to $13, okay. Yes, we can print infinite currency, right? But there's going to be consequences to everything, okay? It's going to be supply and demand, equal opposite forces in everything, okay? So, understand that the fact that infinite money gets printed means that over time, things have to get more expensive in order to compensate, because people are going to start just having more money, okay? And there's going to be more money flowing in the river. So the numbers have to balance out logically, okay? So knowing this, we have to understand that your income has to catch up. So let's focus on point number 2 here. Okay, so point number 2, the asset owners and the rich. So stock and house prices rise due to the influx of cheap capital. Okay, so they go up due to the influx of cheap capital. We need to think about this logically. Okay, so while food, rent, and stuff is getting more expensive, okay, stock and housing prices are also rising. You guys should be trying your hardest to stack as much assets as possible. If you don't know what an asset is, that's going to be anything that's pretty much going to turn your money into more money, okay, whether it be real estate, okay, you could do stocks, okay, cryptocurrency, so many different avenues, okay, business, pay for ads and start you a digital business or physical business, whatever, okay, just whatever is turning your money into more money, that's going to be an asset, because you have to understand that your income has to catch up. I don't want you guys to be struggling in society, okay? Your income has to catch up, and just like God says in Quran, we have to spend moderately, okay? We have to spend moderately. I'm really telling you guys, the key to life is just following what God says, okay? If you guys aren't religious, you need to go start reading the word, man, okay? It really helps a lot. It's a lot of psychology in there, okay? Especially as a trader, an investor, somebody trying to have their finances together, you need to definitely read Quran if you can, okay? So spending moderately, okay? So stop being so much of a consumer. If you realize, okay, there was times I was spending my whole bag on DoorDash, on this and that, okay, having no assets stacked. Okay, and I'm not saying don't live life. There's going to be times where we want to live a little life. Okay, I understand. Okay, there's times, you know what I'm saying, I go out, you know what I'm saying, you might pop it a little bit. Live your life, do your thing. But that doesn't need to be a consistent every single week, every single day thing. Okay, save your money. Invest your money. Okay, so when I say save your money, save it in some assets if you can. Okay, don't just have your money sitting in your bank account, because inflation, food, rent, etc. is rising. Okay, which means if you just have money sitting still, you're going to pay more taxes over time. Okay, so always try and keep your money flowing in the river. Okay, this way, by the time tax time comes, you're going to have an easy time paying it off. Inshallah, if God wills. Okay, so let's head over to the next slide. So the response, okay, absolute scarcity. Bitcoin, where my Bitcoiners at? All right. So Bitcoin, the 21 million hard cap, okay? And this limit is not something that needs to be taken lightly, okay? Bitcoin is gonna go away one day, okay? Bitcoin is not infinite, okay? It is not infinite, okay? You need to understand that it's a resource that is going to expire, okay? That in itself, that alone gives it value. Okay, so there's 21 million, okay, Bitcoin that has to be mined until it goes away, okay? Depending on when you're watching this video, you should be able to do a quick Google search to see how much Bitcoin is left, okay? People are starting to buy hundreds of millions of dollars worth, including the US government, so check your watch, okay, because time is ticking, okay? So this limit is not a promise. It's math, okay? It's enforced by tens of thousands of nodes globally. To change it,
you would need to convince the entire network to devalue their own wealth, which would be practically not something that people will be wanting to do. Okay. And there's a whole decentralized consensus behind it. So that word decentralized, okay, you might have heard of it. Let's talk about it. Decentralized means no banks, okay, control anything. Okay. No banks control anything. What it is all peer to peer, okay, which means person. Okay, so we got Joe, and then I'm gonna go ahead and we got Jack. Okay, so we got Joe and Jack. Okay, Joe lives in the US. Okay, and Jack lives in China. Okay, Joe hired Jack to do some work for him. Okay, Joe hired Jack to make some ads for him, okay, for his company. Okay, but he's in China though. He's in China. Keep that in mind, guys, okay? If you're trying to wire transfer some money to somebody in China, okay, or somebody in, let's say, Africa, okay, for example, okay? Because I know China has some cryptocurrency laws and stuff like that. So let's say Jack is in Africa, okay? So Jack is in Africa, and you're trying to send some money to him, okay? He's making some ads for you. He's trying to get his paycheck. And what's a good way to pay him, okay? Might be a little difficult to use PayPal. Might pay a lot of transfer fees. Might pay a lot of this, okay? Especially if you start trying to send large amounts of money. They might flag your account and be like, hold on, why are you trying to send so much money to somebody in another country? Okay, they might get questioned. And it's your money, okay? Not cool. This is where cryptocurrency comes in. God is the greatest. Okay. So thank God crypto exists now. Okay. If you want to send some money to somebody that you hired in another country, your family, whatever, however much you want, whenever you want, okay, you can instantly send your currency. And that's the decentralized network. Okay. That's the difference between centralized and decentralized. Decentralized, you can send it when you want, you can send it to who you want, and you can send it to where you want. Okay. Whenever you want. Centralized, stuff works on times, okay? I'm sure you guys know that direct deposit time, okay? Waiting for that 6 a.m., waiting for that check to hit, okay? Certain times like that. That's the whole centralized system, okay? Cryptocurrency strikes that out, okay? And let's talk about an immutable ledger, okay? So once a block is confirmed, it is thermodynamically secured by energy. Okay, rewriting the history would require more energy than a medium-sized country could consume. So once it's confirmed, once it's on the blockchain is going to be where all pretty much the cryptocurrency information lives. Okay, once all the blockchain information has been confirmed, okay, and set in stone, shouldn't change. Okay, inshallah, it shouldn't change. So that's what makes Bitcoin a big help in society, especially when we're just trying to live some life and do some things, okay? We might have some family in other countries, and we just want to live like people, okay? Come on. Let's go to the next slide. So the supply shock, okay? Let's go and let's talk about the halving, okay? Halving. So half, as you guys know, 50%. Fraction is 1/2, okay? Because 1 plus 1 is 2. Okay. So programmatic disinflation. So every 210,000 blocks, okay, which happens every 4 years, okay, which is, yeah, pretty much how often it happens, the issuance cut happens by 50%. And this creates a predictable supply shock. So let's break it down. So pre-2024, the Bitcoin inflation, okay, was around 1.7%. Okay. Post-2024, okay, inflation went down to 0.85%. Okay, which became scarcer than gold. Okay. And projections, if this math continues by 2028, we should have the inflation at 0.4%. And then 2140, when Bitcoin decides to go away, which is by the time when people calculate, inflation will be at 0.0%, of course. So while the fiat supply accelerates, right, exponentially to pay the debts, Bitcoin supply decelerates, okay? You have to understand that it happens because it's a limited currency, okay? It's limited. It's not something that's going to be here forever. Try and get it when you can. You don't want to be one of those people who regret it and be like, oh man, I should have bought some Bitcoin. And you just didn't, okay? So make your decisions now. Put some money to the side, okay? You don't need to be buying no clothes, McDonald's, no DoorDash, no right now. Buy some groceries, okay? Buy some groceries and grind, okay? Wake up, pray to God, grind, and stay down, okay? Live a little life, of course. Take care of your mental health. But try and put some money away, okay? We got to have this asset flowing. Okay, let's get it. Inshallah. So the systematic comparison. So fiat currency, US dollar, man, cash, you know, good old dollars. Let's talk about it. So policy, okay, it changes based on politics and crisis, okay? If the US economy is doing well, then that means our dollar is going to be more valuable. If it's doing bad and we have a lot of debt, etc., the US dollar is not going to be as valuable. Okay, and that's just what it is. And people will want to run to other assets, which once again, assets are things that turn your money into more money. Okay, because fiat currency, the money, is not as valuable. Okay, so they at least want to try and generate more, which makes logical sense. Defense, survival. Okay, so unlimited amount of fiat currency can be printed, press of a button. It's kind of just numbers on the screen. Even kind of same thing with credit too. And system, okay, permissioned. Banks control the access. Okay, they can tell you no, and they can tell you yes. Okay, and the outcome, right? Your savings lose value over time. Okay, due to the fact that it's not growing in anything. Okay, it's not in the river. Okay, it's sitting still on the rocks. Okay, and let's talk about some Bitcoin. So policy, okay, set in stone with code, okay, can't be changed, which means Bitcoin is gonna have the same intrinsic value baked into it a lot of the times. Okay, and of course there's gonna be chart depending on where the price is at, all-time highs versus a low, for example. Okay, but for the most part, with it having that fixed supply, okay, it's going to remain valuable. Okay, fiat currency, if the US started getting bombed right now, the US dollar probably wouldn't be as valuable. Okay, so certain things just are logical with that. So supply, okay, strictly capped, okay, 21 million, and it's very costly to mine. Okay, you can't just spawn Bitcoin at a press of a button. You actually have to have a whole logistical system. Okay, Bitcoin is created by proof of work. Okay, the computers have to show math. You know, when your teacher asks you to show work, that's what the computers have to do. So it's pretty much a bunch of computers. Okay, or it might be one, however much the person has who's mining the Bitcoin. Okay, and what they're gonna go ahead and do is look for mathematical equal signs. Okay, they're trying to solve a code, okay, to give the hash. Okay, and in that, the computer has to keep solving these codes. Okay, and it has to show work. Okay, and that proof of work, and if it's correct, okay, then they're rewarded with a piece of Bitcoin. Okay, and then they keep doing that, and then every mathematical problem that's solved, then a Bitcoin gets created. Okay, and it's all solved by supercomputers. Okay, could be very, very expensive to run depending on your country. Okay, so before you just go try and boot it up, look into it. Please do your research. Pray to God on it. Take your time. Okay, and it's open to all. Anybody can buy Bitcoin. Okay, you can buy some Bitcoin right now if you want. I don't care if you got $2. Okay, get in that habit of buying assets. Try and keep yourself broke. Okay, because what do you have your cash in your bank account for? Go buy some assets, live off of credit if you can, and stay down. Okay, keep doing that. And then when it's time to pay your credit, boom, 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 and keep the money flowing. Keep it flowing. Okay, don't stop hustling.
Okay. I know life happens. Don't get depressed. Keep your head on straight, man. Okay. There's going to be things that go down in life. There's going to be times your emotions are going to be shook up. Okay. There's going to be times where you can't stack up. Okay. Your car might break down. Okay. Things happen in life. Okay. You might have to pay rent. You might have to pay direct deposit on a new crib. Okay. And rent. Okay. Depending on whatever it is, any situation, right? Hospital bills. Okay. Just pray to God on it. Okay. Pray to God on it and keep hustling. Okay. Don't get in your head. Don't get poopy pants and don't get depressed because you got to get to this money. Okay. I'm telling you, when you pray on it, you keep going forward. You keep hustling. Things get easier. Okay. But you got to keep hustling. Okay. After you pray, you got to keep hustling. Okay. Don't grieve. Okay. Don't get sad. Just focus. Focus. Okay. Don't take that money and indulge in food. No alcohol. Okay. If you're drinking, quit that. God says don't do it. It makes you weak. Okay. No alcohol. Take that money, buy some assets, buy some Bitcoin. Okay. Change up your lifestyle. It's really deep. Okay. If you catch yourself buying certain kinds of food, ask yourself why. Okay. Why? Why am I eating these Doritos? Why am I booting this up right now? Okay. When's the last time you had some vegetables, some fruit? Okay. You got to change your lifestyle. You guys are so obsessed with investing and trading, but we all have to realize that we have to change our lifestyles. Okay. This stuff takes money. Okay. It takes money to invest. So if you want to invest, you need to change your lifestyle up. Okay. Put some bread away. It's cool to stay down. Okay. It's cool to save some. Okay. Wear the same clothes for weeks if you got to, but you know how much Bitcoin you have in the stash. You know how much assets you have stacked up. Who cares what anybody's saying? Okay. Because if you want to get to this Bitcoin, it's going to take a certain level of discipline. Okay. It's going to take a certain level of staying focused. Okay. We can't be being lazy when we say we want to be stacking assets. You got to choose. You got to be relentless. You got to be a dog. Okay. So before Bitcoin expires, I don't want you guys to be like, man, I wish I bought Bitcoin. And it's like, that's not how you want to go out. Okay. Leave something for your family. Okay. And take care of yourself. Inshallah. So let's go. Let's head over to the next slide. So the hardness of money, right? Stock to flow. So why hardness matters in the first place? So money is a technology for storing time and energy. And hardness measures how hard it is to produce more of it. So let's talk about the S to F ratio. Okay. And existing supply, okay, divided by the annual production. So let's talk about the real estate, right? High S2F, okay? Because real estate is pretty hard to build, okay? You need a whole crew of people. Stuff could be changing now, though, because they do have houses that you can just drop on a plot of land, okay? That's like carried by a giant truck, okay? So it really depends. That could change as humans develop more innovative technology and ways to get housing quicker. But as for now, real estate is pretty hard to build. And let's talk about gold, right? So gold takes about 60 years to double supply. Okay. And Bitcoin, okay, it's the hardest asset ever discovered. Ever. Okay. So gold has a 60 S2F. Bitcoin, as of 2025, has 120 S2F. Okay. And if money is easy to produce, right, such as fiat currency, which is unlimited, people won't save it. They're just going to go ahead and dump it and blow it. Okay. And if money is hard, okay, Bitcoin, civilization can save for the future. Your Bitcoin is like your gold. Okay. You should not be touching your Bitcoin. 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 Okay. Keep it in the stash. Keep it locked away. Keep those secret keys locked up. Okay. Don't be touching that Coinbase card. Don't do it. It's not worth it, guys. Okay. So let's stack it up. Let's stay down. Okay. Spend that credit. Okay. Spend that credit and build it back up. Spend that credit, build it back up. Pay your bills, spend that credit, build it back up. Keep hustling, keep grinding. Okay. Spend that credit. Fiat currency, unlimited, pretty much almost not real. But think something like Bitcoin, okay, something like real assets like gold, okay, that there's limited resources and actually exist, okay, whether you're buying the gold, ETF, etc., just understand that investing into assets that have value are going to be a lot more worthwhile than hoarding fiat currency for no reason. So let's jump into the next slide. So the verdict of everything, okay, we're witnessing a global competition between two monetary operating systems, okay? You got the debt path, okay? Fiat requires inflation to service global debt. So your savings are the fuel for the system, okay? Eating it all up. And then you got your true savings path, okay? Bitcoin, it's an exit valve, okay? A savings technology that cannot be debased by any central authority, okay? And this is not financial advice. Do your own research, okay? Do your own research, okay? I'm not saying go take all your money, dump it into Bitcoin, but do your research. Check it out, okay? Check it out and do your thing, okay? Stay prayed to God. Keep grounding. Head over to stackmode.net for all trading education. And I'm going to catch you guys in the next one. Peace.
"2026 is here. Let's turn up." I want to talk to you guys about a couple of things. Let's talk about how we're going to focus this year, how we're going to stay consistent this year, how we're going to achieve our goals this year. It's not going to be any old year. So, traders, consistency is going to be one of the main things that is going to determine whether or not you're going to be successful or not. If you're not consistent, if you're not on these charts, taking the same kinds of setups year after year after year after year, month after month after month after month, week after week after week after week, you will not win in this game. If you're taking this kind of setup this week and then this kind of setup that week and then this kind of setup this week, it's not going to work out for you most likely. I want you guys to be successful, and you have to be consistent in order to get there. Big giant oak trees do not get in the sky without consistent sun, a consistent water, good soil underneath it. The things that come into play, such as your account going in an upwards direction, a lot of that is really determined based off of how hungry you are, how consistent you are, how bad you want it. If your account is going in a downwards direction every time you boot it up, every time you put in $1,000, boom, you blow it up. Put in $2K, boom, you blow it up. You're not hungry for it. You're not hungry for it, because I'm telling you, when you're hungry for it, you got bills to pay. You got debt to clear off. You want to live the lifestyle that you want to live. You don't got time to be playing around. You don't got time to be playing around with the setup. You don't have time to destroy your account doing anything. It's really important to stay focused this year, man. I want you guys to see success. I don't want you guys to stay in the same loop. And being consistent is where it's going to start. Inshallah, if God wills, you guys are going to see a whole different level of consistency from me. Lots of content coming out. Educational, good content that I just want to consistently pump and make sure that you guys are knowledgeable, so you can start feeding your families and pay your bills and live the life that you want to live. You could drive what you want to drive. You can get the house you want to get. Just wake up, pray to God, and take the same kinds of setups that you need to take. If you're trading the United States stock market, understand that, one, the stock market is meant to go in an upwards direction. The more that these companies have funding-wise, the more employees they'll be able to employ. The more employees that a company has, the more money that the government makes, due to the fact that more taxes will be garnished from the wages. Okay, we have to keep all of that into play, keep all of that into mind. So stack your money up, stack your cash hard. And after that, invest into some crypto, invest into some stocks. Run up money and invest. Run up money and invest. Okay, even if you're swing trading, I really recommend swing trading. I don't care if you're on crypto, if you're trading futures, if you're trading Forex, if you're trading options, all instruments. Okay, some of you can get good at day trading. You can run it up. But there's a mental health underlying side to day trading that people don't talk about. There's times I've been able to make some great income day trading. Okay, and there's been times I've also lost some good income day trading. But the times I was able to make some good income, I realized that it just wasn't worth the mental health or the stress. Once I started making equivalent amounts just swing trading, sitting and holding, waiting for the real plays to sit in. And you got to use your higher time frames this year. No more lower time frames. All that 1 minute scalping, that 5 minute scalping. If that's not working out for you, it's time to stop it. If it's not going well for you, it's time to stop it. We can't repeat the cycle. One thing we're not doing this year is repeating the cycle. If you were taking setups last year that weren't working out, stop taking them. It's time to switch up the game and start taking a new kind of setup where you can have a more successful win rate. Your win rate should not be bad. That's not something I believe in, and I'm not going to sit here and tell you guys that. Like, oh, you can have a low win rate. Your win rate should not be that low. Your win rate should not be that low. If your win rate is that low, you're not studying the charts enough. You got to be living on TradingView. I'm telling you, my first couple years coming up in this game, I lived on TradingView, and I still do to this day. Every day I try and stream, teaching mentorship for you guys live, etc. Okay? Working with clients. You guys can head over to Stackmode.net if you want to book a free call with me, and we'll talk about how you can get into this Stackmode mentorship program. Okay? But working with my clients every day, booking my calls, doing what I need to do, staying consistent, staying focused. Thank God is letting me level up. It's letting me get to the next level. My portfolio is growing. I'm starting to see tons of more positive returns. My swing trades are working out, and my long portfolio is also working out. Thank God. So putting your grind forward, don't ever retrace your grind. I don't care how much money you lose. You can go to zero. Don't ever go backwards. Your grind needs, you need to only go harder. Your grind needs to only be forward. Then we don't got time to go backwards. All that anxiety, all that sadness, all that depression, we don't got time for that. We got people to take care of. You got to take care of yourself. We waking up, we praying to God, we're working out. You got to work out Monday through Friday. You got to work out Monday through Friday. All that waking up being lazy, all that getting up late, all that not wanting it, all that taking ghetto setups. We're not taking ghetto setups. We're taking the real setup. If you say you're going to wait for the higher lows to form and close at the area of resistance, that's what you're going to do. Don't lie to yourself and don't sell yourself short. It's time to change things around, and it's time to be more consistent than ever. Nobody is messing with you. You're the one. You got this. You got this. All those people in your ear that are hating on you, all those people who weren't believing in you, you don't even got to pop it on them. But you can prove to yourself, you know what? God made me for a reason. I'm strong. I went through all that for a reason. All those trials and tribulations you went through, all that money you've lost in the past, it's over now. Let's turn up. It's time to catch these setups. It's time. It's time. It's time to invest in this crypto. It's time to stack up these stocks. It's time to invest in the correct plays. Okay, cool. AI is the future. What AI stocks are coming up into play? Let me get my money in a position to where I could still catch my swing trades and funnel some of that money into more long-term plays so my money is always flowing and cycling. I don't keep my money in a checking account. For what? I'm investing. If I'm going to call myself an investor and a trader, I'm here to show you guys that I want to be one of the best financial coaches in the entire world. I'm 22 right now, and after I plan on doing some things, I'm working on the app for you guys right now at the time of this video. Should be out soon, inshallah, if God wills. And I got some more books for you guys. I already wrote one, Key Steps to Profitability. You guys can get that at Stackmode.net. It's free, my free course. And I'm working on some new books too, the How to Stack series. How to get halal money, you know, how to get clean money. I don't want you guys scamming, robbing, doing all that dirty stuff. We don't got time for that. We got to make God proud. We got to make ourselves proud. We got to be happy when we wake up in the morning. We got to make sure people respect us, and we got to respect people. So in order to respect people, we got to all be on the right path. That's all I'm getting on this net, to just try and just convey a little piece of the message that I can. You know, whoever's hearing this, I really care about you. I want you to win. And just know, hard times, I've gone through them too. There's times growing up, living in hotels, lying to my friends about where I live at because I'm embarrassed. Okay? We've been able to come a long way. My first car was an Audi. First car was the Foreign. After that, I bought a little Mustang coupe. You know, even when people, my Audi coupe, it was parked. You know, well, I think it was a sedan. But my Audi, it was parked, chilling. And I went through some hard stuff. They lost my keys. I took it to the little repair shop to fix something. Got scammed for like $9,000 or something like that. That's actually how I started trading a little after that, because I was like, well, I need some income. So started trading after that. And they lost my little keys too. So after that, I couldn't turn on the car and take it to the Audi dealership because the guys at the shop couldn't program the keys even though they lost it. So after that, it was just really frustrating. I looked for the keys every single day, never found them. Never found them. But I thank God that I didn't. Ended up towing the car to the Audi dealership, got some new keys. Guess what? Took the car home, was ready to try to get it up and running again. I wake up. I come outside. Guess what, guys? Literally, I wake up, saw my car totaled. And I was like, okay, I just went through all that, getting stopped in the middle of the highway since the car just turned off after paying us the giant bill in repairs. I just wanted to drive my little Foreign in peace. But during that time, I wasn't the most humble. This is what made me get close to God. I'm not here just talking about God for no reason. There's things that I've gone through within my own life. And I want you guys to just understand certain mental frameworks and understand where I'm coming from. I don't just think I'm the most perfect person ever. Definitely not that. Only God is perfect. But so I just want to come on here and always be vulnerable, tell you guys my faults, and just be human to human with you guys. I'm not here preaching like I'm better than you guys or anything, and I'm not preaching at all. I'm just trying to convey a good message because I don't want you guys to go through the frustration that I've gone through. There's been times where on futures, I've booted up my account with the entire work check and lost it in the entire day, which caused me to take out a loan, which caused me to get sued, etc. So a lot of stuff I had to figure out, guys. And I'm not on here passionately yelling at this camera for no reason. It's because I don't want you guys to go through financial hardship, especially when life is already life. I'm not going to say life is difficult because it doesn't have to be, but life is life, and finances, I think, is the one thing that should be pretty much at ease. Like God talks about in Quran, spend moderately. It's really important to spend moderately. Keep your money invested. Keep it in the asset river. The asset river is really just amazing. It's a lot of books I really want to write for you guys. I love it so much. I love everything about just the whole self-improvement aspect of life. And I'm just really grateful to God we can go forward, change ourselves, change our mindset, get better. And 2026, we don't have time for stuff. If you've been arguing with your loved ones and stuff like that recently over the holidays and stuff like that, we don't have time for that. Let's ball. Let's pray to God. Let's be healthy. Let's get in the best shape of our life. Let's get a haircut. I'm saying change your hair up if you're feeling that. Okay? Cut it a little different. Change your style up. Maybe grow it out if you want. I'm saying? Grow your beard if you want. If you're a woman, change up your hairstyle if you're feeling that. I'm saying? Go natural if you're feeling that. This year, we got to do things different. We can't do the same things that we've been doing and expect different results. I'm not going to lie. That's truly insanity. And anytime that I notice myself or catch myself in that cycle, I thank God I'm able to break that, okay, and progress and go forward. I want you guys to be seeing beard mode Chris here, man. When you guys see beard mode Chris in full effect, I'm on grown man timing. I'm on grown man timing right now, but I'm trying to mature for you guys. That's why I even want to go out of my way to get my finance degree and get certain things just to show you guys how serious I am about being one of the best investment and financial coaches in the entire world. I'm just passionate about this. I'm passionate about making sure people don't go through poverty. I didn't grow up in the worst environments. It wasn't the most horrific times of poverty, But just having to grow up and be away from my mom, for example, because she has to work to keep a roof over our head, and may God bless her soul for that. My mom, shout out my mom. Shout out you, Mom. I love you. And shout out my mom. And I'm sure you guys can understand too, if you guys just have a hard-working mom who just really tried the best for you. You may have not had everything that you ever wanted, but that's a good thing, actually, because it makes you be more human when you're an adult. Makes you mature, makes you grind, and it makes you be more tenacious. If you're trying to catch these setups and you're trying to be locked in, and if you want what you really want, you have to catch these setups correctly. I'm telling you, if you truly want what you want out of this world, you have to pray to God and you have to be consistent. Because I'm telling you, if you're not right with God, you're going to blow all your money doing stupid stuff or living a lifestyle that you shouldn't be living, which will either lead you broke or dead or in jail. And that's not what I want for you guys. Or prison. And I promise you, I really care about you guys. There's a reason why I give that first call for free. I really care about y'all. I do not want you guys out here messing up, because I grew up with a really good mother. And my mom taught me a lot of avenues and a lot of mental frameworks that helped me be where I am today. So shout out my mom. And I realized that the things that my mom taught me, because of what she's gone through, helps me be the man I am today. You know, and my mom is an extremely strong woman. She comes from raising herself in the Bronx. I was born in the Bronx, New York, but my mom comes from raising herself in the Bronx, from coming from an island to American soil, to just grinding and hustling, to getting her degrees and just really making a life for herself. And watching her do that over the years, it helped me build my standards, you know. Like, I got 2 doors in my car right now. So, you know, but as I mature and become more grown man, you know what I'm saying, I'm in beard mode. I realized I got to get an SUV because I got to think about my family, okay? I got to think about my family, because that's one thing my mom always did, was she thought about her family. And when you keep God first and you're hustling for your family, you're most likely just going to live an excellent life, inshallah. You know, I don't know everything, so I'm not going to say most definitely. And not everyone has the best family too. So that's why I'm going to say most likely. I don't know everyone's family situation, but if you have a good set of loved ones around you, even if you have to go out in the world and create your own family, but if you have your own family that you've created or found, or good friends, just good loved ones, cherish them and take care of them and go hard for them. Catch these setups for them. Take these setups serious, guys. Please. I'm telling you, you could change everything around you if you just lock in. And I know it's that typical cliche, just lock in and grind, but like, no, it's actually not. It's that simple. The reason why it's repeated so many times is because it's the truth. It's just the truth. Okay, just literally lock in and be consistent. Just be a ferocious animal about your work. Treat people kind and worship God, and just watch where you'll be at by the end of this year. Your work is your setups. Okay, and outside of catching these setups, don't be sitting there looking at every candlestick like, oh my gosh, it's going up. It's going down. It's going up. It's going down. You can't go through cycles like that. That's cringe. And, yeah, you got to occupy your time. You say, I got my ring on. Shout out my wife. You know, she gave me this. But, you know what I'm saying? Even if you want to, you know what I'm saying, have a conversation with your loved ones. Grind hard. You know what I'm saying? Send some emails out. Do something. Grind. Get a job. Like, do some business. Like, literally do anything but stare at the setup tick after tick after tick. Set your alerts at take profit. Analyze if the setup is decent. If it's good, okay. Set your alerts. After that, what you need to go ahead and do is just wait, bro. Wait. Ring, ring, ring. Alert goes off on your phone, and you're decent, bro. Don't trip. Some of y'all be tripping. I used to be tripping bad. I used to be tripping real bad. I'm not gonna lie. I used to be tripping horribly. I used to be on the charts tripping, watching every dollar move. And like, you can't do that. That's cringe. Like, just go grind. That's why I dropped that other video the other day. Just keep grinding. Literally keep your mind, after you enter your trade, keep your mind off the charts. Like, even if you're making content about investing and trading, like, don't look at the setup. Just keep hustling. Keep grinding, 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 keep grinding. I swear, keep grinding, keep hustling. You gotta love it. You really have to love it. And I know there's so many people out there, especially the people watching this channel, inshallah. I know you guys love grinding. You guys love hustling. Do more. Whatever's in here, whatever God bless you with, whatever wisdom God bless you with in here, you might be one of the best shoemakers in the world. We're waiting on you. We're waiting on you. We're waiting on you. I got on my wife's Birks right now. All right? I'm in the car just chilling. I'm waiting on your shoes. The world is waiting on you. Some of you got some of the craziest ideas and you just trap it in here. We're waiting on you. You could drop the best, fluffiest robe in the world. I will probably cop it. I'm waiting on you. The world is waiting on you. The world is waiting on you. And you gotta show up. The world is waiting on you. Stop living in consumerism. I'm not pushing that. I'm pushing investing. I'm pushing being the CEO. I'm pushing being the boss. Because I want you guys to be able to take care of yourselves and take care of your families in ways that you could have never even imagined. You know what I'm saying? As I level up in life and things change, when I listen, you know what I'm saying? When I was 18, broke, in my boy's basement, doing nothing, I ain't have no car, no nothing. I didn't think I was going to be able to do this. Like, you hear that? Like, my car make noise when I turn it on. It's a blessing that I can even sit in the vehicle. Alhamdulillah, all credit to God. And I'm not trying to pop it or flex or nothing like that. I'm just trying to show you that I'm a little black boy who came from nothing. Failed school. For sure, failed school. Got kicked out of school. And God gave me a chance to rebuild my life and do this. Got into the IT field. Was able to level up and use that money to start business and start trading. Okay? From nothing. I was the last person to start driving. One of the last people to get a job. Even relationship-wise. One of the last people to do that. And now I'm married. All credit to God. So I just want to let you guys know that if you're in a pot position right now, if you think you're messed up, if you think things aren't going to get better, you got to get right with God. I'm telling you, get right with God and watch how quick your life will change. Everything will change around you. Everything will change around you, inshallah. You start waking up, praying to God and grinding every single day and not wasting your opportunities. Watch. You're going to cop you a watch or 2 or 3. And that's if you want. You can cop one for the whole family if you want. Inshallah. You know, it's not being arrogant or boastful. But it's living the lifestyle that you want. Not letting this weakness around us consume us. It's too much strength in the earth. Too much strength God sent down here. It's beautiful trees outside, beautiful lands outside, beautiful oceans. Beautiful stuff to see. Let's get this money. Let's see it. Let's take our family. Let's ball. God says travel the world. So let's get some money and let's ball. So we can travel the world and enjoy this beautiful experience. I love y'all so much. I don't want y'all tripping. I don't want y'all stressing over nothing. Because for what? What are we doing that for? We got a whole beautiful life to live. So let's go after it. Let's get after it. Don't sit there and just wait for the work check to hit your account. Do something else. Let's get some money. Let's get after it. Don't sit there wasting your time watching the setup tick after tick after tick after you're already entered. You know where you need to close. You know where you're going to get out at. Get some more money while you're getting money. You say you want to get money, don't be wasting time. Let's do it. Let's do it big this year. 2026. You guys can tell me your goals. Book a free call at Stackmode.net. Let's talk about it. Let's develop a plan. Let's build. Let's grind. I love y'all so much. Stay prayed up to God. Catch you in the next one. Peace.
While you're working a 9 to 5, others are building 7-figure incomes, and they're not smarter than you, they're not working harder than you, they just know something that you don't. And let me tell you the secrets. I don't want you guys to be wasting your time in this world. While you're working a 9 to 5, others are building 7-figure incomes, and I want you to be a part of that. So let's talk about the great economic divergence. So as far as the reality check, while you're commuting, sitting in meetings, and waiting for 5 p.m. to strike, there's going to be a whole nother section of people who are grinding their business, waking up early in their morning, running ads, and selling the day-to-day products that we use. And those are going to be the millionaires and the billionaires, as well as the people who invest into the houses that we live in. So let's say if you rent your house, somebody bought that house and they're making money off of the fact that you need a place to live. So I want you guys to start owning your life and change your entire mindset. Stop being just a 9 to 5 casual worker and change your whole framework in order to be a boss and a CEO and get into stack mode. This economy does not trade time for money. It trades value for leverage. And as far as a critical question, if you stopped working today, right, ask yourself, how long could you survive? If the answer is less than 6 months, then that means that you're not free. And the way that these job markets have been looking, especially as AI decides to continue to progress and innovate year after year after year, there's going to be less need for less workers. So don't put yourself in a position to where you and your family can't eat and survive due to the fact that you don't want to prepare yourself or set something up. Build today. So if the answer is less than 6 months, that means that you're not free. And that means that you're a well-paid prisoner. And today, I'm going to teach you how to break the bars and how to actually start progressing. So the mathematical impossibility of wealth via wages. So the ceiling problem. Most people view their income as hours worked by times the hourly rate. And this equation has a fatal flaw. You run out of hours, literally. Even if you're a doctor making $500 an hour, you're capped by your physical presence. You cannot scale yourself. You cannot clone yourself. If you get sick, your income then goes to zero. You need to be making money while you sleep. Until you start making money while you sleep, you're going to forever be broke. I'm going to keep it straight up. Okay, and let's talk about inflation. So inflation, all right, if your salary increases by 3% a year, real inflation is often 7 to 10% a year, which means you're becoming poor by working the same amount of hours. Let's say, for example, at the time of this recording, 4 years ago, a house that was worth $200,000 is now worth about almost $500,000. About from 4 years difference, the house gained that much equity difference. You have to be making more money because the dollar is only being worth less every single day. And that's why I teach you guys about freedom money, about Bitcoin and stuff like that in order to counter what's happening within the world. And let's talk about taxes. Okay. Earned income on W-2 is going to be the highest taxed income bracket. Okay. Business income allows for deductions before taxes. So work income, they're literally able to take majority of your wages away just because you're going to work. And I don't want you guys to be screwed in that scenario or in a position to where you can't feed your family because of what someone else's rules are. And the scenario, right? I don't want you to be in the infinite 30-year loop grind, just paying your bills, still living paycheck to paycheck, not driving what you want, not traveling to where you want, and not doing what you want. And let's say person A, all right? Let's say if they save $500 a month for 30 years, right? And interest, we're not even going to be worrying about that, okay? Interest is something that God tells us is bad, and interest is the reason why a lot of people are still in the heavy debt cycles. So don't focus on interest, no interest. Okay. So person A, let's say they save $500 a month for 30 years. All right. Your purchasing power is literally getting destroyed. If you keep your money inside of the bank account, your purchasing power is getting destroyed. You're destroying your purchasing power. I'm just letting you know that. And as far as person B, right, let's say they build a digital asset. Once then you sell it 10,000 times while you're sleeping, exponential growth. And then you'll only get more popular as you get more views, as you get more exposure, especially as you start building a brand, or even if you're doing a personal brand. The bigger you are, the more exposure you get, the more people see you. okay, the more then you're going to be able to profit off of your store and make an infinite amount versus just consistently sticking to that hourly rate. Even if you make $500 an hour, you're still going to be capped income wise. And the secret weapon to everything is going to be leverage. So the 7-figure earners aren't working 100 times harder than you. They're using 100 times more leverage. And leverage is the ability to move massive objects with minimal effort. And let's talk about the 4 types of leverage. Okay, labor. Labor means that you hire people to work for you. Okay, very old school and very expensive. That's why the leverage that you need to be utilizing now in order to be profitable is you need to be using AI. Okay, don't focus on hiring people. You can, but I would focus on learning the skills. If somebody could teach you, which I teach you guys at Stackmode.net and in the Stackmode Academy, how to use AI instead of hiring people, you're going to be able to save a lot of time, mental health, and you're going to be able to run your company the way you need to. And as far as the capital, using money to make more money, you have to do that. And it requires you to kind of already have some income coming in, and requires you to already be pretty much substantially fine. And capital is going to be really used more once you get to the real estate. So once you do get rich off of content creation and investing into the markets, then from there you'll be able to deploy your money and use that money to make more money and get into the real estate market. And code, software that runs 24/7. Okay, it's the great equalizer. It works while you sleep and it never complains at all. And then media, content, YouTube, blogs, courses, Twitter. Okay, once you have this stuff on the internet, once again, it'll sell forever. You could drop a video 10 years ago, and if people still come and see that video and your website link is in your description, you're going to be able to get traffic from the video that you dropped all those years ago still and be able to progress. And code and media are permissionless leverage. They're the leverage behind the newly rich. And what are they actually doing? So while you are in a Zoom meeting, the new rich are deploying specific business models that utilize code, AI, and media leverage. And these models have low overhead and infinite upside. So let's talk about the digital product. So packaging knowledge into ebooks, courses, or certain templates, it really wins, and it's a really easy way to gain some traction and gain even free leads as well too. And why it wins in the first place. Okay, 0 shipping cost. People are going to be able to just instantly download it or access it on a website. 0 inventory needed, 100% margin, and you just create it once, and then the computer can deliver it 1,000 times a day. Or let's say even if you're a rapper, if you drop one hot mixtape and people listen to that for years, you're going to be getting paid for years. So all you have to do is set up a system to where you can drop one thing and people can come to it for the rest of time. And the audience monetization. Building a niche audience, right? The newsletter, YouTube, and curating solutions for them. Curate solutions for your audience, or create something that garners a lot of attention, whether it be an animation series that has emotional depth factors into it, teaches people about friendship and family or whatever. You can create a whole brand off of that. Take The Simpsons, for example, or Regular Show, or Family Guy. There's going to be a lot of examples of people creating shows and then turning those shows into whole big brands that make people laugh, bring people together, and make people closer. Honestly, you know, think about the times you've sat down and watched TV with your family or your loved ones or whatever, watching a show, and somebody had to animate that show. And the fact that they animated that show, they were able to bring people closer together. Okay, so you never know what your business could do for people in the world. Just keep grinding, I promise. Keep grinding and go hard. And the contrast, right? In a 9-to-5, you build your boss's asset. You're coming to work every single day, grinding hard, putting in work for the company to get bigger. And then guess what? As soon as numbers start getting low, what are they going to do? Drop you. They're going to drop you as soon as numbers start getting low. Please love yourself more than that. Love your family more than that. And most importantly, love God more than that. God says, especially if you're a person who is in charge of the wealth, if you are blessed with the gifts needed in order to succeed, then you got to protect and provide for your family. Okay. And in these models, every hour of work adds a brick to your castle that then stands forever. So this is why I want you guys to focus on your models. Okay. When you're building your boss's assets, even if you increase their income, the second they don't want you anymore, gone. Okay. But the more hours you put into your own product, the more hours you put into building your own ecosystem, you're going to be able to sit down and chill one day if God wills. I'm telling you. And consumer versus producer mindset, right? We have to change everything. So the consumer, right? They come home tired, about to hop on the game, do nothing. Okay, watches Netflix, picking up their phone, scrolling, and doing absolutely nothing. Okay, buys products just to feel better, complains about the economy, sits there and does nothing. That's work mode. Okay, work mode. People in work mode are doing this. Okay, and the result, they're literally the fuel for someone else's fire. And the producer, the 1%, you have to change your whole mindset. They come home and they build. Or if you have a work from home job, they build while they're working at their job. Okay, and that's what I did. When I worked from home, I was building my business. I worked from home for 4 years. I've never worked an in-person job because I knew that I wanted to continuously build my business while I was putting in work. And by the time I did that, I was able to quit and exit. And I want you guys to be able to do the same thing too and still feed yourself and get paid. So you create content, analyzes ads instead of clicking them, studies the markets, solves the problems. And the result, after doing all of that and putting all that effort and energy into building something for you, you own your fire. Okay, you're the fuel for your own fire. How hard you go determines how much you get paid. Okay, how hard you go determines how hard your paycheck is going to hit. Okay, and entertainers get paid by the poor, educators get paid by the rich, producers get paid by absolutely everyone. Okay, think about that. And how to escape, right? The transition plan. You do not quit your job tomorrow. That is reckless. You use your 9 to 5 as your investor. Okay, so from 5 to 9 p.m., you got to be grinding. As soon as you're off for work, if that's your schedule, if you work 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., that's fine. As soon as 5 p.m. hits to around 5 to 10 p.m., grind. You need to put in your second shift. I don't recommend you guys do a second job. I recommend you build something for yourself so you can escape the work in the first place. Okay, and this is going to be where you build your freedom. And audit your time. Cut the video games, cut the drinking, cut the aimless scrolling, and you need to reclaim at least 20 hours a week to focus on yourself and your business. Also, you need to learn high value skills. I teach you how to do that at Stackmode.net. Copywriting, sales, coding, content creation. These are going to be the tools of the modern wealthy, and you're going to be able to help people as well too once you know how to do these skills yourself. And as far as the ship daily, right? Perfectionism. Only God is perfect. Perfectionism is the procrastination disguised as quality control. Launch your product, okay? Make sure that it's quality, but just launch and go. Keep posting, grind, organize your business structure how you need to. Okay, book a free call with me if you want to learn how to organize your business structure, and let's go. And the challenge, for the next 90 days, you can commit to producing one piece of value. Okay, a blog, a video, a code commit, a product page, every single day. Build your brand. Don't look at the results, follow the habits, be consistent, and go forward. And the choice is going to be absolutely yours. I'm going to be honest. The door to the cage is open. The internet has democratized wealth creation, and permission is no longer required. You can continue to trade your life for an hourly wage, hoping for a comfortable retirement at 65, or you can start building assets today that will pay you for the rest of your life. So it's time to stop watching, start building, and you can learn how to do that at Stackmode.net. I love you guys so much. Stay prayed to God, keep grinding, and let's get out of the rat race so we can start living our life comfortably. Peace.
Future trading can be a little tricky if you let it be. You only want to buy when buyers are buying. Try not to ever buy when sellers are selling. In this video, I'm going to teach you guys exactly how to trade pullbacks and how to buy when the buyers are buying and what to identify and look for. Let's go and let's jump into it, inshallah. All right, so here's going to be buying at the right time. You want to buy after sellers are done selling. So sellers need to sell first, and you want to buy when buyers are buying. If you buy when sellers are selling, you're going to go ahead and just get destroyed. Okay, if you're looking to buy at the right time, we have to wait for pullback. We have to wait for price to form an area of support. Okay, so playing pullbacks is going to be really, really important. And here's going to be the things we have to look at. Okay, one, you need to make sure that you're trading in a trending market. So if we're going to trade pullbacks, which is just price coming down, lower, and then going back up. That's all it is. So if price goes up, comes down, and then goes back up, that's a pullback. So you want to get on your weekly time frame ideally, or be on your higher time frames, such as your weekly, daily, or your monthly. And then we need to analyze the full chart. So I'm going to start off on my weekly here and get the full bird's eye view of absolutely everything. So I can see here on my weekly that price decides to trend upwards year after year after year after year, no matter what. Okay. We're still ending up at new all-time highs, regardless of how many dips that it's made. Now, the way that price works within a staircase manner. And in order for price to progress, it has to make higher lows. So that means that the new low that price just made is going to go ahead and be higher than the previous low that it made. If that's happening, then that means price is trending within an upwards direction. Okay. And you need to buy when price makes these areas of supports, also known as the higher lows. Okay. So I'm going to break down how we can time and what we're looking for. So you want to buy when market is down, so then you can profit on the sweep up. Once again, buy when market is down, so you can profit on the sweep up. So in order to do that, you have to be trading something that's trending in an upwards direction anyways. Okay, so get on your higher time frame, start off on your weekly, and look at absolutely everything. So on my weekly here, I can peep. We have this low starting from 2020. Okay, and I could see here, we have not stepped back here since. And I'm on my weekly here. So I can start marking from the bottom of this low. And I'm going to go through and mark all the higher lows up until current price, just to show you that price is trending. So I can start seeing price trending in upwards direction after it hit this 21,000 area here. Then price bounced super duper heavy. Okay, made another higher low here near this 26,000 area. Price came up, topped out right here. Okay, when price tops out, all it is making the left side of the V. Then once price makes support, it's making the bottom of the V. Our job is to catch the right side of the V. So even right here, you can see price come up, top out at this area, and then come down. After it come down, stopped right here, then bottomed up. Okay, price stopped up here. Price came down, and then bounced up, stopped right here, came down. Okay, so this is going to be a whole area in itself. Got price coming up here. Looks like price stopped towards this top, bottomed out right here, and then kept going. Right here, came up, stopped at this red candlestick, pulled down, made a low right here. Stopped up here, pulled down, made a new low right here. Okay, then over here, price decides to get underneath the lows. Okay, made a higher low right here. So even though we fell all the way down right here, it's still higher than this low right here. Okay, so that's good. So this higher low is still valid. Price was deciding to come in the cut here. Decided to bounce at the same area twice. We just still see price just trending, doing its thing. Try to make a low here. Kept trending up, kept trending up. Price came down. Okay. And this low is still higher than this low here. So we're still in the uptrend, regardless of how hard we're dipping. We're still in the overall uptrend. I have this low right here. This low right here. Low right here. We can see price heading in upwards direction. Okay. Now, what is price hunting? Price is hunting these areas here. These areas of resistance. These are going to be the areas that price are hunting. Price can't make new all-time highs unless price breaks previous areas of resistances. So after market decides to pull back, okay, your take profit, ideally a lot of the times, is going to be an area of resistance above current price or an area of support above current price. So you want to wait for price to pull back, wait for sellers to stop selling. And once you've identified sellers have stopped selling, which you'll see, and a good indicator to know that sellers have stopped selling is going to be on either your daily or your 4-hour candlestick. After you see a candlestick make an abrupt stop on your daily and 4-hour, pay attention to the next candlesticks. If you're looking for a long trade, if price action decides to randomly stop in the bottom, and then you start seeing multiple green candlesticks go in an upwards direction, then you know buyers are going to be buying. And ideally, you're going to be looking for around 2 to 6 daily or 4-hour candlesticks after an area of support was created. If you see 2 to 6 daily or 4-hour candlesticks going in an upwards direction after it makes an area of support, then that's how you know it's going to be true. Okay, and you want to be looking on your daily or your 4-hour. And you're going to be looking for 2 to 6. So even take this low right here, for example. Price decided to make this super low right here. Okay, and so here's the super cool thing. Market does all the work for you. You don't got to do too much. You just got to chill. Be patient. Okay. Pray to God and just live your life. So boom. Market made the left side of the V for us right here. Market came down. Sellers were selling. Boom. Made an abrupt stop. Okay. And here's how you know if it's true. The candlesticks afterward were multiple green candlesticks. So after that abrupt stop, I have 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so that went 4 green candlesticks on my 4-hour here. Okay, and then even on my daily, I would have had 2 green candlesticks. So at the bottom, and then I had 1, and then I could have entered on this candlestick here and caught the rest of the resistance fill. So let market make the left side of the V. Let market make the bottom of the V. And you could see if the bottom of the V is real, knowing and seeing what candlestick come afterward. Okay, take this example. You see price trending in a higher low scenario here. You see this low right here. Okay, price bottomed out. I'm on my daily candlestick right here. Okay, I'm on my daily. After it bottomed out right here, I'm looking for 2 to 6 candlesticks, either on my daily or my 4-hour. So I can see price made the left side of the V up here. It's about patience. It's really about patience. Market decides to come up, top out right here, and then fell all the way down right here. This is how I know that the bottom is real. Okay, I paid attention to the candlesticks afterward. Okay, so after this bottom got created here, and sellers were done selling, you could see 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, 4 candlesticks. And as soon as we got to like this upwards direction, I would have liked that. So I probably would have entered around like right here. Stop loss below the daily candlestick supports. And then take profit at previous resistance from where price decided to fall down from. Okay. Because I could see price already made the ultimate support, and all I did was catch the higher low entry. So let's go and let's do a fresh example here and see if I could find the setup. So I'm going to pull up the micro Bitcoin. Let me analyze from start to finish. So I'm going to get on my weekly time frame here. Okay, great looking thing I'm looking at here, because we're not at all-time highs. So that's why it's a great looking thing. If you're at all-time highs, you can't long. Okay, you cannot long at all-time highs. Don't do it. Okay, because price always wants to be chasing an area of resistance above current price. That's going to give a reason for buyers to step in. If there's no resistance above current price, there's no reasons for buyers to step in. So only play pullbacks, okay? Because then you're going to be buying when buyers step in. It's going to be extremely, extremely simple. So buy after sellers have sold. So I can see here from all-time highs, heavy aggressive selling has been coming into place these last couple of weeks. Okay, extreme selling to the downside. We met up near this area of support here. Okay, met up near this area of support here, and we're gonna go ahead and see what this is gonna entail. So on my weekly here, we have a red candlestick. Get on my daily here. So on my daily here, start seeing price try to curl up, but it's a lot of mixed match candlesticks. A lot of green, red, green, red, green, red, not the same color. Okay, if these were just straight green candlesticks for the most part, heading in upwards direction, then it'd be a lot more definitive.
But in this case here, it's very, very spotty, not direct big candles. Right after like this low, for example, okay, heavy green candles, 1, 2, 3, 4 heavy green candles. Even after this one, kind of, we had a heavy green candle here, had to run one. But then after this higher low, straight green candles. This one here, we hit this low, and then a green candle, then a red candle, a green candle, and then kind of a doji, and then a red candle. So this one, I don't believe is fully ready yet. We could see this could be a higher low in the formation, and then we could see if maybe this low wants to hold or something. This low right here. Price seems to be trying to find itself some support here. Okay. So this is why we scale down to our smaller time frames, just to see things a little closer. So we're gonna go ahead and have this. We have this super low here. We got a higher low than that. So as you can see from this higher low, the V did get filled in from right here. So that's really good. So we'll see about this V. All right, because we're looking for a setup right now. So on the 4 hour here, I see price. I actually like this a lot, honestly. Even if I don't take it to all the way up there, this area of resistance will be fine. Same thing with this area here. Okay. Even if I wanted to just take it to this one up here, that'd be fine. So I like this a lot, actually. This is what I've analyzed. Is price making higher lows recently? Yes. Bottom, up, pause, down. Okay, and the pause that it made down is higher than the previous pause. So this high is higher than this low. Higher lows mean staircase trending in upwards direction. Okay, and we're buying after sellers sold. We're buying after all-time highs dump. So I like this a lot. Okay, I see higher lows being in place, and I think this is a new low being in place. Why? Because I have one area of support here. And guess what? I also have a whole nother candlestick. It has me so excited right now. Boom. Whole nother candlestick. Boom. And I'm on my 4 hour here. Here we have 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 green candles headed in an upwards direction. So get on my daily here. I could wait for one more daily candlestick to be green. Like if this daily candlestick closes green, then I would feel comfortable for sure taking it up to maybe like at least this resistance up here. Honestly, I won't be scary. Play big, take profits. I would at least take it up to this resistance up here for sure. So I need at least one more. I'm gonna be patient though. Patience is everything. Don't just get in and be like, oh, higher lows, because sometimes your lower time frames could be your worst enemy. So on my 4 hour, do I like it? Yes, but we don't tunnel vision. You know what I'm saying? We need the real thing in life. So boom, have this super low being made, higher low being made, and then another higher low being made. Okay, so I have 4 green candlesticks on the 4 hour. I like it a lot. Okay, I'm gonna decide I'm gonna close all the way up here at these 2 areas of resistances. Right here. This is where I want to close. Okay, this is the strong area of resistance. You see how price marked it and hit it twice? Definitely not for no reason. So strong area of resistance, price has beef with. So what I'm gonna go ahead and do is, you can either do this too, but yeah, you can analyze your higher lows, and I can get on my 15-minute here. Four hour. Okay, so either going to be looking for like a tiny little 4 hour wick. Okay, because right now the 4 hour candlestick is red. So right now selling is in place. Okay, so I only want to buy when it's buying. Okay, so right now it's making a little mini V. So I believe this is the top of the V right here that it's making with these 2 resistances. Let's go down to the 15-minute. You see these 2? Okay. So you want to remember, you do not want to buy when price is selling. So you would not buy right now on the 15-minute and the 4 hour. Price is heading in a downwards direction. But overall, we're in an uptrend. Okay, but you want to be buying at the right time, though, is the thing. You want to be buying at the right time. So right now, sellers are in place, but overall, buyers are in place. Okay, so to get that specific entry, you can scale down to your 15-minute, be like, okay, I can see these two areas of resistances. That's why price is falling down. Once you start seeing green candlesticks, or once you start seeing a green candlestick on your 4-hour or your 15-minute, then a lot of times that's how you know buying will be ready. But right now it's falling down from an area of resistance. I need to wait for this candlestick to go from red to green to show me that buying is real again. Okay, I do not want to buy when selling is occurring if I'm trying to buy a pullback. That's just not what I want to do. It's not what you're going to be looking for. It's called a pullback for a reason, because you're expecting it to go back up and it's just pulling down for a second. So right here, sellers are in place. Red candlestick, price is heading down even on the 15-minute. Okay, now if I'm on my 4-hour and I get a red to green candlestick, then I would feel a lot more comfortable going ahead and to enter. Because price might want to honestly fall down a little bit lower. I could get a little bit lower entry and save myself on some drawdown. But if this red candlestick were to go from red to green, that means buyers were to go ahead and be in place. And then from there, I should be able to go ahead and you can have your target all the way up there, for example. And then, you could do your stop loss under here. And this would be, give me about a 1 to 3. Okay. So this would be about a 1 to 3 here. Extremely profitable trade. Really nice trade. So catching your setups is about taking your time, really. It's about just seeing what you need to see. So I'll do one more setup here. So I head on my weekly. And I'll mark out all-time highs, because this is going to be the most obvious place that we've recently fell from. So I'm on my weekly. Okay, not quite all-time highs. It's going to be over here. It's exactly what we get on the weekly. You want to zoom all the way out, see all the price action you can. That's going to be all-time highs. Then from there, I'm going to go ahead and put a line down at this new area of resistance here. Okay, the area of resistance where we're recently falling down from. I could see price making higher lows. Price has a super low here. And I could see higher lows being put in over time, which means that we are headed in a upwards direction. Okay, we're trying to get up here to all-time highs. So this is what I analyze here on my weekly. So on my weekly right here, the current candlestick is red. So we would not be buying right now. Okay, we would not be buying right now because we're currently selling at the moment. So we want to see if there's any reason why. Yep, I can see exactly why we are selling. So try and analyze why price is doing it, what it's doing. It's the price doesn't just do stuff randomly a lot of the times. As you can see on the weekly, I have this area of resistance here. You'll be able to see it a little clearly on the daily. This area of resistance is linked to this new area of resistance that just got created. So that's why price is falling in a downwards direction, logically. Now let me head over to my daily here. You're going to be able to see the curl a little bit closer here on the daily. Okay, price at the area of resistance that it matched with over here. Okay, price did some break and retest. Price came down and then wicked back up to the specific black line and then tanked down. Okay, so this is a very nice area of resistance that price likes. So we need to get back to this area though. So now this is so simple. It's the easiest way to play pullbacks. Just wait for sellers to sell first. So you can see that's why sellers are selling. Price at an area of resistance. So right now sellers are selling straight red candlesticks on my daily time frame with it right now. I'm waiting for price to bottom out. Okay, and this is the easiest way to not get faked out. So people got faked out on this candlestick, for example. And let me head over my 4-hour. Okay, so this candlestick right here, people bought this. The price decided to wake up and people probably thought they caught the ultimate bottom. You never want to try and catch the ultimate. Okay, you want to catch the higher low entry. So check it out by staircase. You see how this low is here? And then you have this low. Then you have this low. If I zoom in, I have this low. This low. This low. This one. Okay. So we could see price dumping in and making each of the higher lows. go ahead and start it from all the way over here. Got price all the way down here. Support. Higher low. Another higher low. Price continues to just go in an upwards direction. Okay, we got these areas of support here. Mixed with this one. Mixed with this. Trending. All we're doing is buying the bottom, higher, low entry. Exactly, yes sir. That's all we got to do. Just buy the bottom entry. You see how these two supports over here correlated with each other? Very, very cool. Let's check this out. Check out this higher low right here with the recent higher low that we just did. And then we're still trending in the upwards direction here. I'm on my 4 hour right now with it. You can see we came down a little bit. Still, this low is higher than this low. And then we decided to trend up again and continue the higher lows. As you can see, we're filling in multiple V's. Each one of these pullbacks are a trade. Each one of these pullbacks are a trade. Boom. Pullback. Pullback. And it's the same parameters every time too. No. So boom, pullback. So now we just need price to bottom out at an area. And we need 2 to 6 green candlesticks. And once I start seeing that and price filling in the right side with some green candlesticks going up, I'll catch the right bottom. Okay. But right now, I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait. People probably got burned right here with these candlesticks. Yep. But if you get on your daily here, we only have 1 candlestick. So this is why you need your daily. This is why I say 2 to 6. So that's why your daily and your 4 hour is really important. You can't just tunnel vision on your 4 hour. You need 2 to 6 candlesticks on your daily and or your 4 hour. Okay, so right here, it was only what, 1 green candlestick on the daily probably, and then another one open red. So if we have 1 green candlestick on the daily and another one open green and we're heading in an upwards direction, I'm taking that. Stop loss below the lows, taking it to the highs. Gotcha. So a lot of the times I'm overnighting. So I'm always overnighting actually. So each one of the setups I'm overnighting because I can just focus on my higher time frames, which is the real bread and butter. And yeah, and that makes it really, really easy. And that's going to be how you can play pullbacks.
Most beginners lose money trading futures, not because the market is hard, but because they start wrong. Today, I'm going to show you the right way and the simple steps to your first profitable futures trade. By the end of the video, you'll know exactly how to pick the right contract and how to avoid the traps that wipe out new traders, and the exact setup professionals use to stack consistent wins. No fluff, no complicated math, just a clean, actionable beginner framework that actually works in live markets, prop firms, and even if you've never traded futures in your life, inshallah, if God wills, you'll know how to trade it by the end of this course. Let's jump into it.
Okay, so this is going to be how to trade futures and catch dips and certain lows. Okay, so we're just going to go ahead and jump straight into it. So what you want to do is start off doing top-down analysis. Okay, top-down analysis is when you're going to be starting from your highest time frame and scaling down to your smaller time frames. So what we're going to go ahead and start off with is our weekly time frame. Okay, our weekly time frame are going to be our eyes. Okay, you're going to be able to see absolutely everything you need to see on the screen. You got to start on a higher time frame. Especially on futures, you cannot sit there and tunnel vision on things like the 5 minute and the 1 minute and not understand the true directional bias. Okay, we're also going to talk about some logical things and some logistics of why it's better to play certain directions within the US market. Okay, and futures is going to be a US market. Okay, we're going to talk into everything, and this is going to be the full futures guide. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and have the weekly here, right? Weekly time frame is going to be our eyeballs. Okay, we're going to be able to see everything we need to see on the higher time frame basis. That's going to be pretty relevant. Then from there, you want to go ahead and head it down to your daily time frame. Okay, you're going to go down to your daily time frame. It's going to show you a little bit more candles
than you would see from your weekly, okay? And each one of the candlesticks that you're going to see is going to determine the amount of price action that's happening within a certain time frame. So if you're on the weekly time frame, each one of the candlesticks that you see will represent 1 week. If you're on the daily, each one of the candlesticks will represent 1 daily. Okay, so that's how things fluctuate and change. Okay, so it's just about knowing when to use certain time frames and how to use the flow. Okay, and once again, the flow is going to be going from your highest time frame to your lowest time frame. Okay, highest time frame to your lowest time frame. So we're going to go from the weekly to the daily to the 4-hour time frame. Okay, the 4-hour time frame is going to be extremely important, and we're going to talk about why. So if I get on the 4-hour time frame, we're going to see here in the bottom right of trading view, okay, you're going to see the words ETH. Okay, so look in the bottom right here, you'll see the words ETH. ETH is going to stand for extended trading hours. Okay, it's going to stand for extended trading hours. And what that is going to show you more candles that would be hidden than if you didn't see. So market is open normally from 9:30 a.m. Eastern time, okay, to around 4 p.m. okay, Eastern time. Okay, that's going to be like the basic stock market time. But with extended trading hours and with futures, market is also open on Sunday. It opens at Sunday at 6 p.m. and is open until, I believe, Friday at around 6 p.m. as well too, Eastern time. Okay, so extended trading hour is going to show you the Sunday hours, which you need to see. Okay, if I turn off extended trading hours, okay, the chart is going to look a little different, and you're going to see little areas like this, okay, where you're going to see gaps in between certain spaces. But if I turn on electronic trading hours and I go back to the same place, I'm going to see price have a filled in area there. Okay, so that's why extending trading hours is extremely useful to use, and why you can't just live completely on your higher time frames. Okay, all your time frames are going to be useful. Okay, you got to use all your time frames. Got to. Okay, all your time frames are going to be important to use. They're all going to help you out, and it's about knowing when to use what, once again. Okay, so that's going to go ahead and be that. So you're going to go from your weekly to your daily to your 4-hour to your 15-minute. Okay, weekly, daily, 4-hour, 15-minute. Okay, that's how your futures flow needs to go. Do not just tunnel vision on the smaller time frames. Yes, the futures income is nice. Yes, you can scalp and make some money, but it's not just about that. It's going to be about the discipline. It's going to be about catching your nice big trades, okay? You don't want to be just trading for pennies, okay, especially on futures. This is why on futures, I recommend be on the live account, okay? Because when you're on the live account on futures, things are a lot different, okay? You can hold your trades overnight, okay? When you're on prop firm, you cannot hold your trades overnight, which hurts your profit significantly, okay? The extended trading hours time is going to be when a lot of price action decides to occur. So when you get a good entry and you see which way price is flowing in, you can make some nice money and turn a small account to a lot, okay? Fairly fast with futures. Now it's going to be a lot of power in your hand, okay? When it talks about futures, it pretty much just means make or break, okay? You can make or break all your profit, okay? So let's talk about some certain things when it comes to futures before we get into the chart. Let's talk about margin. So margin is going to be an important thing when it comes to the futures market. Margin is going to be the amount of money required in order to open a contract. So in order to outplay this, right, thank God we have the new micro futures accounts. So micro's futures accounts cost less than normal's futures contracts. So let's say you're trading the NASDAQ 100, also known as the NQ, okay, which mirrors the QQQ, okay, stock. or ETF. So index. So NQ, right? Let's say it costs $1,000 to open up one contract of NQ. Okay. On most brokers, it'll cost you like at least $1,000 to open one contract of NQ. Thank God, though, we have something called the micros, which helps us trade more efficiently. And this way we can trim and get more value for what our account size is. So now we have micros. So now you could play something called MNQ. Okay. And instead of spending $1,000 on a contract, you can then spend $100 on a contract. Okay. And you could flip that fairly simply. Okay. Let's say you're on YM. Okay. Which mirrors the US 30. Okay. It might cost you $500 to open one contract. Okay. And if you're trading MYM, for example, it will go ahead and cost you just $50 to open one contract. Okay. And you could still make some great money. And instead of buying one contract of YM, you could buy multiple contracts of MYM and be in a much better position. Okay. So you could think about that. So the micro contracts are going to be new contracts. I believe they came out like 2021, something like that. Fairly new. Thank God. And now we have the ability to trade with less money. So even if you do have a big account, you could trade a bunch of micros and trim and trade how you want and hold your trade as long as you want. And as well, when you trade the micros, they're going to have lower overnight margin. Okay. So OVM, overnight margin. Okay. So it might cost $50 to open a micro contract during the day. But if you want to hold it past 5 p.m. Eastern time, then the margin might go up to like $400 a contract. Okay. So you got to make sure you're having the overnight margin and the day margin if you want to hold overnight. Okay. So pay attention to that. And every broker is going to have its own different amounts. Okay. It's a lot of important things to know before we just jump into trading futures, because you can get what's called margin called, where if your account goes underneath the amount that required, let's say MYM. Okay. Let's say it requires at least $50 in your account. If your account goes underneath $50, let's say it goes to $48, it'll go ahead and just wipe all of that and put it straight at zero. Okay. And if your price action goes against you too fast, you might even owe the broker money sometimes. Okay. So you want to make sure that your dollar amount is a pretty good amount over the amount of margin. So if it requires $400 to hold overnight, then try and have at least like $800, $700 or something like that. Okay. This way you're going to have some wiggle room and things like that. So the things outside of futures are going to be really important too. And how long you hold the trade is also going to go ahead and be limited. So how long you hold the trade is going to be based on the certain month too. Okay, you can't sit there and hold futures forever because they do expire and have certain expiration months, which the broker will tell you a lot of the times. So now let's go ahead, and which is why you'll see on your broker sometimes it might ask you to roll over your contract. Okay, so once again, starting on your higher time frames is going to be our bread and butter. Okay, it's where we're going to succeed at. We want to see the higher time frame trend. Okay, let's talk about some logical things too as well before we jump into the chart fully. Okay, I want you guys to pay attention to this. This is going to be MYM, right? Look at how this chart trends. Okay, year after year, even with certain dips, we're trending in an upwards positive direction. Okay, we're trending once again in an upwards positive direction year after year after year after year after year after year. So personally, I don't think it's smart to trade futures to the downtrend. Okay, the Forex community has spread over to US traders, and now US traders think that they should be shorting a market that goes up year after year after year after year. There's also certain laws in place called the short sale restriction, okay, SSR. And the short sale restriction prevents stocks from just flash crashing to 0%. Because if they don't forget, definitely remember this, but don't forget, futures are just indexes. They're just a bunch of stocks put into one big giant conglomerate, and then you can trade it like that. Okay, that's all it is. So if stocks crash, futures will crash. Okay, that's just how it is. So you want the stocks to be up and afloat. And same thing for the US government. It's beneficial for the world, okay, the global economy, okay? The more money the US has, the more we can look better and help other countries out, etc. Okay? So If the stock market goes within a positive upwards direction, right? If futures goes in an upwards direction, okay, that's going to incline more companies to be able to hire more employees, okay? And the more employees that are hired, the more taxes that are going to be paid. The more taxes that are being paid is going to equal a richer White House. A richer White House is going to give the country more credibility, recognition, and ability to do more things. Okay, so there's logical reasons why we want the stock market to go in an upwards direction. Okay, logical reasons why you don't want the market to crash down. So don't fear crashes whenever you're trading. But in futures, I recommend to buy lows. Okay, there's going to be two things we're going to be looking for in futures. We want price to already, and let's talk about support or resistance. So support is going to be an area where price is bouncing in an upwards direction. Okay, so if you're on your higher time frame and you see price made a certain low going in an upwards direction, okay, that's going to indicate an area of support. Okay, it's going to indicate an area of support. Then the opposite of that is whenever you see price falling in a downwards direction. Okay, whenever you see price falling in a downwards direction, then that's going to be called an area of resistance, indicating that sellers are coming into place. So resistance is going to be when price is falling in a downwards direction, and then we're going to have support when price is bouncing in an upwards direction. Okay, and that's just going to go ahead and be the difference between the two. So putting this into perspective, we have to go ahead and realize, like, okay, support and resistance correlate with each other. Market can only go in two directions. Okay, but I can see on my weekly time frame, year after year after year after year after year, market's going in upwards direction. Okay, so my US futures traders, please do not have that Forex mindset. Okay, I want you guys to look at the Forex chart real quick. A lot more sideways. This is why Forex traders short. Okay, there's a reason why they short. Okay, because you can get off with things like this a lot easier, a lot cleaner, and a lot better. Okay, this market is not meant to go in an uptrend. Okay, as we can see, futures goes in a consistent uptrend. Okay, due to the fact that it's going to help the US in a lot more cases. Okay, so we have to keep that in mind. That's why price is going in upwards direction. So let's talk about once again how we can go ahead and trade. We want to be buying two things. Okay, you want to be buying when price makes an area of support. Okay, because all your setups are going to look the same. Your setup should always look like a V. Okay, so market will always make the left side of the V, and we'll talk about this in a second. And then you're going to catch the remainder of the right side of the V, because price always wants to try and break all-time highs. So as we can see on the futures market here, we're always constantly making new all-time highs pretty much. Okay, and that's due to the fact that, once again, it's most beneficial for the world, the economy, and the global infrastructure of everything. Okay, so price is always going to be hunting towards all-time highs, which means price is always going to be hunting to go in an upwards direction. So even if price is in a downtrend, I personally don't like to short. I like to just wait for price to make a low, and then I'll go ahead and I'll take my trade. Okay, so let's talk about how you know when price is ready to make a sweep up. Okay, there's going to be two things we're going to be looking for. So you want price to be, once again, just bouncing at an area of resistance going in an upwards direction. Okay, and then you want to close at an area of resistance or support above current price. That's because price has an ability to reject at an area of resistance multiple times. Okay, and one day it might break, but you don't want to eat the reversal. Okay, you want to catch your formation and structure completion. Think of trading as a puzzle piece. Everything should click and form together. So resistance areas can short within a downwards direction twice. Okay, and then we're also going to go ahead and have an area here where resistance gets broken, turns into support, and then price goes in an upwards direction. Resistance here getting broken, turn into support. Okay, this is going to be another example of the V formation too. Okay, And in this instance here, you would have bought at this area of support here, okay, and catch it up. Because you know price wants to mirror or at least reach the area of resistance. You don't know if it wants to break out immediately, okay, but price at least wants to go ahead and reach it, and that's what matters, okay? Catching your resistance gap fills. So let's go and let's keep talking about it here. So I like to go ahead and start on my weekly here because it lets me know, like, okay, am I at all-time highs or not? Okay, because if I'm at all-time highs, then I know I'm going to be needing price to dip down, make a certain low, and then I'll be able to go ahead and catch my sweep in an upwards direction. Okay, so let's go and let's go to daily here. Okay, and I'd like to go ahead and wait for certain formations. Okay, so take an area like this on the daily. Okay, I see price made an area of support down here twice. Okay, and even if I wanted to go ahead and just take it up to like this area of resistance, you know, that would have been solid. And as you can see, just based off this tiny support here, went ahead and caught the whole gap fill, and this would have been around 669 points within a couple of days. And on futures, that's disgusting money. Okay, that money is nasty. So what I'm looking for, especially on my, so I like to see my weekly here, make sure I'm not at super all-time highs, because I'm looking to long the market. Okay, and I'm waiting for price to make a little base on the daily. Okay, so I need price to make a little base. So right now I can see price making the left side of the V. Right now we're heading straight down. Okay, we're heading straight down, and then I need price to form a low, and then I'll be able to catch the right side of the V and catch it back up. Okay, so that's what we're going to be looking for. But in order to do this, we got to be patient. So right now I wouldn't short, okay, because people are going to be fiending to buy any low opportunity. So I'm going to wait for price to go ahead and create its low. Okay, I'm going to show you a good example of what that looks like. I'm going to go to my 4-hour again. Okay. When you start seeing price make that nice curl, especially with 4-hour closes, then that's when you know you're going to go ahead and catch your nice trade. Okay, take this little sweep curl up right here, right? Even if I decided to close the trade at this area of resistance up here, that's still a really, 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 really nasty futures trade. Okay, this is 862 points. Okay, just catching the V. Okay, catching it to this area of resistance up here. Okay, and as you can see, price decided to go ahead and fill the V. Okay, and you're just going to go ahead and be able to farm money on the micros, farm money on whatever. Okay, let me go ahead and just log into the paper tray here and just show you how much this would have made, for example. Okay. Go ahead and close that. So boom, even right here, right? So let's say you opened a trade right here. Okay, and I like to play with like 100 tick stop loss. Let's say I'm trading YM. Okay, 100 tick stop loss, right? I'm risking $50, and my take profit would be this resistance all the way up here. Okay, 473 ticks. So I'm risking $50 to make 236. And as you can see, price decided to continue forward. So as soon as price starts to make that nice V, so I'm looking for multiple 4-hour candles, and then I'm waiting for price to sweep in a upwards direction. Okay, I'm waiting for price to sweep in an upwards direction. So I can see price making an upwards V, even if I entered right here on this candle, okay? Because I want price to go ahead and make the formation of the bottom for me. Okay, I don't know where price is going to bounce at. Okay, it's too many people try to predict the ultimate bottoms. Okay, but you know that price at least wants to try and mirror areas of resistance, okay, before it gets broken. So take advantage of the V. So even if you entered right here, right, you'd be able to enter right here. Okay, 100 tick stop loss. As you can see, stop loss just didn't get hit. And then we decided to go ahead and take profit all the way up here at this resistance of here, 484. Okay, and then you can go ahead and catch nasty trades over and over and over again, waiting for your V formation. Okay, so what I'm going to be waiting for is for price to make a certain low. I'm waiting for price to nosedive down. After price makes a low, okay, let's say maybe about this much on like the 4-hour at least, okay, then I'll be able to catch the remainder up until the previous resistance or support that it stopped at. Okay, and then I'm going to go ahead and close there. I'm not going to play for the breakout. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and catch the V fill. All your trades should look like a V for the most part. Okay, so right here, I'm waiting for price to go in a downwards direction. Okay, I'm waiting for multiple 4-hour candles. I don't like to just go off of one 4-hour candle. I can't just see price make this one wick area here near this area of support and be like, oh yeah, this is going to be the best trade ever. Nah, I want to actually wait. This is where the 15 minutes going to come into. So I can see on this area here, I have a previous area of support over here, and then I have an area of support over here too. Okay, price going in an upwards direction, starting to curl. Okay, but I'm going to wait for more 4-hour candles. Okay, maybe even some more daily candles to form too. Okay, and then I'm going to go my 4-hour here or 15-minute. Let me find myself a good take profit. Okay, so take profit here, even if I want to close at like this resistance area up here. Okay, so let's say I get like one more 4-hour candle or something like that. Okay, I might be able to go ahead and take this V formation up until at least this area up here. Okay, and then I'm going to go ahead and put a 100 tick stop loss. Okay, and then I can see if this area actually wants to go ahead and fill and catch it up to this area of resistance either here, or I could try and catch it up to the, yeah, I mean, honestly, I wouldn't be greedy. Try not to be greedy when it comes to futures. Just take your nice trades and just wait for redips and just do it again. Okay, because the greediness can really get you nipped in the butt. So I would really just take like your 15-minute take profits like this, catch your nice sweep, catch your nice V, close at this area of resistance up here. Boom, close out the area of resistance right there. Get on my 5-minute here, you're going to see the resistance here. You know, price might want to mirror that. And then you can go ahead and close your trade up there. Okay, very simple, very easy. And just go ahead and take your money. Okay, so even if price is in a downtrend, okay, price still has to go up to come down. And price has a better chance of going in an upwards direction than it is just falling in a straight downward direction. Okay, especially when it comes to futures. Okay, use your higher time frame, look at your bias, and put everything into perspective. Does it make sense to short something that continuously goes up in an upward direction year after year after year after year, regardless of inflation or anything? And the answer logically would just go ahead and be no in every single scenario. Okay, so when you're reading your futures chart, it's really just about taking your time, getting in your bag, and really just making sure you understand and can read what you're looking at. Okay, it's about taking your time. And when you take your trades, you got to take your profit. Okay, you got to be closing at these areas of resistance or support above current price. You got to. Okay, I wouldn't hold past up here. Okay, we also have this take profit up here too as well. Okay, if you wanted to take something like to up here. Okay, and this would be for like a 1-to-1, and then price decides to continue to go up in an upwards direction. Over and over. This area of support could be a take profit as well too. Okay, and then that's the cool thing about futures. As each take profit gets hit, you can go ahead and keep dragging your stop loss if you want, or you can go ahead and set your final take profit at a certain area, have your stop loss, and just buy at certain logical areas and just pray that you win. Okay, because price most likely wants to reach these areas of resistance again. Okay, even if price wants to fall straight down from these, that's fine. At least it went ahead and touched it. That's okay. Okay, it's not just going up for no reason. It might want to go ahead and touch this. Okay, and that whole window of it going up is just money sitting there waiting to be farmed. So collect your income. Okay, whole sit there, whole bit of money just sitting there waiting to be collected. Okay, so sit there and collect your money. Okay, even at this area of support right here. Because as we know, just like resistance can be broken, turn into support. Support can be broken, turn into resistance. Okay, so that's why a take profit right here would be reasonable as well too. So if price goes up, okay, let's say it does this, breaks this. Okay, price might want to fall down here. Okay, or price might want to fall here. Okay, so that's why these are all going to be different take profits, due to the fact that these are areas of resistances and supports above current price. And I can see price is trying to recover here. Okay, so you can see it on your smaller time frame. Price really trying to recover certain areas and it's about making sure you know when to close. Knowing when to close is going to be the most imperative and important thing. The trend already started. Okay, the chances of the trend just reversing here super duper hard, it could be pretty low. Okay, so it at least go ahead and touch this resistance. If it breaks this, then try the support. If it breaks this, then try the resistance. And it'll keep trying each leg until it finds a place it might want to reverse at, find a super low, then break that previous high and do it over and over and over and over and over again every single year. Okay, so it's about playing logically. So if you're a futures trader, if you're going to trade some futures and you want to make some quick income, okay, because futures, you only got to deposit one time. Okay, it's about waiting for the right setups too. But after you deposit that one time, you can go ahead and you can get in your bag. Okay, you can run up your bag super duper duper hard. Okay, and it really just depends. Okay, so do some practice. Stackmode.net for all trading mentorship. If you guys have any questions, stay prayed to God and keep grinding. That's how you guys are going to be able to trade futures.
If you have trading anxiety, you break your rules, or you overtrade, we have to rewire your brain completely. I'm going to go ahead and teach you guys how we can profit within this guide. Let's do it.
Welcome to the Triple Threat course. So we're going to be talking about neuro trading here within the first episode here. So trading, whenever you become an investor, you have to completely rewire your mindset. Think about work, for example. What do? You get paid every 2 weeks, every week. Okay, get that deposit, you get that consistent $15, $20, $25 an hour. Okay, plus onward, the more you go to school, the more you level up, etc. Trading is completely different. This is a completely different realm. I'm not gonna lie. Thing about trading is your income is going to be multiplicative. Not only is your income not going to be, I'm not going to say consistent, because you're consistently going to be making money, especially after you finish this, inshallah, but your income is not going to stay flat. It's not going to just stay the same. So if you hit $250 on a trade, you put that money back into it, then your next trade you could hit $450. Loop it back, next trade you could hit $750. And then it keeps scaling up. The more that you win, the more consistent that you are, and the healthier that your mindset is. And that's going to be exactly what we're going to be covering in this course today. So you're not losing because you can't read a chart. You're losing because you can't control your own biology. So let's go ahead and let's jump into exactly what we need to cover in order for us to be successful. So why do smart people make stupid trades in the first place? Fiending for money. Okay, you cannot fiend for money. You have to follow the process, and you have to follow the anatomy 101. Do not break the cycle, and your brain is not one single unit. Okay, it's 3 brains stacked on top of each other, constantly fighting for control of the steering wheel. Okay, you're gonna have one, the reptilian brain, also known as the basal ganglia. And this is gonna be your instinctive brain, used to react. And it's pure instinct. It controls heartbeat, your breathing, and your fight or flight senses. It is fast, dumb, and reactive. So if you ever made a irrational, impulsive decision, a lot of the times it's due to the fact that your basal ganglia triggered an emotion that just made you do a certain impact. Okay, and the mammalian brain. So the center of emotion. It seeks social status, pleasure, and connection. It hates pain. So the mammalian brain, the limbic system, this is going to be more human-based. Let's talk about this, for example. This is going to be a very, very, very important topic here. So whenever we are progressing, we have to understand what we're trading for. What are you on the charts for? Okay. Are you trying to buy a house? Okay. Are you trying to just increase your income if you already have a house? Are you trying to take care of your family if you have one? There's going to be a lot of different factors, but the main factor is the fact that you're trying to provide for yourself and build a better life for yourself. So do not do anything trying to please people. Do not fiend for social media screenshots, okay, to go post on Instagram your P&L and be like, oh guys, look, I'm making all this money. Okay, we're not trading for people. We're trading for ownership. It's really important to have a mindset where you're just focused, you're locked in, you're dialed in, and things can't break you down whenever you have an iron mindset like this. And I'm trying to prepare your brain for the dramatic numbers that you're going to reach. Because the thing about trading too, it's really easy to get to the income that you want to get to. But once you get there, staying consistent, staying afloat, and not getting greedy and losing yourself is going to be a challenge a lot of people struggle with. And I don't want you guys to struggle with that. So that's why this was being created. And the human brain, right? As far as the neocortex, this is the logical side. Okay, the side used for math, planning, and risk management. Risk management is going to be the amount of money that you're going to be risking per trade. Let's say you have a $1,000 account. If you're willing to risk $100 for the trade, then you're going to be risking 10% of your account, or a tenth of your account. Okay, say it's 100. Okay, is going to be a fraction and a tenth of 1,000. That is why you're going to get the 10%. So that's how you do your risk management. If you have a $500 account, if you're going to risk 10% of your account, then you're going to be risking $50. Okay, that's how you break it down. And the human brain, this is the only part of your brain that can actually trade profitably. Okay, the neocortex, you have to function with this. You have to understand that in order to progress, you have to be one with your mind, body, and soul. You cannot be making impulsive decisions, random stupid decisions, and you have to just be extremely locked in, stable, and you cannot be an emotional human, especially if you're going to talk about being a trader and getting to where you want to be. And the saboteur, okay, the amygdala, okay. There's a lot of deep neuroscience involved into this. Let's talk about it. The fear center. So the amygdala is 2 almond-shaped clusters deep in your brain, and its job is to detect threats. And the problem, your amygdala cannot tell the difference between a lion chasing you and a red candle on the chart. Okay, it thinks fear. As soon as you see red PNL, as soon as you see PNL going in a downwards direction, fear comes in, sadness comes in, anxiety comes in when you're not a prepared trader. When you're a prepared trader, and especially after this course, all the sadness, anxiety, and even red PNL consistently should be gone. Okay, and when your amygdala detects a threat, which such as losing money, PNL going in a downwards direction, and let me talk about this too. If you're noticing PNL going in a downwards direction when you open your trade, you have to ask yourself, why are you sitting there staring at the chart? There's a lot more work you could be doing. There's a lot more work you could be putting in, and you could be building. You have to always be building so that you don't get in your head, you don't get emotional, and you don't make decisions that you shouldn't be making. A lot of the times, if you're sitting there staring at the charts, you could close your trade early. Okay, you could end up dragging your stop loss or moving your take profit, ruining your whole plan, and ruining what's called your risk to reward. So your risk to reward is how much you're risking and how much you're gaining. Okay, so let's say if you're risking $100 to make $400, okay, that's going to be a 1-to-4 risk to reward ratio. Okay, due to the fact that 1/4 is going to be part of the fraction here. Risk 100 to make 400. Okay, it's going to be a 1-to-4 risk to reward ratio. And you literally become incapable of rational thought when it comes to your amygdala detecting threat. Okay, if you don't train that, if you don't train your emotional side, your brain could definitely take over and chemically shut down the connection to your logical side, also known as your prefrontal cortex, which you guys might have heard of. And the prefrontal cortex gets developed the older that you get, and I believe it gets fully developed at around like 25, 24. And you literally can become incapable of rational thought for a second, which is why you freeze or panic sell, even if you have a giant account. And honestly, the bigger your account is, the more it really could affect you. So you could freeze, you could shut down, and I don't want you guys to be panic selling and losing your account for no reason, especially if price ends up blitzing way past your stop loss. Please don't freeze, just close your trade for a loss. If it's way past your stop loss, you don't want to delve deeper into the red, okay, just hoping that price is going to come back up, especially if it's already past where it's supposed to even be in the first place. Okay, do not gamble with your account. Do not risk your account in certain ways. That's not going to benefit you. Okay, I just want you guys to be successful. I want you to go forward, And I don't want you to have any fear, okay? Your fear can be an issue. It's gonna hold you back. You cannot be scared. You have to be cautionary, and you have to make sure that you can progress. And the CEO, the prefrontal cortex, right? PFC. So the executive center. So located behind your forehead. So this is the newest part of your brain it handles, right? And it handles probability analysis, impulse control, and long-term planning. So your prefrontal cortex, once again, it gets developed the older that you get, but you can train it by doing more logical, hard analysis, as well as hard tasks too. So let's talk about hypofrontality. It's a state where the blood flow to the prefrontal cortex is really reduced down due to stress. When you're stressed about bills, okay, or a loss, your trading CEO goes on vacation, leaving the lizard in charge, putting you in panic mode sometimes, also known as, even if you have $0, you gotta just trust God, okay? You cannot panic. You cannot fold. Even if you notice your account is blown, don't fold. You have to be able to get in stack mode, have a good mindset, and be a CEO. When you're a CEO, you're gonna take some losses, okay? There's gonna be times where things aren't gonna go your way, and there's gonna be times where you're going to hit certain lows. But if this happens, don't crumble. Don't crumble, okay? Even if it's outside of trading, okay? Even if it's not trading related, if your car broke down, okay? That's more inspiration to hit better trades. That's more inspiration to wait for the setup. You need to get on your higher time frames, okay? Ideally, be using your weekly, daily, and your 4-hour time frames. And you need to be waiting for the proper setups in order for you to make that income so you can get out of that bad situation, okay? I don't want you guys to struggle, and I want you guys to focus on long-term planning as well too. So even if you are a futures, Forex, or options trader, okay? These are all what I call the income generators, okay? If you're getting profit from these, what I recommend is taking at least 50% of your profit and funneling it back into the stock market. Put it into some shares. There's going to be a lot of companies we're going to go ahead and talk about how to research, but especially recently, there's a lot of new tech companies coming out, innovating the world, changing things around, and creating a lot of new technology. So I don't want you guys to struggle, okay? You guys have to be strong. You guys have to be logical, and you have to stay humble as well too. Even when you start touching 6, 7, 8 figures, 5 figures a trade, stay humble, okay? And shares are going to be important too, because at a certain time, your futures, Forex, and options account, especially once you start getting in the 7 figures plus, it gets a little bit difficult to trade. So that's why you want to funnel it into your shares account, because shares, you could trade billions and millions of shares. And why can't you stop over trading? Ask yourself that, okay? Let's talk about it so we can trump this disgusting disease called overtrading. It's holding you back. I know you guys have goals, you guys have dreams, and it's a lot of chemical warfare going inside of your brain. You have to be focused, you have to go hard, and you can't let things slow you down, break you, or stop you. Let's talk about dopamine. Dopamine is not the pleasure molecule. It's the molecule of craving and anticipation, and the reward prediction error. When you take a random trade and you win, your brain releases a massive spike of dopamine, okay? It's like, whoa, we're the best trader of all time. Let's go ahead and let's keep doing this. You have to rewire that. Even if you make $1 million from the trade, you have to be able to come back to the charts the next day, keep your risk management intact, stay consistent, and not get overzealous, okay? Your brain learns random clicking equals pleasure. So you've now trained yourself to be a gambler, and God says not to gamble for a reason. So do not do that. We're here to be traders, we're here to be investors, and we're here to be serious about the money we're putting into the market. Do not trade off of dopamine. And some of you, for example, scalp, okay? I do not recommend scalping at all. Even if you're able to make some okay money from scalping, it's not worth the stress. You could be building a business, working on work, and spending time with your family instead of scalping, okay? Instead of staring at the charts all day taking risk, you could take one calculated risk, hold that position for multiple weeks, days, or hours at least. And then from there, you can go ahead and work on other things in real life, generating more income. And then you could take that income, funnel it back into the charts, and you're going to go ahead and have the asset river flowing. And cortisol, the stress hormone. Chronic cortisol from watching the charts all day kills brain cells in the hippocampus and shrinks the prefrontal cortex. So do not sit there scalping all day, taking a million trades a day. It literally can fry your brain and make you feel burnt out, never make you want to trade again, give you a whole bunch of anxiety, and just make you feel stressed that you do not need to be feeling. And as a result, you become biologically worse and more reactive the longer that you stare at the screen. Okay? Do not sit there staring at the chart, watching every single candlestick go by after you've entered in. Please rewire your mindset so you're able to make some progress. You have to lower your cortisol too. There's a lot of herbs, okay? A lot of herbs I recommend. You guys can get these on Amazon too. You guys are going to have things like ashwagandha. I would check that out. You're going to have St. John's wort. You're going to have things like teas, chamomile tea if you want to calm down and breathe. And another thing too is make sure you exercise. These are going to be all good ways in order to reduce your cortisol. And try and eat a good balanced diet. Try to stay away from things like canola oil. Okay, you don't want to be eating canola oil. It's really, really, really bad for you. And you don't want to be eating things like fried foods. Okay, try and stay away from fried foods. That also fries your brain, makes your brain more mush. And it just makes you struggle in ways that you just don't need to be struggling. Okay, I want you guys to be successful. I want you to get to where you need to be. And I don't want you to stop. Okay, keep going. Do not trade for pleasure. You are trading for consistency, success, and if you have one, to provide for your family. You have to go hard. Do not disappoint yourself. Do not break your rules. Keep going. Once again, there's a lot of herbs you could take as well too. Black seed oil. Make sure you guys are eating honey, eating fruits, vegetables, eating a highly good balanced diet. So you guys are going to be able to go ahead and progress forward the way that you need to. And the neuroplasticity has to be rewired in your brain completely. Let's talk about the solution phase, how we can fix these things. Okay, there's a lot of good news involved into this. Okay, put a smile on your face. Let's solve these issues. Let's get to it. And even if you lost it, we can get it back. We can fix it. And there's a lot of forward momentum you can pick up. Do not give up, even if things are hard right now. Okay, even if you bought this course with your last couple of dollars or not, even if things are hard mentally right now, even if you're struggling, I don't care if in real life, relationship, whatever, you have to stay forward. You have to stay focused. You cannot give up. So the good news, the brain is soft and it can be remolded. So let's talk about neuroplasticity. So the brain's ability to reorganize itself by forming new neural connections. And these are neurons that fire together and wire together. So think of your brain as a big connectivity receptor, okay, connecting multiple pathways, doing different reactive things so we can function. Hence why we have different emotions, such as happy, neutral, and sad, of course. And of course, mad. Okay. So then from there, we're going to go ahead and have awareness involved into us. So we don't get ambushed by life. So recognize when the amygdala is active. And you can tell that by having anxiety, your heart pounding. If you're feeling cold hands before you're about to enter a trade, you do not need to be entering that trade. Okay. Why aren't you confident? You have to fix yourself. If you're not confident, you're probably risking way too much money. Okay. If you're afraid of losing, you're probably risking way too much money. And you have to give yourself time on the trade too. I don't recommend you guys trade prop firm due to the fact that you cannot hold your trades overnight. Most of the price action happens overnight, and most of the millionaire and billionaire traders hold their positions for multiple days, months, and years. You have to play with the big boys. You have to play with the whales. Wherever the money is moving and flowing, that's where you need to be moving and flowing too. And let's talk about the pattern interrupt. So physically stand up, walk away, and make sure you disrupt the loop and have some repetition. So every time that you wait for a setup, you strengthen the prefrontal cortex, which is going to be your patience muscle. Do hard things. If it's cold outside, go on a run, okay? Go on a run. Challenge yourself. If you feel like you're not going hard enough in your business, post more, do more, put in more volume, try and get more clients. You have to maximize your time. The prefrontal cortex is something that can be trained even if you're a young individual, but it's not going to get easier if you don't put yourself through hard, disciplined things. You have to be extremely consistent. And a hard discipline thing is going to be waiting for the trade to hit take profit or stop loss without watching it. What we're going to go ahead and do is get on our phone, make sure you guys have TradingView or whatever broker you're using, and set your alerts. When you set your alerts, you're going to go ahead and get a time notification letting you know that it's time to close and that either take profit or stop loss was hit. You're going to go ahead and set that alert at your stop loss level or your take profit level. In this way, you're going to be able to not stare at the charts all day, focus on getting more income outside of the charts. So when you come back to the charts, you're going to be booted up, ready to progress. I don't want you guys to be held back by yourself for literally absolutely no reason when you don't have to. Let's go harder than that. And the power of God, okay? God is absolutely our creator, okay? He's created us so special, and even down to the fruits that grow out of the ground, okay? This world is built absolutely perfect the way it is. Fruits grow consistently. They have seeds within them, and you have a seed within you. You have to grow that seed, but that seed is not going to grow within you without consistency. You have to wake up and make sure you guys are praying and taking care of yourself, okay? And this is biological optimization. Trading requires you to accept uncertainty, okay? For real. You could wake up and your trade just straight down to zero, okay? And the human brain hates uncertainty. They think it's in control of everything, okay? We have to understand as humans that God controls everything, and everything is already wrote. So you have to understand that when you put down your trade, it's going to go to either take profit or stop loss. You moving your trade or you looking at it has nothing to do with anything. It's going to go where it needs to go. And you need to just focus on putting yourself more on the wavelength of life so you can continue going forward instead of trying to control and jurisdict everything. Because that's going to give you a lot of anxiety, frustration, and it's going to be hard to get to where you want to be when you're not expecting certain results. Sometimes you got to just sit back, stay consistent, keep hustling, keep praying, most importantly, and then see where you're at and be happy with your results. Yes, have certain goals and objectives, but you can't control things that take time. If you know the trade takes time to hit take profit, why are you trying to risk 80% of your account to make some money? You could risk a smaller percent of your account, hit a bigger trade, have less anxiety, and keep working harder so you don't blow up your account and go back to zero. Stop going back to zero. I'm tired of you guys blowing up your accounts. I'm tired of seeing people even committing suicide due to the fact that they're not able to keep a consistent account. And I was tired of myself back in the day of blowing up accounts too. Okay, even when I was greedy, making $1,000 days and not closing, etc. Okay, so I have a lot of game to teach you guys and learn because I don't want you guys to go through painful, hurtful things like that. And how prayer affects your brain. So vagus nerve stimulation. So prayer, especially when you get down on your hands and knees and you're really just talking to God, prayer calms the nervous system, shifting you from sympathetic fight or flight to parasympathetic rest and digest. And as far as the surrender of control, so by giving the outcome to God, you release the burden of needing the right section in your brain to be in control of everything. Okay, this lowers cortisol instantly. You already planned out the trade. You already planned out the take profit and the stop loss. Otherwise, you shouldn't be in the trade. If you planned out the take profit, your stop loss, and your entry, what are you tripping about? Okay, leave it up to God. And if you lose, take it to the next trade. If you win, take it to the next trade. You have to learn how to be based. Even if you win, you have to literally pretty much be at the same emotional status, even if you lose. Okay, don't crash out. Don't be mad. And even if when you win, don't get overly zealous. Don't be overly happy and start breaking your rules. You still have to have tons of detachment. And detachment is going to be the spiritual state where you perform the action perfectively, but have zero emotional attachment to the result. And once you guys get to this point, you guys are going to be in Zen. Okay. You're going to be in Zen once you have detachment to your trade. Put down the trade and have no emotional attachment to it. Whatever God plans out is whatever's going to happen. Okay. You marked out your levels, right? You know that it's a good trade. You're confident in it. Let it rock out. So have you ever put down a trade and then checked it back and been like, oh, why did I close this trade? And then take profit got hit. If you're tired of that, why are you doing it to yourself? Some of us as humans don't realize that you can literally just do things. You can take control of your emotional state. Instead of trying to take control of the uncontrollable, take control of the thing that you can take control of in this world. Us, ourselves, okay? Take control of yourself. You're in full control if you're moving your stop loss or take profit. So don't do things like that, and don't hold your account or yourself back. You got yourself to be taken care of. I want you guys to see the world, drive what you want, eat where you want. I'm extremely passionate about this because getting to where you need to be is literally a couple of emotional changes away. You have to change the way that you think, the way that you are, and the way that you're going to progress. I'm telling you. And moderate living, okay, that's going to go ahead and equal maximum performance. Your environmental control is going to be extremely important. I don't care if you live in a high rise in Miami, okay, that doesn't mean you need to be going out every single night to the club, for example. Okay, you need to be living an extremely disciplined lifestyle. If you're going to focus on getting income, then the income has to always be flowing. Has to be more income coming in than out. Okay, we want income coming in. We want more coming in than out. Okay, do not start living a bad lifestyle. Do not start ramping up your income just because your income is ramping up immediately. Give it time. Give it some months and years of consistency. Build up a stash. Try and build up at least 6 to 7 figures. Okay, get in stack mode, eat groceries, stay down, and take your time. And let's talk about the needs versus wants trap. So if you increase your lifestyle expenses as soon as you make profit, you trap yourself in a high stress loop. And high expenses equals the high need for cash. Okay, and a high need for cash equals a fear of losing. So the higher your bills are, the more you're going to be starving to hit a trade, the more desperate you're going to be to hit a trade. And you cannot be desperate in this market. Like I said, you have to wait for take profit to get hit. I don't care how long it takes. You have to let the trade do its thing. You have to let the market makers in the market flow the way it needs to flow. Do not try and oversize or scalp just because you need some money fast. Stick to swing trading. Give your trade some time and the cash will come. But do not hyperinflate your lifestyle immediately, okay? You have to be hustling, you have to be grinding, and you have to be putting money away. Put it away into your Webull, to your Robinhood, whatever broker you use. Put it into some shares, so your money is always making you money, and I just want you guys to progress. And the fear of losing is going to be the amygdala activation. And the amygdala activation equals bad trading. So the fix. So live below your means, okay? Live below your means. Groceries. You guys need to get on DoorDash, and if you have it, you guys can look up something called Restaurant Depot. Okay, they have halal meat on there. It's meat that's prayed over. It's clean, and it's really, really cheap. I recommend you guys go into the farmer's market as well too. Okay, stop DoorDashing. Okay, quit DoorDash. If you're DoorDashing, you need to hop off of that right now. Delete it from your phone, unless you're ordering groceries. But if you're ordering single meals, spending $20, $30. Please, for the love of God, stop. That could be $20, $30 into some shares, into some options, which could be multiplied 5, 10x really, really easily. Okay. Please do not do that to yourself. Do not hold yourself back because you're wanting to feed your flesh today. Think about your future self. When you always think about your future self, you're going to live a happy life. I'm telling you. That's why it's really, really important for us to pray to God, even if we make mistakes, so we can repent, so we don't get punished in the future, inshallah. It's important for us to eat healthy so that we don't get health problems or get fat in the future. It's important for us to consistently invest and save our money so we don't go broke on a rainy day in the future. Okay, you have to think future. When you think future and you live like that in your present day by day, you're going to be ruthlessly consistent. It's going to be really, really easy for you to progress. And I want you guys to get to where you want to be. So the fix, live below your means, cancel some subscriptions, cancel that Amazon Prime, cancel that Netflix, that Hulu, all those little random subscriptions you guys got going. You got to fix that. You got to change that. Okay. A trader who doesn't need to win today is the one who will win today. Have that future mindset. The trader, once again, who doesn't need to win today will win today. I want you guys to be focused. I want you to be strong, and I want you to be able to progress the way that you need to. Don't give up. Even if you got to stay down, eat rice, tuna, just stay patient. Stay patient, stay down, pay your bills. Okay, even if you got to live a couple of years of staying down, you're going to get to where you want to get. When you're running around with bands, 4, 5, 6, 7 figures on you, okay, based off of a couple of years of just being disciplined, future you later down the line is going to be extremely happy that you put in the work. You're going to be talking like, yeah, you know, I put in the work, I stayed down and I invested, and I'm here today. So live below your means. That's going to be the fix to where you want to get to. Live below your means and invest more. That doesn't mean save it in a checkings account, because checkings account is literally a scam. Okay. And the reason why checking account is a scam, let's go and let's talk about it. So a house, let's say 10 years ago, a house that was $50,000 would now be $250,000. Okay. Due to the fact that inflation exists, the United States keeps printing money, giving out free money, things like food stamps and stuff like that, etc., are going to be printed virtual dollars. So since we have more dollars floating around, in order for things to compensate with that, things naturally have to get more expensive. Now, one thing that hasn't changed much is going to be job income. Job income is pretty much the same, although things have gotten more expensive. I do not want you guys to be suffering in this economy because of not making smart financial decisions. We are heading forward into an economy where if you are not making smart financial decisions, you will struggle hard. If you are not hustling in a strategic way, you will struggle hard. And here at Stackmode, that's not what I want for you. And the ecosystem approach. Do not let your trading account be the only source of dopamine or survival. So your trading engine, okay, this is for high velocity growth. It's risky and it's aggressive. Okay, and rule, never pay your bills directly from here. It creates performance anxiety. Okay, try and pay your bills through your business. Okay, your business is going to be your investment engine, and this is going to be for stability. You're going to go ahead and take that trading profit and buy different assets. You can buy real estate, buy business inventory, index funds, or put it back into more shares as well, so your income continues to progress. And rule, reinvest profits. Compound interest in a business creates a safety net for your mind so you can progress. You have to stay hungry for it though. If you're going to trade and run a business, then you're signing up to be disciplined. You're signing up to be consistent. You cannot be having things alter your mind. You cannot be having things slow you down. Monitor the people who are around you. Watch who's around you. And if anyone who's not hungry, who's not on the same path as you, could slow you down extremely. And that's not what I want for you. I want you to be able to achieve your goals. So it's important that we are extremely focused during these times. And let's talk about how to never blow up an account, inshallah. So risk management. So blowing an account is a mathematical certainty. And if you don't understand drawdown recovery, right? If you lose 10% of your account, then you need 11% to recover. You lose 20%, you need 25% to recover. You lose 50%, you need 100% to recover. You lose 90%, then you need 900% to recover. That's literally just how it works since the math decides to go down like that. And the 1% rule. So whenever you first start trading, you can start off with just risking 1% of your account. So if you risk only 1% of your account per trade, then you would have to lose 100 trades in a row in order to blow your account. And this keeps the amygdala quiet, and a 1% loss is not a threat to your survival. Now, as you get better, you're going to want to go ahead and increase that as you get more consistent. And I want you guys to monitor your progress within a trading journal. You guys can use Notion or book a free call with me at Stackmode.net, and I'll go ahead and make a full plan for you guys in order for you to track your trades. But after you start being consistent, making some money and being profitable consistently, then you could increase that 1% to maybe 3% per trade. Then after you're consistent from there, up it to 5% per trade. Okay. If you do 5% per trade, then you're going to have 25 trades. Okay. Then if you want, you could up it to 10% per trade once you get better. Okay. That's going to go ahead and give you 10 trades. So the more that you increase it, the more that you're going to make per trade, but the more that you're going to also lose per trade. So the better that you get, the higher that your win rate is, the lower and better position size you're going to be able to put down per trade. And what is conviction in the first place? So let's talk about model number 2. So conviction, it's not hoping a trade works. Conviction is the biological state of certainty within your edge. And probabilistic thinking, it's the ability to accept that any single trade is random, but a series of 100 trades is predictable. Conviction comes from knowing the math, knowing the fundamentals, and knowing the technicals, especially about the V setup. Let market make the left side of the V, we catch the bottom, and close at the top, especially if you're trading the stock market, options, or futures. Okay, and the conviction gap. So amateurs have high conviction in the outcome for prediction, and professionals have high conviction within the process. Boom. Does the entry criteria look how I want? Is the market trending in upwards direction? Yes. Am I on my higher time frames? Yes. Am I marking out my take profit before I enter in? Yes. Do I have my stop loss down? So if price goes down, do I know where I want to close? Yes. Okay. So you have your entry, your take profit, your stop loss, and you have certain factors of how much you're going to risk as well too down packed. Okay. That is what makes you a good trader. Even if you lose the trade and hit stop loss, if you put your whole process down, you're a good trader. Okay. You won the trade. Even if you didn't make any money, if you stuck to your plan, you stuck to your process, then you're a good trader. And why you sell winners way too early. So let's talk about the advanced psychology. So the disposition effect. So this is a cognitive bias where traders lock in small gains, not only to feel good, but to hold onto large losses to avoid pain. And dopamine urgency. When you see green on the screen, your brain screams, take it. To secure the dopamine reward, it fears the profit will vanish, disappear. And the fix. You must train your brain to view unrealized gains not as your money, but as market money risking itself for you. Do not interrupt the compounding, do not stop the process, and do not fail. Okay? You need to stick to the plan. I don't care if trades go to stop loss, at least you stuck to the plan. You won your trade if you stuck to stop loss, you committed to it, and you didn't alter your trade. But if you're selling your winners early, you are staring at the charts way too much. You have dopamine urgency, and this isn't it. Okay? You need to completely change your brain, and your brain must view unrealized gains not as your money, but as market money risking itself for you. Do not interrupt the compounding. Do not interrupt the compounding. And the art of taking a loss, ego management. Why is it so hard to cut a loss in the first place? So because to the brain, being wrong feels exactly like physical pain, death, but it's really not. So cognitive dissonance. The mental stress caused by holding two contradictory beliefs versus I'm a smart trader versus this trader losing money. Your brain solves this by denying reality, hoping that it comes back. And the sunk cost fallacy. I've already lost so much, I might as well hold. Okay. And that's financial suicide. That's literally giving up. That's what we call low thumos. We call that low thumos. Extremely low thumos. Okay. That's not it. Okay. That's giving up. We are not here to give up. Stop. Do not just blow up your account because you're already down. Stop. That's crashing out. Don't do that. Have a great stack mode alpha mindset. Okay. A small loss is simply the cost of doing business, and it's an operating expense. You didn't win that trade. It's cool. Take another one. Come back stronger. See what you can do the next time. Don't let yourself get broken down, especially by the charts. And build mental iron. Okay, the brain gym. Make sure you guys are hitting the real life gym too. Get strong. You cannot just decide to be tough. Okay, you must train for it like a muscle. And here's a training protocol. Okay, wake up, pray to God, work out, try and wake up early in the morning. Try to wake up 6 a.m., 7 a.m., start the day early, and just grind. Hustle hard, put down your trades, do your market analysis. After you're entered in, do not stare at it until your alerts go off. Rinse and repeat, and I promise you, watch how this works. And the progressive overload. Do not jump to large lot sizes. Slowly increase your risk as your nervous system adapts to stress. And as far as certain visualization, so before the market opens, visualize yourself taking a loss calmly. Breathe. Whew. Okay, visualize yourself holding a winner through a pullback while you're in drawdown, and then boom, market decides to sweep back up. Like a boss, you held through it, CEO. You got it. And pre-program the amygdala. And post-game review. Journaling activates the neocortex and helps process the emotions of the day, turning trauma into wisdom. Okay, so you have to learn, you have to progress, and you have to get past whatever trauma that you were going through. Okay. And consistency versus intensity. The boring truth. Okay. And amateurs look for home runs, which is known as intensity. And professionals look for base hits, which is consistency. Constantly winning, constantly compounding their account, multiplying it, getting that multiplicative effect, and taking the same type of setup over and over and over again, regardless if they have 4 figures, 5 figures, 7 figures in their account. Doesn't matter. You're literally going to take the same setup over and over again until you perish off this earth. And that's literally the challenge of trading too, is who can literally continue to do the same thing and the compound effect. And it's crazy because it's not really the challenge. It's not meant to be fun. Okay. It's cool learning it, but after you learn it, you're just going to keep taking the same setups over and over again. Small, consistent gains reinvested over time produce exponential results. This requires patience. And neuro tip, celebrate following your plan, not the money. Okay. Rewire your dopamine to trigger when you follow your rules, even if the trade is a loss. Okay. Once again, if you put down your take profit, you knew where you're going to enter, you have your stop loss, and you stuck to your plan with your risk to reward, you won the trade. Whether take profit or stop loss gets hit, you won the trade. Hunter versus prey. Identity shift. Okay, the prey, the impulse trader looking to get hunted, and what we call liquidity. Okay. So what liquidity is pretty much all the traders who are losing. Okay. It's trading for a reason. When you're winning, somebody's losing. When you're losing, somebody's winning. And the prey, the impulse trader, they run around chasing price, FOMO, and eats whatever is in front of them, which is known as bad setups. And they just get eaten alive by the market and all the decent patient traders. And the sniper, right, the patient trader, they laze and wait for days, controlling their breathing, and they only pull triggers when the probability is overwhelming in their favor. And the art of absolutely doing nothing. 90% of trading is waiting. If you cannot sit on your hands, you literally can't trade. You have to have patience and impulse control. The psychological strength to override the urge to act. This is the defining characteristic of a professional. And mantra, okay? Let's say that you're paid to wait and you're paid to execute your edge. Okay, you're not paid to gamble. God says not to gamble for a reason. Do not come on here doing random bonky things, blowing up your account for no reason. Please treat your account more preciously than that. And the neuro trading protocol, your biology, okay, you're fighting your amygdala. That's the fear, the stradium, and that's the greed part of your brain. Rewire that. And your chemistry, stop chasing dopamine hits and detox your brain. And as far as God, okay, use prayer to stabilize your nervous system and just leave it up to God. Have some conviction within your setups too. Understand the math in your risk to reward. Cut your losers at your stop loss and hold your winners to your take profit. Be a sniper, wait for A+ setups, and start your risk ball and continuously increase it up to 10% of your account as you get better. Get in the stack mode alpha state. Do not have a beta brain. Get alpha brain. Be proactive, logical, grounded, patient, manage your risk, and that's how you get wealthy. Okay. All of these emotions here, we're not even going to go ahead and name. Let's go ahead and head over to the next part of the course. Peace.
Stack mode. It's about making income 24/7. Making some income right now. If you can see that. You see that? Live P&L. It's moving. If you have money sitting in your checking account, literally, what are you doing? Stop doing that. Please. Get on Zillow.com. Click on any house. Look at the price of it 10 years ago and see where it's at today. Stack mode is not about saving money in your savings account. It's about constantly investing. And the system created called the asset river. Your assets need to always be flowing and moving at all times. Your money needs to be growing and multiplying itself at all times. That's why I teach you guys how to get monetized on YouTube. That's why I teach you guys how to trade, so your money can actually be put to work. People think that they have to just work. Yes, you have to work, but you have to also put your money to work. I don't know why people don't think about that. And that's why I have to come on here and create Stack Mode. I can't just keep all of this stuff in. I've been keeping stuff in for way too long. And that's why this year, it's just going to be so many secrets for you guys. A lot of new sauce. And for just the whole Stack Mode empire. I want to open up a school for you guys in different states. I want to teach teachers. And I want you guys to be able to generate income whether you have a job or not. Whether you're sick or not. I want you to be able to pay your bills. You have to understand, life is so random. Okay? God forbid, you might go through times of depression. Struggling with certain things. Might have lost a family member. Might have went through divorce or breakup. Your car might have got totaled, God forbid. Okay? There is a lot of different ways that you can get income. But the main ways to turn your income into more income is business and trading. Getting income is way different than multiplying your income. I'm going to repeat that. Getting income is way different than multiplying your income. I want you guys to be successful. And in this life here, everything is written by God. But it is very event-based. And you can prepare for the event by putting your ideas to work. Think differently. Become a big thinker. Let's say, for instance, if you watch the news, a lot of my news watchers here, you might see a company innovating new stuff. There's a lot of ways to find out what new stocks are coming out. You might be able to check out the stocks on the App Store. Okay? Or the companies. See what's top rated and see if it's on the stock market. See if the company's making profit. I teach so much stuff at Stackmode.net. And another thing too, at Stackmode, we own our lives here. We're pushing ownership. I want you to own where you live. I want you to own your car. I don't want you guys stuck day trading forever. I want you to own pieces of these companies that multiply quickly. I want you to grow and progress. But how are we going to be able to grow and progress if we're holding ourselves back? That's why we're not doing that. Especially here at Stackmode. It's the ultimate system to make sure your money is always flowing. To make sure that you're prepared. Your preparation is what separates you from the sheep and the shepherd. The shepherd prepares the sheep's food. Instead of you going to work, getting that check, they're preparing you your check. You're pretty much surviving off another person's will. If you're not trading, you don't have a business, you're surviving off other people. 1000%. They're in control of when the pay stubs get sent, whether it's a holiday or not. They're in control of your pay. They're in control of managing your hours if you're not in stack mode. If you want to be in peon mode, it's fine. But if you want to be in stack mode, if you want to take care of your family, if you want to take care of yourself, if you want to listen to what God tells us to do, then we have to make sure our money is always multiplying itself so we can provide food, shelter, and clothing for ourselves and our loved ones. We also got to change our mindset and our lifestyle. Some of you guys might be dough dashing. Why? It needs to be groceries. That's the only reason you should be door dashing is groceries. Straight groceries. And that's it. Nothing else. Don't be getting $30 meals, little $20 meals. We got to burn stack mode. We're in stack mode. If we want to get up and stay up, we got to get in stack mode. How are you viewing your life right now? Your peers, what you're driving, where you live. Are you happy? Are you satisfied? Because if not, you got to get in stack mode. Let's change things around. Nothing changes if nothing changes. Don't expect things to change if you're not putting in the energy and the force for it to change and the prayer. If God wills, inshallah. We have to progress. We have to go forward. That's what stack mode's about. Going forward. We are not going backwards. We got no time to be going backwards. Okay? P&L is moving right now. Okay? Money is making itself right now. Okay? Stop holding yourself back. Stop wasting time. Put your flesh to the side, your habits, your desires. Those people around you who you think are bringing you comfort, but they're really bringing you down. You got to cut them off and get in stack mode. I don't want you guys harming yourselves. I don't want you guys hurting yourselves. Okay? There's times where I've done that. Fell into depression cycles. Fell into certain drugs at certain times. I was stuck for a while. Okay? And in order for us to shake back, we got to go forward. In order for us to progress, we got to go forward. You got to leave the past in the past. Stop thinking about those losses that you lost. Stop thinking about that business idea that you did that didn't work out. Relax. Run it up again. Stack it up again. Don't let nothing stop you. I'm in a Mustang coupe right now. Thank God. It's not the newest. 010 is cool. Before this car, I had a 2013 Audi A4. I walked outside one day. It was parked and it was totaled. Guess what I did? Walked back inside and I ran it up again. That was it. Had my daily prayers, 5 daily prayers every day that I could. Read Quran every day that I could. Stay focused, stay disciplined. Kept building stack mode. Got back to it. Kept learning trading. Studying finance while I worked in finance. Getting smarter, building systems, and getting closer to God. And I got in stack mode. And right now I have the most income flowing than I ever have. And I pray that the month next to this will be even higher and continue to just go in an upward trajectory. I don't want to waste any more time. It's time to become an 8-figure multimillionaire. Okay? Some of you guys are going to be on here on social media really lying to you guys. Not going to lie. I show you guys real logins, real numbers, real proof, real screenshots. If you are on your on Stackmode.net looking at the reviews, I'm not capping here. I'm telling you what car I drive. I'm showing you I'm showing you results, showing you profits. And I just want to be a genuine person on this planet. This world, especially with AI coming into play, is lacking genuineness. A lot of these guys are leasing cars and they're posting, I just bought a $300,000 Ferrari. Whole time they put down a $10K down payment and they paying $5K a month. They're not going to tell you that. So a lot of people on here capping, lying. I'm just trying to be a God-fearing man. And if you're trying to be a real man or a real woman, you got to get in stack mode. And getting in stack mode is being close to God, being disciplined, and being consistent. Stop focusing on your feelings so much. There's times where I'm extremely angry. Extremely angry. And I just want to bring authenticity back. Authenticity. People think that they shouldn't be angry. I'm not saying rage and crash out all the time. But if you're not happy with what you're going through, change it. Pray on it and put in some energy in order for things to change. I'm going to be as consistent as possible for you guys. Dropping as much as I can. Because I don't want to fail you guys ever. I want you to be successful, guys. I want you to win. I want you to be in the 2-seater coupe and have an SUV for the family time. I want you to make your family proud. I don't want you to fall off, man. I don't want you to fall off. Change your direction. Change how you're feeling. If you're feeling down, I don't like the word motivation for real, because no matter how we're feeling, you should still be working. I'm not gonna lie. That's one thing that I can't relate with other people. People let things stop all their motion. You can't do that. You still gotta hustle. You still gotta be building, regardless of what you're going through. Keep your motion up. Don't fall off. Okay? Keep your motion up. Keep building. Get smarter. Don't let things happen again, if God wills. And just progress from the situation in general. But stack mode here, man. It's a beautiful mindset. Stack mode has changed my life. I used to spend a lot of money. Thank God I was getting money since 18. You know, been having bands, been having 10,000s. And I used to just eat steak every day. I used to just go out, go shopping, buy clothes every day. The car took premium gas, and I was 18, so my insurance was really high. And it was a note, financed it. And then I actually got scammed for a head gasket too, where the car dealership also lost my keys. I mean, not the car dealership, the repair shop lost my keys. So I had to tow it to the dealership, and then I took it back to the house, and then it was totaled. And I had to just run it up again. I went through all that. I gained XP, I gained knowledge. I'm not going to say for no reason, but I went through all that and didn't even end up with the car being drivable. It was totaled after that. Thank God insurance was able to take care of it. And now it's paid off car in my car history. So it ended up being a blessing, and I was able to buy the coupe. So sometimes in life, you got to just be cool with whatever God throws at you. Just be cool. Be cool. If God threw some insane situation at you, be cool. If you feel like you didn't deserve to go through it, pray on it. See what you could have did to avoid those type of situations again, and go forward. Don't go backwards. Shake off all the anger. Shake off being pissed off. Get in your bag. Get in stack mode. That's really all I'm telling y'all, man. Don't let people slow you down either. If you got friends not on the same path as you, if you have a partner not on the same path as you, if you got family around you not on the same path as you, it's gonna infect you in some type of way, whether consciously or subconsciously. Whether you're going to be mad because you don't want to be around that type of environment, or you might listen to negative things that you shouldn't be listening to. So it's really important to stay focused on your vision. It's really important to have a strategic trajectory mindset. Okay. We should be always making some income. We should always be grinding. Okay, we should always be trying to get to the next level. Inshallah, if God wills. Okay, regardless if you made some mistakes, astaghfirullah, pray on it. Okay, repent to God, pray on it, and go forward. If you're feeling guilt or shame, pray on whatever happened, go forward. If you're feeling shame because you blew your account and you got to pay rent, pray on it. Don't let it happen again. Don't be trading with rent money. Don't do that. Please don't do that. That's not what we're doing, especially at Stack Mode. See, Stack Mode is literally just a mindset. I teach mindset. I teach emotional mastery. I'm not trying to be like other mentors where I'm just, make some money. I want you guys to actually have the mindset to fish. So you can even make your own rod too on the business side. And you could sell rods to other fishermen. And then you could fish, which is trading. Okay? It's a mindset. Business and trading really correlate together, but you have to change your mindset. And I'm going to let you guys know that this is going to be so real right now. When you change your mindset, you're going to lose people around you. I'm telling you. Unless you have just the best group and the best family, once you change your mindset, trying to force it in a more positive direction, it might be people trying to cling on to you. But if you got to go, if it's your time, you got to go. You got to get in Stack Mode. You got to do you. You know, shout out my mom. My mom put me on a lot of game. I love her to death. You know, she's amazing. She's a great woman. And she just instilled a lot of good knowledge within me. And one thing that she told me is make sure you're happy. Don't sacrifice your happiness for other people. Don't sacrifice your happiness because you think or you're programmed to do something that doesn't make you happy. You know what I'm saying? You should wake up excited. If you wake up excited to grind, am I saying be lazy and just do nothing? Freak no. But you should be excited about your work to the point where you want to work 16, 12 hours a day every single day. When you're that excited about your work every single day, everything changes. Everything truly does change. You have to be hungry, excited, okay? Especially with the way the world is going. It's super duper cool. A lot of new software is out and stuff like that. And I just want you guys to ball, man. I just want you guys to be successful. That's it. I really love y'all. Like, for real. A lot of these mentors do not love y'all. I love y'all. I'm not trying to just rob y'all for bread. This is why on the free call, I work with budgets for trading or the business free call. I want to see where you're at. I'm going to see how I can help you. I'm not trying to break your bank. I'm trying to get you richer, if God wills. And it's a mindset here, man. It's a lack of genuineness in the community on the trading and business side. And I just want to let people know that they correlate with each other, because guess what? We're trading on the stock side. Businesses, oh my gosh. So it's literally just a mindset. So if they correlate, if businesses are putting themselves on the stock market, shouldn't you have a business and be trading the stock market? Yes. The answer is yes. Okay. I want you guys to just literally change your whole mental frame. You got to change your whole mental frame. Okay. I'm here for you. Book a free call. Got a free course, free ebook. You can catch my trades. I'm building some really, really cool tools too. I'm building a stock scanner for you guys. It's actually going to be called Stack Scanner. And you're going to be able to find the best stocks that are going to give you 50+%, if God wills, per trade. And yeah, when that comes out, be ready. Okay, it's pretty much going to be a cheat code. And love you guys so much. Peace. I'm going to be honest with you guys. It's a blessing, but you got to go hard every single day. Every single day. That's why I got myself my TAP digital business card, which you guys can get in the link in the description below, stackmode.net and CEO Turbo. And everywhere I'm at, yo, do you do business? Yo, do you have a website? Yo, do you trade? Yo, do you invest? Constantly pushing myself, constantly trying to get to the next level, constantly networking with CEOs, working with water companies, working with team leaders, working with entrepreneurs, working with anyone that I can get information from. Because every single experience, whether it be you posting a video and seeing how it did compared to the last video you posted, whether it be a business interaction, whether it be a business deal that you're closing, you gain some information, and that's what's going to get you guys to the income level that you want to get to. The amount of information that you gain and you're able to process back out into your products, into your information, if you're a teacher or a coach, etc. The amount of information that you receive from the world and that you're able to put back out onto the earth is a lot of the times what's going to get you this success. Are you learning from people's experiences? You have to learn what people are needing. What are people in need of? If people are in need of fun, that's why things like fidget spinners, for example, made people so much money, because it was just a fun, super trendy time. Fidget spinners were really popular. People were wearing the rubber bands, the colorful ones. I know you guys probably remember that. And just finding an ample way in society to A, put a smile on people's faces, or B, solve their problems and solve their hardships. Okay. That is how you're going to get to the next level in business. And that's how you have to think 25/8 every single day. If you're going to quit your job, I quit my job. I had a finance career. I worked 4 years. I programmed credit card terminals. I did sales for them as well too. And I also did tech support. So I had a very, very extensive, long background of working with different types of people, solving different types of problems. And I was able to take all of that information and start the Stackmode Network and start CEO Turbo, right? So that's really why I think this business card here, it's just like a credit card, you know, same type of material, not weak. You know, a normal business card, so you guys get 10,000 of them. People aren't going to sit there and stop, look, type in each thing. Especially we got shorts out and stuff like that. People's attention spans are sadly getting lower. So you have to know how to prioritize people's success, even with the current trends. So if the current trend, you're noticing that people don't have patience, then create a product to help them gain more instantaneous results. You could literally go up to somebody's phone, boom, tap it, or you can go ahead and scan this QR code here. And then from there, all your social medias pop up, your website, you can add your contact to your phone, and it makes it really, really simple. Okay. So that was a piece and a gap in human society that I saw an opportunity for me to push my product towards. And you have to think that way every single day while on the side, while I'm coding apps, while I'm pushing websites and building websites for CEOs and clients. You got to work overtime and posting content and getting fly. God is good. Alhamdulillah. But you know what I'm saying? Getting fly. It's effort you got to put in every single day. I'm not sitting in this 2-seater coupe right now because I just sit on my butt all day doing nothing. I'm working hard, praying 5 times a day, trying my absolute hardest, going hard, reading Quran for wisdom, talking to different people for wisdom, using my income as an engine. That's why I created CEO Turbo. I want you to be able to accelerate your business and create your income engine. Make sure it's always flowing. Keep putting gas into it. Keep putting gas into it. Keep investing in my stocks. Keep investing in my crypto portfolio like I've showed you guys. I just want to show you guys how to boss up, how to be a CEO. I feel like things nowadays are way too cryptic. People are just showing you guys flashy stuff, and you guys aren't really getting the real raw education or the real raw standpoints of things. That's why I want to come on here and bring real authenticity, bring real genuineness, and just tell you guys the real. There are days where it's extremely frustrating. you know, figuring out all your LLC stuff, getting all your paperwork together, setting up your business bank accounts. There's times where this stuff can get frustrating, but the thing about business is that it's a day by day, brick by brick based effort. So if you go hard every single day, you try and stack as many bricks as possibly can, then you're going to be able to get to the success that you want to get to quicker, if God wills. Okay. But the more that you procrastinate, the more that you just keep those ideas in there and don't actually get them out to the world, the longer things are going to take, the harder it's going to be for you to actually progress. And it's going to be frustrating the older that you get to. You don't want to run into a position where you're like, oh man, why didn't I go harder back in the day? Go hard now. Go hard now. I don't care what age you are. I don't care what position you're in. I don't care how much income you have. Go hard now. There's so many ways in order for you to generate income. You guys can cold DM people on Instagram. There's contact buttons on so many different social media pages. You guys can code websites. You guys can code apps, put them on the App Store, start getting paid that way. It's so easy to drop music if you want to be an artist, a singer, or a rapper. If you guys want to make animations and make movies and cartoons, you can take that route and create a whole brand from there. Think about The Simpsons. Simpsons have mugs, pants, shirts, hats, etc., just based off of an animation series. There's so many different routes and avenues you could take in today's generation. It's actually really, really fun. So that's going to be the real raw reality of it, is that there's times where it's going to be hard for sure, but it is fun. Have fun with it. I have fun with this every single day, and it's a blessing. It's a real big blessing from Allah. It's a big blessing from God for me to be able to wake up in the morning, go hard, and just tell you guys some positive information that I pray can help you guys progress your days. And when I look at my reviews, I'm really, really grateful to just see the amount of people I've impacted. Even hearing that people use my education in classrooms is a big blessing. And for me to just be a young African-American male, I come from sleeping on the floor with my mom. You know what I'm saying? Come from living in just times of solace, just by myself a lot. You know, mom worked really, really hard, and I love her to death. You know, give her whatever I can and just try and run it up for her, because she really showed me that hard work beats everything else. I don't care how tall you are. I don't care if you don't speak the best English or the best speech. I don't care if you have a speech impediment. I don't care if you're disabled. I don't care if you think you can't do it. I don't care if you have people hating on you. I don't care if you're going through traumatic events. I don't care if people are trying to dim your light. I don't care if people are trying to shut you down. You gotta go hard, man. Take all of that and transmute that into your work and go hard. You guys can absolutely do what you need to do. And I don't care where you're from. I don't care what your background is. I don't care what people have told you. Whatever God put inside of your head and in your heart, you gotta put that out into the world. The house that you're sitting in, somebody had an idea. Somebody had an idea like, look, I'm gonna build this house. I'm gonna build this house, and we're gonna go ahead and I'm gonna have people living in it. And that's what they did. So I'm telling you guys, we can do some monumental things. God is good. Alhamdulillah. And I just want you guys to succeed, man. But you can't succeed if you're just wasting time sitting there scrolling all day, looking at memes. A lot of people tell me, yo, Chris, I want it. Yo, Chris, I'm trying to go hard. Yo, Chris, I'm trying to get to the next level. Some people even pay me to give them education. And guess what they're doing year after year after year after year? The same thing. And it's pretty sad. It can be pretty sad. I'm going to be honest. I'm quite an emotionally intertwined person, not an emotionally sporadic person. I don't really cry too much and stuff like that. I'm a human being. I go through my things. But for the most part, I'm pretty hard. I just wake up, pray to God, give all my problems to Allah. And I just keep grinding and keep focusing and just keep staying steady. But the times when you're going to feel doubt, the times when you're like, dang, I'm going hard, why am I not getting results? You might be flat. You might be on $0, going as hard as you possibly can. You got to just hit that prayer. You got to pray to God. You got to ask, one, for forgiveness for any bonky stuff you might have did in the past. And two, you got to just ask God for strength and discipline. You know, when you have the strength and the discipline and the wisdom also too, that's what I try to pray for: strength, wisdom, and discipline. And for everyone that also worships God to be blessed with afia. And afia is just good things within the world and in the afterlife, if God wills. So your prayers and your faith is important. It's important. It's important. It's important. It's important because people don't bet on themselves. I'm realizing people spend 40, 50, 60 years at the job, still don't get what they really want for real, and then turn around and be like, dang, why didn't I bet on myself and take the risk? So you can't be scared of anything but God. God should be the only thing that you fear. Not humans, not no failure. You're going to have to get out of your head. If you're going to go forward in business, you got to get out of your head. That's going to be the main thing that you have to do. You got to get out your head. You can't think like you in business as well too, because what you're interested in, someone literally might despise. And what you might despise, that might be someone's favorite thing. Okay? So there's some people out there who sell bricks, who sell clay, who sell wood. They may not care about that.